Hashtag C1791 Ling Xuantian is here. The 100-day opening time of the 10 Directions Divine Realm has finally come to an end. Including Chu Yan, all the youths in the 10 Directions God Realm hurried to the exit of the 10 Directions God Realm and returned to the ancient city of Blood River. A large group of bigwigs of various races waited anxiously in front of the crack in the sky, looking forward to it. This time, because of the St. Crystal clan, during the opening time of the 10 Directions God Realm, they didn't see much of the process. Even later, at the request of all the clans, the St. Crystal clan restarted the Heaven and Earth crystal screen, but the two elders were not strong enough at all. That is, they could see the big scene of the 10 Directions God Realm, but they couldn't see the details clearly. Therefore, with regard to the achievements of the disciples of all races in the 10 Directions God Realm this time, everyone's consciousness stayed at the moment when the St. Crystal clan put away the crystal screen. Mufeng. Standing at the front of the crowd, the great elder of the Wu clan, Heavenly Scourge, saw Wu Mu Peak coming out, and hurriedly called out. "See, great elder." Although Wu Mufeng does not belong to the Heavenly Scourge Army Palace, after all, the other party is also a great elder of a branch hall, and there is a difference in respect and inferiority. Wu Mufeng did not dare to neglect, so he flew over quickly and bowed down to pay homage. "How's it going? How's the grade?" the great elder asked anxiously. Wu Mufeng smiled slightly, and replied proudly, repaying the great elder, "Fortunately, this time, my team has opened 15 relics. What? 10, 15 places." Even if it was the great elder of Heavenly Scourge, when he heard Wu Mufeng's answer, his whole body trembled in shock, and his eyes brightened instantly. But soon, a look of ecstasy appeared on the face of the great elder, and he looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. "Ha ha ha, good. Good. This time, the spirit of the Blood River belongs to our great witch clan. 15 ruins. It is definitely the strongest test result of each race in the 10 Directions God Realm this time. According to the rules of the 10 Directions God Realm, whoever can open more relics can collect more relic spirits, and as long as they put them into the Blood River, they will be rewarded by the Blood River. Rewards for the top 3. They are all blood spirit beads. But the rankings are different. The number and rank of the blood spirit beads are very different. Especially for the number 1, there is an extra reward from the spirit of the Blood River, which is a drop of blood essence provided by the Blood River phantom who pierced the sky, which is claimed to be the essence blood of the gods. In the past few sessions of the 10 Directions God's domain, the best results were achieved, but 9 relics were opened. But now, Wu Mu Peak has actually opened the ruins 15 times. As a result, Wu Mu Peak ranks first, and it is almost guaranteed to be rewarded by the spirit of the Blood River. The words of the great elder of the witch clan's Heavenly Scourge immediately aroused the astonished gazes of all the bosses and disciples from all around. Emperor Li Tianwu of the Ming clan had an extremely gloomy and ugly face, with bloodshot eyes staring straight at the crack in the sky. Seeing that there are fewer and fewer testers coming out, a bad premonition in my heart is getting stronger and stronger. Although he had absolute confidence in the Holy Sun Mori and the Holy Maiden Mo Xiqian, Emperor Li Tianwu felt inexplicably uneasy when he heard the news that Mo Wunyan had been beheaded by Chu Yan. Moreover, as time goes by, this anxiety becomes more and more intense. The strong Emperor Wu had a far superior understanding of the way of heaven, so in Li Tianwu Emperor's heart, he was unwilling to believe his intuition. "Look, Chu Yan and the Tiant clan are out," someone exclaimed. Swish! Swish! In the cracks in the sky in the distance, a figure in black robes flew out with a dozen young men in white robes and colorful feathers, and fell straight to the camp of the celestial girls. "Chu Yan! Come here as a teacher." However, before Chu Yan landed, a familiar voice sounded, and he turned his head to look, which immediately startled Chu Yan. "Master!" At a glance, Chu Yan saw Ling Xuantian. Moreover, not only Ling Xuantian, but also nearly 100 bigwigs from the 9 supreme sects, all looked at Chu Yan with smiles on their faces. Immediately, Chu Yan and Tian summoned, and took the little white bear, to fly to the location of the 9 supreme sects. "Master, why are you here?" Chu Yan asked suspiciously when he saw Ling Xuantian. This time, when he came to participate in the 10 Directions God Realm, he didn't notify Ling Xuantian. Unexpectedly, Ling Xuantian had so many big bosses here. "Chu Yan, I received the news from my teacher. I was afraid that someone would harm you, so I rushed over." Ling Xuantian laughed. He is extremely satisfied with this personal disciple. In particular, Chu Yan revived the leader of the human race, the kingdom of God, and restarted the Dusty City, laying a foundation for the human race in the world of the kingdom of God, and brought a ray of hope to the entire human race. Based on this alone, Ling Xuantian is enough to be proud of this personal disciple. Therefore, when he knew that both the Wu clan and the Ming clan had sent powerful teams to participate in the 10 Directions God Realm this time, Ling Xuantian could guess with his heels that Chu Yan's relationship with the Wu clan in the world of the kingdom of God, the two sides met, it would be strange not to fight. Therefore, Ling Xuantian didn't even think about it, and now the big bosses of the 9 supreme sects came to support Chu Yan. "Thank you, Master." Hearing Ling Xuantian's words, Chu Yan was startled for a moment, then a warm current surged in his heart, and he bowed and said, "No need, you are the Master's direct disciple, so the Master will naturally protect you." "He." Ling Xuantian replied with a chuckle, and then asked again, "How is it? Did you gain anything from the 10 Directions God Realm this time?" When this sentence was asked, it immediately caused all the big brothers of the 9 supreme sects to tighten their expressions at the same time, and they all looked at Chu Yan. "You know, the human race has been in the 10 Directions God Realm for several times, and no disciples have been sent to participate. It's not because there are no talented descendants, nor is it because there are no relics suitable for human warriors in the 10 Directions God Realm. It's because, in the past, as long as the young geniuses sent by the human race to participate in the 10 Directions God Realm, they would be hunted down by the Wu clan and the Ming clan, and they would be directly lost if they didn't even arrive at the ruins. The human race was weak and couldn't bear such a loss to the talented juniors, so in the end, they simply gave up participating in the 10 Directions God Realm." Hearing Ling Xuantian's question, Chu Yan was taken aback. "Whether you have harvested means whether you have opened the relic, whether you have obtained the spirit of the relic." Regarding the reward of the Blood River spirit, on the way back, Chu Yan naturally listened to the goddess and introduced it in detail. The spirit of the relic. Chu Yan looked at a group of nervous faces of the 9 supreme sect bosses, nodded, and said, "Have." Hearing Chu Yan's words, including Ling Xuantian, all the clan leaders showed a hint of ecstasy on their faces. In the distance, a few cold eyes passed through the crowd and fell on Chu Yan. There is the Wumu Peak of the Wu clan, and Li Tianwu Emperor of the Ming clan. All of them have complicated expressions, gloomy and cold, with strong killing intent. Especially when I heard that Chu Yan actually opened a place of ruins and got the spirit of the ruins. In this way, Chu Yan has the qualifications to compete for the spirit of the Blood River. Thinking of the human race, and that Chu Yan, who got another chance to compete for the spirit of the Blood River after tens of thousands of years, all the bosses of the Ming clan turned green with anger. Waste. It's all rubbish. More than 300 geniuses of the Ming clan couldn't kill a single Chu Yan. #C 1792 Blood Crystal. In the ancient city, there are nearly 10,000 young people of all ethnic groups who have returned this time. The bosses of all clans are asking the youths of their own clans about the harvest in the 10 Directions God Realm this time. However, there are very few who can open the ruins. On the contrary, the amount of loss made the faces of the big bosses of all ethnic groups become extremely gloomy. You must know that the number of geniuses of various races who entered the 10 Directions God realm back then was no less than 200,000, but the number of geniuses who came back was less than 10,000. In other words, more than 90% of the youths of various ethnic groups were buried in the 10 Directions God realm and could never return. Such a result, of course, disappointed the bigwigs of all races. But at the same time, the bigwigs of various clans were also very curious. Looking around, other powerful clan forces were waiting for the final result. After all, the 10 Directions Divine Realm has always been a display of the forces of various races. If there are young geniuses of that family, they can get the top 10 rankings in the 10 Directions God Realm trial, which also means that the strength of this family will become more and more prosperous. This represents, in the future, the Outland continent, the balance between various ethnic forces. Blood River Festival, start. Suddenly, a resounding voice sounded, and it was the turn of the race to preside over the Blood River ceremony. They sent an elder to the broken bridge of the Blood River and announced loudly. As the voice spread, Chu Yan and a group of young people who had collected the spirit of the relic walked out of the crowd and came to the broken bridge. This time, the number of people who collected the spirits of the ruins was clearly displayed in front of everyone. A total of 20 young people opened the ruins in the 10 Directions God realm. Among them, there are 3 members from the Witch clan, 1 from the Bone clan and 1 from the Soul Armor clan, 1 or 2 from each of the Demigod clan and Taro clan, and Mu Wanchi from the Tiant clan. And Chu Yan, as the representative of the human race, stood with Mu Wanchi. Seeing this result, the complexions of the Wu clan and Ming clan bosses all sank. On the contrary, when seeing Chu Yan standing in front of the Blood River broken bridge, the big bosses of the human race from the 9 supreme sects smiled. I don't know how many years, the human race finally has a person who can participate in the Blood River festival. I didn't expect that there are people in my human race who can open the ruins in the 10 Directions God realm. A big man of the human race laughed. Hey, that's right, there are only 20 people in total. Excluding all kinds of ethnic forces, there are only 10 races qualified. In this way, our human race is also ranked among the top 10 races in the Outland continent. Ha ha ha, not bad. Not bad. This boy Chu Yan is really good. Governor Ling, this time I must reward Chu Yan well. It's too embarrassing for me to be the leader of the patriarch. The big bosses of the human race are all smiling, and there is a happy situation. Following the announcement of the presiding elder, a group of youths from various ethnic groups walked up to the broken bridge of the Blood River, threw the spirit of the relic in their hands, a small green bead, into the river, and started the ceremony. As small green beads were thrown into the Blood River that had calmed down, gradually began to boil. Every time the spirit of the ruins is thrown into the river, there will be a bloody light rushing out of the Blood River and shooting at the young man who threw the spirit of the ruins. Immediately, pieces of blood-colored crystals appeared in the hands of each young man. Blood crystal. Ha ha ha, I got 3 blood crystals. Not bad. Not bad. 2 blood crystals. Now the cultivation base can be improved. Oh my god, the bone race guys got 8 blood crystals. They actually opened 3 ruins. I'm afraid it's a ruin above level 3, and the Blood River reward is twice as much as ours. Youths of all ethnic groups, according to the level of the spirit of the ruins, have different rewards. It's just that everyone got blood crystals, and so far, the spirit of the Blood River that represents the first place has not appeared. Compared to the blood crystal, the legendary Blood River spirit, which contains a drop of the blood essence of a strong man in the divine realm, is what everyone pays the most attention to. After all, whoever can obtain the spirit of the Blood River can definitely break through to the realm of Emperor Wu by virtue of the drop of blood essence in it. And Emperor Realm is the greatest expectation of all young people of all races who have stepped into the 10 Directions God Realm. Oh my god! Look at the Wu clan, Wu Mufeng got 36 blood crystals. Hiss. How many ruins has been opened in Wumu Peak, and so many blood crystals have been obtained? No problem. The spirit of Blood River will definitely be obtained by Wumu Peak. That's right, that's 36 blood crystals. I'm afraid there have been 10 years, and there has never been such a large number of blood crystals. Wu Mufeng stood on the broken bridge, and when he heard the exclamation from all around, his face showed a smug expression. His own results, of course, are the strongest. As long as he obtains the spirit of the Blood River and breaks through to the Emperor's realm, his ranking among the 700 quasi-princes will probably directly reach the top 10. In that way, the hope of inheriting the 7 kings of the Witch clan in the future will be much greater. After all, there are only 7 thrones in the Wu clan. If they can be ranked in the top 10 among the 700 quasi-princes, basically, they will definitely become the Wu king in the future. You know, that is the status of being under one person and above tens of millions. Even in the future, with the progress of the Wu clan's invasion of the entire 10 Directions starfield, maybe in the future, they will become the king of the entire 10 Directions starfield. What an honor that is. Holding 36 blood crystals, Wu Mufeng was almost intoxicated by the scene of becoming king in the future, the entire Wu clan, and hundreds of millions of young people kneeling at his feet. Hey, Blood River spirit, come out quickly, this king can't wait. Wu Mufeng thought to himself. At this moment, Chu Yan strode out and walked towards the broken bridge. Huh. Human race. The presiding elder was stunned, and everyone in the audience was stunned. Many racial bosses have only now discovered that among the 20 or so young people, there is actually a young man from the human race. Unexpectedly, this year, the human race can also have a spirit of the ruins. It's really a dog shit luck, it can't be the ruins, there is no guarding the holy soul, let him take advantage of it. This luck, it's against the sky. A blood crystal, the spiritual power contained in it, can also improve a lot of strength. When everyone saw Chu Yan walking in front of the presiding elder, they all began to discuss that the appearance of Chu Yan represented the history of no one getting blood crystals in the 10th generation of the human race, and it was broken here. Senior, please let me. Chu Yan walked to the broken bridge, and smiled at the presiding elder, who was in a daze. Ah. Good. Good. You can perform the festival. Awakened by Chu Yan's words, the presiding elder looked astonished, and quickly stepped aside, saying. Chu Yan took a step forward, reached the location of the ceremony, raised his hand, took out a relic spirit from the Rakshasa space, and threw it into the Blood River. Participating in the Blood River festival for the first time, Chu Yan was a little curious, so he didn't directly take out all the spirits of the relics. For the first time, just take out one piece and try it first. Puff. On the Blood River, water splashed, and with the spirit of the ruins, it sank below the surface of the river, and in the splashed water, a ray of blood shot head-on. Chu Yan's face brightened, he raised his hand to catch it, and opened it to see that it was a blood crystal the size of a jade talisman, appearing in the palm of his hand. This blood crystal is crystal clear, and there is a faint surge of blood energy in it, exuding a strong martial spirit. Huh. Isn't this the Battle Soul Stone? Chu Yan's face trembled fiercely, his eyes full of surprise. #C1793 found a way. Battle Soul Stone. The spirit stone that can promote Wuhun to Battle Soul is also the main material of Battle Soul Pill. Last time, Chu Yan got the Battle Soul Pill from Emperor Yu Tianwu, which had no effect on Chu Yan's Wuhun. But unexpectedly, at the Blood River ceremony today, they encountered the Battle Soul Stone. Although Chu Yan has carefully studied the 2 War Soul Pills, it is impossible to analyze the formula of the pills. Later, I learned from Emperor Yu Tianwu that the so-called War Soul Pills are actually all made of War Soul Stones and refined made. However, this refining method, which only existed in the ancient times, has been lost now, and the efficacy of the medicine cannot be guaranteed. That's right. It's the Battle Soul Stone. Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness penetrated into it, repeatedly inspected the blood crystal in his hand, and finally confirmed that it was the Battle Soul Stone. However, Chu Yan could feel that it was completely different from the War Soul pill that Chu Yan had encountered before, and the martial soul breath contained in it was more pure and rich. What's the situation? Could it be that the two Battle Soul pills, given to me by Emperor Yu Tianwu, are due to the fact that the effect of the pills has been lost for too long? Chu Yan had already had this kind of doubt. As an alchemist, the pills he swallowed had no effect. Of course, Chu Yan couldn't just let it go. However, after thinking about it for a long time, Chu Yan also checked some alchemy scriptures, and in the final answer, the loss of pill effect is the biggest possibility. After all, from ancient times to the present, it has gone through endless years, even a stone can be weathered, let alone a pill. Damn old fox, give me the expired medicine. Feeling the incomparably rich martial soul breath in the blood crystal in his hand, it was dozens of times stronger than the two War Soul pills that Chu Yan got from Emperor Yu Tianwu back then. Chu Yan finally understood why he swallowed the War Soul pill, but failed to advance his Wuhun. At the earliest time, Chu Yan thought that his martial soul was too high-ranked, which was different from ordinary people's martial soul, and that he might need a lot of War Soul pills to enter the Jin dynasty. Now it seems that is not the case at all. According to the power of the martial soul, contained in the blood crystal in his hand, Chu Yan guessed that about 100 or so pieces could make any of the 5 spirits and martial arts reach their peak. However, if you press the War Soul pill, maybe 1,000 pieces are not enough. Looking at the blood crystal in his hand, Chu Yan's eyes brightened involuntarily, and a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. With these blood crystals, my divine beast martial soul, does it have the hope of advancing to the rank of Battle Soul? At this moment, an abnormal sound sounded, which immediately made Chu Yan's face turn cold. Trash of the human race, get out of the way. A tall and tall Wu clan youth walked behind Chu Yan and shouted proudly. Let it go. Why let it go? Chu Yan turned his head, looked at the young man of the witch clan, and said coldly. Your spirit of the ruins, haven't you already thrown away? Why are you still occupying the space? The young man of the Wu clan, when he heard Chu Yan's words, was startled for a moment, and then he yelled angrily. Could it be possible, do you have a second spirit of the ruins? Ha ha ha, a joke. There was a sound of ridicule, and the youth of the Wu tribe looked contemptuous and joking, and deliberately increased their voices to attract the attention of everyone around them. Ha ha ha, that kid from the human race, dare to block Wu Guantian's position, is he courting death? That's right, how can a human trash compare to Wu Guantian, who opened 3 ruins and holds 3 blood crystals? Hey, maybe that human kid thinks he's better than Wu Guantian. He's just here to be funny. Ha ha ha, joke. Comma. Following Wu Guantian's sarcasm, warriors from all races around him burst into laughter. Especially the Wu Mu peak of the Wu clan, and all the geniuses of the Wu clan, almost had a stomachache from laughing. Swish. The next moment, when Chu Yan turned his hand and took out the second green relic spirit, the laughter of the audience stopped suddenly. The smiles on everyone's faces froze in an instant, and everyone who stared at the relic spirit in Chu Yan's hand was dumbfounded. What's the situation? That human race, Chu Yan, actually opened 2 ruins in the 10 Directions God realm. How can this be? Not bothering to pay attention to those people at all, Chu Yan directly raised his hand and threw the green bead into the blood river, and another bloody light shot out, and he was rewarded with a Battle Soul Stone again. Great! Sure enough, 1 spirit of the ruins can be exchanged for 1 Battle Soul Stone. In this case, I can exchange at least 130 Battle Soul Stones. Chu Yan looked at the second battle soul stone in his hand, feeling excited. 130 battle soul stones are enough for one of Chu Yan's divine beast martial souls, which can be promoted to war spirit. Swish! The excited Chu Yan flipped his hands again, and another spirit of the ruins appeared, raising his hand and throwing it towards the blood river. The appearance of the third relic spirit immediately caused everyone in the audience to change their complexions at the same time, especially the faces of the Wu people, whose entire faces turned gloomy, extremely ugly. Swish! There was another flash of green light, and the fourth spirit of the ruins appeared and was thrown into the river. What? For spirits of the ruins? No. Impossible. Wu Guantian stood a few steps behind Chu Yan, his eyes popping out of shock. He never imagined that the human race in front of him had opened more ruins than himself. How could a low-rank quasi-emperor rank human warrior have such strength? Not only Wu Guantian, but everyone's eyes trembled at the same time. Four pieces. The presiding elder looked at Chu Yan as if he was watching a monster, and in shock, he announced. The four spirits of the ruins almost surpassed the vast majority of people. Among the more than 20 young people of all ethnic groups who participated in the ceremony, they were definitely among the top 5. At the beginning, Chu Yan was only eligible to participate in the festival, but now, he stepped out of the top 5 among the tens of thousands of races present. The gap between the two is understood by all fools. In the direction of the 9 supreme sects, a group of bigwigs, all of them had sharp eyes and bodies, and even Ling Xuantian's breathing became heavy. Compared to the nervousness of everyone present, Chu Yan's face was still indifferent, and he turned his hands again and took out the spirit of the relic. However, this time, he took out 5 pieces at once. Hiss. 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 5 green lights appeared, and there was a sound of air conditioning in the audience. Adding the previous 4, it means that Chu Yan has opened 9 ruins. What a joke! When did the Protoss ruins become a vegetable garden gate? Was it so easy? That human youth, Chu Yan, actually opened 9 ruins and defeated 9 ancient holy beast remnants. In the direction of the human race, there was a burst of cheers directly, and there was a shocking sound. Good boy, this surprise. A smile bloomed on Ling Xuantian's face like a flower. Unexpectedly, this time, Chu Yan actually brought him such a big surprise. At this moment, in this year's 10 Directions God's domain, the human race suddenly became the most beautiful racial force. #C1794 Hell. Holding 5 relic spirits in his hand, Chu Yan hesitated for a moment, then raised his hand and threw it into the river of blood. In the terrified eyes of the audience, 5 bloody lights flew out from the blood river and fell into Chu Yan's hands, exuding a seductive red light. 5 blood crystals. Including the 4 that Chu Yan got between them, there are 9 in total. 9 blood crystals. As soon as the result came out, there was a burst of exclamation again, and everyone looked at Chu Yan with brilliant eyes. Even the bigwigs of all races present kept turning their heads and looked at the 9 supreme sects of the human race. Their eyes were full of envy. 9 blood crystals, this score has already broken into the top 3. However, the next moment, as Chu Yan stretched his hand back again, the noise of the audience stopped instantly. Countless gazes looked at Chu Yan, who was wearing a black robe on the broken bridge. The expressions on his face were no longer shocking, as if they had seen a ghost. No. Impossible. Could it be that Chu Yan still has the spirit of the ruins in his hand? Consciousness that almost exploded in the sea of consciousness of all the people present flashed continuously, and everyone's eyes turned red instantly. Sure enough, Chu Yan flipped his hands again, and 5 relic spirits appeared in his palm again. Not 1, but 5. Take out 5 relic spirits again. The total number has reached 14 relic spirits. This number has completely exceeded the cognition of everyone present. All the eyes became dull in an instant, and heavy breathing resounded throughout the audience. The 14 spirits of the ruins. This Chu Yan actually opened up 14 Protoss ruins in the 10 directions divine realm. In the blood river, red light flashed, and blood crystals appeared. 14 blood crystals were suspended in front of Chu Yan. Like 14 sparkling red stars, dazzling. Chu Yan's ranking has been raised again, to the 2nd place. Second only to Wu Mu Peak, one of the 700 quasi-princes of the Wu clan. And Wu Mufeng's score was 36 blood crystals, but this number was not the result of Wu Mufeng alone, but the score of his entire Wu clan team, which was more than 100 people. More than 100 people worked hard for 100 days in the 10 directions divine realm, before opening 36 ruins. The reason why the Wu clan concentrated all the blood crystals on one person was to show the strength of the Wu clan, and at the same time, to get the first prize. Blood River Spirit. According to legend, there is a drop of the blood essence of a strong man in the divine realm, a terrifying secret treasure that can give quasi-emperor warriors a chance to break through to the imperial realm. But now, that human Chu Yan got 14 blood crystals by himself, which is only one less than Wu Mufeng. This result really stunned everyone. The eyes of all the people in the audience were shining together, like a sea of stars, shining in the sky. No one expected that in this session of the 10 Directions God Realm, there would be such a terrifying genius who almost surpassed the quasi-prince of the Wu clan. However, in the direction of the Wu clan, everyone's faces were dark. Hee hee. Chu Yan smiled lightly, his eyes swept over, and saw the faces of the great elder of the Wu clan and Wu Mufeng, so dark that ink dripped out. He couldn't help but chuckled secretly, and turned over again. This time, Chu Yan took out 10 relic spirits. Boom. The appearance of the 10 relic spirits immediately caused everyone in the audience to feel a sea of consciousness, and a thunderbolt exploded at the same time. At this moment, it seems that the heaven and the earth are frozen, the air is still, and the world is completely stopped. 14 blood crystals. The presiding elder's voice was trembling and almost deformed, and he couldn't hear what he was saying at all. However, he didn't need to announce it at all. Everyone present clearly remembered that this was the 24th blood crystal that Chu Yan got. This score has already surpassed Wu Mufeng's 15, theoretically it is the existence with the highest individual score in the audience. However, because of the means of the Wu clan, the current number 1 is still the 36 blood crystals of the Wu clan team. Chu Yan's 24 blood crystals can only be ranked second. But now, what is the meaning of this ranking? No one knows that Chu Yan is the real number 1. Swish. 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 All the eyes in the audience were looking at the 9 supreme sects of the human race, especially Ling Xuantian. Every pair of eyes was filled with blood-red envy, jealousy, and awe. In the human race, a monster-level genius appeared. Ha ha ha, not bad. Not bad. Very good. Ling Xuantian met all the red Tom eyes, looked up to the sky and laughed, feeling as refreshed as if Jun Tian had eaten ice cubes. As the strongest of the 9 supreme sects, when has he had such high treatment and shown his face like this? This feeling is really cool. However, in the direction of the Wu clan and the Ming clan, the faces of all the bosses are extremely ugly, and a frustrated and murderous gaze is all cast on Chu Yan. But, what's the use? Facing their eyes, Chu Yan smiled faintly, turned his hands over again, and took out 10 more relic spirits. This time it wasn't 10, nor 20, but a full 100. Wu Mufeng, the great elder of the Wu clan Tianzhu, Li Tianwu emperor of the Ming clan, the 3 of them trembled violently, and took a step back at the same time, looking at Chu Yan with horrified eyes, as if they saw a ghost. The faces of the 3 people, including everyone's faces, were all horrified. 124 blood crystals. Chu Yan of the human race actually collected 124 blood crystals. How can this be? Could it be that Chu Yan took over all the relics in the entire 10 Directions God realm within 100 days? This is not 120 stones, this is blood crystals. Behind every blood crystal is a powerful remnant soul of an ancient holy beast. In the hands of any remnant soul of an ancient holy beast, at least tens of thousands of young geniuses of various races have been lost. Moreover, among the geniuses of all races who have been lost in the 10 Directions divine realm in the past, at least 30% of them have the strength of geniuses and have reached the peak of the upper quasi-emperor rank. And that Chu Yan is only at the quasi-emperor rank. How did he achieve such strength? Swish. 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 The surface of the blood river boiled in an instant, and hundreds of red lights shot out, like a shower of meteor fire, across the sky, falling towards Chu Yan on the broken bridge. 124 blood crystals surrounded Chu Yan's body, like a shining red star. Looking at this scene, Wu Mufeng's mind seemed to be captured by an ancient holy beast. No. It should be a group of ancient holy beasts, rushing past. The rumbling sound was endless, shaking his whole body. From a pair of snake pupils, 2 extremely cold lights shot out, staring straight at Chu Yan. No. No. My blood river spirit. Up to now, Wu Mufeng can't accept it at all. The spirit of blood river, which was originally stable, changed hands in an instant and became Chu Yan's reward, which has nothing to do with him. But this time, he came to Shifeng God realm and used the power of the sky, just to get the spirit of the blood river. Boom, boom. Between the sky and the earth, a red thunder suddenly exploded, and on the boiling blood river, a majestic phantom slowly rose from the blood river. #C1795 shocked the audience. As that majestic figure appeared above the blood river, everyone turned their heads to look at it. Around this figure, blood shadow beast souls of different sizes emerged at the same time. In an instant, before the opening of the 10 Directions divine realm, the scene of all beasts attacking the sky at the same time reappeared. However, this time, including the phantom figure holding the sword, tens of thousands of blood soul beast shadows are floating in the air, looking calmly at the direction of the broken bridge. Facing the gazes of tens of thousands of blood soul beast shadows and phantom human figures, Chu Yan looked at them with a calm expression. At this moment, the wind lingered in the clouds, the sky and the earth were peaceful, and even the river of blood stopped flowing. After 10 breaths of time, the phantom figure on the opposite side finally moved. Saw the big sword in his hand, tens of thousands of blood soul beast shadows roared in unison, and at the same time cast a strange light, condensed towards the phantom in front of the human figure. Hum. The void trembled, the sky was in full bloom, and a huge blood-colored light cluster, like a red sun, appeared in front of the broken bridge. Immediately afterwards, following the phantom of the human figure, the big sword in his hand fell lightly, and the right palm was pushed flat, and the red sun flew towards Chu Yan slowly. When it was in front of Chu Yan, it had already evolved into a blood-colored spar the size of a fist, emitting thousands of red lights. The strong blood energy overflowed, making the blood in Chu Yan's body boil. Blood. Spirit of blood river. Wu Mafeng's eyes were about to burst. Seeing Chu Yan reach out and grab the blood-colored spar in his hand, he let out a mournful howl like a cat whose tail was trampled. No. 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 That's mine. I belong to Wu Mafeng. Wu Mufeng's eyes were bloodshot, and he screamed, pointing at Chu Yan and said, "How could you break through so many Protoss ruins as a low-level quasi-emperor? Could it be that your strength is stronger than mine, the peak quasi-emperor? This is simply impossible. This human trash is not worthy of the blood river spirit." Wu Mufeng's face was distorted, almost crazy, and he stared at Chu Yan fiercely, his teeth rattling. The great elder of Scourge. At this moment, In the direction of the human race, Ling Xuantian turned around slowly, looked at the camp of the Wu clan, and said with a cold expression on his face. The 10 Directions God realm has gone through countless times, and I have never heard of any problems. Noble disciples, are you provoking the dignity of the 9 sects of my human race by acting like this? If so, don't blame me for being rude to noble disciples. As soon as the words fell to the ground, everyone in the audience turned their heads and looked at the great elder of the witch clan. They didn't expect that the human race would be so strong this time. First, Chu Yan was born out of nowhere, and as a dark horse, he won the first place in the 10 Directions God realm in one fell swoop. Now, the 9 supreme sects of the human race, in front of many powerful races in the outland continent, directly challenged the great elder of the witch clan. Could it be that the human race, which has fallen for millions of years, is really about to rise? In the direction of the Wu clan, the great elder of Heavenly Scourge, with a gloomy expression on his face, first glanced at Ling Xuantian, hummed softly with disdain on his face, then turned his head, looked at Chu Yan on the broken bridge, and said coldly, Chu Yan, this time in the 10 Directions God realm, my Wu clan lost more than 100 geniuses in the clan, including Wu Tianli and Wu Hongtian. Did you kill them all? When this sentence landed, the audience fell silent, and everyone looked at Chu Yan in astonishment. Even including Ling Xuantian, the bigwigs of the 9 supreme sects of the human race looked stunned and looked at Chu Yan with disbelief. What? Chu Yan actually killed Wu Tianli? Kill Wu Hongtian? Who is Wu Tianli? That is the direct disciple of the Scourge King, 1 Emperor and 7 Kings of the Wu clan. Wu Hongtian's identity was even more frightening. He was the 97th among the 700 quasi-princes of the Wu clan. He was a genius who was qualified to succeed the Wu king. However, the astonishment on the faces of the big bosses of the human race flashed away, and then the eyes brightened. If it's true, didn't Chu Yan's strength surpass Wu Tianli and Wu Hongtian? In this way, Chu Yan's future achievements in martial arts may have exceeded the imagination of everyone present. Swish! 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 A group of clan bosses suddenly turned their heads to look at the great elder of the witch clan Scourge. All of them had fighting spirit on their faces, and their true energy surged. In an instant, the atmosphere in the ancient city became extremely tense. The human race, and the witch race, are on the right track. The atmosphere was tense. Ling Xuantian sneered, his eyes flickered slightly, and he said, Elder Tianzhu, is there any evidence for what you said? Saying this sentence, the great elder Tianzhu and all the big bosses of the witch clan were startled. Evidence? That will prove it. At that time, the celestial eye curtain of the Saint Crystal clan hadn't been opened yet, and everyone who followed Wu Tianli and Wu Hongtian didn't have a living. As for the conclusion that Chu Yan killed them, it was only the speculation of the great elder of Scourge and Emperor Li Tianwu of the Ming clan, and of course there was no evidence. So, in this case, other people say, yes. However, as the great elder of the Heavenly Scourge Hall of the Wu clan, everything he says and does represents the Wu clan, so of course he can't just say anything. A pair of snake pupils kept flickering. After pondering for a moment, the great elder of Heavenly Scourge forced a smile on his face and replied. Governor Ling was joking, I'm just asking casually, there's no need to be like this. Taking retreat as an advance, this kind of trick, as a high-ranking Wu clan, used it with great proficiency. At the very least, in front of many powerful clans in the outland continent, the great elder of Heavenly Scourge will never put the Wu clan in a disadvantageous situation. Hearing the words of the great elder Tianzhu, Ling Xuantian nodded and said no more. After all, the strength of the human race is far behind that of the Wu clan, and Ling Xuantian doesn't want to turn against the Wu clan if it is not a last resort. Thus, a tense situation dissipated with the wind. Everyone's eyes returned to the broken bridge of the Blood River again, and at this time, the 10,000 blood soul beast shadows on the Blood River, as well as the majestic sword-wielding figure, had returned to the Blood River, and disappeared without a trace. Without a trace. Only Chu Yan stood on the broken bridge, holding the spirit of Blood River, with a calm expression on his face. So far, Chu Yan's Blood River ceremony has been completely completed. Obtaining the spirit of the Blood River is tantamount to announcing in advance that the number one in this year's 10 Directions God realm is Chu Yan. When Chu Yan walked off the broken bridge and returned to the 9 supreme sects of the human race, the remaining 2 or 3 young people also walked on the broken bridge to start the Blood River ceremony. Not surprisingly, the next 2 or 3 youths of various ethnic groups who went up just got 2 or 3 blood crystals. Thus, the entire 10 Directions God realm came to an end. This time, the human race was in the limelight, and Xuanhuan didn't dare to neglect. He took Chu Yan, greeted the Tianf clan, and set off directly to return to the Xuanhuan realm. And Wuhun originally wanted to follow Chu Yan, but everyone in the Tianf clan begged hard and even found Chu Yan. Under Chu Yan's intervention, Wuhun reluctantly agreed to go back to the Tianf clan first. Therefore, the Tianf race and the human race left at the same time. The Ming clan and the Wu clan, everyone looked at Chu Yan's leaving figure, their eyes were like fire, and the cold light kept flickering. Especially Wu Mufeng and Emperor Li Tianwu almost wished they could go up to fight directly. #C1796 Dare to move the little white bear. The distance from the 10 Directions God realm to the 9 mountains in the Xuanhuan realm is not short. But compared to Chu Yan and Xuanhuan, with the help of space-time teleportation, the speed is much faster than when they came. In a few hours, Chu Yan and his party returned to Lingyun Pavilion. On the huge Lingyun Golden Palace, there are 3 golden dragon seats, Yuanba of the Inorganic Immortal Sect, Mu Feihuang of the Tianyan Sect, Ling Xuantian of the Lingyun Pavilion, and the 3 masters of the Saint Sect gathered together. In the middle of the hall, Chu Yan stood with his hands down, and beside him stood a curious little white bear. Chu Yan, let the elder take your spirit beast first, go to your pavilion to rest, the 3 of us, I have something to ask you. Ling Xuantian looked at Chu Yan, smiled all over his face, and said, My Jug. Chu Yan was startled. Ha ha ha, you boy, my name is Lingyun Pavilion, the personal disciple of the pavilion master, but you don't even know where you live in Lingyun Pavilion. An elder of Lingyun Pavilion stepped forward and said with a smile. Then, Elder Lao. Chu Yan smiled slightly, and bowed to the elder of Lingyun Pavilion. That's right. Now, I am really a disciple of Lingyun Pavilion, but since I joined Lingyun Pavilion in the Battle of Immortal Demon Flying General, I have been busy here and there, but I have never been to Lingyun Pavilion. Therefore, Chu Yan is really not familiar with Lingyun Pavilion. However, Chu Yan had thought about it in his heart, and for the time being, he still wanted to use Lingyun Pavilion as the place to practice. As for the Divine Kingdom world, the foundation has already been established, and it only needs to be managed by someone to operate normally, and there is no need to stay in it all the time. Chu Yan, about the world of the Kingdom of God. On the Golden Dragon throne, the Inorganic Immortal Sect and Wuba Sect Master, one of the 9 supreme sects and the 3 sacred sects, looked anxious, and spoke before Ling Xuantian. The world of the Kingdom of God is the foundation of our human race. My 3 old guys want to rebuild the 9 Emperors' army based on the Dusty City, so that we can fight against the Wu clan in the future and completely retake the leader of the human race, the Kingdom of God. What do you think of this matter? One word landed. The big brothers of the Sanqingzong, Chi looked at Chu Yan with a solemn expression. After all, this matter is related to the rise and fall of the human race. However, the world of the Kingdom of God is self-contained and has been integrated by Chu Yan. Therefore, what they want to do in the world of the Kingdom of God can only obtain the consent of Chu Yan. If this is the case, it would be best. I am worried that I don't have time. Hearing Yuanba's words, Chu Yan immediately became happy, and quickly nodded in agreement. Ha ha ha, that's good. Since you have no objection, then this time, my 9 supreme sects must do their best to revitalize our human power. Sect Master Yuanba immediately relaxed when he heard Chu Yan's words, and laughed loudly. Well, the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong, who I stayed in the world of the kingdom of God, will also do my best. Chu Yan replied. Hearing Chu Yan's words, the eyes of the 3 bosses lit up at the same time, and they looked at Chu Yan with approval in their eyes. Originally, they thought that it would be more troublesome to talk about this matter with Chu Yan. But I didn't expect that Chu Yan was so open-minded that he didn't care about them at all. It turned out that when the 3 of them were discussing, they were worried that Chu Yan would think that their 9 supreme beings were going to the world of the kingdom of God to grab the territory. In that case, it would be extremely troublesome to explain and discuss. Now, when the 4 of them got together and opened their mouths, things went very smoothly. In this way, the following things would be much easier to talk about. In the Lingyun Golden Palace, there were layers of restrictions, and the 4 of them discussed in the hall for almost 2 hours before everything was settled. Chu Yan, you go back to Jug to rest first. 3 days later, Lingyun Pavilion, will hold the reward meeting for the trial of the 10 Directions Divine Realm. At that time, it will be time to publicly announce that you will become my personal disciple of Ling Xuantian. Yuanba and Mu Feihuang looked at Chu Yan and congratulated Ling Xuantian at the same time. Thank you, Master. Chu Yan nodded and replied. Seeing that Chu Yan's face was indifferent, several people couldn't help being startled at the same time. This is Ling Xuantian's personal disciple status. This Chu Yan, no matter how it looks, has no excitement at all. You must know that among the current human race, the status of the 9 supreme sects is like a pillar. And Lingyun Pavilion, especially Ling Xuantian, is the most powerful person in the entire Cunlong realm, and being his direct disciple is something that many warriors dream of. Chu Yan, let's go. Seeing Chu Yan's reaction, Ling Xuantian nodded slightly. Just this disposition made him extremely satisfied. Yes, Master. Chu Yan bowed, then exited the Lingyun Hall and walked outside. In fact, for Chu Yan, the identity of Ling Xuantian's direct disciple is really nothing to be excited about. After all, no one else knows that the current Chu Yan is actually the successor of the leader of the human race, the world of the kingdom of God. As long as the world of the kingdom of God is completely unified, Chu Yan can directly become the leader of the human race. This incident happened in the Tower of Swallowing Heaven. Apart from telling his father and elder Qin Yun, Chu Yan didn't even tell Situ Yang and Little White Bear. It's not because Chu Yan hides his secrets, but these 2 guys are bigger than the other. If they miss something, they will be in big trouble. Stepping out of Lingyun Golden Palace, there is an elder deacon outside the door, who has been waiting for Chu Yan for a long time. Immediately, he led Chu Yan towards where he lived in the pavilion. However, after walking less than 10,000 steps, when they passed a small martial arts arena, suddenly, a large number of figures surged, and they all ran in one direction. Obviously, something happened there. Originally, Chu Yan was not interested in this kind of excitement. Instead, he was anxious to find a place to practice and study those battle soul stones and blood river spirits. However, when the voice from the crowd rang in Chu Yan's ears, Chu Yan's figure stopped immediately. Quick, go to Motionling, senior brother, Xiao, is fighting with a monster. What? Demon bear. Our Lingyun Pavilion, where is the demon bear? What demon bear, you are so bold, you dare to fight brother Xiao, isn't that courting death? I heard that the demon bear robbed senior brother Xiao of a treasure. The monster is not small in size, with purple hair all over its body, and its defense is extremely strong. Amidst all kinds of discussions, the icy look on Chu Yan's face became more and more intense. According to what these people said, Chu Yan could easily guess who the monster was. It must be little white bear, dang dang. It's just that Chu Yan didn't expect that the little white bear had just come to Lingyun Pavilion, and he started to rob houses. If this is the case, that treasure is probably extremely important to the little white bear. Otherwise, little white bear will definitely wait for him to go back and tell himself before doing anything. Swish. Suddenly, violent sword energy surged up from Chu Yan's body like a flood, wrapped around Chu Yan's body, turned into a sword light, soared into the sky, and moved towards the direction of the crowd. Motionling shot towards the crowd. Go. #C1797 Strange Demon Bear. In the sky above Lingyun Pavilion, a sword roared across, which attracted the attention of many Lingyun Pavilion disciples. Although flying is not prohibited in Lingyun Pavilion, few people dare to be so arrogant, piercing the sky with the sword light, and the sound of sword whistling shocked the entire mountain gate. Moreover, when Lingyun Pavilion's disciple looked up in astonishment at the sword radiance piercing the ground in the air, he found that he didn't recognize the black-robed figure at all. Who is that, so arrogant, flying with a sword in Lingyun Pavilion? I haven't seen it, it seems to go to Motionling. Motionling is Brother Zhao's peak, is this guy looking for death? Haha, it's exciting to watch now. Quick, hurry to Motionling. On the mountain road, a large group of Lingyun Pavilion disciples were all extremely excited, speeding up and rushing towards Matian Ridge. Above the sky, Chu Yan's eyes flickered brightly, and thunder flashed like lightning. Some disciples of Lingyun Pavilion who were flying at low altitude and also headed towards Moyanling only felt a flash of sword light beside them. When he reacted, the sword light had already disappeared in front of him. The piercing sword energy was as fierce as a tide, blowing countless Lingyun Pavilion disciples, their robes flying. Everyone was shocked. In less than 100 breaths, Chu Yan followed the direction of the people, even if there was no one to lead the way, he found Moyanling. Just when he saw Moyun Ridge not far away, Chu Yan heard a roar of a bear that shook the sky, triggering thunder in the void, and disrupting the entire sky. Ah! When Chu Yan heard this very familiar voice, his face immediately relaxed, and the tense mind in his heart relaxed. Since Little White Bear's voice containing the power of thunder came, it meant that she was fine and hadn't suffered any injuries. As long as you don't get hurt, everything else will be fine. And Chu Yan was slightly surprised when he watched the purple thunder force explode in the sea of spiritual clouds above Moyanling. Unexpectedly, the Shifeng God Realm and his party not only made a breakthrough in their own cultivation, but the strength of this little white bear has also improved a lot. She couldn't do this kind of thunderous power before, but now, in the surge of evil spirit, the power of thunder contained in it makes even Chu Yan feel a little palpitating. At this time, a large number of Lingyun Pavilion disciples gathered in the sky above Moyun Ridge, and in the surrounding area, the crowd was full, and there were people everywhere. Propelled by Chu Yan's true energy, he made a sound of swords piercing through the air, flying away like a black lightning. The sword energy was like a tide. Wherever it passed, the surrounding crowd seemed to be blown up. They avoided one after another, and immediately gave way to a passage. Chu Yan's sword body rushed past. When he came to the center, Chu Yan stabilized his figure, looked up at the sky above Moyanling, and saw a female disciple with a silver moon hook and a beautiful face, swinging the ice blade all over the sky, attacking the little white bear. However, what surprised Chu Yan was that the little white bear didn't fight back, but just dodged left and right among the countless ice blades, and kept moving, trying to avoid those ice blades. This is not little white bear's fighting style at all. Chu Yan is very familiar with the fighting style of the little white bear, almost all relying on the strong physical defense, rushing fiercely, and beating violently head-on. When did it start? This little white bear also started to use body skills. However, Chu Yan certainly admitted that the body speed of the little white bear is no worse than that of human fighters of the same level, and even exceeds it by a lot. Remember, when Chu Yan first met little white bear, her movement speed was several times faster than her own. Physical body and speed have always been the biggest trump cards of spirit beasts. But later, as the little white bear gradually grew up, her demonic cultivation became stronger and stronger, and after her demonic aura became stronger, her fights were absolutely simple and rough, especially in the mountains, fighting with similar monsters. Basically, it's your palm and my claw, whoever falls first will lose. Therefore, at this time, when Chu Yan watched the little white bear move left and right, pulling out purple afterimages in the sky, he really doubted whether he had admitted his mistake. In fact, of course it is impossible to admit mistakes. Because, as far as the current battle situation is concerned, from the perspective of the Lingyun Pavilion disciples on the periphery, it is basically one-sided. Although the little white bear is surging with monster aura, he tried his best to dodge the ice blades shooting from all directions, but he rushed a few times and couldn't dodge in time. On her body, clusters of icy air exploded. Obviously, from the looks of it, little white bear is at an absolute disadvantage. In particular, after being hit by the ice blade, the little white bear will let out a few shrill howls, and his movement speed will increase again. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan, who was connected to the little white bear's spirit deed, had black lines all over his face. He looked at little white bear speechlessly, and the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Because Chu Yan could clearly sense that the ice blades that hit the little white bear did not cause any harm to her at all, and even her physical defense could not be broken. Even if it is compared to scratching an itch, it is not much better. However, the shrill screams and pained expression of the little white bear are just like how powerful those ice blades really are. This little guy is acting, what the hell is she going to do? Chu Yan looked puzzled, looking at the battle situation in front of him. He was a little confused for a while, only when the discussions around him came, he finally realized it, shook his head and smiled wryly. Look, that monster was hit by Senior Sister Fang's moon ice slash again. This monster, who doesn't know who its owner is, dares to go to Motionling to steal the blood crystals that Senior Sister Feng bought at a high price. It's really courting death. Who says it's not? A blood crystal is worth tens of thousands of emperor crystals, and there is no market for it. If Senior Brother Xiao loves Senior Sister Feng, how could it be possible to spend such a high price to buy it for him? Haha, Senior Sister Feng has always treasured such a precious treasure, and was reluctant to use it for cultivation. Now that it's good, it fell into the mouth of this beast. Don't tell me, this monster is really powerful. It was able to break into the countless forbidden Moyanling, steal the blood crystal, and even swallowed it directly. I guess Senior Sister Feng should be very angry now. Are you angry? You're going to explode, okay. You don't even think about it, how many people in our Lingyun Pavilion, besides Senior Brother Xiao, can get such a treasure? This is tens of thousands of emperor crystals. TSK, 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 that monster bear has swallowed it for so long, I'm afraid it has been refined long ago. Discussion spread around, and Chu Yan finally figured out what happened. It turned out that little white bear took advantage of the time he was discussing with the three big bosses in the Lingyun Golden Palace to go to Motionling and handed over Lu Xiangfeng's treasured heavy jade, a blood crystal it was stolen and swallowed directly. In a rage, Lu Xiangfeng held the silver moon hook and wanted to disembowel the little white bear and retrieve the blood crystal. However, after nearly half an hour of fighting, except for the little white bear howling all the time, it didn't even hurt a piece of skin. Instead, its true energy was consumed too much, its face turned green from exhaustion, and its anger was as rough as a cow. Stop. After figuring out the whole story, Chu Yan shouted loudly, and the crowd came out, blocking the little white bear. This sudden change suddenly made everyone startled, and they all looked at it. Hashtag C1798 Sky High Compensation. Whoops, whoops. Lu Xiangfeng panted heavily, looked up at Chu Yan, looked suspiciously at Chu Yan, and said, "Who are you?" "I am Chu Yan, this demon bear is my spirit beast," Chu Yan said in a deep voice. As soon as the words landed, everyone's eyes lit up immediately, and they looked at Chu Yan, full of sympathy and surprise. To sympathize, I naturally think that Chu Yan's spirit beast stole senior sister Feng's treasure and caused a catastrophe, and the master should bear the blame for it. The surprise was because many people didn't understand that Chu Yan dared to come out and admit it face to face. If it were someone else, I'm afraid they would have shrunk their necks and hid far away. Isn't it just a spirit beast? Compared with a blood crystal, it is nothing at all. And if you have to offend senior brother Xiao and senior sister Feng, how will you gain a foothold in Lingyun Pavilion in the future? Therefore, Chu Yan's behavior fell into the eyes of the surrounding disciples, that is, really stupid. Even Lu Xiangfeng couldn't react, and just stood there, staring at Chu Yan, stupid. "Dang dang, are you okay?" Seeing Chu Yan, the painful look on little white bear's face immediately disappeared, replaced by a joking smile, rushed over and said with a smile, "Why did you come here now? I almost let her be killed." "Get out, don't come here," Chu Yan said with black lines on his face. "Can you fool them and me? You acted so hard, do you want to win a prize? Hee hee, it's boring anyway, let's tease her and practice the newly learned agility." Seeing that Chu Yan was not angry, the little white bear immediately rolled his small eyes and said with a giggle, "Newly learned movement technique?" Chu Yan was taken aback. "Just tease me." Lu Xiangfeng was taken aback. In the next moment, not only Lu Xiangfeng's face turned greener and greener, but even all the Lingyun Pavilion disciples around him turned greener. "Chu Yan, your monster stole 10,000, 3,000 blood crystals bought by Daijing and given to me by senior brother Xiao. When, Liang, you and your monster, prepare to pay with your life." Lu Xiangfeng, with a livid face, roared like a Hedong lion, her delicate face twisted into a ball. While speaking, she said Xiao Wenliang and 13,000 emperor crystals word by word. In her opinion, whether it is Xiao Wenliang's prestige or the wealth of 13,000 emperor crystals, it is enough to scare Chu Yan to the ground. Not only Lu Xiangfeng, but also the tens of thousands of Lingyun Pavilion disciples who were present, all thought the same. Who is Xiao Wenliang? That was a peerless genius who came out once every 10,000 years in Lingyun Pavilion. After being taken in by the elders at a glance, he was directly accepted as a personal disciple, and his cultivation base improved by leaps and bounds. Not long ago, when he just turned 50 years old, he even broke through to the martial emperor realm in one fell swoop, and became famous in the Cunlong realm. Even in Lingyun Pavilion, he is also the #1 young man of the younger generation. He is highly valued by the big bosses in the clan and has a prominent reputation in the whole clan. In Lingyun Pavilion, if you offend such a person, don't say that you are just a disciple. Even if you are an elder, you will end up miserable. In addition, what is the concept of 13,000 emperor crystals? In the Cunlong realm, ordinary warriors with a few emperor crystals on their bodies are considered extremely wealthy. Even if his cultivation base has reached the quasi-emperor level, and all his wealth and possessions are added up, it would be good if he can scrape together 50 emperor crystals. Therefore, 13,000 emperor crystals are equivalent to the entire accumulation of a family. How can ordinary warriors get them out? Even in Lingyun Pavilion, including Ling Xuantian, the number of people who can produce so many emperor crystals does not exceed 100. Faced with 2 layers of pressure, no one thought that Chu Yan, whom no one knew, could get so many emperor crystals. However, what was unexpected was that, under the gaze of tens of thousands of laughing eyes, Chu Yan's next words made everyone present dislocated their jaws in shock at the same time. "It's only 13,000 emperor crystals. I didn't expect blood crystals to be so worthless. Chu Yan shook his head with a look of disappointment, and said lightly. You know, Chu Yan has just returned from the 10 Directions God Realm, and he knows very well how many geniuses from the top races of the Outland continent have lost in the 10 Directions God Realm for a single blood crystal. Therefore, Chu Yan originally thought that such a blood crystal was at least worth hundreds of thousands of Emperor crystals. But I didn't expect that it was only 13,000. It seems that the number of geniuses in this Outland continent is far more than I imagined. The lives of geniuses are only worth so much. Chu Yan sighed softly, sighed in his heart, and shook his head slightly again. However, in the eyes of Lu Xiangfeng and all Lingyun Pavilion disciples present, his expression was like a thunderclap, causing everyone's sea of consciousness to be in chaos, and their eyes trembled. What? Just. Lu Xiangfeng was so angry that he almost exploded, staring at Chu Yan, his eyes turned green. But in the next breath, a sneer suddenly appeared on her face, and she said with disdain and contempt. Don't pretend to be a big-tailed wolf here, what to pretend, it seems that you take. Mouthful of sarcasm, Lu Xiangfeng seemed to have finally found a sense of superiority. She just spoke, but she was interrupted by Chu Yan's next action, before she finished speaking. This is 20,000 Emperor crystals. With a big wave of Chu Yan's hand, countless crystal lights flickered and fell on the ground in front of Lu Xiangfeng, piled up all over the place. Lu Xiangfeng was dumbfounded on the spot, couldn't breathe, and almost choked out a mouthful of blood. Hiss. 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 From all directions, tens of thousands of gasping voices resounded. Everyone looked in front of Lu Xiangfeng, the Emperor crystals all over the ground, their eyes turned green. Who is it? With a casual wave of your hand, there are tens of thousands of Emperor crystals. Moreover, just now when Lu Xiangfeng stopped mocking and sneering, the other party, Ma Shenjing, slapped him in the face. Everyone seemed to be able to vaguely hear the loud slap in the air. Dang dang, let's go. Facing tens of thousands of sluggish eyes, Chu Yan turned and said to Little White Bear, ready to leave directly. However, upon hearing Chu Yan's words, Lu Xiangfeng, who was originally as stiff as petrified, exploded in an instant. Stop, stop. With a swipe, Lu Xiangfeng dodges, and rushes directly in front of Chu Yan, blocking the way, with a silver moon hook in his hand, roaring. If you want to leave like this, it's not that easy. My blood crystals are priceless, 20,000 Emperor crystals are not enough, at least 5, no, 100,000 Emperor crystals are enough for compensation. Lu Xiangfeng's eyes were shining brightly, looking at Chu Yan, as if he saw someone who was taken advantage of. How could he let him go easily? Because, there is someone behind her. Relying on Xiao Wenliang's name to bully ordinary disciples in Lingyun Pavilion, this is not the first time she has done such a thing. From her point of view, in the past, as long as Xiao Wenliang's name was reported, those silly disciples of Lingyun Pavilion would be scared to death. In order to get mixed up in Lingyun Pavilion, even if he knew he was cheated, he could only obediently pay the money. But this time, Lu Xiangfeng didn't know that the young man in black robe standing in front of him this time, whose face was getting colder and colder, was an ordinary disciple. #C1799 pumping all over looking for teeth. When Lu Xiangfeng's words fell to the ground, everyone in the audience was startled at the same time. 100,000 Emperor crystals. A blood crystal costs 100,000 Emperor crystals, this. Although the blood crystals are precious and are of great help to cultivation, almost every Lingyun Pavilion disciple wants to get them. However, its price is only around 10,000 Emperor crystals on the market. Even at auctions, it can only fetch around 12,000 to 3,000 at most. After all, as the top-grade spirit stone, Daijing contains an extremely abundant spiritual source of heaven and earth. If it is an ordinary warrior, the spiritual source that 10,000 Emperor crystals can provide will bring improvement to the warrior, which is equivalent to the value of one blood crystal. However, Blood crystals have the effect of enhancing the power of martial souls, and emperor crystals, as a currency in circulation, can only enhance martial arts cultivation. But no matter how you say it, the value between the two cannot differ by 100,000 times. Lu Xiangfeng dared to speak like this, and it was obvious that he wanted to use the situation to blackmail the newcomer of Lingyun Pavilion. It was not the first time for Lu Xiangfeng to do such a thing in Lingyun Pavilion, so when she opened her mouth abruptly, all Lingyun Pavilion disciples in the audience all remembered that this Lu Xiangfeng was not a good person. Immediately, tens of thousands of pairs of sympathetic gazes turned to Chu Yan. Behind Lu Xiangfeng, there is senior brother Xiaowen Liang, who is the arrogance of Lingyun Pavilion, and even the elders of the sect want to give him 3 points. Therefore, it can only be considered that Chu Yan was unlucky to be targeted by Lu Xiangfeng. Under Wan Dao's gaze, Chu Yan frowned slightly, and stared coldly at Lu Xiangfeng, who was full of complacency. After a long time, Chu Yan flipped his hand, took out a blood crystal, and threw it over. 2 pieces of emperor crystal, plus this blood crystal, can be regarded as twice the compensation. Chu Yan said coldly. As soon as the words landed, everyone in the audience, including Lu Xiangfeng, was startled. Blood crystal. Who the hell is this young man in black robe? Just now he took out 20,000 emperor crystals, and now he took out another blood crystal. His riches. I'm afraid that many elders in Lingyun Pavilion can't compare. As a result, among the crowd, some Lingyun Pavilion disciples looked at Chu Yan again, and it became complicated. They began to guess that Chu Yan's identity might not be simple. What is Lingyun Pavilion? The head of the 9 supreme sects in the Canglong realm, it can be said that most of the top geniuses and warriors gathered in the entire Canglong realm. Therefore, in terms of knowledge and mind, they are definitely not bad. Therefore, when they saw that Chu Yan threw a piece of emperor crystal, turned around again, and was about to leave, holding the blood crystal in his hand, and looking greedily at Chu Yan, a sneer appeared on his face at the same time. This woman must have been kicked in the head by a donkey. Swish! Lu Xiangfeng stuffed the blood crystal into her arms, and her greedy eyes, shining brightly, stood in front of Chu Yan again. With a sinister smile on his face, Lu Xiangfeng said, "Boy, I said, 100,000 emperor crystals, 1 broken blood crystal, you want to send me away? Dreaming. Today, if you don't leave 100,000 emperor crystals behind, then leave this demon bear behind." His chin is raised high, his face is full of arrogance, his nostrils are upturned, and he has a condescending expression. This woman, relying on Xiaowen Liang's status in Lingyun Pavilion, has completely spoiled her mind. If it was normal, when dealing with other people, maybe those Lingyun Pavilion disciples were afraid of offending Xiaowen Liang, so they could only submit obediently and endure this tone. But now, she actually wanted to use this trick to deal with Chu Yan, and she definitely found the wrong person. Idiot! Chu Yan's voice was ice-like. Roll! A shout like thunder shook Lu Xiangfeng's whole body, and he was suddenly taken aback. Chu Yan took the little white bear and passed her. At the same time, he glanced at her with the eyes of an idiot, and then left directly. For this idiot girl, Chu Yan no longer wanted to pay attention to her. Although this time, it was little white bear who made the mistake first, but Chu Yan gave enough compensation, and at twice the price, it was absolutely benevolent. However, this Lu Xiangfeng was not greedy enough, and her repeated provocations had already exceeded Chu Yan's psychological bottom line. At the same time, she just threatened Chu Yan to save the life of the little white bear. This is tantamount to touching the taboo in Chu Yan's heart, causing killing intent to appear in Chu Yan's eyes. The dragon has reverse scales, touching them can cause anger. Therefore, Chu Yan is now on the verge of breaking out. If it wasn't because he had just arrived at Lingyun Pavilion, and Ling Xuantian had treated him well several times, Chu Yan would have talked nonsense with this idiot girl. Seeing that Chu Yan completely ignored her and called her an idiot, Lu Xiangfeng was stunned by the scolding, and quickly realized that when she looked up, the tens of thousands of Lingyun Pavilion disciples all looked at her with a hint of sarcasm color. Immediately, Lu Xiangfeng became furious like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. With a wave of Inui hook, she raised her hand and shot at Chu Yan's vest. Chu Yan, you are courting death. When the hook was drawn, the ice blades were like a forest, forming an ice tide, and blasted straight to Chu Yan's back. What? All the disciples of Lingyun Pavilion in the audience were startled when they saw that Lu Xiangfeng had failed to blackmail him and even made a sneak attack. Some disciples even paled in shock when they saw the power of this move, and dared to say in their hearts, "It's not good." Although this Lu Xiangfeng is sinister and vicious, his strength has also risen to the peak of the quasi-emperor rank with the help of Xiao Wenliang's resources over the years. Therefore, with this move, it is impossible to avoid Chu Yan, who is only at the lower quasi-emperor rank. It's over. She actually made a move. She's about to die. Shameless sneak attack from behind. That is, disciples in this sect must go to the Wuji Hall to fight, and the elders will preside over the life and death battle. The difference in strength is too much, this Chu Yan is doomed. Just when the disciples of Lingyun Pavilion saw the wave of ice blades blasting towards Chu Yan's back with incomparable power, they all thought that Chu Yan was going to die. However, at this moment, Chu Yan turned around suddenly, without even looking at it, he raised his hand and punched out. Roar, ... The golden dragon roared and angered the sky, and nearly 100 dragon-shaped fists shot out across the sky, blasting all the tide of ice blades into ice slag, which dissipated in an instant. Immediately afterwards, facing everyone's astonished eyes, Chu Yan raised his hand and slapped it horizontally. Snapped. A loud slap exploded. Lu Xiangfeng, who had a dull face, was directly slapped by Chu Yan, and flew upside down. The whole person, like a shooting star, flew straight upside down, hit a huge blue stone, and landed with a bang. Puff, chug. Rolling to the ground, splashing dust all over her body, Lu Xiangfeng's entire face was swollen like a pig's head, and she opened her mouth to spit out a mouthful of dirty blood, mixed with a few broken teeth. What? The tens of thousands of Lingyun Pavilion disciples in the audience were stunned by the scene before them, completely dumbfounded. Some disciples who were suspended in midair to watch the scene were unsteady on their heads, and fell from the air like dumplings. The entire scene, tens of thousands of people, was dead silent. #C 1800 You don't come. In Moyen Ridge, the air froze instantly, and the atmosphere was strange. Everyone stared blankly into the distance, knocking down Lu Xiangfeng in front of the blue stone. Half of his face was swollen, and there was a red mark the size of a palm, which was bright and eye-catching. Consciousness-C couldn't react at all, and didn't know whether the scene just happened was real or not. It wasn't until someone in the crowd exhaled a long breath, and the sound of heavy breathing spread, and everyone woke up from their sluggishness. However, after waking up, the fact that they couldn't believe it was so real appeared in front of them, which made them even more horrified. The scalps all over their bodies exploded, and tens of thousands of trembling eyes stared just like that. What's the situation? One move. With just one move, a low-rank quasi-imperial powerhouse broke the attack of a high-rank quasi-imperial powerhouse, and then slapped her back, sending her flying. With one palm, a high-ranking quasi-emperor powerhouse was sent flying. This is true. Moreover, this quasi-emperor-ranked powerhouse is Lu Xiangfeng from Mokeling, the direct disciple of the Supreme Elder of Lingyun Pavilion, and Xiao Wenliang's woman. How could such a thing happen? If at this time it was Chu Yan who fell in front of Qingshi with a face full of shock, and it was Lu Xiangfeng who waved his sleeves and left, then everything is reasonable. But now, the fact is completely opposite. This kind of scene is like an ant tripping a wild elephant, clapping its hands again, and leaving with a face full of indifference. Weird. It's so weird. It was so strange that tens of thousands of people in the audience, including Lu Xiangfeng, all looked stunned, their eyes were dull, and they didn't know what happened to the scene just happened. And how she herself was kicked away by that Chu Yan, and fell in front of this blue stone. However, seeing Chu Yan's figure getting farther and farther away, Lu Xiangfeng shook her head vigorously, and finally woke up. I was beaten. Raise your hand slowly. Touching the left cheek, in Lu Xiangfeng's eyes, the confusion gradually receded, and violence and coldness quickly emerged. She raised her head suddenly and stared into the distance. The figure in black robe who was leaving, Lu Xiangfeng jumped up from the ground, and the icy true energy all over her body exploded like a volcanic eruption. I was slapped in the face. I was slapped in the face by that Chu Yan in front of all Lingyun Pavilion disciples. The roaring sound like a lion's roar from the east of the river shook the entire sky, and in Lu Xiangfeng's eyes, the flames of rage burned, and his entire face was completely distorted. As if completely insane, Lu Xiangfeng pulled out the silver moon hook beside him, soared into the sky, and rushed towards the direction where Chu Yan's figure disappeared, like a monster. Chu Yan. I want you to die. The cold air filled the sky, the ice blades were like tides, and the icy cold true energy like sea waves enveloped the entire Moyun Ridge in an instant. Within a radius of 1 mile, the temperature dropped sharply due to the attack of the violent cold air, and large pieces of ice crystal snowflakes were scattered all over the sky. In the endless frenzy of cold air, Lu Xiangfeng's figure, like a furious tigress, flashed 1,000 steps, with a silver moon hook in his hand, filled with true energy, and a huge soldier's light shot straight at the background of Chu Yan. This hook contained Lu Xiangfeng's endless killing intent, and its power was more than 3 times stronger than the previous move. For the black-robed young man in front of him, who let himself be humiliated in front of all Lingyun Pavilion disciples, Lu Xiangfeng was so enraged that he completely lost his mind and only had madness in his heart. In the distance, a large group of disciples of Lingyun Pavilion saw that Lu Xiangfeng was instantly promoted to the pinnacle of the quasi-emperor rank under the rage. This move was simply to kill that Chu Yan with one move, and he didn't hold back at all. Although, Lu Xiangfeng seldom goes out to practice, and has almost no actual combat experience. However, her cultivation has reached the quasi-emperor rank after all. Once she erupts, the terrifying power will make all Lingyun Pavilion disciples present look surprised at the same time. However, in the sky in the distance, Chu Yan sensed that the attack behind him came, and the cold flames rose from his eyes, and the killing intent rose in his heart. Court death. Chu Yan let out a low shout, turned around suddenly, and faced the overwhelming tide of ice blades that swept across the sky. For this woman, he has shown mercy, but the other party will not let her go, and will continue to pester her endlessly. With cold eyes flashing, Chu Yan stared straight at the opponent, stomped on one step, and threw out the same punch. Immediately, the golden dragon's shadow reappeared, roaring and sweeping across the sky. Even though, the power of the tide of ice blades has tripled this time, but under the sweep of Wan Lai's dragon's strength, there is no suspense, and they all turned into ice slag. So what about the upper quasi-emperor rank? Joke. At this time, Chu Yan's cultivation base has just broken through the quasi-emperor rank, not to mention now, even before the breakthrough, ordinary low-level martial emperor realm powerhouses can be killed, let alone in front of him. The powerful Lu Xiangfeng. The dragon's majesty invaded the sky, like a gust of wind sweeping away fallen leaves, sweeping away all the ice blade attacks that seemed so powerful just now. At the same time, another huge Gangyuan palm print was drawn horizontally, and it was heavily drawn on the face of Lu Xiangfeng, who was still rushing towards Chu Yan. However, this time, it was the right cheek. Snapped. The crisp sound of slap echoed, and everyone's bodies trembled at the same time, as if the slap hit everyone's hearts at the same time. Swish. Without any suspense, the same scene reappeared. Lu Xiangfeng was drawn back again, and rolled to the ground. Click. However, this time, it wasn't just a few mouthfuls of blood and loss of teeth. Lu Xiangfeng's entire face was almost shattered in half under the sound of bone cracking. Hiss. 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 Seeing Lu Xiangfeng's body hit the ground, his whole face was completely swollen and deformed, even his own mother couldn't recognize him. All Lingyun Pavilion disciples gasped at the same time. If it was the first time, some people thought that Chu Yan was able to defeat Lu Xiangfeng because of luck or because Lu Xiangfeng didn't attack with all his strength. So this time, when Lu Xiangfeng exploded with all his strength, he still missed it with one move. This is absolute strength. Everyone looked at the sky, Chu Yan striding across the sky, with killing intent on his face, walking towards Lu Xiangfeng on the ground, step by step. Immediately, everyone's whole body turned cold, and they felt like they were falling into a cellar of ice. Powerful. Too strong. It was so strong that everyone looked at Chu Yan with awe. Such combat power is simply beyond what they can imagine, and it is simply beyond their ability to match. Not only the Lingyun Pavilion disciples present, but even Lu Xiangfeng, who fell to the ground this time, was deeply shaken by Chu Yan's horror. His whole body trembled uncontrollably, and his eyes were full of fear. You, don't come here, no. Don't. Landing on all fours, seeing Chu Yan approaching step by step, Lu Xiangfeng just used both hands and feet, crawling desperately on the ground, trying to stay away from the devilish man in front of her. I gave you a chance, this is your courting death. Clang. The sound of the sword was startling, and the ice-like sword energy rushed out, and the backhand drew the sword in his hand. Chu Yan raised his long sword high and was about to cut it down. However, at this moment, a figure, like a white thunder, rushed towards the distant horizon. Stop! Shouting like thunder, accompanied by the rumbling sound of true energy breaking through the air, a tall figure with a face full of anger landed in front of Lu Xiangfeng. #C1801 Stop her. Standing in front of Lu Xiangfeng, his eyes were burning with anger. The tall young man in white robe stared straight at Chu Yan. This person is holding a rare white long knife. The body of the knife is like a crystal. A faint cold air rises above the blade, forming a mist, freezing the surrounding air into ice crystal snowflakes, which spread out. This person is none other than Lingyun Pavilion, the personal disciple of the Supreme Elder, the first person of Tianjiao, and the lower martial emperor. Xuanhuan Liang. See senior brother, Xiao. See senior brother, Xiao. See senior brother, Xiao. Everyone saw the person coming, and at the same time, their faces tightened, and they quickly bowed to salute. Immediately, tens of thousands of Lingyun Pavilion disciples bowed at the same time, and none of them dared to show the slightest disrespect. However, facing the salutes of all Lingyun Pavilion disciples present, Xuanhuan Liang stared straight at Chu Yan without any reaction. You are, Chu Yan. Xuanhuan Liang said coldly, with a strange look in his eyes. Good. I am Chu Yan. Chu Yan said. From the strange look in Xuanhuan Liang's eyes just now, Chu Yan already knew that Xuanhuan Liang in front of him was different from the other Lingyun Pavilion disciples present. It was obvious that he knew his true identity. Snort. You just arrived at Lingyun Pavilion for a day, and you dare to attack me, Moyanling. Don't tell me, you think I, Xuanhuan Liang, won't kill you. Xuanhuan Liang snorted coldly. He just heard about the matter of Chu Yan in front of him when he was at the master, that is, the elder of Lingyun Pavilion. Regarding Chu Yan's performance in Shifeng God Realm, and the fact that Ling Shuangtian accepted him as his personal disciple, he was already quite upset. But he never expected that Chu Yan, who was already annoying to him, would dare to hit his own Moyanling. Just in time, take this opportunity to teach this kid a lesson, and let him know who owns the Lingyun Pavilion. His eyes flashed brightly, and in an instant, Xuanhuan Liang made up his mind, and at the same time he thought secretly, he shook the long knife in his hand, and his true energy slowly rose. It came. And hurt my woman, so keep your hands. Xuanhuan looked at Chu Yan and said directly. Leave your hands. Chu Yan frowned. Sure enough, this Xuanhuan is very domineering. It's interesting. Chu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, with fighting spirit emerging in them, looked at Xuanhuan, smiled instead of anger, and smiled softly. I have just made a breakthrough in my cultivation, and I haven't been able to find a suitable training object, and this Xuanhuan in front of me is undoubtedly the best opponent. Moreover, Chu Yan is very clear that if today's matter is not settled thoroughly, there will be endless troubles in the future. Regarding Lingyun Pavilion, Chu Yan didn't raise anything, but after all, this is the place where Chu Yan practiced some time later. Therefore, Chu Yan wants to be quiet and practice with peace of mind without being disturbed by anyone. The battle in front of him is inevitable. Bring it on. Let's do it, I want to see who will keep his hands. Chu Yan raised his long sword lightly, pointed the blade at Xuanhuan, who was facing him, shouted like thunder, and said. As soon as the words landed, the expressions of tens of thousands of Lingyun Pavilion disciples in the entire scene changed, and they looked at Chu Yan completely dumbfounded. What? Is this guy crazy? What did he just say? How dare he speak to senior brother Xiao like this, and it seems that he wants to attack senior brother Xiao. This guy, isn't it troublesome to live, and thinks he has a long life? Even if he just showed a strong combat power and defeated Lu Xiangfeng, who was at the upper quasi-emperor rank. However, that was only a high-ranking martial emperor-level martial artist. But now, the Xuanhuan he was facing was the Real Martial Emperor realm. Although there is only a thin line between the quasi-emperor level and the Wudi level, this line alone is the gap between heaven and earth, the difference between gods and mortals. A strong man at the Emperor Wu level can deal with thousands, or even thousands of strong men at the quasi-emperor level. Moreover, this is no ordinary martial emperor realm martial artist, he is Xuanhuan, the head of the 9 supreme sects, the direct disciple of the supreme elder of Lingyun Pavilion, and the most talented and powerful young man in the entire sect. He deserves to be number one. Even, the suzerain gave him the privilege of being an elder in the sect. As a disciple in the sect, but obtained the power of an elder, it is enough to show that Lingyun Pavilion treats Xuanhuan differently. Therefore, Xuanhuan is not only a disciple of Lingyun Pavilion whose status is far beyond ordinary, especially his strength is far superior to that of his peers. And Chu Yan, a low-rank quasi-emperor martial artist, dared to challenge a strong martial emperor. What is the difference between this and courting death? Crazy. Absolutely crazy. This Chu Yan, did he just defeat senior sister Lu? All of a sudden, I don't know how high the sky is, and how thick the ground is. That's right, I heard from senior brother Xiao that he's only been in Lingyun Pavilion for a day, so he must not have known about it, and that's why he committed such a death-seeking behavior. Good. It's really courting death. In the entire sect, he was probably the first one who dared to draw his sword against senior brother Xiao. Senior brother Xiao has the power of an elder, even if he doesn't do anything, just a word can make him get out of Lingyun Pavilion. This guy is too impulsive. The Lingyun Pavilion disciples around looked at them, and the two people who were rushing to fight suddenly exploded, and all kinds of discussions boiled like a tide. Among the crowd, there were several disciples with flickering eyes. Seeing that something was wrong, they quickly turned around and rushed to the nearby elders' pavilion. Those disciples who were on duty in the sect today did not dare to step forward to dissuade them, so they could only complain quickly. At the same time, the main peak of Lingyun Pavilion, Lingyun Golden Palace. Ling Shuangtian, Yuanba, Mu Feihuang, and several other bigwigs from the 9 supreme sects were still discussing with excitement about Chu Yan's performance in the 10 Directions God realm. After all, as the bosses of the sect, they are more aware than Chu Yan. This time, after Chu Yan accidentally won the first place in the trial of the 10 Directions God realm, it will have a huge impact on the entire human sect. It can even be said that as long as these big brothers make good use of them, they might really be able to revitalize the power of the human sect in one fell swoop. Therefore, after Chu Yan left Lingyun Golden Palace, a group of bigwigs were still discussing enthusiastically. Good. 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 This time, Shifeng God's domain really hurts so much. That's it. Didn't you see, those old fellows of the Ming clan and Wu clan, all of them are as black as charcoal, it's really worth it to see them like this. Ha ha ha. It's not just the Ming clan and the Wu clan, you haven't seen the other so-called big clans, the eyes of our human race have changed. It's cool, it's so cool. Our human race, when has it been so beautiful? This Chu Yan really gave us a great surprise. The day after tomorrow's clan meeting, we must reward him heavily. Including Ling Xuantian, a group of bigwigs are in a good mood at this time, and the atmosphere in the hall is very hot. However, at this moment, an elder, with an anxious expression on his face, knocked open the door of the hall and rushed into the hall. Seeing that the elders in his sect were so unruly, Ling Xuantian's expression darkened immediately. However, after the elder complained in panic, Ling Xuantian's face instantly turned dull. What did you say? Chu Yan ran to Moyanling and started a fight with Lu Xiangfeng. Ling Xuantian hurriedly asked. That's right, Pavilion Master, Chu Yan's spirit beast, went to Moyanling to steal a blood crystal. Then Lu Xiangfeng said that he wanted to kill Chu Yan's spirit beast. Chu Yan heard the news, and went to Moyanling. When the elder said this, he paused for a moment, and said, Pavilion Master, you also know that Moyanling is Xiao Wenliang's home peak, and Lu Xiangfeng's character. Not good. After being reminded by the elders, Ling Xuantian's face suddenly showed anxiety, and he quickly ordered. Hurry up and send the law enforcement elders to Moyanling. You must not let Lu Xiangfeng hurt Chu Yan, absolutely not. Yes. Pavilion Master. The elder also knew that the matter was of great importance. After receiving the order, he quickly turned around and rushed out of the hall. #C 1802 Emperor Soul Cave. Seeing the elder rushing out, the big brothers breathed a sigh of relief. However, the other bigwigs in the hall had strange expressions on their faces. They all turned their heads and looked at the three bigwigs on the golden dragon throne, especially Ling Xuantian. In their view, this Chu Yan is indeed a blockbuster in the 10 Directions God realm, but his ability to provoke things is also extremely strong. It's only the first day of coming to Lingyun Pavilion, and they actually hit someone else's territory. Moreover, it's not good for him to provoke anyone. He insisted on provoking Xiao Wenliang and Lu Xiangfeng from Moyanling. These two people, let alone their personalities, are more arrogant than the other. The most important thing is that Xiao Wenliang is the direct disciple of the Supreme Elder. What's more, the Supreme Elder attached great importance to him, and even intended to train him to become the future Holy Son of Lingyun Pavilion. Therefore, after Xiao Wenliang broke through to the martial emperor realm, Yan Ran regarded himself as the #1 young person in Lingyun Pavilion, and the suppression of young people of the younger generation became more and more serious. This Chu Yan's cultivation is only at the quasi-emperor level. Yuanba glanced at Ling Xuantian, with a trace of worry on his face. That's right, this kind of strength is only at the middle level among disciples of the same generation, and there is still a long way to go in cultivation. Mu Feihuang nodded, expressing his agreement. Have you forgotten that when the immortal demon flying general, this Chu Yan's cultivation was only at the martial emperor realm, and it took less than 2 months? Ling Xuantian smiled slightly, and glanced at the two of them from the corner of his eyes, not too worried about Chu Yan's safety. Although he didn't think that Chu Yan had the ability to trouble Mo Yunling, Ling Xuantian was still sure about his safety and self-protection ability. After all, within the Lingyun Pavilion sect, the sect prohibits disciples from killing each other. 2 months, breaking through from the martial emperor realm to the quasi-emperor stage. This Chu Yan is in the 10 Directions God realm. I'm afraid he got a great opportunity. Yuanba laughed. If it was normal, if one heard that a martial artist broke through from the martial emperor realm to the quasi-emperor stage in just 2 months, even the leaders of the 9 supreme sects present would be amazed. However, the 10 Directions divine realm is different. It is a place where fate can be changed against the sky. In the previous openings of the 10 Directions God's domain, it has happened that when one gets a chance, one's cultivation advances by leaps and bounds, and one even breaks through to Emperor Martial Realm in one fell swoop. Therefore, the big brothers present, it is not too surprising that Chu Yan broke through to the quasi-emperor rank in 2 months. During the Zoman conference, Chu Yan must be rewarded well. Mu Feihuang spoke again, and said, whether it is the credit of the world of the kingdom of God, or the credit of the 10 Directions of the gods, I think Pavilion Master Ling can consider opening the Emperor's Soul Cave just for Chu Yan. As soon as the words landed, everyone in the entire hall was stunned at the same time. Open Emperor Soul Cave. Ling Shuangtian was stunned when he heard the words, specially for Chu Yan. That's right. Yuanba was the first to express his opinion. I think it's feasible. Although the Emperor's Soul Cave shared by the 9 supreme sects is opened once every 100 years, it has been opened before. It is specially opened for the disciples who have made great achievements. A one-time precedent. Well, this is feasible. Hearing that the 2 big brothers agreed, Ling Shuangtian naturally would not object. Chu Yan is his personal disciple, so he nodded immediately. Although Ling Shuangtian is the leader of the 9 supreme sects, this Emperor's Soul Cave is shared by the 9 supreme sects, and it normally opens every 100 years. Without the consent of the other 8 bosses, Ling Shuangtian could only make Chu Yan wait for another 80 years. But now, both Yuanba and Mu Feihuang have brought it up personally, and things are much easier to handle. After all, the 9 supreme sects are still headed by their 3 holy sections. If all 3 of them agree, the remaining 6 sects will not object. Because, although it is said to be specially opened for Chu Yan, other sects can also send disciples to participate. Therefore, this is of great benefit to the 9 supreme sects. Okay. This reward, I believe Chu Yan should be satisfied, hee. Yuanba and Mu Feihuang nodded together and smiled. The other bigwigs in the hall were also full of smiles, all with satisfied expressions. At this moment, the door of the palace was suddenly opened, and another deacon elder of Lingyun Pavilion rushed in anxiously. Ling Shuangtian glanced over, and his face instantly sank. What's the situation? Why did these elders become so unsteady today? They clearly knew that the Lingyun Golden Palace had other big bosses from the 8 sects present today, but these deacon elders had a bit of majesty as the elders of the great sect. Isn't it embarrassing for him to look flustered? The deacon elders who rushed into the hall didn't notice Ling Shuangtian's slightly gloomy face at all, and they still ran wildly while shouting. It's not good. The big thing is not good. Shut up. Ling Shuangtian finally couldn't help it, and reprimanded. As the deacon elder of Lingyun Pavilion, I have no rules. Didn't I see a distinguished guest here? Humph. With a heavy snort, a faint imperial prestige overflowed from Ling Shuangtian's body, which immediately made the elder deacon, who was still flustered just now, tremble with fright. Yes. Yes. This subordinate is convicted. The deacon elder hurriedly bowed and saluted, shrinking his neck, and a fine layer of sweat appeared on his forehead. Tell me. What's the matter? Seeing that the deacon elder restrained himself, Ling Shuangtian nodded in satisfaction, and asked, calmly. I'm telling the pavilion master that just after receiving the news, Chu Yan rushed to Moyun Ridge because of his spirit beast, and fought with Lu Xianfeng. When the elder deacon heard Ling Shuangtian's words, his expression froze for a moment, and he suddenly remembered the reason why he came to Lingyun Golden Palace, and suddenly a look of panic appeared again, and he hurriedly opened his mouth to report. I already know about this. Ling Xuantian nodded when he heard the words, and still replied with the same face, I have sent the law enforcement elders to Moyanling to prevent Lu Xiangfeng from attacking Chu Yan. If Chu Yan loses a hair, this time I will definitely not spare that Lu Xiangfeng. That's right. This Lu Xiangfeng, relying on her relationship with Xiao Wenliang, has repeatedly bullied the disciples in the sect. It's fine before, but this time she actually bullied Chu Yan, If she hurts Chu Yan, she must not be forgiven lightly. On the side, several Lingyun Pavilion elders also spoke one after another, with excited expressions on their faces. Just now in the hall, they heard with their own ears that the three saints wanted to open the Emperor's Soul Cave just for that Chu Yan. With such treatment, how could these well-aged elders not know that Ling Xuantian, and even the big brothers of the nine supreme sects, valued Chu Yan? The elder of the law enforcement hall has already gone. I don't believe that Lu Xiangfeng dared to hurt Chu Yan in front of the law enforcement elder. If she hurts the direct disciple of the pavilion master, not to mention the clan rules, even I personally will not be able to spare her. Lu Xiangfeng is bold, don't let her go lightly. Seeing a group of elders in the hall, discussing with displeasure on their faces, the deacon elder who reported turned red and then pale, hesitant to speak. But what? Say. Ling Xuantian glanced over, waved his hand, and stopped the discussion in the hall. A trace of worry flashed in his eyes. Could it be that Lu Xiangfeng really hurt Chu Yan? Where did the injury go? Is it serious? Reporting to Pavilion Master, Chu Yan is fine, but... A strange expression appeared on the face of the deacon elder, the corners of his eyes twitched twice, and he boldly replied. The one who was injured was Lu Xiangfeng. As soon as the words landed, Ling Xuantian, Yuanba, Mu Feihuang, including all the bosses present, were stunned at the same time, and their pupils all dilated. #C1803 Are you a pig? The elder deacon's words were like a thunderbolt, which shocked all the bosses in the audience. You, what did you say? With a sudden leap, Ling Xuantian jumped up from the golden dragon seat, and asked with a face full of astonishment. Reporting to Pavilion Master, Chu Yan's spirit beast stole a high-priced blood crystal from Lu Xiangfeng. After Chu Yan arrived at Moyanling, he compensated 20,000 emperor crystals and added another blood crystal, but Lu Xiangfeng did not. Also ask for 100,000 emperor crystals, otherwise Chu Yan will not be allowed to leave. Moreover, Lu Xiangfeng even attacked Chu Yan, and Chu Yan fought back, deforming Lu Xiangfeng's entire face. The deacon and elder reported all the situation at that time in one breath. What? Did you read it wrong, or say it wrong? This time even Yuanba and Mu Feihuang, after hearing the deacon elder's report clearly, stood up in astonishment and asked. If I remember correctly, that Lu Xiangfeng's cultivation should have reached the upper quasi-emperor rank. Yuanba stared at the elder deacon in front of him, frowned, and asked suspiciously. And you said just now that only Chu Yan, who was at the lower quasi-emperor level, injured Lu Xiangfeng, who was at the upper level, at the quasi-emperor level, and what's more, he hit the face. As a martial artist and also the leader of the sect, Yuanba certainly knew that a warrior valued dignity the most. If it wasn't for absolute crushing in strength, it would be impossible for him to be directly slapped in the face by his opponent. The cultivation level of the upper quasi-emperor level and the cultivation base of the lower quasi-emperor level are 2 realms behind. Mu Feihuang said heavily. What a joke. Chu Yan, a lower-rank quasi-emperor warrior, wounded an upper-rank martial artist, and was absolutely crushed by his strength. Big brother Sanqing, his mind is full of thunder and roaring. No way. Pavilion Master. Then Lu Xiangfeng is Xiao Wenliang's woman. Seeing that the three saints were all stunned on the spot, an elder, beside Ling Xuantian, quickly reminded him. Lu Xiangfeng is Xiao Wenliang's woman, and she was seriously injured, which means that Xiao Wenliang was angered. When the time comes. Hearing the reminder from the elders beside them, Ling Xuantian and Yuanba woke up suddenly, but the eyes of the three were shocked at the same time, and their faces were full of disbelief. Governor Ling, is this Chu Yan's cultivation level, concealed? Mu Feihuan took a deep breath, looked at Ling Xuantian and asked. In his opinion, Ling Xuantian is Chu Yan's master, so he should know about Chu Yan's cultivation. Moreover, when Chu Yan was in the 10 Directions God realm, the leaders of the Wu clan and the Ming clan once questioned him face to face, whether Chu Yan killed Wu Tianli, Mo Wunyan and Wu Hongtian. At that time, the three of Ling Xuantian just thought that the Wu clan and the Ming clan were deliberately making trouble for Chu Yan, and they didn't think much about it. But now, this news happened in Lingyun Pavilion, even under their noses, which made them suspicious. No. 2 months ago, Chu Yan was only at the martial emperor realm. We all have seen this. Ling Xuantian shook his head when he heard the words, and said, in less than 2 months, breaking through to the quasi-emperor rank already depends on the chance in the 10 Directions God realm, so it is absolutely impossible to hide Chu Yan's cultivation. That's true. It seems to make sense. In terms of time, it's only 2 months. Mu Feihuan and Yuanba nodded at the same time when they heard Ling Xuantian's words, but the puzzled look in their eyes made them fall in love again. If Chu Yan's cultivation was really only the lower, quasi-emperor rank, how did he injure Lu Xiangfeng? This is too weird. Pavilion master, I have something to report. The elder deacon who was standing under His Royal Highness blushed from holding back. Seeing that the three bosses were contemplating, they lost their minds again, and finally couldn't help but speak again. Huh. Say. Ling Xuantian frowned and said. Reporting to Pavilion Master, I came here in a hurry just now to tell Pavilion Master that when Chu Yan injured Lu Xiangfeng and was about to leave, Xiao Wenliang suddenly returned to Moyanling. At this time, the two were confronting Moyanling. It looks like a fight is about to start. The elder deacon didn't care, and finished speaking in one breath. What? 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 The three saints, when they heard the elder deacon's words, their expressions changed drastically at the same time, and they roared in unison. Are you a pig? Such an important matter, let's talk about it now. Ling Shuang's eyes turned green from the weather, and he glared at the deacon elder, then quickly turned around, shook out a jade talisman, gave it to an elder behind him, and shouted. 8th elder, with my suzerain's order, hurry to Mayan Ridge and order the two of them to come see me. Yes. Suzerain. The 8th elder raised his hand to copy it, held the sovereign order in his hand, and with a flash, he was already outside the Golden Palace. It was Lu Xiangfeng just now, and now it's Xiao Wenliang, this. The elders in the hall all tensed up. Who is Xiao Wenliang? He is the direct disciple of the Supreme Elder. He has the privilege of an elder in the sect. Ordinary elders and sect rules really have nothing to do with him. Only Ling Xuantian's suzerain order can make him obedient. Moreover, Xiao Wenliang's strength is truly in the realm of Emperor Wu. Humph. It's all caused by that Lu Xiangfeng. Mu Feihuan groaned heavily, his face full of anger. That's right. This girl is in the sect, and relying on her relationship with Xiao Wenliang, she is domineering and oppressing her disciples. This time, if she provokes Chu Yan, it can be regarded as a lesson for her. Ling Xuantian said. This Chu Yan, what's the secret? Not only did he hurt Lu Xiangfeng, who was a lower quasi-emperor, but now he even challenged Xiao Wendi, who was at the emperor martial realm. Yuanba's eyes flickered, looking at Ling Xuantian and Mu Feihuang, with a smile in his eyes, he said with a light smile. This. Ling Xuantian and Mu Feihuang were stunned at the same time, and then the three of them looked at each other, but at the same time, the corners of their mouths lifted slightly, and a smile appeared on their faces. Ask Chu Yan to come, just to test it out. With the cultivation base of their three sages, are they afraid that they will not be able to find out Chu Yan's whole cards and secrets? Outside the Lingyun Golden Palace, the entire mountain gate was already boiling. In Nuoda's Lingyun Pavilion, there are hundreds of spiritual peaks and thousands of mountains, and dense figures continue to rush out, rushing towards the direction of Moyanling. The news about the battle between Chu Yan and Xiaowen Liang spread throughout Lingyun Pavilion in just a few breaths, and everyone knew about it. The nearly 100 million disciples of the whole sect were all astonished. Hearing the news, they hurried to Moyanling, wanting to see what kind of tricks this Chu Yan had. One person, one sword and one beast rushed up Moyanling, not only hurting Lu Shangfeng, he also has to fight against Xiaowen Liang. This shocking news is probably the most exciting scene in the Lingyun Pavilion in the past 100 years, how could it be missed? At this time, the sky over Moyun Ridge. Chu Yan and Xiaowen Liang were separated by tens of thousands of steps, facing each other, far away. One of them was full of sword intent, and the other was full of sword energy. The atmosphere was extremely tense, and a war would break out at any time. #C1804 What about Emperor Wu? As the #1 pride of Lingyun Pavilion and the direct disciple of the Supreme Elder, Xiaowen Liang was so angry that he almost exploded at this moment. Especially seeing his own woman, Lu Shangfeng, lying beside the blue stone not far away, her whole face was swollen like a pig's head, and there was still a trace of her beautiful face from the past. A disciple who just entered Lingyun Pavilion dared to hurt my woman, Xiaowen Liang, and even slapped her in the face. This is absolutely unforgivable. Die. This Chu Yan must die. Xiaowen Liang looked at Chu Yan, and the murderous intent rose in his heart. If this Chu Yan is not beheaded today, it will be difficult for Moyanling in the future. Any cat or dog can come and step on it. Although, Xiaowen Liang also knew that Chu Yan was a personal disciple that Ling Xuantian had just accepted. Moreover, this son performed bravely in the 10 Directions God domain and won the first place, but so what? In this Lingyun Pavilion, one mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers. When Xiaowen Liang heard about Chu Yan at the Elder Taisheng just now, he was thinking about how to deal with this Chu Yan. Now that it's good, before I do anything, the other party gives me a blow. Puff. Puff. A few steps behind, Lu Shangfeng's whole body trembled suddenly, and she suddenly woke up from the coma. She opened her mouth, and at the same time spurted out a large mouthful of dirty blood, and at the same time a few broken teeth. Seeing the white teeth falling to the ground, the corners of Xiaowen Liang's eyes twitched violently twice. Chu Yan, you dare to hit me, I will kill you. Lu Shangfeng, who just woke up from the start, jumped up from the ground, with a pretty face, and roared. But before he could finish his sentence, he saw Xiaowen Liang standing in front of him, his face like a pig's head froze for a moment, and he threw himself down at Xiaowen Liang's feet, crying loudly. Snot and tears covered Xiaowen Liang's snow-white robe. All kinds of crying and turning things upside down made the anger in Xiaowen Liang's eyes even more intense. Especially, seeing Lu Shangfeng hugging her thigh by her feet, that pig-headed face that even her own mother couldn't recognize. Xiaowen Liang's teeth were about to be crushed. Feng, don't worry, I will kill this Chu Yan and avenge you. Xiaowen Liang swept his eyes and saw more and more Lingyun Pavilion disciples around him. His face darkened immediately, and he said, You step aside first, and when I kill him I will definitely use the best golden elixir to heal you. Hearing Xiaowen Liang's words, Lu Shangfeng immediately stopped crying, stood up, and stepped aside. At the same time, she looked at Chu Yan with cold eyes, full of teasing and grinning. Chu Yan, do you know where this is? Xiao Wenliang said with his hands on his back and his chin slightly raised, looking at Chu Yan. The words fell to the ground, but did not wait for Chu Yan to answer, and then continued. This is Lingyun Pavilion. Lingyun Pavilion, the head of the 9 supreme sects. Do you think that this is when you were outside, where the low-level place is? Huh. When you enter the Lingyun Pavilion, if you are a dragon, you have to curl up for me, and if it's a tiger, you have to lie down for me. Especially in my Moyanling. Xiao Wenliang's peak, it's best to hold my breath. Hearing this, Chu Yan raised the corner of his mouth lightly, and said with a smile, Oh. Really? We are both disciples of Lingyun Pavilion, practicing martial arts, why? Because I am Emperor Wu. Xiao Wenliang was very proud and shouted loudly. At the same time, a strong imperial breath rushed out from his body and swept away. Although this emperor's breath is far from reaching the level of emperor prestige, it is indeed the real emperor's breath. Rushing through the crowd, the expressions of all the surrounding Lingyun Pavilion disciples suddenly changed. Emperor Wu. The emperor's breath was swept away, blowing and flying, but Chu Yan's face was indifferent, he didn't care at all, and said with a light smile. Emperor Wu, so what? As soon as the words landed, everyone in the audience, including Xiao Wenliang, was taken aback. What? What did this kid just say? How dare he look down on Emperor Wu? A low-rank quasi-emperor martial artist actually said in front of a Wu emperor, so what about the Wu emperor? This is too arrogant. Hundreds of thousands of people in the audience looked at Chu Yan, all dumbfounded. Crazy. Crazy. This Chu Yan is really impatient. In front of senior brother Xiao, he dares to speak like this. I am afraid that he is the first among the disciples of Lingyun Pavilion. You know, what senior brother Xiao is most proud of is that he broke through the martial emperor realm at the age of 50, but now, he is so underestimated by this Chu Yan, and it's full of excitement. All kinds of shock and discussion sounded. Xiao Wenliang's face was ashen, and the veins on his forehead burst out. His eyes were bloodshot, he stared at Chu Yan, and the snow-white saber behind his back was buzzing and trembling, obviously completely angry. Originally, Xiao Wenliang was just thinking about teaching Chu Yan a lesson, but now, he has already moved to kill. At this time, he was thinking in his heart that if he killed this Chu Yan, the master and elders should come forward, and he should be able to save himself. Even if it angered Pavilion Master Ling, he still got rid of a potential opponent. The big deal is to endure it for a few years, and when Pavilion Master Ling's anger dissipates, the position of Holy Sun will not be passed on to him. Chu Yan, this is your courting death. Xiao Wenliang sternly shouted. Chuanzhen's ice and true energy erupted like a volcano, his right hand slowly raised his head, and reached for the saber behind his back. Idiot. Hearing this, Chu Yan shook his head, speechless. A low-ranking martial emperor, for other Lingyun Pavilion disciples, is also the sky that cannot be looked up at. But to Chu Yan, it's really nothing. At the beginning, Chu Yan merged with the Tunchen Pagoda, and the first time he stepped out of the tower, he threw away a martial emperor. Moreover, that is the Devil Emperor who has been famous for a long time, the Blood Crow Devil Emperor. Later, Chu Yan met other lower martial emperors, no matter which one, they were much stronger than the Xiao Wenliang who had just stepped into the martial emperor realm in front of him. At that time, Chu Yan's cultivation was only at the martial emperor realm, and he was able to kill the emperor with his bare hands. What's more, now, the cultivation base has broken through to the quasi-emperor level. Therefore, seeing that Xiao Wenliang was about to make a move, Chu Yan didn't show any strange expression. Instead, the corners of his mouth were lightly raised, looking at the other party. The inner alchemy was circulating in the sea of qi in his body, and the true qi was surging. Suddenly, the entire sky over Moyun Ridge, where hundreds of thousands of people were present, became silent. Apart from the sweeping vigor and might of soldiers, there was only a frightened figure flying towards him in the distance. Stop! The shock came in a flash, and the moment he stopped, the emperor's prestige swept across his body, immediately suppressing the breath of Xuanhuan and Chu Yan, and at the same time, he let out a long sigh of relief. See the eighth elder! See the eighth elder! See the eighth elder! Wait for everyone to see who is coming, and quickly bow to pay homage. The eighth elder is one of the elders of the Lingyun Pavilion Elder Hall, and is ranked 8th, with a high position and weight. Pass down the suzerain's order to order Xuanhuan and Chu Yan to go to the Lingyun Hall immediately. As soon as the words fell to the ground, the eighth elder waved his hand, and a golden jade talisman shot up into the sky. At a height of thousands of feet, a large golden cloud wave radiated and turned into a phantom. #C1805 Human Race. The sudden change made Chu Yan and Xuanhuan startled at the same time. However, Ling Xuantian naturally did not dare to disobey the suzerain's order. Under the watchful eyes of the eighth elder, he slowly restrained his true energy, followed the eighth elder, and flew in the direction of Lingyun Hall. Afterwards, the eighth elder brought Chu Yan and Xuanhuan to Lingyun Golden Palace very quickly. When the two of them followed the eighth elder and stepped into the main hall, there was a long sigh of relief in the hall. Disciple Xuanhuan, meet the pavilion master and seniors. Disciple Chu Yan, see master and seniors. The two looked at each other, with killing intent flashing in their eyes, but in this Lingyun Hall, they didn't dare to make mistakes, and they both stepped forward to salute. Ling Xuantian nodded, a smile finally appeared on his face. Humph! You two are so courageous. How dare you fight privately in the sect? A smile flashed across his face, and Ling Xuantian shouted angrily. The disciple knows his mistake. Xuanhuan was taken aback for a moment, then quickly bowed and said. It's good to know that you are wrong. You two, one is the direct disciple of the Supreme Elder, and the other is the direct disciple of the Pavilion Master, and you actually violated the clan rules in front of all Lingyun Pavilion disciples. Ling Xuantian glanced at Xuanhuan, gave a slight sigh, and then said. Xuanhuan, as a senior brother, you have failed to set an example. I will punish you to retreat for 10 days, and you will not be allowed to leave Moyanling. Yes. Xuanhuan was stunned for a moment, and a savage look flashed in his lowered eyes, but he still replied respectfully. 10 days later, the Emperor's Soul Cave will open, so seize the opportunity. Don't let me and the Supreme Elder down. Go. With a wave of his hand, Ling Xuantian told Xuanhuan to leave directly. The Emperor's Soul Cave is open. Xuanhuan's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly said, Yes, Pavilion Master. Turning around and leaving, Xuanhuan quickly disappeared outside the Lingyun Hall, leaving only Chu Yan in the hall. Looking at the background of Xuanhuan's departure, Ling Xuantian frowned slightly imperceptibly, and quickly returned to normal. Looking at Chu Yan, he grinned. Turning his head slowly, he exchanged a glance with Yuan Ba and Mu Feihuang, seeing smiles appearing in the eyes of the other two bosses at the same time. Ling Xuantian said. Chu Yan, you actually want to fight Xuanhuan? You have to know, he is at the Emperor Martial Realm. Ling Xuantian asked. I know. Chu Yan nodded, his face calm. Oh. Could it be that your cultivation has already broken through to Emperor Martial Realm? Ling Xuantian laughed. No, the disciple's cultivation is only at the first level of the quasi-emperor realm. Chu Yan replied truthfully. It seems that you should have something to rely on. Come on, come here. Hearing this, Chu Yan pondered for a while, and walked up to Ling Xuantian, knowing that he wanted to test his cultivation base and strength. As soon as he walked up the steps and came in front of the three saints, suddenly, 3 powerful divine senses swept across the sky and poured into Chu Yan's body at the same time. With a sweep, the complexions of Ling Xuantian, Yuanba, and Mu Feihuang changed drastically at the same time. This is the human god pattern. Tung. 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 The three bosses jumped up from the golden dragon's seat at the same time in shock, staring at Chu Yan in front of them as if they had seen a ghost. Human god pattern. Chu Yan was also taken aback when he saw the reaction of the three. Could it be? Just now, in order to cope with the investigation of the three, Chu Yan used the Holy Spirit pattern to isolate his body, a secret place. Therefore, the moment the consciousness of the three big brothers poured into Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, they directly collided with the Holy Spirit pattern, and they were so shocked that they all withdrew from Chu Yan's body. It turns out that this Holy Spirit pattern is actually a human god pattern. Suddenly, Chu Yan finally confirmed his guess, and a gleam of joy flashed in his eyes. In fact, as early as in the 10 Directions God realm, when Chu Yan opened the human ruins, he had doubts. Because, according to the requirements of opening the relics of the 10 Directions God realm, one must be a holy child and a divine pattern, both of which are indispensable, in order to open the core of the relics. Therefore, although Chu Yan opened hundreds of relics in the 10 Directions God realm, they only opened the outer layer and could not open the core of these relics. Among the hundreds of ruins, Chu Yan only got some spirits of the ruins, but did not get the secret treasures and inheritance in the ruins. But the human relics are different. Chu Yan really opened the core of the relics, and obtained the most powerful technique of the human race, the indestructible golden body art. At that time, when the remains of the human race were opened, there was a change in the Holy Spirit pattern. It's just that Chu Yan sensed the human relic at that time, and it might have been opened by someone, so he thought that the previous person who opened the human relic had a human divine pattern. But unexpectedly, the three big bosses immediately exclaimed human race god pattern after touching their own Holy Spirit pattern. It seems that his Holy Spirit pattern is really a human god pattern. It's not wrong. It's the breath of the human race's god pattern. I will never be wrong, never. Compared with Ling Xuantian and Mu Feihuang, Yuanba is the suzerain of the Wuji immortal sect. Millions of years ago, they were the Wuji immortal sect who were in charge of guarding the divine lines of the human race. Therefore, Yuanba's expression at this time was almost crazy with excitement. The human god pattern lost for millions of years is now alive. Yuanba's sea of consciousness thundered, shocked, and ecstatically, his whole body trembled uncontrollably. In Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, there is actually a race of gods. Moreover, this human race's divine pattern has obviously recognized Chu Yan as the main body, and it has completely merged with his sea of consciousness. No wonder, this kid can integrate into the heaven-swallowing pagoda, and can open the world of the kingdom of God, so it is so it is, ha ha ha. Great! 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 Yuanba, who was in ecstasy, laughed out loud, as if he was insane. Sect Master Yuan, you really did not admit your mistake. Ling Xuantian and Mu Feihuang, looking at Yuanba's inexplicable excitement, all looked horrified, and their voices trembled. Admit it. Ha ha ha, I will admit it. You two old guys, dare to say that I will admit it. Hearing this, Yuanba turned his head suddenly, his bloodshot eyes glared at Ling Xuantian and Mu Feihuang, their pupils shrank in fright. I, Yuan Ji Xianzong, have been looking for a million years, how dare you say that I will admit my mistake? This. When Ling Xuantian and Mu Feihuang heard it, their eyes trembled, and they believed it a little bit. Sect Master Yuanba, you are right. The entire human race, hundreds of millions of people, if even suzerain Yuanba is wrong, then no one will be right. This is the great fortune of my inorganic machine sect. The great fortune of the Songlong realm. The great fortune of my human race. Yuanba's voice was like a wave, shaking the entire Lingyun Hall, buzzing, and trembling. Do you know that in the historical records of my inorganic immortal sect, this human divine pattern has never been recognized by anyone? This time, not only did we discover the human god pattern, but it even merged with this Chu Yan. Ha ha ha. Do you know what this means? Yuanba laughed wildly, looked at Ling Shuangtian and Mu Feihuang, and shouted. God. Legend of the God Emperor. Ling Shuangtian and Mu Feihuang were stunned at the same time, and they all lost their voices. Not bad. Yuanba nodded heavily. Hiss. Hiss. In an instant, two gasping sounds resounded throughout the hall. #C1806 Invite the demigods. Chu Yan looked in front of him, the three big men who were out of order, but their faces were calm. As for the situation of the Holy Spirit pattern, Chu Yan is of course much clearer than them, and, on the road of Chu Yan's cultivation, the Holy Spirit pattern has saved him several times. Especially when the ink-blooded unicorn appeared and fought against his own unicorn martial soul. If it wasn't for the Holy Spirit pattern, he might have already been lost, including the martial soul. Therefore, the Holy Spirit pattern is a matter of the human God pattern, and Chu Yan believes it. I merged with the human race God pattern, got the recognition of the Lord of the Tunchen Pagoda, and even opened the human race ruins in the 10 Directions God realm. These things, more or less, have something to do with the human gods. In particular, the divine pattern of the human race, which disappeared for 1,000,000 years, reappeared. How could it not make the three big brothers excited? After all, compared with the demigods, the human race, which has been weak for a long time, finally has the hope of becoming stronger again. Although Chu Yan didn't know what the legend of the God Emperor the three of them were talking about, when he saw the three big men, he suddenly turned his head and stared into his eyes, which were red, and he could probably guess that it wasn't anything simple stuff. Ha ha ha, the human race is going to prosper. Not bad. Not bad. My 9 supreme sects have finally waited for this day. Ha ha ha. The appearance of the human god pattern and the fusion with Chu Yan all show that the Chu Yan in front of him is definitely a peerless evildoer who appears once in 1,000,000 years. I'm afraid that even in the entire Outland continent, or even in the 10 Directions starfield, they are all rare geniuses. The three big brothers, one front, one left and one right, surrounded Chu Yan in the middle. They were so shocked by their wild laughter that they were almost deaf, with helplessness and wry smiles on their faces. Fortunately, these three bosses only discovered the Holy Spirit pattern, so they didn't continue to investigate themselves. Otherwise, if they found out more secrets about themselves, such as their 5 gods and beasts, and the pagoda hall, I'm afraid they would be scared. Scare them to death. After a full 100 breaths, the three big brothers gradually calmed down the excitement in their hearts. However, even so, the eyes of the three of them looking at Chu Yan were quite different from before. Those three eyes were like looking at a big beauty who took off her clothes. Their eyes were full of brilliance, shining like stars, sun and moon. Even Chu Yan. Martial Dao's will is firm, and he stared for 100 breaths at such a gaze, and couldn't help but blush. However, after a while, Ling Shuangtian and the others showed a hint of doubt on their faces. Even if Chu Yan has the human race god pattern, but that is not the actual combat power, it is impossible to dare to challenge Xiao Wenliang, who is cultivated in the Emperor Martial Realm, just because of this. Chu Yan, are you? Before Ling Shuangtian finished asking, Chu Yan saw the doubts on the faces of the three people, and he still didn't understand, so he just waved his hand. Immediately, a huge Wujin skeleton with a height of 50 feet appeared in Lingyun Hall. This Wujin skeleton kept sitting cross-legged on the ground, its whole body was burning with thick flames, and in the black eye sockets, the fire spirit was weak and beating slightly. A faint imperial prestige instantly filled the entire hall. What? This is an ancient demon emperor. The three of Ling Shuangtian's expressions changed drastically again, and they stared at the huge Wu Jin skeleton sitting cross-legged in front of them, their pupils shrinking in shock. The ancient demon emperor. This is the ancient demon emperor. The three of Ling Xuantian only felt a sudden tremor in the sea of consciousness, and the roar of thunder from the sky made them dizzy and tongue-tied for a while. Even the incomparably noble three sages of the 9 supreme sects are trembling all over at this time, with a look of horror on their faces. I didn't expect, there are still ancient, martial emperors who are strong. This demon emperor's breath is terrifying. Although they are both Emperor Wu, but compared with the ancient Emperor Wu in front of them, there is obviously something missing in the three saints. Even if their current state is far stronger than the ancient demon emperor who is still recovering, but they still feel the same in their hearts. There was a sense of awe. Although, the three saints are not sure whether there are other ancient martial emperors in the Outland continent and the 10 Directions starfield. However, like the ancient demon emperor in front of him, he is enough to dominate one side. Ancient demon emperor. Not only is Chu Yan relying on, but it can even bring shelter to the human race. As long as it can return to its peak state, even if it is just a puppet, its strength may surpass most Wudi powerhouses. Previously, the three saints were wondering why Chu Yan dared to challenge Xuanhuan Liang, but now they are completely relieved. Chu Yan has the protection of this ancient demon emperor, not to mention Xuanhuan Liang. Even if they are the three saints, it will be even more difficult to deal with Chu Yan. Good. Ling Xuantian was so excited that his face almost burst into a smile. Chu Yan said, "This is me in the 10 Directions God realm. I found the Een puppet, and my strength is still recovering. There is also its three-pointed and two-edged magic weapon. Sacred soldiers." Hearing the words, the Sanqing boss twitched the corners of his eyes twice. Excited and surprised again. The ancient demon emperor still has a magic weapon in his hand. In this way, the strength of this ancient martial emperor will be more than doubled. In an instant, a great sense of happiness rushed through the minds of the Sanqing bosses, almost causing their blood vessels to dilate and spurting nosebleeds. Powerful. Too strong. Unexpectedly, Chu Yan not only won the first place in the 10 Directions God realm, but also won such a terrifying puppet. This time, the eyes of the three saints looked at Chu Yan again, and it could no longer be described as eager. It was almost too cruel to pounce on him, hugging Chu Yan and kissing him fiercely. Next, the three saints called Chu Yan intimate in the hall, and asked about his health and warmth in all kinds of ways. Facing all this, Chu Yan was full of helplessness, unable to smile wryly. Fortunately, before he came, the Sanqing boss had dismissed the other elders in the hall. Otherwise, if people saw this, there would really be some strange rumors. After talking intimately with Chu Yan for half an hour, the three saints let Chu Yan leave. Looking at the background of Chu Yan's departure, the eyes of the three saints showed a touch of doting at the same time. "Governor Ling, do you want me to take action now and destroy that Xuanhuan Liang directly? Otherwise, he might still trouble Chu Yan." Yuanba said. "Not bad. I think it can be abolished." Mu Feihuang also nodded. "You." The corners of Ling Xuantian's eyes twitched twice, thinking, "You don't feel bad for not being a disciple of your sect, right? Anyway, this Xuanhuan Liang is also the most talented arrogance among the young generation of Lingyun Pavilion. No need. With Xuanhuan Liang here, it may still be useful to Chu Yan. After all, having an opponent is also an encouragement to Chu Yan, and it is somewhat beneficial to his growth in martial arts." "That's true." Yuanba and Mu Feihuang nodded slightly. 100 days later, the Emperor's Soul Cave will open. I'm really looking forward to Chu Yan's performance. Ling Xuantian laughed. "Governor Ling, since this is the case, how about inviting the people from the demigod race to participate?" Mu Feihuang groaned for a moment and proposed. What, the Emperor's Soul Cave is our 9 Supremes, huh? It seems, yes, this is a good idea. Both Yuan Ba and Ling Xuantian were taken aback, but soon, seeing the strange smile on Mu Feihuang's face, they quickly reacted, and nodded in agreement at the same time. #C1807 Horror Reward. Time passed slowly, and 3 days later, the Zonman Conference was held. It is said that it is the Zonman Conference, but it is actually an announcement and reward specially for Chu Yan to beat the geniuses of all races and win the first place in the trial of the 10 Directions God Realm. Lingyun Pavilion's move, on the one hand, encouraged the disciples in the sect, and at the same time, it was also regarded as officially introducing Chu Yan to the whole sect. Nuoda's Lingyun Square was filled with darkness, like a tide, full of disciples, and even the sky, according to the peaks and halls, was also crowded with disciples. First of all, an elder, after briefly introducing the situation of the 10 Directions God Realm, began to announce Chu Yan's reward. This time, not only Lingyun Pavilion, but also Wuwu Xianzong and Tiananmen sent great elders, and also provided Chu Yan with a big reward. When the rewards that made all the disciples envious were handed out, the exclamation of the audience hardly stopped. All kinds of exercises, golden elixir, including heaven, material, and earth treasures, are treasures that ordinary disciples dream of but cannot obtain, which made the eyes of all the disciples present turn red. The most amazing thing is that Ling Xuantian actually took out an 8th-level spiritual source as a big prize for Chu Yan. As soon as this reward came out, there was an uproar in the audience. Oh my God, Ling Yuan! Ling Yuan! The master of the pavilion is so generous that he uses the spiritual source as a reward for his disciples. It is said that even the elders of the sect may not be rewarded by the spiritual source for their great achievements. That's right. If this 8th-level spiritual source is placed in the palace, the majestic source of spiritual power can at least increase the speed of cultivation by more than 3 times. It's too scary. It is said that there are only 81 3rd-grade spiritual sources underground in Lingyun Pavilion, but Lingyun Pavilion has been established for millions of years, and its spiritual power is endless. This 8th-level spiritual source seemed to be sold for 300,000 Emperor crystals at the auction last time. Terrible. Terrible. Amidst all kinds of discussions, Chu Yan took the spar with 2 colored halos from Ling Xuantian's hand, and a look of astonishment finally appeared on his originally calm face. Because, the moment he just touched this 8th-level spiritual source, he could feel the zhenqi in his body quickly increased a little. The 8th-level spiritual source. Good thing. Chu Yan nodded in satisfaction, waved his hand, and entered the Rakshasa space. For Chu Yan, those exercises, golden pills, natural materials, and earthly treasures at the beginning did not arouse his interest at all. After all, Chu Yan robbed the treasures of the Heishui city of the Wu clan in the world of the Kingdom of God, and also robbed the private treasure house of the elder Emperor Blood, and gained a lot. Up to now, ordinary treasures cannot enter Chu Yan's eyes at all. Ling Xuantian also discovered this point, so when he saw Chu Yan accepting the previous rewards, his face was calm and indifferent, which made him a little annoyed. So, on impulse, Ling Xuantian gritted his teeth and took out this 8th-level spiritual source, improvising it as a reward for Chu Yan. Sure enough, as soon as Chu Yan saw the 8th-order spiritual source, his eyes immediately changed. Certainly. Not to mention Chu Yan, that martial artist in the entire Cunlong realm, does not want to obtain a high-level spiritual source in order to quickly improve his cultivation. However, even some powerful elders and suzerains may not be able to afford the value of spiritual sources, let alone ordinary disciples. Next, I announce that from today onwards, my personal disciple, Chu Yan, will enter Ling Tiantang. He will be the chief disciple. Ling Xuantian stood on the rostrum, and announced loudly. As soon as the words fell to the ground, everyone's eyes trembled at the same time, and the eyes that looked at Chu Yan were full of astonishment. Ling Tian. That is the Lingyun Pavilion, where all the extraordinary talents are located, and only those who are ranked within 1,000 in the Cunlong realm's Tianzhu are eligible to join. Under such strict conditions, the number of disciples in Ling Tian Tang has not exceeded 300 until now. However, these 300 people have obtained almost 1/10 of the cultivation resources of the entire Lingyun Pavilion and all the young disciples. Moreover, in Lingyun Pavilion, the top 10 training grounds are for their unlimited use. His status are so honorable and special that they are almost outrageous. In Lingyun Pavilion, hundreds of millions of young disciples, even their entire lives, aim to join Ling Tian. But now, Chu Yan, who just joined Lingyun Pavilion, joined Ling Tian so easily, and directly became the chief. In other words, the chief of Ling Tian is basically equivalent to the status of the number 1 arrogance of Lingyun Pavilion. Immediately, all Lingyun Pavilion disciples in the audience looked at Chu Yan with fiery eyes. Chief Ling Tian. There is also a more important meaning, that is, almost every session of the Holy Child of Lingyun Pavilion has served as the chief of Ling Tian Tang. In this way, Chu Yan's figure quickly grew taller in the hearts of all Lingyun Pavilion disciples. However, when Ling Xuanhuan spoke again and announced another matter, the whole scene almost exploded. In addition, I declare that from today, Chu Yan has the authority of the Great Elder in Lingyun Pavilion. When the words landed, it was like a thunderbolt from the blue sky. All the disciples in the audience, even the elders of the peaks and halls, were so shocked that their faces turned pale. Great Elder, permission. Wouldn't it be that in the future, not only ordinary disciples will salute Chu Yan, but even the elders of the sect, when they see Chu Yan, they must pay respects to Chu Yan. Pavilion Master, this is absolutely impossible. On the rostrum, next to Ling Xuanhuan, an old man in green robe suddenly jumped up from his seat, and spoke dissuadingly. In the history of my Lingyun Pavilion, there has never been a disciple who has been treated like this. We must not break the million-year-old rules of the sect, just because of one Chu Yan. This person, named Yan Wanhai, is one of the 4 supreme elders of Lingyun Pavilion, and also Shaolin Liang's master. That's right. Pavilion Master, although Chu Yan won the first place in the trial of the 10 Directions Divine Realm and praised my Zhongwei, but the previous rewards, plus the position of Chief Ling Tian, are enough. The authority of the Great Elder is not in compliance with the rules. Another Supreme Elder also stood up and spoke dissuadingly. Break the rules. Hearing several Supreme Elders stop them one after another, Ling Xuanhuan's expression darkened instantly. Back then, when Elder Shaolin Liang was given authority, why didn't you say that you broke the rules? Turning around slowly, facing the direction of the Elder Hall, Ling Xuanhuan shouted like thunder, and said loudly. Humph. I've made up my mind on this matter. I don't want to discuss it with you. You'd better remember to me that I am the owner of Lingyun Pavilion. When these words landed, the 4 supreme elders were stunned at the same time, their faces full of embarrassment. My word is the rule. Anyone who refuses to accept it can try it. As soon as the words fell to the ground, Ling Xuanhuan frowned. His whole body was like a tide of imperial prestige, soaring to the sky, sweeping all directions. Don't dare. Don't dare. Master's order. Yes, yes. Facing Ling Xuanhuan's majestic imperial prestige, not to mention those disciples from all directions retreated by the rushing figure, even in the direction of the Elder Hall, at least half of the elders took half a step back and their expressions changed. Such imperial prestige was simply not something they could bear, and they immediately bowed to accept the order, and no one dared to speak more. The might of Emperor Wu, the majesty of heaven and earth. Ling Xuanhuan suppressed the whole audience with the power of one person. Such courage, like the master of heaven and earth, made Chu Yan's eyes twinkle and he was amazed. #C1808 Who is number 1? A reward meeting that shook the entire Lingyun pavilion ended soon. But the sensational effect it brought was like a shock wave, with Lingyun Pavilion as the center, first the 9 supreme sects, and then spread throughout the entire Canglong realm, spreading continuously. Chu Yan's identity also changed drastically at this moment. However, after the conference ended, the new star, which was as dazzling as the sun, disappeared from everyone's sight. Even if someone came to Lingyun Pavilion specifically to find Ling Tian, and wanted to see the demeanor of the young chief of Lingyun Pavilion, they all returned empty-handed. Because, after the conference, Chu Yan began to practice with all his heart. At this time, he and the little white bear were staying in the palace, refining more than 100 blood crystals in front of them with all their strength. It has to be said that these blood crystals of the 10 Directions God realm contain terrifying martial soul power, which not only works on Chu Yan's martial soul, but also greatly assists monsters like Little White Bear. After only refining 10 blood crystals, Little White Bear's demon cultivation suddenly broke through to the middle quasi-emperor level, surpassing Chu Yan's cultivation level again. However, after the breakthrough, Little White Bear fell into a deep sleep. Different from human fighters, once the foundation of the monster's cultivation base is unstable, it will use the method of deep sleep to digest and consolidate. Even Chu Yan's 5 gods and beast spirits are asleep most of the time. Compared with Little White Bear, Chu Yan refined a lot more blood crystals. In less than 10 days, Chu Yan refined 100 blood crystals, and the majestic power of the martial soul completely enveloped the martial soul mountain in the sea of consciousness. It is very strange that the power of these martial souls actually formed a sea of spiritual clouds on the top of the martial soul mountain, just like the human mountain gate. The power of the martial soul like a monstrous ocean wave poured down from the sky like a trickle, pouring into the bodies of the 5 extremely excited beasts. To Chu Yan's great surprise, originally, Chu Yan's plan was to concentrate the power of these blood crystals, and first let the Suzaku martial soul among the 5 gods and beasts try to break through to the battle soul. However, once the martial soul power transformed by the blood crystal entered the sea of consciousness martial soul mountain, it was no longer under Chu Yan's control at all. Wuhun of the 5 gods and beasts. Appearing in Wuhun mountain at the same time, devouring the power of these Wuhun at the same time. Moreover, among the 5 gods and beast spirits, the only Xuanhuan spirit without full stars received preferential treatment, and almost half of the blood crystal power from the beginning belonged to it. Time passed quickly, and when the 100th day passed, the Xuanhuan soul finally broke through. Roar. Amidst the sky-shattering roar, endless black water rippled in the sea of consciousness and the sky, and the body of the Xuanhuan Wuhun continued to expand like a derived continent. For 100 days, while devouring the power of the blood crystals, at the same time expanding the soul body. It fully swelled to a range of 81 miles, and 10 dazzling black mysterious stars, like the birth of stars, will completely light up the world with a sea of consciousness. Xuanhuan Wuhun broke through to the 10th level in one breath, full of stars. Roar. 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 The 5 divine beasts and martial souls roared to the sky at the same time, and the violent sound waves shook the entire sea of consciousness world. Just when Chu Yan thought that the 5 divine beast spirits were all at full rank, and something would happen, the 5 divine beast spirits returned to Wuhun mountain at the same time. Afterwards, the world of consciousness sea slowly returned to calm, except for Wuhun mountain, where 5 groups of dazzling light shot up into the sky and shot directly at Jiuxiao. Chu Yan was a little dazed, but he didn't care too much. He knew that it would not be long before the 5 divine beast spirits would undergo earth-shaking changes. In the following time, Chu Yan continued to practice with concentration, while refining the remaining blood crystals. At the same time, Lingyun Pavilion, Moyanling. Bastard. Damn it. It's not fair. Bursts of howls continued to come from the White Palace in Moyan Ridge. Xiao Wenliang, whose eyes were red, was furious all over his body, and smashed everything he could see into powder. He even smashed half of the 100 pillars of the residence hall, making the entire residence hall crumbling. A group of disciples and elders huddled together in a corner of the hall. Their faces were full of fear, and they were chilling, not even daring to breathe. Ling Shuangtian, you old man! How dare you do this? I am the first genius of Lingyun Pavilion, but I just got the authority of an elder. That Chu Yan, why? Why can I get the authority of the great elder? It's not fair. Why? Why? Xuanhuan's face was ferocious, he looked crazy, his eyes were bloodshot, and he roared like a beast. However, in the empty hall, except for the occasional gravel falling to the ground and making noise, no one dared to answer his question. Including Yan Wanhai, a group of older elders, seeing Xuanhuan's crazy expression, all shook their heads and sighed. Lianger! Enough! Finally couldn't bear it anymore, seeing Xuanhuan getting more and more troublesome, without the slightest intention of restraining himself, Yan Wanhai finally spoke. At the same time, a look of disappointment flashed across his cloudy eyes. Originally, he thought that Xuanhuan was only angry for a while, and after a little venting, he would return to normal. However, after coming back from the award meeting, Xuanhuan had a little bit of his usual grace in addition to yelling and beating and venting his anger here for a whole day. In martial arts training, martial arts will and character are the most important. Looking at the completely crazy Xuanhuan and the elder Yan Wanhai in front of him, he was a little disappointed. I don't know when it started, the original talented young man who was obsessed with martial arts, devoted himself to cultivation, and aimed to step into the peak of martial arts and break through the legendary God realm, just disappeared. Instead, there is Xuanhuan, who is blinded by profit, tired of fame and status, and completely lost. This made Yan Wanhai somewhat lost and confused. Hey! The first Tianjiao, breaking through to the martial emperor at the age of 50, did he consume all his talent and martial arts will? If you want to be fast, you will not achieve it. The foundation is not stable, and the character is lacking in tempering. Could it be that Lianger just stop at the realm of the martial emperor? Yan Wanhai walked through the hall step by step, and walked towards Xuanhuan. His eyes were shining brightly, and he kept meditating. No. You still have a chance. Walking in front of Xuanhuan, Yan Wanhai suddenly yelled loudly, like a slap in the face, hitting Xuanhuan's sea of consciousness. Opportunity! What opportunity? Xuanhuan's eyes trembled, looking at Yan Wanhai. Emperor's Soul Cave. Yan Wanhai said. The Emperor's Soul Cave, which is opened once in 100 years, is opened on a special basis for 3 days. At that time, as long as you can make it to the end in one fell swoop, you may be able to open it. The greatest secret treasure left by the 9 supreme sects millions of years ago. At that time, you will still be the strongest. Yan Wanhai's words were like a small island in the vast ocean, and Xuanhuan's eyes suddenly brightened when he was depressed. Not bad. Emperor Soul Cave. Nodding his head heavily, a ray of light finally rose in Xuanhuan's eyes, and his scattered and violent aura gradually calmed down. Master, this time I will not let you down. Xuanhuan bowed, stood up slowly, turned his head to look to the north, a murderous intent flashed in his eyes, and then said. Chu Yan, wait for me. I want you to know who is Lingyun Pavilion, the real first genius. #C1809 8th Order Spiritual Source. Seeing that Xuanhuan finally recovered, Yan Wanhai heaved a long sigh of relief. After all, the upcoming Emperor Soul Cavern is of great importance and the opportunity is rare. If you are lucky, you will actually have the opportunity to improve your strength by another level. At the same time, for millions of years, there has been a saying in the 9 supreme sects. That is, the biggest secret about the 9 supreme sects is hidden in the Emperor Soul Cave. Whoever can get this secret can become the strongest in the 9 supreme sects. The Emperor's Soul Cave is opened once every 100 years, and in the case of major events, it can be opened as a special case with the consent of all the 9 suzerains of the 9 supreme sects. Xuanhuan Liang has practiced martial arts for 50 years. Although he was lucky and encountered the opening of the Emperor's Soul Cave once, he did not make it to the end. Therefore, this time the opening of the Emperor's Soul Cave, Yan Wanhai attached great importance to it because of the appearance of Chu Yan. Lianger, remember, Chu Yan is your great enemy. If you have the chance, kill him. Yan Wanhai said coldly. Xiao Wenliang naturally understood Yan Wanhai's worry and killing intent, and his killing intent was even stronger. Don't worry, Master, this time I will allow him to enter the Emperor's Soul Cave, and he will never be able to get out. Xiao Wenliang's eyes sparkled. Very good. Yan Wanhai nodded, then pondered for a while and urged again. Killing that Chu Yan is very important, but compared to the secrets in the Emperor's Soul Cave, it is not as important. Therefore, this time when entering the Emperor's Soul Cave, we still have to focus on trials, and strive to get to the end to get the secret about the 9 souls. The secret of the Great Supreme Sect. Yes. Master. Xiaowen nodded his head. After the anger passed and Xiao Wenliang regained his composure, of course he understood what Master said. Although that Chu Yan, who didn't know where he came out, became his biggest obstacle in Lingyun Pavilion, but compared with Emperor's Soul Cave, it is indeed not so urgent and important. As long as Chu Yan is still in Lingyun Pavilion, with him and his master in Lingyun Pavilion for so many years, there are many opportunities to deal with him. Right now, of course, we need to find a way to improve our strength, and at the same time try to crack the secret of the Emperor's Soul Cave. After all, there are rumors that whoever can get the secret of Emperor's Soul Cave can become the first person of the 9 supreme sects. For Xiao Wenliang, who is full of ambition and desire for power, this kind of temptation is an opportunity that must not be missed. On the other side, Lingyun Pavilion, Sumeru Peak. Shumi Peak is exactly the peak assigned to Chu Yan by Ling Xuantian. It is located on the north side of Lingyun Pavilion, and it is the central area of Lingyun Pavilion's underground spiritual source. This place used to be the residence of the Holy Son of Lingyun Pavilion, but it has been vacant since the loss of the Holy Son 100,000 years ago, and now it is the peak of Chu Yan. After returning from the reward meeting, Chu Yan has been staying here, cultivating and consolidating his cultivation while refining the blood crystals. After the little white bear broke through his cultivation, he fell into a deep sleep. While Chu Yan was cultivating, he separated a part of his consciousness to observe Jiao Ming in the pagoda hall. In the Lingyun Hall, Chu Yan called Jiao Ming out in order to deal with the Sanqing boss. However, after Chu Yan came back from the reward meeting, he found that Jiao Ming had changed a little bit. Although it was very small, as the master of Jiao Ming, Chu Yan still clearly noticed it. As an ancient demon emperor, he was powerful, and when he was lost, he was already severely injured. In addition, the ghost pearls provided to it by the fish demon of the Dark Sea for millions of years are not enough for him to recover. Therefore, even after 1,000,000 years, Jiao Ming's strength recovered very slowly, less than 20% of it. After Chu Yan refined it into a yin puppet, he also wanted to restore it as soon as possible, so whether it was the Mingzhu, Daijing, or the Qi of the 5 elements, as long as Chu Yan had it, he almost tried it. Does nothing at all. However, during these 100 days, Little White Bear's strength has improved rapidly, Chu Yan's strength has also increased, and Jiao Ming's strength recovery speed has also been several times faster than before. However, the improvement of Little White Bear and Chu Yan's cultivation is all because of the blood crystals, but why is Jiao Ming? Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness shrouded the Jiaoming Wu Jing skeleton, constantly probing and sensing, and finally found the reason. It turned out to be that 8th order spiritual source. It is said that this spiritual source is the most important resource for Emperor Wu's cultivation. It seems to be true, Chu Yan thought to himself. After getting the 8th level spiritual source from Ling Xuantian, Chu Yan didn't put him in the Rakshasa space, but put him in the pagoda hall of the Sea of Consciousness. It was originally planned that this spiritual source would be placed in the Rakshasa Soul Tian Zone in the world of the Kingdom of God, and used as the spiritual source of the sect. But now, after Chu Yan communicated with Jiao Ming's divine sense, he changed his mind. Since it's useful, let's practice it for you. With a wave of his hand, Chu Yan placed the 8th order spiritual source directly in front of Jiao Ming. Immediately, in Jiao Ming's dark eye sockets, 2 pupils of fire suddenly lit up, and the emperor's prestige in his whole body began to increase obviously. Above the spiritual source of the 2 9-colored halos, a large amount of spiritual power gushed out like a tide and continuously merged into Jiao Ming's body. 103 days passed quickly. On this day, Chu Yan woke up from his practice, opened his mouth, and swallowed a bottle of golden elixir to recover the true energy consumed by his practice. All the blood crystals have been used up, and Chu Yan's cultivation level has also been raised from the 1st level of the lower quasi-emperor rank to the 5th level of the lower quasi-emperor rank. This speed of cultivation made Chu Yan very satisfied. After all, at the quasi-emperor level, every point of improvement is a step closer to the martial emperor level. The greater the difficulty, the more obvious the effect. Chu Yan's current strength has improved a lot compared to when he was in Shifeng God realm. When Chu Yan walked out of the training hall and came to the square in front of the hall, a figure flew over from the distant sky. I've met the 8th elder. When the figure landed, Chu Yan cupped his hands and saluted. The old man who came was the 8th elder of the pavilion, who held the pavilion master's order to prevent him from fighting Xiaowen Liang when he was in Moyanling. The elders of the elder pavilion are all the core elders of the Lingyun pavilion, and their status are very different from ordinary elders. However, when Chu Yan saluted, the 8th elder's face changed, and he quickly returned the salute. Don't dare. Don't dare. The subordinates refer to the great elder, Chu Yan. Chu Yan was taken aback. Chu Yan, you are in Lingyun Pavilion now, but your status as a great elder, in the entire sect, except for a few supreme elders, pavilion masters, and priests, is much higher than us elders. The 8th elder explained Road. So that's it. Chu Yan nodded with a calm expression. Chu Yan doesn't care about these false names and status at all. As a warrior, he should respect his martial arts cultivation and strength. These false names and powers will only confuse oneself and become obstacles on the road of martial arts. Chu Yan, I am ordered by the pavilion master to bring you Yundi Soul Cave. Seeing that Chu Yan's face was calm and unchanged, the 8th elder couldn't help but a flash of approval flashed in his eyes, and then he spoke directly, explaining the purpose of his visit. Okay. Elder Lao Ba is here. Chu Yan nodded. Afterwards, Chu Yan followed the 8th elder, soared into the sky, and flew towards the 9 mountains outside Lingyun Pavilion. #C1810 Elder Jiang. The 9 supreme mountains are located in the center of the Cunlong realm. The Emperor's Soul Cave is located at the core of the 9 supreme mountain ranges and is extremely secretive. After leaving Lingyun Pavilion, the 8th elder and Chu Yan did not fly directly to the 9 supreme mountain ranges, but headed all the way south, and when they were approaching the snowy area, they re-entered the 9 supreme mountain ranges from the edge of the snow peak. Such a flight route is equivalent to bypassing half of the 9 supreme mountains, which suddenly made the distance several times longer. Along the way, Chu Yan talked happily with the 8th elder. Not only about Lingyun Pavilion, but also martial arts training, Emperor's Soul Cave, and even some history of the 9 supreme mountains, chatting while walking. Originally, the journey was only 3 days, but after detours and speed control, it took the two of them 6 days to arrive. This is a completely inconspicuous hill. Compared with the towering mountains around it, it looks more like a huge tomb. At this time, when Chu Yan and the eighth elder descended from the air, a large crowd had already gathered in front of the hill. With a glance, Chu Yan clearly saw that the suzerains and elders of the 9 supreme sects were all present. There is also a group of warriors who are dressed in gold robes and silver trims, and the number reaches hundreds of warriors. It seems that they are extremely strange. That's a demigod. The eighth elder introduced. Demigod. Chu Yan was startled. Regarding the demigods, although Chu Yan has never seen them, he has heard them countless times. According to legend, among the 3 major survivors created by the gods, apart from the human race and the celestial maiden race, the demigod race is the most powerful. And this demigod clan, hundreds of thousands of years ago, was not called the demigod clan, but the Yan clan. However, later the strength of the Yan clan became stronger and stronger, and gradually developed into one of the top 10 forces in the Outland continent, so they changed their name to the Semigod clan. The meaning is obvious. They believe that only they are the race that can truly restore the glory of the gods. As for the human race and the celestial maiden race, they are too weak compared to them. Even so, the demigods have always regarded the human race and the celestial female race as their own branches, and have never had any hostility. But, although there was no hostility, they never took the initiative to help the 2 clans. Because of this, the relationship between the 3 bereaved clans has always been relatively distant. However, after what happened in the 10 Directions God realm this time, because of the relationship between Chu Yan and Mu Wanqi, and the relationship between the human race and the celestial girl race, they have made rapid progress, and they have already contacted the 9 supreme sects and formed a strategic alliance. But this time, while Ling Xuantian and the others invited the demigods to participate in the Emperor's Soul Cave, Chu Yan certainly didn't understand the reason. On the way here, I heard the introduction from the 8th elder that this Emperor's Soul Cave is a holy place for cultivation shared by the 9 supreme sects. Opened once every 100 years, it is used for the trial of talented and powerful disciples of the younger generation, and the effect is astonishing. However, there doesn't seem to be any relationship between the Emperor's Soul Cave and the demigods. The elder who led the demigod was a thin old man with golden eyebrows that almost reached his shoulders. Long eyebrows are the racial symbol of the demigods. Moreover, the longer the eyebrows, the stronger the person's strength. This thin old man with golden brows and drooping shoulders is named Jiang Yuchuan. His strength has reached the middle martial emperor level. Compared with Ling Xuantian and the 3 pairs of big brothers, he is not weak at all. After all, it is one of the top 10 racial forces in the Outland continent, and any elder with the cultivation base can be on an equal footing with the big bosses of the 9 supreme sects in the Cunlong realm. Moreover, 7 of the 9 bigwigs from the 9 supreme sects, including Ling Xuantian, surrounded Jiang Yuchuan with an extremely respectful attitude. Elder Jiang, I didn't expect that the demigods would send the elders here this time. It is a great honor for my 9 sects. Yuanba changed his usual stern expression, and said to Jiang Yuchuan with a charming smile. That's right. The strength of the demigods, even the witches, have to be looked up to. If it weren't for the existence of the demigods, the Outlander continent would have been occupied by the witches long ago. Mu Feihuang said with a smile on his face. My human race still needs the demigods, please help me. Ling Xuantian said with a smile. Hearing the words of the 3 great men, Jiang Yuchuan's face was full of arrogance, and he only nodded slightly to the flattering words of the 3 big men, revealing the superior demeanor of the powerful clan. When Chu Yan and the others walked up to the small hill, Jiang Yuchuan and a group of bigwigs all turned their heads to look. Chu Yan, come quickly to see the great elder of the demigod clan, great elder Jiang. Ling Xuantian raised his hand and called. Junior Chu Yan, I have met elder Jiang. Hearing the words, Chu Yan bowed to see the Tao, but when Chu Yan glanced at the big three saints from the corner of his eyes, and seeing their faces, all smiling like flowers blooming, Chu Yan felt a strange feeling in his heart. Although he didn't have much contact with the three saints, Chu Yan knew that the three saints were not flattering villains, so it was a bit strange that they treated this demigod elder like this. Not only did Chu Yan think so, but even the two big bosses in the 9 supreme sects who hadn't come close had expressions of doubt. This kid is Chu Yan. Looking at Chu Yan, the great elder Jiang Yuchuan trembled slightly with his golden eyebrows, looked straight at Chu Yan, and looked up and down. I heard that he performed well in the 10 Directions God realm, and he barely won the first place, and he is also the middleman for the alliance between the human race and the heavenly female race. That's right, it's the little apprentice Chu Yan, whose cultivation base is only at the quasi-emperor rank. What a joke. What a joke. Ling Xuantian said with a smile. The lower, quasi-emperor rank. Hearing Ling Xuantian's introduction, Jiang Yuchuan frowned slightly, and a look of contempt obviously flashed in his eyes. Hearing that Chu Yan's cultivation was only at the lower quasi-emperor rank, Jiang Yuchuan gave Chu Yan a contemptuous look, ignored him at all, turned his head, looked at Ling Xuantian, and asked. I heard that this Emperor Soul Cave is divided into 100 Emperor Soul trees, and only one Emperor fruit is produced every year. There are only 10,000 Emperor fruits in 100 Emperor Soul trees, has great benefits, but that's the case. That's right. Elder Jiang, you're right. Seeing Jiang Yuchuan's expression, Ling Xuantian's eyes flashed with joy, and after looking at Yuan Ba and Mu Feihuang, he replied with a smile on his face. Unexpectedly, great Elder Jiang, you know so much about the Emperor Soul Tree in my 9 mountain ranges, it's really vast and invincible. Ha ha ha, there, my demigods also have this Emperor Soul Tree, but it's only for a shorter period of time, and it's not as good as your 9 mountain ranges. However, it is opened every 100 years, and it has a great impact on the cultivation of the younger disciples in the clan. Great benefit. Jiang Yuchuan smiled and said, speaking of authenticity, the Emperor Soul Tree of our demigod clan is still inferior to the Emperor Soul Tree planted by the ancient martial souls from the 9 mountain ranges. Elder Jiang is being polite. Ling Xuantian smiled lightly. The Emperor Soul Cave in the 9 mountains is extremely famous. Millions of years ago, when the human race was at its peak, all major races wanted to refine their own Emperor Soul Cave, but very few succeeded. Moreover, this Emperor Soul Cave is seeded with the soul of Emperor Wu. The stronger the Emperor Wu, the better the effect. The Emperor Soul Cave of the human race was planted by the Emperor Soul of the ancient Emperor Wu, who was lost by the human race millions of years ago. Now, it is impossible to replicate it. Therefore, this time, the demigods were extremely excited when they heard that the 9 supreme sects were willing to let them enter the Emperor Soul Cave. Practice some. After all, such an opportunity is too rare. Then, Great Elder Jiang, do you think it's time to start? Ling Xuantian asked. #C1811 Emperor Soul Tree. Hearing Ling Xuantian's words, Jiang Yuchuan nodded. This time, he was ordered to come to the Jiuxiao Mountain Gate and lead a team to participate in the trial of the Emperor Soul Cave. He originally hoped that this time, the 100 young geniuses in the demigod clan would gain something. Seeing Jiang Yuchuan nodding, Ling Xuantian and the other 3 big brothers looked at each other, turned around and walked towards the small hill not far away. The hill is no more than 50 feet high, with gentle slopes on 3 sides. The only side facing the crowd is a stone wall. Looking closely, one can clearly find that on the stone wall, there are some strange runes, like stone carvings, covered with dust. Ling Xuantian and the others walked up to the stone wall and carefully observed the stone carvings. After confirming that they were intact, they took out pieces of jade talismans one after another. 9 bosses, 9 spirit pattern jade charms. These spirit pattern jade talismans, under the urging of several people's true energy and handprints, were released immediately, rushed into the air, gathered into a giant group of spirit patterns, and slowly approached the stone wall. When you get close, it is easy to find that the giant spirit pattern is exactly the same as the stone carving pattern on the stone wall. The two merged and quickly embedded into the stone wall, releasing a dazzling light. Ka ka ka. On the stone wall, a gap was opened, which quickly changed into two huge stone gates, which slowly opened towards the two sides. Following the opening of the gate, the 9 big men standing in front of the stone gate immediately relaxed and let out a long breath. Although several people joined forces, opening the Emperor's Soul Cave obviously cost them a lot, especially to condense the giant group of patterns. At least the martial emperor level cultivation was required. Chu Yan, Xuanhuan, lead the team in. Ling Xuantian slowly took his breath away, turned around to look at Chu Yan and Xuanhuan, and gave instructions. As hosts, it is natural for them to advance. Although the demigods had been invited to participate once before, but it had been many years and it was not the same day. Yes. Master. Yes. Pavilion Master. Chu Yan and Xuanhuan took orders together. Leading the 10 young disciples from Lingyun Pavilion, they entered towards the open stone gate. Seeing Chu Yan's back disappear into the cave, Yan Wanhai, the supreme elder of Lingyun Pavilion standing in the distance, had a gloomy look in his eyes. After that, 100 young geniuses from the demigod race followed closely behind, and all of them entered the cave with excited faces. This time, the demigods attached great importance to the Emperor's Soul Cave in the 9-Zun mountain range, and half of the young geniuses they sent had already reached the lower martial emperor realm. Such a lineup is quite strong, and it is obviously much stronger than the other 9 supreme sects. When all the young geniuses of the demigod race enter the cave, the other 8 sects will enter one after another. In less than 100 breaths, nearly 500 geniuses from 10 sects all entered the Emperor's Soul Cave. Chu Yan and Xuanhuan walked side by side, through the long cave passage, all the way down, and soon appeared in an underground stone palace. This is a huge stone palace square, nothing but 10 stone gates of different colors stand on the square 100 steps apart. Each stone gate is connected with a channel of different light, which is connected to a huge stone hall far from the stone palace, and is distributed in a fan shape. 10 passages, 10 stone palaces. In every stone hall, there are 100 Emperor Soul trees, and on each Emperor Soul tree, there are 100 Emperor Soul fruits. According to legend, each Emperor Soul fruit represents the inherited soul of an ancient martial emperor. That is to say, in this Emperor Soul Cave, there are at least 10,000 lost ancient martial emperors who voluntarily used their divine consciousness as the tree of enlightenment and cultivation for the descendants. With 10,000 ancient martial emperors, the prosperity of the human race in ancient times can be seen. In less than a while, the 500 geniuses of various races who entered the stone palace all arrived at the stone palace square, and all looked excitedly at the 10 stone gates in front of them. Not long afterward, Ling Xuantian brought a group of bigwigs to the square. Everyone, please note that starting from the first black stone gate, enter in order of color. Only after you have cultivated the 10 Emperor Soul trees in the previous stone gate can you enter the next stone gate. After Ling Xuantian simply announced the rules, he directly announced the start. After all, the young geniuses of all races had already known all the detailed information about the Emperor's Soul Cave before they came. I hope that one of you can cultivate to the last stone gate. Inside, there are the supreme secrets of my 9 supreme sects. So far, no one has ever entered in a million years. As soon as the words fell to the ground, Ling Xuantian stopped talking, flipped his handprints, and slapped directly at the 9 stone gates not far away. Hum. 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 Immediately, 9 beams of light shot up into the sky, reflecting the entire underground stone palace in a colorful and dazzling brilliance. Let's start. Chu Yan took a long, deep breath, and under the encouraging eyes of the three saints, he strode towards the first black stone gate. Boom, boom. The moment Chu Yan stepped into the first black stone gate, in a black stone hall in the distance, a black emperor soul tree with a height of hundreds of feet burst out of the air, showing a huge phantom crown. On this dense, black emperor soul tree, there are 100 emperor soul fruits that glisten like black stars, scattered densely among the huge tree crowns. The 10 stone gates have different difficulties, among which the black emperor soul tree is the easiest. Chu Yan walked through the black stone gate, walked under the black emperor soul tree, and looked up at the huge emperor soul tree like a sky, full of emotion in his heart. This emperor soul tree, which was transformed from the souls of 100 ancient martial emperors of the human race, proved the glory of the human race in the past. Slowly sitting under the tree, Chu Yan breathed out, and the faint true energy overflowed from the body, and spread towards the emperor soul tree. Following Chu Yan's movements, the black stone gate behind him, the brilliance continued to flicker, and one after another, geniuses of various races also stepped into the black stone gate. Like Chu Yan, they sat cross-legged under the black emperor soul tree, releasing their own souls. Infuriating. True chi of various colors rose up under the black emperor soul tree, rushing towards the champion tree several tens of feet high. Boom. 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 Once everyone's true energy touches an emperor soul fruit, a thunderous light will shoot out from the emperor soul fruit, and hit the young genius sitting cross-legged under the tree. This ray of light did not bombard the physical body, but rushed into the sea of consciousness of all geniuses in a flash, like thunder roaring from the sky, shaking the heavens and the earth. Puff. At the beginning, in less than 3 breaths, among the geniuses who were the first to release their true energy, one of them couldn't bear the force, and opened his mouth to spit out a big mouthful of blood mist. His body trembled suddenly, he got up quickly, and ran towards the black stone gate, with a face full of panic. His face was bulging, his eyes were bloodshot, and he was obviously in great pain. Swish! When he rushed out of the black stone gate, he seemed to lose all his strength at once, and fell limp to the ground, falling into a coma. Humph! The junior disciples of your 9 sects are too weak, this is only the first one. Seeing that a disciple of the 9 sects was eliminated, Jiang Yuchuan snorted with disdain and laughed. #C1812 Weird Ling Xuantian. Hearing Jiang Yuchuan's words, Ling Xuantian and the other 9 sect masters all blushed slightly, looking extremely embarrassed. As he said, even the bombardment of the first emperor soul fruit was unbearable, it was really too weak. However, the test and improvement of the Emperor Soul Tree for warriors includes many aspects such as physical body, cultivation, will, martial spirit, and spiritual consciousness. If any point is not strong enough, it will not be able to withstand the all-round tempering from the inside to the outside of the Emperor Soul Tree. However, among the young geniuses of the younger generation, how many are all-round geniuses? Any warrior, any genius, probably has 1 or 2 foundations that are weak. In normal training in combat, they can use their own advantages to cover up their weaknesses so that they are not so obvious. However, when facing the Emperor Soul Tree, the weakness will be infinitely magnified, resulting in the young man just now, who was directly eliminated by the sea of consciousness bombardment of the first Emperor Soul Fruit. On the other hand, compared to the demigods, one of the top 10 racial forces in the outer continent, the strength of the 9 supreme sects is still too weak. The strength of the younger generations within the 2 forces cannot be compared in the same day. Seeing that Ling Xuantian and the other 9 big brothers were all blushing, Jiang Yuchuan's face suddenly showed a look of arrogance and joking, and he opened his mouth and said with a big laugh. Ha ha ha, Pavilion Master Ling. It seems that the one who has a chance to reach the last stone gate in today's Emperor Soul Cave trial is very likely to be a young man from our demigod race. Don't be offended. No. No. Of course not. Ling Xuantian said with a smile, the demigods are powerful. There are almost no rivals in this outer continent. They are the absolute overlord race. Moreover, this time, Elder Jiang personally leads the team. Those young people will naturally superb performance. So, we, the young descendants of the 9 sects, are just serving as a foil for you. Of course we know this. Hearing Ling Xuantian's words, Jiang Yuchuan's eyes suddenly brightened, and he nodded slightly, looking extremely satisfied. However, the bosses of the 9 supreme sects standing around all darkened their faces, frowned slightly, and looked at Ling Xuantian with puzzled expressions. It's not right. What happened to Ling Xuantian today? Although the demigods are powerful. However, based on their understanding of Ling Xuantian, the person in front of them who flattered the demigods was really Ling Xuantian. You know, in the Shifeng God realm, in order to support Chu Yan, Ling Xuantian resisted the oppression of the 2 major forces of the Wu clan and the Ming clan. He was neither humble nor overbearing, and appeared detached. But today, why is he so devoted to this great elder of the demigod clan, Jiang Yuchuan? There seems to be something weird in it. Of course, none of the 9 masters would think that Ling Xuantian was just trying to curry favor with the demigods. Because Ling Xuantian was able to become the leader of the 9 supreme sects not only because of his formidable and invincible strength, but also because of his wisdom. Deep impression. Therefore, when hundreds of doubtful eyes glanced at Ling Xuantian was smiling and did not respond at all, just barely noticeable, and quietly looked at Yuan Ba and Mu Feihuang. Immediately, the eyes of the 3 turned around at the same time, looking not far away, in the black stone hall, under the tall black emperor soul tree, the figure in black robe sitting cross-legged, the eyes of the 3 flickered slightly. Sure enough, within 100 breaths, Ling Xuantian turned his head again, looked at Jiang Yuchuan with a smile on his face, and said softly, Elder Jiang, I have a proposal. Huh? What proposal? Jiang Yuchuan was watching the state of the demigod youth under the black emperor soul tree. When he heard Ling Xuantian's words, his face was startled, and he asked subconsciously. The disciples of the younger generation are all cultivating. We old guys, waiting here are a bit boring, why not? Having said that, Ling Xuantian paused for a moment, with a strange smile on his face, and continued. How about, let's have a small gamble to enhance the relationship between our 2 races, what do you think? Let's take a small gamble. Elder Jiang Yuchuan glanced at Ling Xuantian in surprise, his dim eyes flickered slightly, and asked, how do you want to bet? How about, let's take a gamble, the younger generation of that clan is the first to break through the Black Emperor soul tree. Ling Xuantian laughed. What? Can the youth of that tribe be the first to break through the Black Emperor soul tree? Is this, still a gamble? Hearing Ling Xuantian's proposal, Great Elder Jiang Yuchuan was taken aback for a moment, then opened his mouth and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, Pavilion Master Ling, this is of course a young descendant of our demigod race. You don't know it. This time, our demigods were invited to participate in the trial of the Emperor's Soul Cave. They are all first-class junior geniuses in the clan. Within 3,000. These junior youths, not to mention comparing with your 9 sects, even if you look at the entire outer continent, they are considered to be the top group. Also, the number of youths entering the Emperor's Soul Cave this time is 500 in total, and my demigods only counted 100. If I bet with you like this, I'm afraid it's a bit, not so good. Hee hee. He said it was not good, but the eyes of Great Elder Jiang Yuchuan were already shining like stars, looking at Ling Xuantian, his face was full of excitement. Obviously, he naturally agrees with Ling Xuantian's proposal. For him, first of all, the wealth delivered to the door is much easier than bending down to pick it up from the ground. On the other hand, this is also an excellent opportunity to show the strength of the demigods to the 9 supreme sects. Even according to the wishes of the elders and the demigods, In order for these human races to voluntarily become vassals of the demigods in the future, they must understand the gap between the demigods and the human race. It doesn't matter. Although we also know that our young descendants of the human race cannot be compared with the nobles, this is also an excellent opportunity to exchange ideas. For this, the 9 sects, are willing to pay some tuition fees. What do you think? At the end of Ling Xuantian's words, he turned his head, looked at Yuanba and Mu Feihuang, and asked with a smile on his face. Of course, our inorganic immortal sect can still afford a little tuition. That's right. My Tianyan sect is also willing. Regarding Ling Xuantian's question, Yuanba and Mu Feihuang agreed without thinking about it, nodding their heads like chickens pecking at rice. Seeing that the 3 sages all agreed, a smile finally bloomed on the face of the great elder Jiang Yuchuan, and his eyes were full of green light. There are really fools, give yourself Daijing. How could I refuse such a request? Of course, the more the better. Therefore, great elder Jiang Yuchuan immediately nodded in agreement. #C1813 100,000 Emperor Crystal. When both parties agree, the game starts smoothly. Elder Jiang, for this first Emperor Soul Tree, I will produce 100,000 Emperor Crystals, what do you think? Ling Xuantian laughed. 100,000 Emperor Crystals. Jiang Yuchuan was stunned when he heard Ling Xuantian's chips. Not only Jiang Yuchuan, but also the big bosses of the other 9 sects also changed their expressions, their eyes widened, and they looked at Ling Xuantian. 100,000 Emperor Crystals. This is not a small amount. Although the Sanqingzan of the 9 sects is powerful, it is too exaggerated to take out 100,000 Emperor Crystals to lose. Of course, it's not my Lingyun Pavilion family. My Lingyun Pavilion gave 40,000, and Wuwu Xianzong and Tianyan sect each gave 30,000. Ling Xuantian said. That's right. I'll pay you 30,000. My inorganic immortal sect can still afford to pay this amount. Yuanba nodded, his eyes twitched twice, and he looked a bit pained. 30,000 is 30,000. Mu Feihuang's face was also slightly gloomy, and he glanced at Ling Xuantian with resentment on his face, looking helpless. Okay. The 3 of you are so grand, and I'm not petty, 100,000 is 100,000. He. When Jiang Yuchuan saw what the Sanqing said, he immediately smiled, his mouth full of yellow teeth, and his smile was rippling like a spring breeze. Originally, Jiang Yuchuan was still a little puzzled when the family paid 100,000. After all, 100,000 Emperor Crystals is not a small amount. Even the Lingyun Pavilion of the 9 supreme sects, it is not easy to take out so much at once. However, if it is divided into 3 families, if the family has tens of thousands, that is not too much. As the big brother of the 3 saints, it is normal for him to take out tens of thousands of Emperor Crystals and make a small gamble. Okay. That's it. Let's wait for the result. Hearing Jiang Yuchuan's words, Ling Xuantian answered the words almost as soon as his words fell to the ground. At the same time, a brilliant light flashed in the eyes of Yuanba and Mu Feihuang at the same time. At this time, Black Stone Palace, under the Emperor Soul Tree. On the huge and dense canopy, Emperor Soul Fruits continuously released the bombardment of spiritual consciousness, and in less than 10 breaths, they completely enveloped the 500 youths under the tree. On these Emperor Soul Fruits, there is a trace of faint Emperor Prestige, which is extremely powerful, and contains all the comprehension of the heavenly and martial arts of the ancient martial emperors. Although after millions of years, it will not dissipate much, but the Emperor's prestige in it is real. Boom! Chu Yan only felt that a force like a hammer hit his sea of consciousness whirled heavily, in all directions, and the terrifying coercion of heaven was severely suppressed, completely confining his physical body, unable to move an inch. At the same time, the terrifying Emperor Wei rushed in, rushing through his body like a flood. Chu Yan was taken aback, and kept slacking off in the slightest. He quickly exhaled and breathed out, restrained his spiritual consciousness, and operated the Rakshasa promise art, while urging the Holy Spirit pattern and the Holy Rakshasa deity to fight against this terrifying imperial power. Immediately afterwards, Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness and true energy gathered together to form a force of his own. Using his body as the battlefield, he started a tug-of-war with that imperial prestige. It didn't take long for Chu Yan's mind to be completely immersed in this confrontation, and at the same time, he constantly felt the various martial arts and heavenly perceptions contained in the power of the Emperor. Nice one. With just a sweep of consciousness, Chu Yan's eyes brightened and his face flushed. Although the inheritance contained in this Emperor Soul Fruit is weak, it is incomparably mysterious. It is completely different from my own understanding and cultivation of the Tao of Heaven, and the harvest is huge. Just the inheritance, contained in this Emperor Soul Fruit, has greatly improved Chu Yan's understanding of the way of heaven and martial arts. Soon, when Chu Yan gathered his own power to drive the Emperor Soul Fruit's Emperor power out of his body, and continuously charged towards that Emperor Soul Fruit, Chu Yan also entered a mysterious state. That feeling was as if he had returned to the Tower of Swallowing Heaven, and everything around him no longer existed. In all directions, there is a void, like a vast sea of stars, and like an independent world, and I am the center of this world. My whole body is connected with the whole world. Here, Chu Yan can clearly sense every trace of breath fluctuations and every trace of soul power in the world. Such a state even surpassed the help and improvement of epiphany to him. Time passed slowly, and Chu Yan's power finally rushed into the Emperor Soul Fruit, causing a dazzling black halo to be released from the entire Emperor Soul Fruit, and a black streamer shot out, instantly sinking into the center of Chu Yan's eyebrows. Whoosh! The black light flashed and disappeared. Chu Yan's body just trembled, and he felt that his divine soul was constantly extending, and soon came into contact with that Emperor Soul Fruit and merged into one, as if he was that Emperor Soul. The fruit, on the branch, is swaying in the wind. Boom, boom. The tall black Emperor Soul tree. The moment Chu Yan's soul invaded the Emperor Soul Fruit, the whole tree trembled suddenly, making a sound like thunder. The next moment, over the black stone hall carrying the black Emperor Soul tree, celestial music resounded, all beasts roared, and the huge imperial power, like a stormy sea, picked up layers of sky waves and surged past, like a thunder passing through. Huh! What's going on? Oh my God, someone realized the first Emperor Soul Fruit, so fast. Who? No, I want to speed up. The sudden vision suddenly awakened the young geniuses of various races under the Emperor Soul Tree who were still comprehending. When they looked up, they saw a black light on top of the Emperor Soul Fruit, and the Emperor's power was like a tide. Chi-Chi exclaimed as his face changed. Many of these people have participated in the trials in the Emperor Soul Cave. Generally speaking, it takes at least 100 breaths of time to fully comprehend the Emperor Soul Fruit on the black Emperor Soul Tree. But now, less than 20 breaths have passed, and someone has successfully merged. This speed is too fast. It's just that, under the Emperor Soul Tree, everyone is sitting cross-legged, and they don't know who it is. At the same time, the vision in the sky above the black stone palace also alarmed the big bosses waiting outside. All the bosses are shocked together. Who? Such a fast speed. Great Elder Jiang Yuchuan was startled for a moment, and then a look of joy appeared on his face. Ha ha ha, not bad. These boys didn't embarrass me. Jiang Yuchuan laughed loudly in a good mood. Oh. Elder Jiang, you must be a noble genius. Ling Shuangtian asked with a smile. Of course, among this group of geniuses, when someone comprehended the first Emperor Soul Fruit in our clan's Emperor Soul Cave, it only took 15 breaths of time. Unexpectedly, in the Emperor's Soul Cave of the 9 Mountains, it took 20 breaths, although it was 5 breaths slower, it was not bad. Jiang Yuchuan was full of complacency, his chin slightly raised, looked at Ling Xuantian and explained. #C1814 break the record. Hearing Jiang Yuchuan's words, Yuan Ba and Mu Feihuang were taken aback at the same time, their brows were slightly frowned, and there was a hint of worry in their eyes looking at Ling Xuantian. Congratulations to Elder Jiang. However, Ling Xuantian directly ignored the gazes cast by the two, instead he cupped his hands and congratulated Great Elder Jiang. Hee, you're welcome. Jiang Yuchuan was in a good mood, and even bowed his hands in return, saying, the 3 of you will be charged soon, I'm sorry. There, it should be. Ling Xuantian's attitude didn't change at all, and he still replied with a smile on his face. Turning around, looking at Yuan Ba and Mu Feihuang, he nodded slightly, without expressing too much. So, all the bosses turned their heads again and looked at the Black Emperor Soul Tree together. However, this time, apart from Jiang Yuchuan and Ling Xuantian, even Yuan Ba and Mu Feihuang had more serious expressions on their faces. However, even if they were worried, at this time, 500 disciples were all under the Emperor Soul Tree. Apart from seeing the vision of the Emperor Soul Tree, they had no idea what happened inside. Only when someone has fused all the 100 Emperor Soul fruits on the Black Emperor Soul Tree, and someone walks out of the Black Stone Gate, can we know who is number 1. At this time, under the Emperor Soul Tree, Xuanhuan's expression was full of anxiety. Because, he was also awakened by the vision just now, knowing that someone could comprehend and integrate faster than him, which immediately made his already messy mind even more anxious. No. I am number 1. No one can surpass me. A smoldering look appeared on Xuanhuan's face, he turned his head slowly, swept across the cross-legged figures around him, and finally landed on Chu Yan. Humph. No matter how fast the geniuses of the demigods are, as long as I am faster than you, Chu Yan, I will still win. Although he was thinking so much in his heart, Xuanhuan knew that his cultivation had already reached the martial emperor realm. Compared with other geniuses who have not reached the emperor martial realm, in the process of comprehending and merging the emperor soul fruit. Fighting against the emperor power on the emperor soul fruit is to take advantage of it. Therefore, especially when competing with Chu Yan, he must let his own score surpass Chu Yan by a large margin, and leave Chu Yan far behind with an absolutely crushing attitude. In this way, when the time comes, the entire Lingyun Pavilion, including Ling Xuantian and Master, will clearly understand that in the entire Lingyun Pavilion, only you are the well-deserved number 1. Thinking of this, Xuanhuan took a deep breath. After calming down, he slowly closed his eyes and began to re-enlighten. Time flies, and another 20 breaths of time have passed. On the crown of the tree, another Black Emperor Soul Fruit released a dazzling black light, and shot out a sharp black light, which sank into the center of Xuanhuan's eyebrows. Xuanhuan's first Emperor Soul Fruit has been enlightened successfully. Compared with the first Emperor Soul Fruit, at this time, there is no earth-shattering phenomenon on the Black Stone Palace. Obviously, only the first one to comprehend and fuse the Emperor Soul Fruit can trigger the vision of the Black Stone Palace, and the subsequent 99 Emperor Soul Fruits will not have this effect. Just as Xuanhuan was refreshed, his face beamed with joy, and he began to comprehend the second Emperor Soul Fruit. At this time, Chu Yan, who was sitting cross-legged under the tree, suddenly opened his eyes. Call. After a long exhalation of turbid air, Chu Yan felt that the speed of the whole body's true energy had increased by more than 30%. A mysterious feeling surged in the body, making the flesh and blood cells in the whole body boil and cheer. This Emperor Soul Fruit is really mysterious, there are only 3 pieces, and it has such a strong improvement. Chu Yan muttered to himself, then slowly raised his head, glanced at the Black Emperor Soul Tree above his head, but frowned slightly. According to this speed, I'm afraid it won't be long before I can break through to the lower, quasi-imperial rank. At this time, Chu Yan's cultivation was at the 3rd level of the quasi-emperor level, and there was still a gap of 7 levels in order to break through to the middle Wudi level. Don't rush, we still need to consolidate. Without the slightest hesitation, Chu Yan took back all the divine consciousness that had been released, and at the same time urged the Rakshasa Wu Jiju to isolate all the Emperor's power of the Emperor's soul fruit, and began to practice exercises to consolidate the foundation of cultivation. After stepping into the quasi-emperor rank, Chu Yan attaches great importance to every step of improvement, and he is no longer just blindly pursuing the speed of cultivation as before. This point is Chu Yan's experience and perception in the Swallowing Tower. Although it is a good thing to improve the cultivation base quickly, if the foundation is not stable, on the one hand, it will increase the difficulty of improving the cultivation base in the future, and at the same time, the impact on combat power will be particularly huge. While Chu Yan is pursuing martial arts, he also pursues the importance of strength. Just like outside the heaven-swallowing pagoda, within a few moves of Chu Yan, he was able to kill a demon emperor at the martial emperor realm. And recently, in the Battle of Moyanling, Chu Yan didn't use his whole cards at all, but relied on his stronger martial arts strength to defeat Lu Xiangfeng, a high-ranking quasi-emperor. Therefore, after quickly comprehending and fusing the 3 emperor soul fruits, Chu Yan took the initiative to slow down and began to consolidate the foundation of his cultivation. Because he could feel that his cultivation would definitely improve again in this trial in the Emperor Soul Cave. Time goes by like a white horse passing by. In the entire Emperor Soul Cave, there was silence, except for the occasional bright black light, which represented a genius who had comprehended and fused an Emperor Soul fruit. There was no other movement. The day passed. Chu Yan has begun to comprehend the 30th Emperor Soul fruit. Consolidate the foundation, and then comprehend the fusion. 40th, 50th Emperor Soul fruit. Consolidating the foundation, repeating the cycle like this, cycle after cycle, Chu Yan was completely infected by this mysterious promotion, sinking into it, unable to extricate himself. These ancient martial emperors' perceptions of martial arts and the way of heaven were so refined that they were passed down extremely quickly. On the 3rd day, Chu Yan had already begun to comprehend and fuse the 60th Emperor Soul fruit. Chu Yan is quite satisfied with this speed. After all, Chu Yan's current limit is to maintain the fastest comprehension and fusion while consolidating his cultivation. However, Chu Yan didn't know that at this moment, in the stone temple square outside, all the bigwigs were full of surprise. What's the situation? There are already 60 Emperor Soul fruits. It's only been 3 days. Aren't you kidding? It took only 3 days to comprehend 60 Emperor Soul fruits, which has already broken the record. Not bad. Among the geniuses who have come to the Emperor Soul Cave for trials, the one with the fastest comprehension speed seems to have taken 5 days to reach 60 pieces. It's scary, it's terrible. This genius of the demigod race is so terrifying. A group of big bosses saw that there were already 60 Emperor Soul fruits on the phantom of the Black Emperor Soul tree in the distance, releasing a strong halo, and they couldn't help but speak one after another, discussing like a wave. At the same time, everyone looked at Great Elder Jiang Yuchuan with awe and envy in their eyes. A strong clan is a strong clan, and even the geniuses of the younger generations in the clan are so powerful that they easily broke through the 9 supreme sects and maintained a record of enlightenment for hundreds of thousands of years. #C1815 Magic Zero. Seeing the 60 Emperor Soul fruits emitting a halo above his head, Xiao Wenliang's face was also full of astonishment. He did not expect that the young genius of the demigod race was so powerful. So far, he has only comprehended 30 Emperor Soul fruits, only half of others. The geniuses of the demigods are really powerful. However, half of the 100 demigod geniuses have reached the Emperor Martial Realm, and their strength is extremely strong. No wonder. Xiao Wenliang nodded slightly, glanced at Chu Yan, but saw that he didn't have any aura of Emperor Soul Fruit on him, as if he was still circulating his true energy and practicing exercises. Huh. This Chu Yan is really useless, that's fine. Seeing that Chu Yan couldn't resist the bombardment of the Emperor Soul Fruit and began to cultivate and improve his true energy, Xiao Wenliang laughed jokingly and immediately felt relieved. Time is short and there is no room for waste. As long as you know that Chu Yan is already exhausted, far below himself, that's fine. Therefore, Xiao Wenliang withdrew his gaze, began to sink into comprehension and fusion again, and his spiritual consciousness attacked the 31st Emperor Soul Fruit. Emperor Soul Fruit, which contains the powerful inheritance of the ancient Emperor Wudi's perception. If you can't fully comprehend the mystery contained in it, it is impossible to integrate it. Moreover, this is only the Black Emperor Soul Tree, which is the simplest and easiest one among the 9 Emperor Soul Trees. However, this situation is not the same for everyone, and there are also different types. In the past, there have been many geniuses, but the speed of comprehension has become faster and faster as time goes by. Their comprehension of the way of heaven and the foundation of martial arts are extremely solid. At the same time, after adapting to the bombardment of the Emperor Soul Fruit, the speed of comprehension and integration is getting faster and faster. Such people are not rare among geniuses with solid foundations. At least, among the 500 geniuses of various races under the Black Emperor Soul Tree, the geniuses of the demigod race are obviously getting faster and faster, while those young people from the 9 supreme sects are struggling. The Emperor Soul Fruit takes a lot of time. Only this. It can be seen that the emphasis of the powerful sect on the cultivation of disciples is obviously different. The weaker sects are all pursuing the speed of improvement of the younger generation's cultivation base. This will lead to the fact that most of the younger generation's geniuses are getting worse and worse, and the road to martial arts will be greatly shortened. And powerful ethnic forces often attach great importance to the foundation of martial arts, which can make the younger generation go further and have stronger strength. For this trial in the Emperor Soul Cave, on the one hand, Xiao Wenliang had to prove that his talent and strength were far stronger than Chu Yan's in front of all the bosses of the 9 supreme sects. At the same time, he also wanted to show his face in front of Ling Xuantian and compete with those geniuses of the demigod race. If Ling Xuantian is satisfied with his performance, maybe it will be easier for him to win the position of Holy Son. These 2 points are Xiao Wenliang's biggest goal this time. Among the 400 geniuses of the 9 supreme sects present, there were not a few who had the same idea as Xiao Wenliang. Therefore, facing the pressure of the 100 geniuses of the demigods, all the disciples of the 9 sects are trying their best to comprehend and integrate, hoping to narrow the gap with them. Time was passing by quickly, and as the Black Emperor Soul Fruit on the Black Emperor Soul Tree continuously released halos, it was getting closer and closer to the final result of 100. Soon, 10 days passed, and 99 Emperor Soul Fruits lit up on the huge and dense Black Emperor Soul Tree. At this point, the last moment has come. At this time, Chu Yan finally encountered a bottleneck and was stuck in the comprehension of the last Emperor Soul Fruit. However, it's not that Chu Yan couldn't fully fuse the last Emperor Soul Fruit, but that Chu Yan had a new discovery. After fusing 99 Black Emperor Soul Fruits, Chu Yan accidentally discovered that there is a very strange and mysterious connection between the inheritance of the 99 Emperor Soul Fruits. While consolidating his cultivation, Chu Yan thought for a long time, finally gritted his teeth, and decided to do it all over again. So, Chu Yan sank his mind, found out the original first Emperor Soul Fruit inheritance in the whole country, and started to comprehend again. It's just that this time, Chu Yan didn't just target it, but separated out 98 divine senses at the same time. While comprehending and merging the first Emperor Soul Fruit, he carefully sensed the changes in the other 90 pieces. This act of giving up brought unexpected surprises to Chu Yan. There is indeed a very special connection between the 99 Emperor Soul Fruits, and when they come together, they are like a torrent, and changes are taking place in Chu Yan's body. Emperor Soul Tree. So that's how it is. Chu Yan's eyes brightened, he opened them suddenly, and looked at the tall black Emperor Soul Tree in front of him. His face was full of excitement. All the people here concentrating on the Emperor Soul Fruit, but they ignored the existence of the Emperor Soul Tree. However, as long as the angle is slightly changed, or slowed down, and sensed carefully, anyone may be able to discover that there is a trace of the Emperor Soul Tree's aura on the 100 Emperor Soul Fruits. The fruit is the fruit, the tree is the foundation. Where there are no trees, the fruit that comes. Therefore, the comprehension and fusion in the Black Stone Gate seems to be comprehension of the 100 Emperor Soul Fruits, but in fact, in the end, it still returned to the Emperor Soul Tree. There are thousands of ways in the world, and thousands of dharmas, but all dharmas are unified. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust, fruit is the appearance of the tree, and the tree is the spirit of the earth. All of these can be decomposed, and naturally can also be fused. Wonderful. Really wonderful. In Chu Yan's heart, Sanskrit sounds sang like thunder, and the sea of consciousness was empty, as if he had come out of the dust, and instantly saw through the mundane barriers. Click. At this moment, in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, something seemed to explode, a mysterious and incomparably comfortable feeling, blessed to the soul, caused Chu Yan's soul to undergo a huge change in an instant. This is a kind of sublimation, the sublimation of the soul of a warrior. Compared with cultivation base, martial soul, physical body, etc., the soul of a warrior has never been able to improve and advance. After all, it is a state of the human heart, which can only be improved by comprehension. But now, Chu Yan's sublimation is due to the promotion of the deepest part of the soul, just like a world carrying thousands of creatures suddenly increased in size. Then, this is a kind of promotion of the root, the promotion of the whole world, and following that, everything in this world will be promoted accordingly. This kind of sublimation is extremely rare, even more rare than breaking through the Emperor Martial Realm. Boom, boom. The improvement of the soul made Chu Yan's consciousness more than double in an instant, and all the previous comprehensions became extremely fierce at this moment. Suddenly, all the consciousness turned into a frenzy, sweeping away towards the last Emperor Soul Fruit. #C1816 out. At this time, outside the Black Stone Palace, all the bosses were tense, even more nervous than the young people who were enlightened inside. Because, seeing 99 Emperor Soul Fruits lit up on the Black Emperor Soul Tree, but the last one has not moved for a long time. Moreover, this card is for a whole day, how can it not make people anxious? What's going on? Why is it taking so long? That's right, there were nearly 10 Emperor Soul Fruits a day ago, but now, it's been a day. This Emperor Soul Fruit is completed, and the final result will be revealed. Is it the human race or the demigod race who can get the first place? This is 100,000 Emperor Crystals. Nonsense, of course it's a demigod. Burning with anxiety, some bigwigs started talking in groups of 3 or 4, but their eyes were all looking at the Black Stone Gate, not daring to relax in the slightest. After all, the gamble of 100,000 Emperor Crystals may not be a big deal to Ling Shuangtian and Jiang Yuchuan, but to ordinary elders like them, it is a fortune. Moreover, this matter is related to the honor and disgrace between the two races. Although the human race has very little hope, every time they see Ling Shuangtian's indifferent face, they will somewhat look forward to it in their hearts. How could Ling Shuangtian, who is also famous for his strength and cunning, hand over to the Demi-Protoss 100,000 Emperor Crystals? I'm afraid he is somewhat sure. Although everyone didn't quite believe it in their hearts, they couldn't calm down until the last step. Governor Ling, I just said it, don't bet so big, just bet 50,000. Mu Feihuang frowned lightly, the uneasiness in his heart became more and more intense, and it was obvious that he had no confidence in the sound transmission of his spiritual consciousness. "Isn't it over yet? Why are you panicking?" "Humph." Yuanba groaned heavily, but he also had a serious look on his face. "Hee, stay safe and don't get bored," Ling Xuantian replied with a light smile. However, Chu Yan is only one person, but he has to compete with 100 geniuses of the semi-protoss. "This is too difficult," Mu Feihuang still said worriedly. "And this time, fully half of the youths of the demigod race have reached the martial emperor level. It's not that you don't know that it's more than twice as easy to improve the cultivation of the emperor soul tree at the martial emperor level than at the quasi-emperor level." Hearing Mu Feihuang's words, Ling Xuantian still had a calm smile on his face, but shook his head slightly, not intending to speak at all. Seeing Ling Xuantian's attitude, Mu Feihuang and Yuanba didn't say anything more. After all, it was the last moment, and at the beginning, they had full trust in Chu Yan's talent. Time passed by little, but there was no movement from the Black Emperor Soul Tree and the Black Stone Gate. In the square, the expressions of the bigwigs became more and more tense. Even Great Elder Jian Yuchuan, who had been full of complacency and fantasized in his mind that 100,000 Emperor crystals would be credited to his account in a short while, gradually became tense at this moment. On the square, at an unknown time, a dignified atmosphere gradually spread. Half a day passed quickly. Suddenly, in the middle of the black stone hall in the distance, a black light from the huge Black Emperor Soul Tree rose into the sky. Boom, boom. A thunderbolt exploded, and the entire Emperor Soul Cave trembled violently. Ling Xuantian, Jiang Yuchuan, Yuanba, Mu Feihuang and the rest of the assembly replied, their faces were startled at the same time. "What's the situation?" Looking up, I saw that in the black stone hall not far away, cloud waves like a black sea tide rushed out, filling the entire black stone hall in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the huge black stone hall, including the Black Emperor Soul Tree and all the youths sitting cross-legged under the tree, were completely shrouded in black thick fog. Everyone's eyes widened at the same time, looking together. Then, on the black stone gate that had been silent for a full 10 days, the light burst forth, as if the heart was beating, flickering regularly. At the same time, a figure came out from the thick black fog, and with his steps, the figure became more and more clear. The appearance of this figure immediately affected everyone's mind. Everyone's hearts suddenly rose to their throats, and countless pairs of eyes stared wide open, staring at the black stone gate motionlessly, and the thick fog gushing out of the stone gate. Of course, the most important thing is, who is that black figure? Come out. Someone has come out. Look, the first genius to break through the Black Stone Palace has come out. It's amazing. In 10 days, 100 Emperor Soul fruits from the Black Emperor Soul Tree were all enlightened and fused. This speed. Oh my God. It's terrible. Basically, the speed of 10 Emperor Soul fruits a day is 6 days earlier than the original record of 16 days. A new record. A new Tianjiao is finally born. Who is it? Who is it? One of the top 10 geniuses of the demigods. It's out. Look. Following bursts of exclamations, the figure coming out of the thick black fog became clearer and clearer. However, what puzzled everyone was that even if that figure had already reached the Black Stone Gate, it was still blurred and could not be seen clearly at all. Black robe. How is that possible? Someone exclaimed. Strange, don't the disciples of the demigods all have gold robes and silver trim? Why is the color of the sect robe black? No. It seems, not from the demigods. The appearance of that figure not only did not make everyone's long-awaited doubts and answers, on the contrary, it brought even greater doubts to everyone's hearts. Not bad. Only Ling Xuantian, looking at the tall young figure in the black stone gate, and the black robe fluttering with the black mist, smiled all over his face, nodded slightly, and nodded incessantly. No borrowing. What's so good? Yuanba, Mu Feihuang, and Jiang Yuchuan asked questions almost simultaneously. Because, in this Emperor Soul Cave, where they cannot use their spiritual consciousness, with their naked eyes alone, they still cannot see clearly who that figure is. Tread. 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 In front of the black stone gate, he paused for a moment, as if hesitating a bit, and finally, that figure still strode towards the crowd in the square. The crisp footsteps echoed in the square of the Emperor Soul Cave, like a heavy hammer, hitting everyone's hearts one after another, making everyone's eyes tremble constantly following his footsteps. After 10 breaths of time, the figure finally walked in front of the big bosses. At the same time, the vision of the Emperor Soul Tree in the Black Stone Palace also began to dissipate slowly, and the thick black fog that filled the entire square gradually dissipated. Suddenly raised his head and looked at the approaching figure. On the face of the great elder Jiang Yuman, a pair of eyes stared wide open. He was completely stunned, as if he had seen a ghost, and asked directly. You, who are you? #C1817 in Xia Yan. Jiang Yuchuan looked at the young man in front of him with astonishment, as if he had seen a ghost. See Elder Jiang. Didn't we meet just now? Elder Jiang forgot. Next, Chu Yan. The figure in the black robe smiled slightly when he heard Elder Jiang's question, and replied calmly. Chu Yan, who is it? Jiang Yuchuan's eyes were confused, trying to remember something. This time, not only Chu Yan, but also all the bosses around looked at Jiang Yuchuan blankly. What's the situation? Elder Jiang, are you stupid? A few days ago, the two met each other under Ling Xuantian's introduction, but now. In fact, it is not to blame that the great elder Jiang Yuchuan was confused. Because, from the very beginning, he never had any doubts. The first person to walk out from the Black Stone Gate must be a young man from the demigod race. Therefore, when Chu Yan stepped on the vision and suddenly appeared in front of him, his mind was still in the initial consciousness of the semi-Protoss youth. Therefore, when Chu Yan reported his name, Jiang Yuchuan was still stuck in the misunderstanding of his own thinking. What he was thinking about was, among the geniuses of our semi-Protoss, is there anyone named Chu Yan? It seems not. Every demigod youth is carefully selected. He knows every one of them, but he has never heard of Chu Yan. However, at the next moment, deafening cheers suddenly resounded in the square of the Emperor Soul Cave, and the great elder Jiang Yuchuan immediately trembled violently, and his confused eyes gradually regained clarity. Oh my God! Human race, the youth of the human race is the first. Chu Yan. Chu Yan is too powerful. 10 days. Breaking the record. Ha ha ha, I am number 1 in the human race, first in the human race. The earth-shattering cheers were like thunderclaps. The constant bombardment of the great elder Jiang Yuchuan's sea of consciousness made his eyes suddenly turn red, with blood-red secret cloth, and he stared at Chu Yan in a daze, his mouth opened wider and wider involuntarily. See, hell. Still, dreaming. Or, it's all hallucinations. Chu Yan of the human race was the first to break through the Black Stone Gate, and broke the record. How can this be? Even a master of the martial emperor realm as strong as Jiang Yuchuan, at this moment, he was dumbfounded, as if petrified, and stood frozen on the spot, completely stupid. See, master. Chu Yan turned around directly, ignoring the stone-like great elder Jiang Yuchuan, and bowed to Ling Xuantian. Ha ha ha, good. Ling Xuantian smiled all over his face, looking at Chu Yan, his eyes were as bright as stars. Master, I have some doubts about martial arts, and I want to ask for advice. Chu Yan continued. Oh. It seems that you have gained a lot. Ling Xuantian looked at Chu Yan, and finally understood why he didn't go to the white stone gate immediately after leaving the black stone gate, but walked over. But it's okay to ask. Ling Xuantian looked at Chu Yan with brighter eyes, and replied happily. About the origin of the law. Chu Yan nodded, and immediately asked Ling Xuantian about his doubts about his comprehension under the Black Emperor Soul Tree. Hearing Chu Yan's question, Ling Xuantian's expression kept changing, full of astonishment and shock. Then, after pondering for a while, he slowly opened his mouth to answer him. Who knows? After hearing Ling Xuantian's answer, Chu Yan was extremely excited and continued to ask. Thus, the two people, one teacher and one apprentice, directly began to preach and dispel doubts in front of everyone present, as if the people around them did not exist. Seeing this scene, the elders of Lingyun Pavilion hurried forward, dispersed the surrounding crowd, and protected Ling Xuantian and Chu Yan. The elders of the surrounding sects looked at these two people, especially at Chu Yan, with expressions of astonishment. You must know that time is extremely precious for this trial in the Emperor's Soul Cave. Every genius has seized every breath of time in the past, just to go further. But this Chu Yan did not play cards according to common sense at all, wasting such precious time, came to find the master, and asked him what martial arts. But then, what everyone didn't expect was that the two masters and apprentices would sit and discuss Taoism for a whole day. A day later, Chu Yan was relaxed and indifferent. After saying goodbye to his master, under the surprised eyes of everyone, he strode towards the white stone gate. Soon, Chu Yan's figure disappeared into the white stone gate. Boom, boom. With the entry of Chu Yan, behind the white stone gate, in the huge white stone hall, a tall Emperor Soul Tree appeared through the air, and on the tree like jade, there were 100 snow-white Emperor Soul fruits hanging on it. Superior. The second Emperor Soul Tree has appeared. Ling Xuantian murmured while looking at the white Emperor Soul Tree. Unexpectedly, Chu Yan really did it. Yuanba took advantage of Ling Xuantian's side with a smile on his face. Hey, suppressing hundreds of demigod geniuses with the power of one person, this Chu Yan, not bad. Not bad. Mu Feihuang also walked over, and while smiling, he looked not far away, with a face almost the elder Jiang Yuchuan, who had become the bottom of the pot, winked in the direction of the great elder. Ling Xuantian and Yuanba didn't understand when they saw each other. They immediately looked at each other and smiled, and the three of them walked towards Jiang Yuchuan at the same time. Elder Jiang. Thank you very much. Ling Xuantian cupped his hands and said with a smile. Ah. Thank you. Thank you for what? He suddenly heard a voice in his ear. Jiang Yuchuan, who was still a little confused until now, was startled, and asked with a blank face. Impossible. Elder Jiang, we agreed, with 100,000 Emperor crystals as a bet on whether the first person to break through the Black Emperor Soul Tree will be a demigod or a human race. You don't want to renege on your debt, do you? Yuanba has a straightforward temper, and when he heard Jiang Yuchuan pretending to be confused, he immediately shouted at the top of his voice. Sect Master Yuanba, what are you doing? Hearing Yuanba's roar, all the bosses and elders around turned their eyes in unison. Mu Feihuang's face darkened, and he yelled. Who is the great elder Jiang? That is the great elder of the demigod clan. He promises a lot, and promises 1,000 gold. How can it be counted as a promise, let alone a bet? And, don't even think about it, 100,000 Emperor crystals, to Elder Jiang, it is nothing. Mu Feihuang had an upright face, and after scolding Yuanba, he forced a smile all over his face, turned his head to look at Jiang Yuchuan, and said with a smile. Are you saying I'm right? Elder Jiang. As soon as these words fell, Elder Jiang's face was as red as a monkey's buttocks, and the demigod elders standing behind him also blushed. When, of course. Hearing Mu Feihuang's words, Jiang Yuchuan quickly replied, but the corners of his eyes twitched involuntarily. Joke. Can you say no? Could it be that if you want to admit that you are a dishonest person in front of all the elders of the demigods, wouldn't that discredit the demigods? Moreover, Jiang Yuchuan's identity is that he is the great elder of the demigod clan, which is equivalent to the face of the demigod clan. Here you are. Here are 10 emperor crystals. With a flip of his hand, he took out a golden storage jade talisman, and slowly stretched his right hand towards the big brother Sansheng. The twitching of the corner of his eyes obviously aggravated a bit, and his face looked painful. #C1818 100 people are less than 1. When the 100,000 emperor crystals were in hand, the Sansheng boss immediately smiled, and he would be polite there. As soon as he took it, he turned around and left. Well. Seeing the big brother Sansheng taking away his 100,000 emperor crystals, talking and laughing all the way, he walked to the side and divided the spoils. There, you will get 1,000 and I will share the 10,000 emperor crystals. Great Elder Jiang Yuchuan only felt a nameless karmic fire rushing out of his body, the bloody eyes in his eyes kept blooming, and his whole body was about to explode. I actually lost. My family's 100 geniuses lost to a Chu Yan. My great demigod lost to such a weak human. Conscious thoughts exploded in Great Elder Jiang Yuchuan's sea of consciousness, like thunder, making him feel like vomiting blood. Credibility is preserved. But now, the demigods have lost to the human race. If they return to the clan, they will be ashamed to face others. No. Never. A shout roared in his sea of consciousness. Jiang Yuchuan's eyes were as red as wild beasts, staring viciously at the 3 sages whose visceral laughter shook the sky, and looked back again, the white emperor who had appeared in the distant Soul Tree. Shame. An absolute disgrace. It is not only a shame to him, but also a shame to the entire demigod race. It is absolutely unforgivable. Boom. In an instant, a thunderbolt exploded in Jiang Yuchuan's sea of consciousness. Jiang Yuchuan stared at the blood-red eyes, and strode towards the big 3 saints. I want to bet with you again. There was a loud shout like thunder, which actually contained a trace of emperor's prestige, which caused the complexion of the 3 saints to change at the same time. Elder Jiang, don't be angry. Mu Feihuang was startled for a moment, then he forced a smile all over his face, and persuaded. The victory in this round was all due to luck. It may just happen that Chu Yan's skills are related to the Black Emperor Soul Tree, so he barely won. What? The practice is related to the Black Emperor Soul Tree. Jiang Yuchuan stared, his face full of astonishment. No wonder. These 3 guys must have known for a long time that Chu Yan's skills matched the Black Emperor Soul Tree, so they had to bet against themselves. People belong to their human race, and this Emperor Soul Cave is also a place of trial for their human race. Wrong. Certainly not. I seem to have been calculated. Looking at the smiles on the faces of Ling Xuantian, Yuan Ba, and Mu Feihuang, the anger and aggrieved feeling in Jiang Yuchuan's heart became more and more intense. Humph. No matter what. This level, we must continue to gamble. Jiang Yuchuan has already concluded that he has fallen into the trap of these 3 guys, and they will be easily let go there. Moreover, the chips for this round have been increased to 500,000 emperor crystals. As soon as the words fell to the ground, the entire square was suddenly dead silent. 500,000. Emperor Jing. God. What a concept. This is equivalent to the combined wealth of a small sect, the treasure house of the entire sect. Ling Xuantian and the other 3 also stared at Jiang Yuchuan in astonishment, a little stupefied. Why did the bet increase 5 times all of a sudden? Humph. What? Don't dare. I knew it, you 3 guys planned ahead of time and wanted to cheat my Emperor Crystal. When Jiang Yuchuan saw the big three saints, all of them remained silent, and immediately became more certain of the guess in his heart, and his face turned cold. Let me tell you, you made up the game. Since you want to gamble, you can't just gamble for one game. You have to gamble for the remaining 9 games. If you don't agree, you are ready to bear the wrath of my demigods. When the voice fell to the ground, the emperor's prestige on Jiang Yuchuan's body changed from weak to strong, sweeping the audience instantly. The fierce emperor's breath picked up a strong wind and swept across the entire square of Emperor Soul Cave. Elder Jiang, don't get angry. Ling Xuantian was the first to react, and quickly opened his mouth to persuade. Now, the great elder Jiang Yuchuan seemed to be really angry, and even released the aura of emperor power. Ling Xuantian guessed that if he didn't promise him, I'm afraid this matter would be really bad. Since great elder Jiang is interested, let's continue to gamble, but... Ling Xuantian stopped suddenly in the middle of speaking, and looked at first elder Jiang with a half-smile, with a trace of hesitation on his face. But what? Say. Jiang Yuchuan said angrily. However, these 500,000 emperor crystals are not a small amount, and there are still 9 rounds to come. If you continue to gamble, I am afraid that the chips will become higher and higher. If this is the case, I see, is it right to make an oath of heaven better? Ling Xuantian laughed. Heaven's oath. Jiang Yuchuan was taken aback. It wasn't that Jiang Yuchuan was afraid of making an oath to heaven, it was just that suddenly, seeing Ling Xuantian simply agree to his request made him feel unreal. Originally, according to his guess, the 3 sages would shirk to some extent, after haggling, set up new bargaining chips, and then bet against himself. But now, facing the 500,000 emperor crystals he proposed, Ling Xuantian didn't even make a counteroffer, and directly agreed to it, and stood up to the heavenly oath. 500,000 emperor crystals, the entire accumulation of a small sect, even the Sanqing sect, which is stronger than the 9 supreme sects, is definitely not a small sum. How could it be so straightforward? Suddenly, a trance feeling flashed in Jiang Yuchuan's sea of consciousness. Seeing the faint smile on Ling Xuantian's face, Jiang Yuchuan slightly frowned. Just now, did I feel a little impulsive? At the same time that consciousness flashed through the sea of consciousness, Ling Xuantian, Yuanba, and Mu Feihuang didn't wait for Jiang Yuchuan to react at all, and the 3 of them turned over their fingerprints at the same time, and began to make the oath of heaven. Boom. 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 3 muffled thunderclaps sounded, echoing throughout the underground Emperor Soul Cave. Jiang Yuchuan's face was dull, and his eyes were lost again. You guys are so fast. Muttering, Jiang Yuchuan suddenly felt an ominous premonition. However, Ling Xuantian's 3 people's oath of heaven has been made. Elder Jiang, we did this according to your request. Mu Feihuang's face suddenly changed, and he squeezed out a bitter expression on his face, looking at Jiang Yuchuan and said. That's right. Our human race is small and weak, and we dare not refuse to obey the request of the demigod Elder Jiang. Yuanba also said, even if we lose all the wealth of our Sanqing sect, you can't offend your demigods, can you? Elder Jiang, the 3 of us have made an oath to heaven, you see. Ling Xuantian raised his finger to the surroundings after finishing speaking, and said again. All the elders are watching you. As soon as the words fell to the ground, Jiang Yuchuan felt more and more uneasy in his heart, and turned his head to look at the cloud. Sure enough, hundreds of pairs of eyes in all directions were looking straight at him, and all of them were extremely complicated. At this moment, great elder Jiang Yuchuan finally understood what it meant to be on the string, and had to fire. What is riding a tiger? Okay. Stand up now. On Jiang Yuchuan's face, he pretended to be righteous and awe-inspiring, but his heart was sour and uneasy. At that moment, he flipped his handprints and began to make an oath of heaven. #C1819 Scary Level 2. Boom, boom. There was a muffled thunder, and the thunder above the sky passed through the mountain and entered the Emperor's soul cave, exploding in everyone's ears. Okay. Have fun. You really deserve to be the great elder of the demigod clan, this courage, this momentum, TSK, TSK, TSK. Seeing Elder Jiang make the oath of heaven, Emperor Mu Fei burst into a smile, and praised Jiang Yuchuan. That's right. Who is Great Elder Jiang? That's the Outlander continent. He's a famous and well-known big shot. He's not at all the 9 sects of our human race. Such a small sect can't be compared. The same smile bloomed on Yuanba's face, flattering the sky, and they all blasted at Jiang Yuchuan. Okay. Now that the game is over again, let's just wait for the result. Hearing what Yuanba and Mu Feihuang said, Ling Shuangtian smiled lightly and said. So, when Jiang Yuchuan walked back to the demigod camp with a confused face, the entire square fell silent again. Only Ling Shuangtian, Yuanba and Mu Feihuang gathered together, whispering something. Inside the white stone gate, under the Emperor's soul tree. Sitting cross-legged under the tree, unlike before under the Black Emperor's soul, the surroundings are empty, and there is no one else except himself. Sure enough, the difficulty of this White Emperor Soul Tree is more than twice as difficult as that of the Black Emperor Soul Tree. Exhaling and inhaling, slowly condensing his consciousness, he probed towards the nearest White Emperor Soul Fruit. As soon as he touched it, Chu Yan's sea of consciousness trembled slightly. At the beginning, he also heard that the Emperor's Soul Cave and the 9 Emperor Soul Trees will get harder as you go to the back. However, Chu Yan did not expect that the difficulty would be doubled. If it goes on like this, it will increase by 10 times when it reaches the 10th tree. Never mind. Let's get started. After pondering for a while, Chu Yan no longer wasted time, especially after breaking through the Black Emperor Soul Tree. The cultivation base in his body improved rapidly. This made Chu Yan very excited. This time, in the Emperor Soul Cave trial, he set a goal for himself, and he must break through to the upper quasi-emperor rank. The next moment, Chu Yan condensed his consciousness again, formed a thicker consciousness, and leaned towards the thick body of the White Emperor Soul Tree. After experiencing the Black Emperor Soul Tree, Chu Yan changed his method of comprehending and merging the Emperor's Soul Fruit. If you want to comprehend and fuse more perfectly and faster, you must start from comprehending and merging the Emperor's Soul Tree. As long as the Emperor's Soul Tree is settled first, and then the Emperor's Soul Fruit on the tree is comprehended, it will be much easier. Moreover, when breaking through the last Emperor's Soul Fruit, the difficulty will also be greatly reduced. Unlike other young people who entered the Emperor's Soul Cave, Chu Yan not only pursues the speed of comprehension, but also cares more about the perfection of comprehension. Therefore, even after breaking through the first level of the Black Emperor Soul Tree, Chu Yan stopped for a day to ask Ling Shuangtian for advice, and digested the martial arts and heavenly insights that he had comprehended earlier. Therefore, at this time, Chu Yan, who was sitting under the White Emperor Soul Tree, had no pressure, was refreshed, and full of fighting spirit. On the other side, under the Black Emperor Soul Tree in the first level. Call. With a long exhale, Xiao Wenliang withdrew his consciousness and slowly opened his eyes. 75. 25 more. Looking up at the Emperor Soul Tree, Xiao Wenliang was in a good mood. After 15 days, he finally comprehended more than half of it, and the number of remaining Emperor Soul Fruits was running low. However, the next moment, when Xiao Wenliang subconsciously turned his head to look at the familiar figure, his expression froze for a moment. Huh? Where are people? The figure in the black robe that I had glanced at so many times disappeared. Could it be that he was eliminated because of insufficient strength? Xiao Wenliang frowned, and then looked around, only to find that there were only 450 geniuses from the original 500 geniuses. Obviously, at least 40 young talents have been eliminated. Ha ha ha, Chu Yan, you were eliminated in the first round, I really think highly of you. Soon, ecstasy appeared on Xuanhuan's face, full of arrogance and simplicity, he laughed in his heart. Chu Yan. Only I am the first genius of Lingyun Pavilion. An ant like you who can't even pass the first level of Emperor Soul Cave is not qualified to fight with me. Ha ha ha. Seeing that Chu Yan was out, Xuanhuan was in a good mood. He was excited for almost half an hour before he started to comprehend the 76th Black Emperor Soul Fruit again. After all, when you think about how all the bosses and elders will praise you when you return to the sect. And myself, being able to step on Chu Yan with one foot, that feeling is really wonderful. Full of excitement, Xuanhuan began to comprehend again. After all, after killing Chu Yan, his next opponent is the young genius of the Jita semi-protoss. However, just as he started to restrain his consciousness, suddenly, black light burst out on the Black Emperor Soul Tree, and a demigod youth stood up with surprise on his face, turned around and rushed towards the black stone gate. Not good. Someone passed the first level. Xuanhuan's heart tightened suddenly. 16 days. There is really someone who can break through the first level of the Black Emperor Soul Tree in 16 days. This speed. Must speed up. Not daring to waste any more time, Xuanhuan hurriedly closed his eyes and began to comprehend with all his strength. At the same time, the young genius who was the first among the demigods to break through the Black Emperor Soul Tree disappeared outside the Black Stone Gate. Out of the Black Stone Gate, unlike Chu Yan, he rushed directly into the White Stone Gate without even looking at the big man in the square on the far side. I, Qiyu, am the strongest genius of the demigod race, how can I lose to the race? Entering the White Stone Gate, one can see Chu Yan sitting cross-legged under the tree at a glance. At this time, there were already 30 Emperor Soul Fruits on the White Emperor Soul Tree, emitting a white halo. What? So fast? Seeing that Chu Yan had comprehended 30 Emperor Soul Fruits, Qiyu's face tightened suddenly, and his eyes were full of astonishment. No. We must go all out to catch up with him. Gritting his teeth fiercely, Qiyu rushed to the opposite of Chu Yan, quickly sat cross-legged under the White Emperor Soul Tree, concentrated his consciousness, and suddenly rolled towards the nearest Emperor Soul Fruit. Boom. It was almost his consciousness, the moment it touched the White Emperor Soul Fruit, an incomparably vast and terrifying force surged forward, crashing straight into his sea of consciousness. That feeling was like a wild elephant with a height of 100 feet, almost crushing his sea of consciousness with one kick. His body trembled suddenly, his true energy flowed backwards, and he surged upwards, almost causing him to spit out a mouthful of old blood. What's going on? The imperial prestige of this White Emperor Soul Fruit is twice as strong as that of the Black Emperor Soul Fruit. After a long time, suppressing the chaotic chi in his body, Qiyu's face was full of astonishment. Especially, when he saw Chu Yan under the tree with a calm face, his eyes trembled, as if he was looking at a monster. #C1820 All in my expectation. In just 5 days, he actually comprehended 30 of the White Emperor Soul Fruits. How did this guy of the human race do it? Such a powerful emperor might be more than 3 times stronger than the previous stage, but how could this human youth's comprehension speed be twice as fast as before? It's just impossible. No way, this White Emperor Soul Tree was planted by your family. You. Standing under the White Emperor Soul Tree, Qiyu's face was completely twisted into a ball, his whole face was twitching, and his eyes were full of disbelief. For a long time, Qiyu really didn't know how to express his inner shock. Call. With a long exhale, Qiyu gradually calmed down, ready to gather his consciousness again. However, the look in his eyes at this time, and the kind of high-spirited, arrogant and imposing manner when he first rushed into the White Stone Gate of the second pass, are gone. On the contrary, even casually, the eyes of the famous human youth were filled with a deep sense of powerlessness. Until now, he finally understands that there is a gap that he cannot surpass at all. I, Qiyu, am also ranked among the top 10 geniuses among the youths of the semi-protoss. I did not expect to meet such a terrifying monster-level genius in this small mountain range. It's different before. Alas. With a deep sigh, with a look of awe, he took a last look at Chu Yan, who was sitting cross-legged quietly with a face full of indifference. Qiyu's distracting thoughts were all gone, and he slowly sank into enlightenment and cultivation. At this moment, in the first pass, more and more demigod youths successfully broke through the pass, rushing to the second pass, Sherman. Between the two stone gates, every once in a while, a figure would flash by. At this moment, the gap between the human race and the demigod race was immediately manifested. Almost out of every 10 semi-protoss youths, there will be one human youth who successfully breaks through and rushes to the white stone gate of the second pass. In less than 5 days, nearly 100 youths have already stepped into the second white stone gate. At this moment, the entire Emperor Soul Cave trial has been going on for a full 25 days. It has to be said that the talent and strength of the 100 geniuses sent by the demigods this time may be the top among the demigods in recent generations. Almost 80% of the semi-protoss youths successfully passed the first level in about 20 days. On the contrary, on the human side, only 13 people successfully broke through the level. There is actually a ratio close to 10 to 1 between the two. The gap is so big that it is embarrassing. However, at this moment in the square of the Emperor Soul Cave, among the camp of the big bosses of the human race, there was no downturn in the atmosphere, but laughter continued. On the contrary, it was the sight of the demigods, including Jiang Yuman, more than a dozen big shots, all of them looked gloomy. 80. Jiang Yuman's eyes stared viciously at the distance, above the white stone palace, the tall white Emperor Soul tree, his eyes were red. From the moment when the famous human youth, Chu Yan, stepped into the second level, the speed and frequency of the white Emperor Soul fruit shining has always maintained a speed of 10 pieces a day. This speed can be said to be very fast. It was almost horribly fast, although on the surface, this speed was almost exactly the same as the first level. However, whether it was Jiang Yuchuan or Ling Xuantian, every big boss present knew that the difficulty of the second level was at least 3 times higher than that of the first level. However, that Chu Yan, after stepping into the second level, actually made a speed that was exactly the same as the first level. How could such a result not make Jiang Yuchuan and the demigods feel depressed? Moreover, they were almost so depressed that they vomited blood. If it was normal, Jiang Yuchuan and all the demigods would at most lose face. But now, between them and the human race, after setting up a series of gambling games, the situation is completely different. 500,000 Emperor Crystals. That's 500,000 Emperor Crystals. For a whole small sect, the wealth of the entire sect is nothing more than that. Moreover, before that, Jiang Yuchuan had already lost 100,000 Emperor Crystals, and if he lost another 500,000 Emperor Crystals, it would be a real injury. I'm afraid that just the pain in the flesh can kill Great Elder Jiang Yuchuan to death. You know, even though he was in the demigod clan and climbed to the position of Great Elder, he has accumulated resources and wealth for tens of thousands of years, and his net worth is quite rich. However, no matter how rich you are, you can't afford such a toss. In less than a few days, 600,000 Emperor Crystals lost like this, and anyone would cry to death. Therefore, in the square at this time, in the camp of the demigods, an extremely oppressive atmosphere permeated the audience, and everyone's faces were ashen. Damn it! That Chu Yan, why is it so fast? Jiang Yuchuan stared closely at the white Emperor Soul tree for a full 10 days without blinking for a moment, his eyes were almost bleeding. However, on the white Emperor Soul tree, one after another, the Emperor's soul fruits were steadily shining with halos, and suddenly, they stopped. Huh? What's going on? Xuanhuan was stunned and asked in surprise. Look, the Emperor's soul fruit on the white Emperor soul tree is no longer lit. A demigod elder also noticed the abnormality, his eyes suddenly brightened, and he said in surprise. Haha, stop. Stop. Sure enough, it doesn't move anymore. It seems that it has been almost 3 hours since the last Emperor soul fruit lighted up. Not bad. I kept watching, and it really stopped. On the other side of the white Emperor soul tree, the abnormality appeared, which immediately aroused exclamations from the demigod camp. Accompanied by the exclamation, the eyes of the elders of the demigods lit up in unison, shooting sharp lights, as if they saw hope. Huh? Something went wrong. Hearing the exclamation, all the human races also turned their heads to look, and at a glance, Ling Xuantian's expression changed suddenly. What's the situation? Could there be something wrong with Chu Yan's comprehension? Yuanba worried. Strange. Originally, according to Chu Yan's starting speed, there should be 2 days to pass the second level, but now, why did he stop suddenly? Mu Feihuang frowned, with a serious expression on his face. At this moment, a loud laugh came from the direction of the demigods. Ha ha ha. Xuanhuan laughed all over his face, sweeping away the haze on his face just now. His whole body was instantly energetic, and said loudly. Let me just say, how high is the talent of a low-ranking quasi-emperor warrior of the human race? How can it be compared with the Tianjiao of my demigod clan? The difficulty of this second level of comprehension far exceeds that of the first level, and it is by no means what a small human warrior can expect. But my semi-Protoss genius is completely different. They are the best among hundreds of millions of young geniuses. They have experienced countless trials in Jedi, and their understanding of various ways of heaven and martial arts is second to none in the entire Outland continent. It's top-notch. Elder Xuanhuan looked at Ling Xuantian and the other 3 in high spirits, and introduced them with a proud face. Humph. I figured it out a long time ago, that Chu Yan will definitely have problems in the second level. As expected. As the words fell to the ground, everyone around looked at Xuanhuan in unison, their faces full of surprise and awe. #C1821 Prevent Security. A stone stirred up thousands of waves, and Xuanhuan's words were like a stone thrown into the lake, causing the originally silent scene to boil instantly. As expected of the great elder of the demigod race, he has already expected it. I'm just saying, how can a kid from the human race compare to a genius from the demigod race? Not bad. It's reasonable, no matter the resources or the experience of the human race, how can it be comparable to the demigod race? That's right, in terms of cultivation, foundation, and talent, they are all the strength of the demigods. That makes sense. That kid from the human race has only reached the quasi-emperor level. In the first level, which is the easiest, he may still have some strength. When it comes to the second level, which is more difficult, of course he will not be able to continue. After all, his cultivation base is too weak. Right, that is it. Hearing Xuanhuan's words, not only the demigods, but even some elders in the 9 Xuanzong sects nodded slightly, thinking in their hearts. Could it be that something is wrong with Chu Yan? Yuanba and Mu Feihuang looked at each other, and there was a hint of worry in their eyes at the same time, and then they all turned their heads to look at Ling Xuantian. However, he found that Ling Xuantian completely ignored the whispered discussions around him, as if he didn't hear them at all, and still had a calm and light smile on his face. Lord Ling, look. Seeing Ling Xuantian's expression, Yuanba and Mu Feihuang finally couldn't bear it, and asked tentatively. No hurry. No hurry. It's still early. Ling Xuantian shook his head and smiled. It's early. What's the meaning? After hearing Ling Shuangtian's answer, Yuan Ba and Mu Feihuang were at a loss, completely unable to understand what Ling Shuangtian was talking about. However, there is one thing that they are very clear about. After passing the first level, Chu Yan did not go directly to the second level. Instead, he walked to the square, found Ling Shuangtian, and asked about comprehension and integration. These two people talked for almost a day. Although Yuan Ba and Mu Feihuang didn't know what they were talking about, they could be sure that at this moment, the person who knew Chu Yan's situation best in this square must be Ling Shuangtian. Therefore, seeing Ling Shuangtian still in different expression, Yuan Ba and Mu Feihuang also heaved a sigh of relief, stopped asking further questions, and turned their heads to look at the White Emperor Soul Tree in the distance. The situation remained unchanged. The White Emperor Soul Fruit stopped at the 83rd piece, and there was no more movement. In the end, what happened? Everyone was full of doubts in their hearts, but it was a pity that the Emperor Soul Tree couldn't communicate with the outside world, so they could only wait anxiously. At this time, the second level, under the White Emperor Soul Tree. Different from the beginning, as more young people of various races passed the first level and entered the second level, more and more young geniuses gathered under the White Emperor Soul Tree. Although nearly 40 of the 500 youths were eliminated in the first round, there were still more than 200 people who were still in the first round. However, the number of young geniuses who have broken through the second level has reached nearly 100. Most of these people are demigod youths, and the rest are geniuses from the 9 supreme sects of the human race. When they found out that Chu Yan was the first young man to arrive under the White Emperor Soul Tree, it immediately attracted some young men with ulterior motives, and they began to move around. Among them, some are the disciples of Lingyun Pavilion. This time the Emperor's Soul Cave was opened, and among the youths of all races who came to participate, apart from the demigods having the largest number of people, the Lingyun Pavilion had the most disciples. 100 disciples from the demigods came, and the remaining 400 were all from the 9 sects, and Lingyun Pavilion accounted for nearly 80 people. Unlike Chu Yan, who just arrived at Lingyun Pavilion, Xiao Wenliang has been practicing in Lingyun Pavilion since he stepped into martial arts. Later, he broke through the Emperor's realm and got the support of the Supreme Elder. Therefore, when Xiao Wenliang passed the first level and appeared in the second level, he saw Chu Yan sitting under the tree. After being shocked like a storm, Xiao Wenliang almost gritted all his teeth, and his eyes were so red that they could bleed. He never expected that Chu Yan not only failed to be eliminated in the first round, but also left him far behind. Moreover, although Xiao Wenliang didn't know when Chu Yan passed the first test, what is certain is that Chu Yan was at least among the top 10 when he sat cross-legged under the tree. But he himself was the 50th person who reached the second level. Between the two, the difference is nearly 5 times. Moreover, Xiao Wenliang knew in his heart that this huge distance would magnify infinitely the further he went, to the point that he would never be able to catch up. No. You must not let Chu Yan's grades surpass mine. Xiao Wenliang's eyes were bloodshot, his entire face was distorted, he stared at Chu Yan with bloodshot eyes, and vicious schemes kept flashing in the sea of consciousness. Stop him. Be sure to stop him. The roar in his heart was like a curse, which made Xiao Wenliang, who was already restless, even more impulsive. In less than 10 breaths, Xiao Wenliang went completely crazy. You guys, do it for me. Get rid of that Chu Yan. The sound transmission of the divine sense with anger spread under the White Emperor Soul Tree. Xiao Wenliang had lost his comprehension, and directly ordered several disciples of Lingyun Pavilion. Yes, senior brother Xiao. Okay, kill him. Brother Xiao, don't worry. After receiving the voice transmission from Xiao Wenliang's spiritual consciousness, several young men in purple robes wearing golden silk clouds stood up, and with murderous gazes, they all fell on Chu Yan, who was closest to the tree. Lingyun purple robe, this is Lingyun Pavilion, the symbol of inner disciples. And looking at these Lingyun purple robes who stood up, their robe collars are all gold-rimmed, obviously they are not ordinary inner disciples. The identity of Lingyun Zipeo in Phnom Penh is the inner gate of Lingyun Pavilion, Lingxiao Pavilion. In Lingxiao Pavilion, the top group of inner disciples of Lingyun Pavilion gathered. It is not an exaggeration to say that they are the most talented and powerful disciples among the inner disciples. And the owner of the Lingxiao Pavilion is none other than the Supreme Elder Yan Wanhai, and the elder brother in charge of the pavilion is Xiao Wenliang. Therefore, there was no need for Xiao Wenliang to do it himself. As long as he gave an order, several elite disciples of Lingxiao Pavilion grinned grinningly and walked towards Chu Yan. As for Chu Yan's identity, they, who have gone through the Zoman conference, are of course clear. However, in Lingyun Pavilion, their interests were completely tied to Xiao Wenliang. When someone threatened Xiao Wenliang, it was tantamount to threatening them. For this kind of threat, there has always been only one way to deal with it, and that is, kill. Chu Yan, your Emperor Soul Cave trial is over. A Lingyun purple-robed disciple walked up to Chu Yan, smiled jokingly, and said in a deep voice. Frowning slightly, Chu Yan slowly opened his eyes and looked at the young man standing in front of him. With just a glance, Chu Yan found that Xiao Wenliang in the distance was looking at him proudly, and in the crowd, several disciples wearing Lingyun purple robes were surrounding him from several directions. #C1822 Eyeless. Chu Yan looked past these youths in Lingyun's purple robe, and it was easy to see Xiao Wenliang standing in the distance with a sinister smile on his face. Immediately, Chu Yan suddenly understood what these people wanted to do. There are always some indifferent guys who want to die. Chu Yan shook his head, feeling quite helpless. To be honest, his comprehension and integration is now the smoothest time, and he doesn't want to waste time with these guys. However, seeing a few people coming over, it is impossible to ignore them. Call. Exhaling turbid air for a long time, and slowly taking in his breath, Chu Yan stood up slowly, with an icy chill in his eyes, looking straight at the young man in the purple robe of Lingyun in front of him. Let's go. Go over there, don't disturb others. Chu Yan flicked his robe, and walked directly towards an empty hall of the White Stone Palace, away from the Emperor Soul Tree on the square of the White Stone Palace. Hey, you're quite sensible. It's the same there, if you get this kid done, we can quickly realize it. A kid who just came to Lingyun Pavilion dares to offend senior brother, Xiao, he really wants to die. Let's go. Look at his attitude is very good, it's better to be crippled. That's right. Make it a cripple. The 5 youths in the purple robe of Lingyun saw Chu Yan walking towards an empty hall in the distance, they immediately laughed and followed. The cultivation bases of several of them have reached the peak of the quasi-emperor rank, but this Chu Yan's cultivation base is only at the lower quasi-emperor rank. Therefore, in their view, dealing with Chu Yan couldn't be easier. Not only was his cultivation much higher, but he was still 5-1. Needless to say the result. Soon, including Chu Yan, several figures disappeared into an empty hall in the White Stone Hall. After the gate of the hall was closed, under the White Emperor Soul Tree, many people woke up from their comprehension. They all turned their heads and looked at the great hall with astonishment on their faces. Unexpectedly, there were still people fighting in the Emperor Soul Cave. Moreover, some of the demigod disciples were even more puzzled. There were very few young people from the human race who could break through to the 2nd level, so why are they still fighting among themselves now? Qiyu glanced over and saw Qi Wenliang's cold smile, and immediately understood that the number 1 genius of Lingyun Pavilion was suppressing disciples of the same clan again. However, Jiuxiao also unexpectedly discovered that the target of Xiao Wenliang's suppression turned out to be the first human youth who broke into the 2nd level. Xiao Wenliang, is it really okay for you to do this? Qiyu looked at the smug Xiao Wenliang, shook his head slightly, and said, it seems that I used to think highly of Xiao Wenliang. Immediately, Chiyu's gaze swept across the closed hall again, and with a sneer, he withdrew his gaze and sank into comprehension again. Xiao Wenliang was completely unaware of what Chiyu thought of him behind him. He just stared at the hall, closely, and said with a smirk. Chu Yan, let you fight against me. Don't even look at it, this Lingyun pavilion is. Huh? What? Before he could finish his sentence, suddenly, the hall with its closed door suddenly opened, and a figure strolling out, with a relaxed and indifferent expression on his face. That figure is exactly Chu Yan. At this time, Chu Yan, who walked out of the hall, stretched out his robes without any wrinkles, and his face was calm and cold. It seemed that he had not fought at all. What's going on? Where are those guys? Xiao Wenliang's eyes burst out, staring at Chu Yan, who came over, completely dumbfounded. Those guys? Chu Yan's steps seemed to be slow, but in fact they were as fast as a gust of wind. He walked up to Xiao Wenliang in 2 or 3 steps, just in time to hear his muttering, and suddenly sneered, and said. Limbs are severed, the sea of energy is exhausted, and she is still lying in that palace. Go and save her now, before it's too late. What? You. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Xiao Wenliang was so startled that his whole body suddenly went cold, and he felt his scalp numb for an instant. He stared at Chu Yan with horrified eyes, and his sea of consciousness was in chaos. How is it possible? 5 Lingyun Zipao, at the peak of the quasi-imperial rank, can't deal with Chu Yan, who is at the lower quasi-imperial rank. Moreover, it's only been so long, and even within 100 breaths of time, he lost. Not to mention the 5 quasi-emperor peak Lingyun Zipao, even 5 pigs, breaking limbs and destroying the Sea of Qi, it would not be so fast. This Chu Yan, you must be talking nonsense. Swish. With a flash, Xiao Wenliang's figure appeared directly at the entrance of the hall. However, just looking in, Xiao Wenliang's body standing at the entrance of the hall suddenly trembled, and then his entire face turned green with shit. The 5 core elite disciples of Lingyun Pavilion's inner sect in Lingyun's purple robe lay on the ground like 5 piles of shit, and they all passed out. With a sweep of his consciousness, Xiao Wenliang could find that, just as Chu Yan said, the limbs of these 5 people, including the Sea of Qi, were all crippled. Seeing this scene, a deep chill rose from the body, and a terrifying thought flashed at the same time. How strong is this Chu Yan? Xiao Wenliang did not dare to imagine that even though Chu Yan turned Lu Xiongfeng into a pig's head with one move when he was in Moyanling, Xiao Wenliang had already guessed that Chu Yan's combat power had already reached the level of a supernatural fighter. However, he never imagined that he would be easily defeated by Chu Yan when he dispatched 5 Lingyun Zipao at the peak of quasi-emperor rank. You know, whoever is lying on the ground has twice the strength and combat power of Lu Xiongfeng. But now. Xiao Wenliang's eyes were wide open, his mind was in a mess, he was completely dumbfounded. No. It's not true, not true. Unable to accept the facts in front of him at all, Xiao Wenliang's eyes were lost, his mouth was wide open, and he took several steps back and forth, before he barely managed to stand still without collapsing to the ground. Even if Xiao Wenliang didn't want to admit such a combat power, he had to say that Chu Yan already had a strength similar to his own. However, he is a lower martial emperor. That Chu Yan was able to fight across a realm of heaven and earth. This is the monster that jumped out of there. How could it be so strong? Xiao Wenliang, whose face was messed up and completely stupid, stood in front of the hall, turned his head slowly, and looked at the white emperor soul tree in the distance, just in time to meet Chu Yan's eyes that were as cold as iron. This is a warning. If there is another time, no matter who it is. Kill, no. Pardon. After a sound transmission from his consciousness, Chu Yan turned around directly, returned to his original position under the tree, and sat cross-legged. Almost half an hour was wasted, which made Chu Yan extremely upset. It's just right, let's take this opportunity to recomprehend and integrate again. After pondering for a while, Chu Yan raised his head and glanced at the remaining dozen or so Emperor Soul fruits on the white Emperor Soul tree. He decided to follow the method of the first level and try again with all the enlightened and fused Emperor Soul fruits. Although this method will waste some time, the benefits to him are extremely huge. Soon, under the entire white Emperor Soul tree, calm was restored again. Everyone did not enter the comprehension and fusion of the Emperor Soul fruit, only the demigod Qiyu opened his eyes, glanced at Chu Yan who sat down again, nodded without a trace of surprise, his eyes were full of approval color. A good opponent. It seems that this time the Emperor Soul cave will not be so boring. Qiyu muttered to himself. At this time, Qiyu had already comprehended the 60th white Emperor Soul fruit. I don't know if it's because of Chu Yan's sudden birth, which made his cultivation heart that had been silent for 100 years be ignited again, bursting out with infinite fighting will. After reaching the second level, Qiyu's comprehension speed continued to increase. #C1823 Overtake. After disposing of a few dregs casually, Chu Yan began to comprehend and fuse all the white Emperor Soul fruits again. Because only in this way, like the first level, when the 99th piece is reached, the whole white Emperor Soul tree can be comprehended and integrated. If it was someone else, they would definitely say that Chu Yan is wasting time now, but only Chu Yan knows that other people's comprehension methods are a waste of time. The Emperor Soul Cave is a collection of the remnant souls and inheritances of 10,000 ancient martial emperors of the human race. However, the geniuses of various races who entered it only thought about the quantity, and all aimed at the Emperor Soul fruit that had the most comprehension and fusion. In this way, it is a bit of putting the cart before the horse. After all, the purpose of coming to Emperor Soul Cave is not to compete for the first place, but to improve cultivation and martial arts. On this point, Chu Yan's goal is extremely clear. Therefore, when other people were frantically pursuing speed, Chu Yan stopped directly and went back to rebuild. Following the white Emperor Soul tree, Xuanhuan's face was dull, like a zombie, with despair and shock on his face. He returned to the tree, and the whole scene finally calmed down again. However, Xuanhuan sat cross-legged, looking at Chu Yan with eyes full of astonishment, still flashing with a strong killing intent. Now he has begun to hesitate, whether he has any way to deal with this Chu Yan. Once again immersed in comprehension, but Xuanhuan couldn't calm down. An Emperor Soul fruit, unexpectedly slowly comprehended for 10 days. This speed, not to mention breaking into the third level, is afraid that this second level will be his end point. Because, with the passage of time, the demigod youths gradually adapted to the Emperor Soul trees in the Emperor Soul cave, and the comprehension speed of more than 30 demigod geniuses headed by Qiyu was crazily increasing. In less than 10 days, all the youths of the human race were left far behind. In 10 days, nearly 10 demigod youths had comprehended the second Guandi Soul fruit, which reached 50. And Qiyu, who was the leader, began to comprehend the 80th Emperor Soul fruit, which was close to Chu Yan's achievement. At this very moment, unlike the calmness under the Emperor Soul tree, outside the Emperor Soul cave square, the pot had already exploded. Ha ha ha. Jiang Yuchuan waited for 3 full days, but the white Emperor Soul fruit continued to light up, so he couldn't help but feel very good. In this way, it is enough to prove that his initial analysis is completely correct. That Chu Yan, whose talent is exhausted, has no possibility of moving forward. And next, it will be the turn of the geniuses of the demigods to perform. Finally, the powerful demigods finally showed their absolute strength and started to crush those human races who didn't know the heights of the heavens and the depths of the earth. After all, whether it is the Canlong realm or the Outland continent, strength is the most important thing. As far as the strength of the sect is concerned, even if the 9 supreme sects add up to 10 times more, it is impossible to compare with the demigods. This point is the confidence that Jiang Yuchuan dared to gamble with Ling Xuantian and the three of them, and it is also the confidence of all the demigod elders present. In particular, Jiang Yuchuan knew that among the demigod youths this time, Qiyu was one of the top 10 demigod youths of this generation. Even if there is a talented disciple in the human race, it is absolutely impossible to be compared with Qiyu. Just like, the weakest elephant can be trampled to death, just like the strongest ant, without any suspense. Ling Xuantian, you guys just wait to lose. Jiang Yuchuan turned his head, glanced at Ling Xuantian and the other three with complacency on his face, and shouted directly. However, at this moment, an exclamation sounded. Look, the 84th White Emperor Soul Fruit is lit up. There was a sound like thunder, and everyone turned their heads in unison to look at the Emperor Soul Tree in the distance. Sure enough, the Emperor Soul Fruit, which had been at a standstill for 8 days, finally began to shine again. Moreover, this time, the speed of Di Hunguodi's attack was obviously faster than before. Swish! Swish! Almost every few hours, a new Emperor Soul Fruit will light up. This speed and frequency are obviously completely different from those of Chu Yan before. Ha ha ha, it's Qiyu, definitely Qiyu. Jiang Yuchuan laughed wildly in excitement. Not bad. With such a fast speed, he is definitely Qiyu, one of the top 10 geniuses of my semi-protoss. It seems that my demigod disciple has already adapted to the Emperor Soul Cave, and there is no suspense in the future. That Chu Yan has been stuck here for almost 10 days, and it seems to be useless. All the semi-protoss bosses were all very excited, especially under the influence of Jiang Yuchuan's excitement. They all showed excited expressions. Not only the big bosses of the demigods, but also the big bosses of the human race, looking at the shining Emperor Soul Fruits one after another, they have to admit in their hearts that this kind of comprehension speed is obviously not the person in front of them. Therefore, this time, the one who broke through the fastest comprehension achievement is very likely to be a genius from the demigod race who caught up. Moreover, what makes them even more worried is that once they catch up, it may be more difficult than reaching the sky if they want to overtake again. The faint hazy atmosphere permeated the entire human race camp, including Yuanba and Mu Feihuang. All the big bosses of the race had gloomy faces. Looking at the direction of the cheering demigods, people on the side of the big bosses of the human race kept shaking their heads and sighing, with regretful expressions on their faces. Just 17 coins. If just now, with a burst of energy, he rushed directly to 100 coins and passed the second level. Then, the bet between the three saints and the great elder Jiang Yuchuan will be considered as a result. With 500,000 Emperor crystals in hand, everything will be easy to handle. Even if it is behind, tear off your face and lower the bet. With 600,000 Emperor crystals in hand, you will not lose too badly. But now, seeing the sudden reversal of the situation, about to lose 500,000 Emperor crystals, every big boss of the human race feels like his heart is bleeding. 500,000 Emperor crystals may be a drop in the bucket for the semi-protoss, but it is a drop in the bucket for the weak human race. Master Ling, is the situation just as Elder Jiang said? Yuanba frowned, looked up at Ling Xuantian, and asked, with a heavy face. What's going on? Chu Yan started very fast, why did he stop suddenly? Could something have happened? Mu Feihuang said with a puzzled and dignified expression. That's right. Chu Yan's comprehension should have stopped temporarily. To the great surprise of Yuanba and Mu Feihuang, Ling Xuantian nodded without any hesitation, affirming Jiang Yuchuan's statement. What? Really stopped? No way. How can this be done? The two big brothers originally had a glimmer of hope, but they were completely extinguished by Ling Xuantian's words in an instant. Don't worry, maybe, this is just the beginning. Ling Xuantian glanced over, saw the nervousness on the faces of the two, smiled lightly, and said. At least, it will never be the end. Just wait and see. Let's see who has the last laugh. Hashtag C1824 Reverse Comprehension. Ling Shuangtian's words were like a magic needle for calming the sea, making Yuan Ba and Mu Feihuang's fearful hearts finally calm down a little bit. After all, unlike other people, they witnessed Chu Yan's heaven-defying talent in the Lingyun Hall at that time. However, facing 100 elite demigod geniuses and a gamble of 500,000 emperor crystals made them somewhat uneasy. And this kind of anxiety is fine when Chu Yan's enlightenment is going well, but once the current situation appears, it will make their whole heart raise their throats. Fortunately, from the beginning to the end, Ling Shuangtian looked indifferent and composed, and always showed strong confidence in his own disciple. This kind of self-confidence will soon bear fruit. 5 days later, under the White Emperor Soul Tree, Qiyu, who had been maintaining a good comprehension speed, suddenly opened his mouth and spewed out a big mouthful of blood mist. Puff. In order to pursue the ultimate comprehension speed, Qiyu has been running the true energy in his body at an overload, confronting all the powerful Emperor prestige on the Emperor Soul Fruit. In this way, when the Emperor's power on the Emperor Soul Fruit has accumulated to a certain amount, even if he is the cultivation level of Emperor Wu, he can no longer resist, and the Emperor's power that explodes like a flood peak immediately blows his true energy backwards. His blood was tumbling. Good, so strong. Far stronger than I expected. Jiuxiao withdrew his consciousness, raised his hand to wipe the dirty blood from the corner of his mouth, flipped his hand over, took out a golden pill, swallowed it, and looked at the White Emperor Soul Tree above his head with a pair of eyes. His face was full of disappointment. Although, he had long expected that the Emperor's soul fruits that he forcibly charged through would explode sooner or later. However, the current him, relying on the pause time of that human youth, managed to rush to the 91st Emperor Soul Fruit, maintaining the first result, and was about to rush to the finish line. However, at this moment, Dewey exploded. Filled with unwillingness, annoyance, and regret, it was useless, and he rushed directly from the 30th Emperor Soul Fruit to the 91st one in one breath. Such achievements were enough to make him proud. However, when Qiyu, whose golden robe was stained with blood, slowly turned his head and looked at Chu Yan not far away, the disappointment in his eyes became heavier. Chu Yan. It seems that this round, I will lose to you again. Qiyu knew very well that a few days ago, Chu Yan, who had been maintaining a terrifying advantage, had not been because of that human idiot, Qi Wenliang, who sent someone to deal with him. I am afraid that he would have already passed the second level by now. However, what puzzled Qiyu was why Chu Yan's comprehension suddenly stopped after that meaningless battle. Could it be that he found some other secrets? What other mysteries does this Emperor Soul Tree have? Of course, Qiyu would not think that Chu Yan, like himself, was blown away by the Emperor's power accumulated by the Emperor's Soul Fruit, so he stopped. Because, from the beginning to the end, Chu Yan's face was indifferent, his breath was thick, and there was no abnormal fluctuation at all. Even if you hadn't seen him sitting cross-legged under the Emperor's Soul Tree, you might have thought that he wasn't comprehending the Emperor's Soul Fruit, but just practicing meditation. This appearance was in stark contrast to the other 100 or so geniuses around, all of whom were flushed red, frowning, and breathing chaotically. Therefore, based on this alone, Qiyu is enough to regard Chu Yan as the only opponent in this trial of Emperor Soul Cave. Because of this, Qiyu, who was forced to stop, was refining the power of the medicine, and at the same time, his spiritual consciousness reached out to Chu Yan, and began to study carefully what exactly Chu Yan was doing. As a strong martial artist, Qiyu's spiritual consciousness is very powerful. Even among warriors of the same level, he is the most outstanding. Therefore, he has absolute certainty about the fluctuations in the consciousness of a lower quasi-emperor warrior, and can control them all. Although it is not good to do so, Qiyu is becoming more and more interested in that Chu Yan. In particular, He really wants to know what Chu Yan relied on to perform so amazingly in the Emperor's Soul Cave. The consciousness is like water, weak and breathless, like a wisp of imperceptible breeze, lingering towards Chu Yan's body. Immediately, the consciousness of the two touched, and the scope and direction of Chu Yan's consciousness instantly appeared in Qiyu's sea of consciousness. However, Qiyu's complexion changed instantly after a probe. What? His consciousness is all on the Emperor's Soul Tree. Qiyu's eyes were wide open, his mouth was slightly opened, his face was full of surprise and dullness, and there was a buzzing sound in the sea of consciousness. Others are comprehending the Emperor's Soul Fruit. What is he doing? With a dull and confused face, Qiyu slowly turned his head and looked at the thick white Emperor's Soul Fruit tree. He was completely stunned by Chu Yan's behavior of covering the tree with all his consciousness. The others are racing against time to comprehend and fuse the Emperor's Soul Fruit. That human genius, why is he still interested in studying the Emperor's Soul Tree? His mind was full of confusion, and Qiyu's face was full of surprise. But soon, Qiyu frowned, looking at Chu Yan, his eyes were full of thoughts. As one of the top 10 geniuses among the youths of the semi-protoss, Qiyu not only relied on his talent and strength, but also his scheming far surpassed ordinary people. Therefore, after a short period of astonishment, Qiyu realized that it must be reasonable for that human youth to do so. Moreover, the reason for this may have a lot to do with his ability to quickly pass the first level and maintain a proud lead at the beginning of the second level. No. There must be something wrong. Qiyu's eyes were shining, staring at the body of the White Emperor Soul Tree, and kept thinking. However, at this moment, Chu Yan's eyes, which had been closed all the time, trembled slightly, then slowly opened, turned his head slowly, and looked at where Qiyu was. Chu Yan looked at Qiyu and grinned, revealing a row of white teeth shining with silver light. What? Found me. Qiyu was taken aback suddenly. As a strong martial artist at the Emperor Martial Realm, a martial artist whose spiritual sense detection is one world lower than his own will be discovered. However, before Qiyu could react from his astonishment, a sudden change occurred. Qiyu's spiritual consciousness shrouded Chu Yan's body, as if hit by an unimaginable huge force, it was smashed to pieces in an instant. At the same time, on Chu Yan's body, a vast and majestic consciousness rushed to all the Emperor's Soul Fruits on the White Emperor's Soul Tree. The next moment, one after another, the White Emperor's souls suddenly lit up. Swish! 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 At an almost dizzying speed, from the 1st to the 80th, all light up in halos in less than 100 breaths. When it reached the 83rd, it gradually stopped. What? He actually re-enlightened and merged again. Qiyu was so shocked that his face turned green. #C1825 break the level. The more than 80 Emperor Soul Fruits originally had a glowing halo, so when they were lit up again, the halo just flickered. The faint halo flickered, and the nearly 200 geniuses present, except Qiyu, didn't notice it at all. If they saw it, they would be as dumbfounded as Qiyu is now. Recomprehend and integrate. How could anyone do such a thing? Those who have not comprehended are too busy, so there is still time, and those who have integrated the previous comprehension, do it again. Isn't this a waste of time? However, this thought only flashed in Qiyu's sea of consciousness, and was replaced by doubts and thoughts. Moreover, when Qiyu saw that Chu Yan's 84th Emperor Soul Fruit lit up in less than half an hour, his entire mouth opened into an O shape under the shock on his face. An hour? That human race youth, it only took an hour to comprehend and fuse an Emperor Soul Fruit. How can this be? You know, even before he paused, it took a day to comprehend and fuse a D-Wave fruit, the fastest one. Hiss. Taking a long gasp, Qiyu slowly turned his head and looked at Chu Yan, as if he saw a monster. No. His method is not a waste of time. Finally, after more than half an hour passed, when Chu Yan's 85th Emperor Soul Fruit was shining, Qiyu finally woke up. Sharpening a knife does not cut firewood by mistake. The Emperor Soul Fruit grows on the Emperor Soul Tree. If you can comprehend and fuse the tree body, and then go back to comprehend the Emperor Soul Fruit, it will definitely be twice the result with half the effort. After making up his mind, Qiyu didn't hesitate anymore, and after swallowing another golden pill, he quickly sat cross-legged, adjusted his breath and focused his attention, gathered his consciousness together, and leaned towards the body of the Emperor Soul Tree. At this time, Chu Yan knew all about Qiyu's actions 100 steps behind him. This demigod genius. Amazing talent, actually saw through my method. Not bad. Nodding slightly, Chu Yan withdrew his gaze and stopped paying attention to Qiyu. Because, unlike himself, Qiyu is only now trying to comprehend and integrate the Emperor Soul Tree, but it is already too late. Although, once successful, compared with young people of other ethnic groups, they will naturally go farther and gain more. However, it is impossible to break through to the last level. Because, he less comprehended and fused a black Emperor Soul Tree, that is, the Emperor Soul Tree in the first level. The Emperor Soul Cave is said to be 10 levels. In fact, the last level is the place where the 9 supreme sects store the secrets of the ancient sections. It is completely different from the previous 9 levels. Therefore, in the Emperor Soul Cave, there are only 9 Emperor Soul Trees in total, 99 return to 1, and each Emperor Soul Tree is very important and related to each other. The semi-Protoss genius, Qiyu, started from the White Emperor Soul Tree in the second stage, but missed the first Black Emperor Soul Tree, so he couldn't go to perfection after all. Perhaps, after 100 years, when the Emperor Soul Cave is open next time, he will have a chance to pass the 9 levels. Even so, Qiyu's extraordinary performance made Chu Yangao take a look at him, and at the same time realized that the demigods, as one of the top 10 powers in the Outland continent, are really a gathering of geniuses and heroes. Compared with the idiot Xuanhuan Liang, this Qiyu is countless times stronger in terms of temperament and talent. I heard that there is a list in this Outland continent called Tianweishan. I don't know, how much does this Qiyu rank in the Tianweishan ranking? After thinking briefly, Chu Yan chuckled, shook his head, and then began to comprehend and integrate the remaining Emperor Soul Fruit with all his strength. It took a day for more than a dozen Emperor Soul Fruits, and all of them were comprehended and fused, and only the last one remained. The last one, ready to break through. Chu Yan's eyes were shining, and he was shooting sharply. He slowly gathered his spiritual consciousness and kept saving, preparing to launch the last wave of charge and pass the second hurdle in one fell swoop. At this time, the atmosphere in the square of Emperor Soul Cave was solemn. Hundreds of bigwigs from the 9 supreme sects looked at the halo of the 99th White Emperor Soul Fruit in the distance, and their faces were livid. The last Emperor Soul Fruit. Once the Emperor is haloed, the second level is equivalent to being passed, and the 3 saints of the human race will lose 500,000 Emperor crystals. Ha ha ha. The demigod Great Elder, Jiang Yuchuan's laughter, with incomparable joy and pride, echoed in the entire square like the sound of a bell. Ling Shuangtian, you human race, you are doomed. Prepare 500,000 Emperor crystals. As soon as the words fell to the ground, the entire Demi-Protoss camp burst into cheers, and everyone laughed loudly, sweeping away the depressed mood at the first level, and everyone was smiling. You must know that the demigods, one of the top 10 powers in the Outland continent, lost to the human race in a trial. This is definitely a great shame for their demigods. It's all right now, seeing Qiyu, one of the top 10 geniuses of the semi-Protoss, in the second level, his strength exploded, and he rushed straight to the 100th Emperor Soul Fruit without stopping. This speed, this momentum, is the real demigod genius. Moreover, it seemed that within a day at most, he could fuse the last Emperor Soul Fruit and directly pass the second level. In this way, the human race lost the bet of the second level. Ling. Pavilion Master Ling, I don't have many Emperor crystals of the Sky Eye sect. Mu Feihuang's Adam's apple rolled, his voice trembling. My inorganic immortal sect is enough, but this is my whole sect's 1-year training resources. Yuanba looked at Ling Xuantian, almost crying. 500,000 Emperor crystals is by no means a small sum. Even if it is the Sanqing sect, it is extremely painful to spend such a huge amount of money. More importantly, what they made with the demigods was a serial gambling game, and this was only the second round. If you lose, I will send out all the Emperor crystals from the Lingyun Pavilion. Suddenly, Ling Xuantian turned his head, glanced at Yuanba and Mu Feihuang, and spoke surprisingly. What? Pavilion Master Ling, you. Ah. It's all from Lingyun Pavilion, this, isn't it good? Yuanba and Mu Feihuang, when they heard Ling Xuantian's words, a bright light suddenly burst out in their originally red eyes, and they spoke without any intention of refusing. Then thank you Pavilion Master Ling. I owe you Lingyun Pavilion a favor. The two looked at each other, and immediately heaved a long sigh of relief, and hurriedly said to Ling Xuantian, as if afraid that he would go back on his word. However, if Chu Yan wins by chance, then. Before Ling Xuantian could finish his sentence, he was immediately interrupted by Yuanba and Mu Feihuang. The two slapped their chests loudly, and replied bluntly. Of course it's all owned by Lingyun Pavilion. That's right, if we win, it's all from the Lingyun Pavilion, so how can we still have the nerve? While talking on their lips, the two secretly said in their hearts, this is simply impossible. However, just as the words of the two of them fell to the ground, a sudden change occurred. Boom, boom. Thousands of feet away behind him, on the White Emperor Soul Tree, a dazzling light group rose into the sky, and the endless white thick fog, like the abyss barrier, rushed into the entire white stone palace in an instant. At the same time, on the tall Emperor Soul Tree, the zither and flute sang together, and the sound of immortal drums resounded throughout the entire world. Tread! 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 Accompanied by the vision of heaven and earth, a tall young figure slowly appeared in front of the white stone gate. #C1826 Chat alone. Behind the second stone gate, not far from the White Emperor Soul Tree, the vision is natural. In an instant, the originally noisy square became quiet, and everyone turned their heads to look in amazement. Ha ha ha, that's great, Qiyu has come out. Jiang Yuchuan laughed wildly, glanced over, and immediately saw a figure walking out of the white stone gate in the thick white mist. Immediately with a smile on his face, he lifted his foot, and took the initiative to meet him. According to experience, every young man who passes through the stone gate will race against time, to enter the next stone gate immediately. However, how could Jiang Yuchuan miss this opportunity? He was going to meet him personally, and used the short time to encourage Qiyu. After all, Qiyu helped him and won 500,000 Emperor crystals in one fell swoop. More importantly, preserving the dignity of the demigods is definitely a great achievement, and it is completely worth it. However, Jiang Yuchuan's actions fell into the eyes of other demigod elders, but at the same time, his face flashed with astonishment. Who is Jiang Yuchuan? That is one of the top 10 racial forces in Outland Continent, the elder of the demigod race. Not to mention in the demigods, even in the Outland Continent, they are all powerful figures, stomping their feet, and half of the continent is trembling. But now, he actually went to meet a genius in the clan in person. What does this mean? That Qiyu, who can get this honor, is afraid that in the future in the demigod clan, he will absolutely rise to the top and go straight to the sky. Immediately, dozens of demigod elders raised their heads together and looked at Qiyu in the white stone gate in the distance, with envious expressions on their faces. Not only the demigod elders behind him thought so, but even Jiang Yuchuan, who was striding towards the white stone with a high-spirited face, thought the same way. We must reward Qiyu heavily. Absolutely. Return to the demigod clan, and maybe even consider nominating for the qualification of 9 Swords Heavenly Peak. What Jiang Yuchuan thought in his heart was that if the demigod elders behind him knew, they would all jump up in shock. 9 Swords Heavenly Peak. That's the whole demigod. No. It should be the entire Outland continent, the place that all young geniuses dream of the most. During the stride, Jiang Yuchuan couldn't bear it, and looked back. Behind them, in the direction of the human race, Ling Xuantian, Yuanba, and Mu Feihuang, the 3 big bosses of the human race, all had dark faces, dejected heads, and faces full of loss and depression. This feeling made Jiang Yuchuan even more excited. Ha ha ha, what 9 secs, fight with me, don't look at it, I am, No. Excitement, just peaked. The moment Jiang Yuchuan turned his head back, he glanced at the white stone gate, and the figure that came out gradually became clear. Suddenly, the wild laughter and proud words on his face stopped abruptly, before he could finish speaking. That's. The smile on his face froze instantly, his eyes fixed on the figure in Sherman, the eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets, the horror on his face kept appearing, and his body quickly became stiff. When the figure in the stone gate fully appeared, the expression on Jiang Yuchuan's face had already turned a dead gray, making it extremely difficult to see. You. Raising his trembling right hand, his eyes were dull, full of disbelief, pointing at the figure in the stone gate, his whole body was chilling, and he said in a trembling voice. You, how is it you again? As soon as the words fell to the ground, the cheering Demi-Protoss camp in the distance suddenly became dead silent. Dozens of pairs of eyes stared wide open, staring at Sherman in a daze. In the minds of all the demigods, like Jiang Yuchuan, a doubt flashed at the same time. Why is it him again? Why is it him again? Why is it him again? Dozens of doubtful gazes finally became trembling, and they all looked at the figure in the stone gate, all of them mouthing so loudly that they could almost stuff a monster cow. In the stone gate, that figure came striding forward, stopped in front of the great elder Jiang Yuchuan, and cupped his hands. See, great elder Jiang, thank you for coming to greet me, you are being polite. When this sentence landed, the sluggish great elder Jiang Yuchuan immediately jumped up 3 feet high like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, and roared loudly. You're welcome. Chu Yan, how could it be you? No, this is absolutely impossible. Jiang Yuchuan's finger almost poked Chu Yan's nose, and his bloodshot eyes were full of horror and doubt. Are you eliminated? Why don't you vomit blood? The great elder Jiang Yuchuan, who was completely messed up, was almost incoherent, shouting out the last hope in his heart. Disuse. That's right, Chu Yan must have been eliminated, so he just appeared when Chi Yu passed the 2nd level. Good. That's it. The one who passed the 2nd level must be Chi Yu, and it cannot be this Chu Yan. Elimination. No. Hearing Jiang Yuchuan's words, Chu Yan was confused, shook his head and said, this 2nd level is so simple, how could it be possible to be eliminated? Jane, simple. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Jiang Yuchuan's whole body shook, and he pointed at Chu Yan's hand, which instantly became weak and fell slowly. At the same time, the eyes full of doubts instantly became blurred. Simple. What's the meaning? Could it be that this Chu Yan was the first to pass the 2nd level again? However, the great elder Jiang Yuchuan, who was once again in a daze, hadn't fully reacted when a figure flashed and appeared beside him. I'm sorry. Elder Jiang, the one who should vomit blood seems to be you. Ling Xuantian appeared at the right time, first looked at Chu Yan, nodded with a smile on his face, then turned to look at Jiang Yuchuan, and said with a smile. Puff. Almost at the moment when Ling Xuantian's voice fell, Jiang Yuchuan, who was suddenly awakened, looked at Ling Xuantian, then at Chu Yan, his face was congested with blood, and he gushed retrogradely. A mouthful of blood. No, It's not true. It's not true. Unable to accept the reality at all, the great elder Jiang Yuchuan swayed, retreated violently, took 7 or 8 steps back, and stood still, completely stunned. How is it possible? Qi Yu was clearly ahead just now, and has surpassed this Chu Yan. How is it possible? Qi Yu. Chu Yan was startled for a moment, then suddenly realized. It turned out that the demigod genius was named Qi Yu. Great Elder, that Qi Yu is stuck in the 91st Emperor Soul Fruit, and it may take some time before he can break through. Chu Yan looked at Elder Jiang, whose mouth was full of blood, and the corners of his eyes twitched twice. He didn't quite understand why this strong man at the Emperor Martial Realm, the famous elder of the demigod clan, would spit out a big mouthful of blood for no reason. However, Chu Yan still thinks that it is necessary to tell him about Qi Yu's situation. Stuck in the 91st Emperor Soul Fruit. Great Elder Jiang Yuchuan was taken aback. Chu Yan, good job. Ling Xuantian patted Chu Yan's shoulder with a weird smile on his face. Master, I have some questions, I want to ask for advice. Chu Yan said. Okay. No problem. No, you go to the side first, wait for me for a while, I have something to talk to Elder Jiang alone, hee. Ling Xuantian looked at the people around him with a weird smile. Elder Jiang said to Chu Yan with a smile. Hearing Ling Xuantian's words, Great Elder Jiang Yuchuan's body trembled violently again, and the blood that was overflowing from the corner of his mouth suddenly became unrestrained again, staining a large area of his robe on his chest red. Yes, Master. Chu Yan glanced at Ling Xuantian with doubts on his face, and then looked at Elder Jiang, who kept spurting blood. Although he looked puzzled, he still took orders and walked towards the human camp. #C1827, just bet one. Unwillingness, remorse, greed, all kinds of unbelievable, made the eyes of the great elder Jiang Yuchuan blood red, and the bruise from the corner of his mouth could not be stopped no matter what. Why? The roar like a ferocious beast shook the entire Emperor Soul Cave. Jiang Yuchuan couldn't suppress the true energy in his body at all, and roared as if to vent. Lost. Lost again. Jiang Yuchuan couldn't accept this fact at all, and actually lost 2 games in a row. Moreover, it was all lost by this young man from Chu Yan, and even after being overtaken by Qi Yu, he actually let him overtake him again. How did he do it? Ha. Cool. It's so cool. Ling Xuantian laughed wildly up to the sky, and the powerful sound almost made the ears of Grand Elder Jiang Yuchuan tremble. Sorry. Elder Jiang, I won again. Looking at Jiang Yuchuan, frowning, Ling Xuantian smiled very obscenely, stretched out his big hand, and said directly. Thank you Great Elder Jiang, there are a total of 500,000 Emperor Crystals. You. Staring at Ling Xuantian, Jiang Yuchuan's entire face was green with shit, the corners of his eyes were twitching constantly, and his teeth were chattering. Puff. I couldn't bear it at all, the blood that kept rushing up was gushing out. 500,000 Emperor Crystals. This is 500,000 Emperor Crystals. Even the noble and prominent elder of the demigod clan, with 500,000 Emperor Crystals, is almost half of his net worth. In less than a dozen days, he lost half of his wealth accumulated over 10,000 years. Anyone would vomit blood, moreover, probably more than Elder Jiang. Elder Jiang, it's only 500,000 Emperor Crystals. With your status, it won't take a few years for you to earn it back. Hee. Ling Xuantian's eyes were shining brightly. In a good mood, he rubbed his right hand, with a weird smile on his face, and said. When the Emperor Soul Cave is over this time, I will definitely bring a few bottles of good wine, and thank you at the door. Good wine. Great Elder Jiang Yuchuan's chest heaved violently, and he couldn't help but spurt blood again. What kind of wine is worth 500,000 emperor crystals? Here, to you. Jiang Yuchuan looked at Ling Xuantian's constantly rubbing right hand, his eyes were almost bleeding, he raised his trembling right hand, and with a light fight, 5 golden storage jade charms appeared, he suddenly turned his head and looked to the side, and at the same time stretched his right hand forward, rode. 500,000 emperor crystals. One piece is not a lot. I, Jiang Yuchuan, will never break my promise. Thank you. Ha ha ha. Ling Xuantian was polite, took the 5 jade charms, turned around and left. At this time, Chu Yan had already walked into the human camp, looking at Yuan Ba and Mu Feihuang, who suddenly rushed in front of him, his face was full of astonishment. Sect Master Yuan, Sect Master Mu, you. 2 pairs of blood-red eyes stared at him, as if he wanted to eat people, even Chu Yan was a little terrified. After all, this is the big brother of the 3 sages, whose strength has reached the existence of the Middle Emperor Wu, even a trace of emperor power is enough to suppress a world. Therefore, when Yuan Ba and Mu Feihuang stood in front of Chu Yan and glared at Chu Yan ferociously, Chu Yan only felt that his own breath was completely suppressed, and even his whole body felt like falling into an ice cellar. However, Chu Yan couldn't figure it out at all. These 2 big guys were fine when they started the first level. How could they pass the second level by themselves? Not only were they unhappy, but they looked like they wanted to eat people. 500,000, Daijing, ah. After staring at Chu Yan for 10 breaths, Yuan Ba let out a horrified howl. Originally, at least 170,000 emperor crystals can be allocated, 170,000. Not only Yuan Ba, Mu Feihuang's face twitched, his face was extremely gloomy, almost crying. At this moment, Ling Xuantian strode back with a smile all over his face. Seeing Yuan Ba and Mu Feihuang staring at Chu Yan, he immediately frowned and shouted. You guys deserve it. After uttering this sentence, with a powerful imperial prestige, it swept away in an instant, dispelling all the imperial breath released by Yuan Ba and Mu Feihuang. Look at Ling Xuantian. However, after a quick glance, when they saw the 5 golden jade charms in Ling Xuantian's hands, the 2 couldn't bear it any longer, and started crying directly. Ah, I'm dead. The duck with its mouth is flying. Stupid. Stupid. Why am I so stupid? The 2 bosses hugged each other and cried, their appearance was unbearable, but, originally, this scene should be a scene where people who saw it felt sad and cried. However, not far away, a group of bigwigs from the 9 supreme sects all looked at the 2 with smiles on their faces, without a trace of sympathy. But all the elders of Wuji Shenzong and Tiananmen have faces as black as iron, full of remorse. Hey, when the 2 suzerains quit the game, why didn't we think that we should persuade them? It's really like Pavilion Master Ling said, we deserve it. Master, what's wrong with them? Chu Yan looked puzzled, and turned to ask Ling Xuantian. Hee, don't worry about them, come on, hurry up, let's go over there. Not bothering to pay attention to Yuan Ba and Mu Feihuang at all, Ling Xuantian directly led Chu Yan to the side, just like the first level, and began to sit and discuss the Tao, discussing Chu Yan's gains and insights in the second level. Same as before, one day later, Chu Yan bid farewell to Ling Xuantian and went directly to the 3rd stone gate. Gray Stone Gate. After Chu Yan stepped into the 3rd stone gate, the gray stone hall trembled, and the tall gray emperor soul tree burst out of the air. Ling Xuantian walked up to Elder Jiang Yuchuan, and said with a smile, Elder Jiang, how much do we bet on this level? Gambling fart. No money. Jiang Yuchuan yelled directly, his eyebrows flying to the sky with anger. After losing 2 rounds in a row and losing half of his net worth, Jiang Yuchuan, who was very angry, already regretted making a bet with Ling Xuantian. Then, the oath we made to the Tao of Heaven. Ling Xuantian laughed. This? Hearing this, Jiang Yuchuan's expression darkened immediately, and his brows were tightly frowned. Heavenly oath. That's not a joke. If you're not careful, it's possible that your body and soul will perish. However, that Chu Yan of the human race is so monstrous that it has already made Elder Jiang feel a little palpitated. Although he is still very confident in Qiyu of his clan, but that Chu Yan's performance is really amazing. Even if he fell behind so much in the second round, he would still be overtaken by him. Thinking of this, Jiang Yuchuan suddenly became embarrassed. Why don't we bet a piece of Emperor Crystal? After pondering for a long time, Jiang Yuchuan blushed slightly, and tentatively spoke to Ling Xuantian. Okay. Just follow Elder Jiang's instructions, you can gamble with a piece of Emperor Crystal. To Jiang Yuchuan's surprise, upon hearing his words, Ling Xuantian didn't even have the slightest objection, and agreed very simply, which was obviously a shameless bet. Good. 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 Just bet a piece of Emperor Crystal. That's it. Seeing Ling Xuantian agreeing, Jiang Yuchuan immediately smiled and said quickly, for fear that Ling Xuantian would go back on his word. Okay. That's it. Ling Xuantian also smiled, nodded, and then walked back to the human camp. Well. Looking at Ling Xuantian's back, Jiang Yuchuan, who had taken advantage and should be happy, was suddenly taken aback and murmured. How do I feel? It's not right there. #C1828 actually won. It didn't take long for Great Elder Jiang Yuchuan's confusion to be answered. In less than 3 days, a figure rushed out of the stone gate of the second pass, pulled out a long afterimage, and rushed directly into the grey stone gate of the third pass. Qiyu. Although it was just a glimpse, almost all the demigods in the square, including Great Elder Jiang Yuchuan, recognized who that figure was. At this time, there was only less than 4 days between Qiyu and Chu Yan. As the two entered the third level one after the other, something happened that made everyone confused. For 5 full days, none of the Emperor Soul fruits lit up on the grey Emperor Soul tree in the third level. The entire grey stone palace remained silent for 5 days without any movement. It was as if no one had ever entered the third level. What's going on? It's been 5 days. No way. Is the third level so difficult? Whether it's the first genius of the demigod race or the first genius of the human race, 2 people can't comprehend and fuse one in 5 days. Impossible. If calculated in this way, wouldn't it take at least 500 days for 100 Emperor Soul fruits? More than 1 year. Fart. The Emperor Soul Cavern has only been started for 6 months. It will take a year for a third level, absolutely impossible. That is, even if it is an ordinary genius, it will only take 3 months at most to break through the average 4th level. What's going on? No way, the 2 of them fought in the 3rd level. Who knows? In the square of Emperor Soul Cave, all the bigwigs were confused, even Ling Xuantian frowned slightly, a little puzzled, talking a lot, and there was an uproar. When he sat and discussed with Chu Yan, he never heard Chu Yan say why it happened. However, no matter what, Ling Xuantian believes that Chu Yan must be the one who will reach the final level. With the square. It was noisy, but under the grey Emperor Soul tree, there was silence. Like Chu Yan, when Qiyu stepped into the third pass, he did not directly comprehend the Emperor Soul fruit, but directly began to comprehend the body of the Emperor Soul tree. He just passed the 2nd level, according to the method he stole from Chu Yan. In only 2 days, he comprehended and fused the last 9 Emperor Soul fruits of the 2nd level in one go. Among them, it also includes the 100th most difficult piece, the Emperor Soul fruit. This speed is almost the difference between heaven and earth, compared to before he comprehended the body of the fusion Emperor Soul tree. Therefore, starting from stepping into the 3rd level, Qiyu directly began to comprehend the Emperor Soul tree without hesitation. At the same time, he looked at Chu Yan, who was sitting cross-legged under the Grey Emperor Soul Tree, and his eyes became bright and confident again. He, Chu Yan, right. From now on, you are doomed. Although he knew that Chu Yan entered the third stage 3 days earlier than him, but Qiyu was confident that he would overtake him in this stage. For him, no matter in terms of background, talent, or strength, he thinks he is far superior to Chu Yan. Therefore, he is confident that he will win this level. Really? It took 5 days to comprehend and fuse the body of the Grey Emperor Soul Tree, and Qiyu began to comprehend and fuse all the Emperor Soul fruits at a crazy speed. Almost at a speed of more than a dozen coins a day, rushing all the way. Finally, it only took 8 days to pass the level successfully. On the 13th day, Qiyu finally appeared proudly in front of the Grey Stone Gate, accompanied by a shocking vision. Win 1. Looking at the figure of Qiyu striding into the 4th pass, Jiang Yuchuan in the square was dumbfounded. The victory came too suddenly. After being hit by the first and second rounds in a row, the victory in the third round came too fast. In terms of time, it is even 2 days faster than the second level. However, even though they knew that they had won, Great Elder Jiang Yuchuan and the demigod elders all had pale faces and couldn't be happy at all. Elder Jiang, congratulations! Ling Xuantian still had a smile on his face, walked over, waved his big hand, took out a piece of sparkling, high-quality Emperor crystal, and handed it to Jiang Yuchuan. I lost this level. This is a bet, a piece of Emperor crystal. Aha! Hearing Ling Xuantian's words and looking at the Emperor crystal passed in his hand, Great Elder Jiang Yuchuan's face turned purplish red, and he almost spat out another mouthful of blood. A piece of Emperor crystal. Piece 1. With a trembling hand, Jiang Yuchuan took over the piece of Emperor crystal that he had won so hard, and Jiang Yuchuan suddenly had the urge to bump his head to death in the Emperor Soul Cave. If you lose, you will lose hundreds of thousands. If you win, you will win 1 piece. The sky is full of gods and Buddhas. God, let's not make people happy to gamble. Elder Jiang, how much are you going to bet on this 4th level? The next moment, Ling Xuantian looked at Jiang Yuchuan with a strange smile on his face, and asked. This? It turned out that he had made up his mind to place a heavy bet in this round, and when he saw Ling Xuantian's smiling face, Elder Jiang suddenly felt a chill in his heart. Governor Ling, how much are you going to bet? After hesitating for a long time, Elder Jiang, who couldn't make up his mind, asked cautiously. But it's up to the Great Elder to decide. How much you bet, I will follow. However, Ling Xuantian grinned, showing a meaningful smile, and replied. This? Such an answer made the already hesitant Elder Jiang even more confused. Frowning tightly, Jiang Yuchuan kept thinking. In the current situation, Chu Yan and Qiyu are almost 4 days behind and have entered the 4th level, and it seems that Qiyu has recovered his form and played stably. But, why do I always feel that Chu Yan is a little unfathomable? If you make a big bet, if Chu Yan overtakes again, but if you don't make a big bet, you won't be able to win 600,000 Emperor crystals at all. Forget it, let's observe again. After much deliberation, Elder Jiang finally made up his mind and placed a bet of 1 Daijing again. Okay. This 4th level is just 1 Emperor crystal. As before, Ling Xuantian still agreed with a straightforward face, without showing any expression at all, leaving Jiang Yuchuan, who was about to observe the changes in his expression, gaining nothing. After setting the bet for the 4th level, Ling Xuantian returned to the human camp, with a smile all over his face, quietly waiting for the result. Yuan Ba and Mu Feihuang looked depressed. Jiang Yuchuan looked at the 4th stone gate in the distance, with a complicated expression and dull eyes. This time, did I bet right, or did I bet wrong? Emperor Soul Cave, the 4th level. 3 days after Qiyu stepped into the 4th level, Chu Yan also entered the 4th level. When Chu Yan entered Sherman and saw Qiyu at a glance, the other party also looked at him, and his eyes were full of arrogance and provocation. This round, I still win. As soon as the words fell to the ground, Qiyu's spiritual consciousness gushed out like a tide, instantly covering the Emperor's soul tree in front of him. Hee, it's interesting. With a slight smile, Chu Yan walked under the tree, sat cross-legged, took a deep breath, and began to comprehend. #C1829 Why is it you again? 10 days later, Qiyu won the 4th round. However, the leading advantage has been reduced to 1 hour. Chu Yan and Qiyu stepped into the 5th level almost front and back. And in the square, Jiang Yuchuan, who was so regretful that his intestines turned green, won another Daijing's bet. Ling Xuantian, this time I will buy 1 million Emperor crystals. 1 million. A roar like thunder exploded in the sky, shaking the entire square, and the faces of more than 100 big men all changed. What? 1 million Emperor crystals. When everyone figured it out, they were all dumbfounded in fright when they placed an astonishing bet on Elder Jiang. 1 million Emperor crystals. Ling Xuantian was startled. Ha, are you scared? No. Do you have so much money in Lingyun Pavilion? Jiang Yuchuan, who was full of mocking smiles, looked at Ling Xuantian. Although he said it on his lips, he was actually extremely nervous in his heart, worried that Ling Xuantian would really be frightened. After all, based on Jiang Yuchuan's understanding of Lingyun Pavilion, 1 million Emperor crystals is almost 1/3 of their sect's wealth in Lingyun Pavilion. With such a huge amount of wealth, I am afraid that even among the 9 supreme sects, except for the Sanqing sect, the other 6 sects will not be able to get it at all. However, if you don't make such a bet, you won't be able to win back the 600,000 Emperor crystals you lost. Jiang Yuchuan looked at Ling Xuantian with disdain, trying to humiliate and irritate Ling Xuantian, and impulsively called. However, a drop of cold sweat quietly flowed from his forehead, and his clenched fists still revealed that the great elder Jiang Yuchuan was extremely nervous at this moment. Follow. Be sure to follow. As if the sky was full of gods and Buddhas, this time when I heard the prayer of Elder Jiang, a voice like the sound of heaven suddenly sounded. Okay. As great Elder Jiang said, 1 million is 1 million. Ling Xuantian nodded, still smiling calmly. One word landed. In the entire square, everyone's expression suddenly changed. What? Promise? No way. 2 big brothers, they bet 1 million Emperor crystals. Oh my god. 1 million Emperor crystals, is Pavilion Master Ling crazy? That's right, it's obvious that Qiyu of the Semi-Protoss will win, this is simply giving money. Nonsense. Do you think Pavilion Master Ling doesn't know that he originally wanted to send money to the demigods? What? How is it possible? That's right. The strength of the demigods is one of the top 10 races in the Outland continent. If Ling Xuantian really wins the 600,000 Emperor crystals of the great Elder Jiang today, it may be the relationship between the 2 races in the future. That's how it is. Hi. It's really high. After some discussion, everyone looked at Ling Xuantian with awe. Only Ling Xuantian can possess such scheming, every word and deed carries infinite deep meaning. Jiang Yuchuan, who originally wondered why Ling Xuantian was so straightforward, finally understood after hearing the discussions around him. Humph. You're wise. For a moment, Jiang Yuchuan was in a good mood, and his gaze towards Ling Xuantian became much friendlier. However, Ling Xuantian, who returned to the human camp, ignored the surrounding discussions at all, and still looked at the Emperor's soul tree in the distance with a calm face. In less than 10 days, the 5th level finally came to fruition. Following the appearance of the black-robed figure in front of the stone gate, great elder Jiang Yuchuan twitched suddenly, his eyes darkened, and he almost collapsed to the ground. What? Why, it's you again. The roar was earth-shattering, and the whole emperor's soul cave was trembling. Chu Yan, who had just left the stone gate, was stunned by Elder Zhang's roar. "What's the situation?" Chu Yan swept his gaze and saw hundreds of pairs of red eyes staring at him fiercely, as if he was going to eat him raw, and was immediately confused. Shaking his head, Chu Yan was speechless, turned around and stepped into the 6th level. Almost at the moment when Chu Yan's figure disappeared at the 6th gate, Ling Xuantian came to Jiang Yuchuan's side in a flash. "Thank you, Great Elder. 1,000,000 Emperor crystals, bring them." As soon as the words fell to the ground, Jiang Yuchuan only felt his whole body go limp. As a strong man in the Emperor martial realm, his physical body comparable to that of an Emperor-level spirit treasure, he lost even a sliver of strength and almost fell limp. You. Jiang Yuchuan looked at Ling Xuantian. He couldn't believe it at all. Didn't he say it before? This round of gambling, is he paying back 600,000 Emperor crystals? Why did it suddenly change? If you become yourself, you have to lose another 1,000,000 Emperor crystals. Snort. Turning back suddenly, he took a hard look at the surroundings. Those elders who were farting just now, Jiang Yuchuan's hands and legs were trembling, and he pulled out 3 times before barely pulling out 10 golden jade charms. Take, go. 1,000,000, 10,000, Emperor, crystal. Looking at Ling Xuantian with a face darker than the bottom of the pot, he gritted his teeth tightly, and almost burst out word by word. "Thank you." An afterimage was almost drawn out of his right hand, and with lightning speed, he took away 1,000,000 Emperor crystals from Jiang Yuchuan's trembling hand, and a smile bloomed on Ling Xuantian's face like 100 flowers. "Then, how much is the Great Elder going to bet on this 6th round?" Ling Xuantian asked with a smile. This sentence was like a thunderbolt, which almost made Elder Jiang Yuchuan jump up. "What? Still coming. Just lost 1,000,000 Emperor crystals, plus the previous 600,000 Emperor crystals, Great Elder Jiang Yuchuan, his whole heart is bleeding. After 100,000 years of accumulation, there is nothing left to lose. No money." Staring at the blood-red eyes and struggling for a long time, Great Elder Jiang Yuchuan finally softened his whole body and said in an extremely discouraged manner, "It's okay, if you don't have money, Ling Bao is fine." Ling Xuantian waved his hand, looking very grand. What? Ling Bao. Jiang Yuchuan was taken aback. "That's right. Just take a few spirit treasures and report the value a little higher. It's not much more cost-effective than directly digging out the Emperor crystal." Jiang Yuchuan rolled his eyes, and now, it is impossible to say that he does not want to win back. Moreover, he could also see that this Ling Xuantian couldn't care less about his status as the great elder of the demigod clan, and he simply wanted to squeeze him dry. "Humph. I don't believe it, but..." Suddenly, a consciousness flashed in the sea of consciousness. The eyes of the great elder Jiang Yuchuan were brightened, a strange grin appeared on his face, and he looked at Ling Xuantian. "However, this spirit treasure of mine is worth 2,000,000 Emperor crystals, do you dare to bet?" As soon as the words fell to the ground, everyone in the audience, including Ling Xuantian, was stunned. What? Worth 2,000,000 Emperor crystals. Ling Bao. What is it? Ling Xuantian's face darkened, and he asked solemnly. There are countless spiritual treasures in the entire outland continent. Even if it is an emperor-level spiritual treasure, it is only worth more than 10,000 emperor crystals. Although Jiang Yuchuan has a noble status, it is not surprising that he has several treasures on his body. However, this treasure worth 2,000,000 emperor crystals still attracted everyone's attention and interest. A heavy treasure can even become the treasure of a sect. #C1830 Pseudo-God Rank Spirit Treasure. Looking around, including the nervous expression on Ling Xuantian's face, Jiang Yuchuan flipped his hands, and a stone tablet shining with golden light suddenly appeared. Tianlu God Monument. Ling Xuantian's eyes brightened instantly, looking at the small golden steel the size of a finger on the palm of First Elder Jiang. His face was full of excitement. Oh my God! According to legend, a pseudo-divine spiritual treasure. No way. The Heavenly Spirit Monument, which records the God-level exercises, is actually in the hands of the demigod Jiang Decheng. God-level skills. In the entire outer continent, those powerful race forces are almost all because of the existence of God-level skills, so they are so powerful. However, according to the legend, there were 9 sets of this heavenly record God's tablet when it fell from the heavens. Nonsense, if you collect all 9 sets, let alone 2 million Emperor crystals, even 20 million Emperor crystals, can't be bought. This kind of fake God-level spirit treasure has no price at all. As long as it appears on the market, it will definitely be snatched away by the big forces. So that's the case, but if this is the case, is this 1/9 Tianlu God tablet worth 2 million Emperor crystals? This. With the appearance of the Tianlu God tablet, the entire square, bigwigs from all ethnic groups gathered together, and all kinds of discussions were boiling. Among the many bigwigs present, except for a dozen or so demigod bigwigs, all the elders of the 9 supreme sects have seen the pseudo-god level spirit treasures, very few of them. Therefore, the appearance of the Tianlu God tablet made everyone extremely excited. In particular, this pseudo-god level spiritual treasure is also related to a god level exercise that can revitalize the clan. Although it is only 1/9, but with the first Tianlu God steel, and then trying to collect the other 8, no matter how much resources and time it takes, it is finally a hope. Moreover, it is a big, big hope, big enough to make all the clan elders look at Ling Xuantian expectantly. Okay. Even if it's 2 million Emperor crystals. Bet on this one. This time, Ling Xuantian pondered for a while, before nodding in agreement. Call. Hoo. Hearing that, Ling Xuantian agreed. All the clan bosses present breathed a sigh of relief. With 2 million Emperor crystals, none of the 9 sects present can take it out except Lingyun Pavilion. Although the combined wealth of the Sanqing sect and the entire sect must exceed 2 million Emperor crystals, that is when countless resources are included. Therefore, if they were not given a year or a half to sell off the sect's treasure house and take out 2 million Emperor crystals at once, it would be impossible. However, Lingyun Pavilion is different. Just now Ling Xuantian won 1.6 million Emperor crystals in a row. Therefore, as long as Ling Xuantian takes out another 600,000 Emperor crystals from his own pocket, he may win a pseudo-divine spiritual treasure. However, the prerequisite is that Chu Yan must win this 6th level. The next moment, everyone's eyes, including those of Jiang Yuchuan and all the bosses of the demigod clan, looked at the 6th Emperor Soul Tree in the distance. 2 million Emperor crystals, or the Tianlu Divine Monument, the outcome is decided in one fell swoop. For 7 whole days, Jiang Yuchuan and the other bosses stared at the 6th Emperor Soul Tree without even blinking. With a fake god-level spirit treasure, Jiang Yuchuan couldn't afford to lose again. Qi Yu. Don't let me down. You are one of the top 10 geniuses of the semi-protoss, and you can't lose to a human race. Jiang Yuchuan prayed with all his heart, and bet all his belongings on Qi Yu. In other words, betting on the dignity and pride of the demigods. Because, from beginning to end, what made Jiang Yuchuan unconvinced was the demigod's sense of superiority that was integrated into his bones. He couldn't accept how it was possible for a young human race to win against 100 demigod geniuses. This kind of thing has never happened before. Wrong obsessions lead to wrong results. When the time passed to the 7th night, the 6th pass of the Emperor Soul Tree had results. Chu Yan looked indifferent, and the black robe was flying like the wind. Stepping out of the 6th stone gate with a big stride, without even looking at the square, he stepped directly into the 7th stone gate and disappeared. Boom. 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 Between the heaven and the earth, visions are like a tide, and the entire Emperor's soul cave, the wind and clouds are moving together, and the Emperor's prestige is surging. The muffled thunder struck Jiang Yuchuan's sea of consciousness, causing his body to tremble and his eyes to be dull. Swish! After a flash, Qiyu flew out of the sixth stone gate with an anxious and unwilling expression on his face, and rushed straight to the seventh stone gate. Qiyu, stop for me! With a roar of thunder, along with the Emperor's prestige, Qiyu's body hit the air shield on the seventh stone gate heavily, and was instantly bounced back. Plop! Fully shielded by the majestic aura of the Tao Emperor, Qiyu got up hundreds of steps away after being bounced off the ground with a dazed expression, and looked around. WH. What's the situation? Qiyu looked at Elder Jiang with a confused look on his face. However, at a glance, Qiyu's body trembled suddenly, his scalp exploded in fright, and a coldness rushed through his body, making him feel like falling into an ice cellar. Qiyu, what are you doing? It's already 6 levels, and you lost to that human Chu Yan 5 times. Are you a pig? Elder Jiang Yuchuan, with a dodge, landed in front of Qiyu, and was about to slap his palm when he raised his hand. However, the palm was raised high, but finally it still didn't fall down. It was suspended in midair, and the strong imperial prestige almost pushed Qiyu to the ground. Great! Great Elder, this disciple knows his mistake. Qiyu saw the Great Elder, his eyes were bloodshot, and he was obviously furious, so he quickly knelt down on the ground and pleaded guilty. Not to mention the Great Elders, including the dozen or so demigod elders present, were very dissatisfied with Qiyu's performance this time. After all, as one of the top 10 geniuses of the demigod race, he lost 5 times to the youth of the race in 6 rounds. With such a result, even Qiyu himself knew that it was impossible to make a difference. With courage, Qiyu raised his head and looked around, only to see the Great Elder Jiang Yuchuan with a face full of anger, and the other elders in the clan looked at him with disappointment in their eyes. Don't worry, Great Elder, I will win the next 2 rounds. Qiyu gritted his teeth and said harshly. Hearing Qiyu's words, Jiang Yuchuan's face finally eased a little, looked at Qiyu on the ground, and groaned heavily. Humph. I hope so. If you lose to the human race in the next 2 rounds, you know the consequences. As soon as the words fell to the ground, Jiang Yuchuan turned around directly and strode back. Hearing the Great Elder's words, Qiyu's whole body trembled suddenly, and the hairs all over his body stood on end. Although the Great Elder didn't say it clearly, Qiyu naturally understood that the meaning in his words couldn't be more obvious. If I lose again, I am afraid that I will be completely useless in the future of the demigods. No. Never lose again. Qiyu turned around slowly, stood up from the ground, looked at the 7th stone gate behind him, and with a surge of true energy all over his body, he stepped out with a heavy step and walked towards the stone gate. #C1831 Utianren. Very aggrieved. Not only was Elder Jiang severely taught him a lesson, but at the same time, in the first 2 levels, Qiyu didn't understand how that young human race surpassed him. At the beginning, Qiyu thought that it was because Chu Yan had integrated the Emperor's soul tree in the first 2 levels, so his comprehension speed was faster than his own. But later, my method was exactly the same as Chu Yan's, and also integrated the Emperor's soul tree, but starting from the 5th level, my leading advantage disappeared. That human race youth, without making a sound, narrowed the distance with him little by little, and finally overtook him. Even if Qiyu exerted all his strength, he still couldn't achieve the overtake. Why is this? Why? Walking towards the 7th pass, Sherman, Qiyu kept roaring in his heart, his face full of aggrieved. Could it be? Suddenly, a flash of consciousness, like a thunderbolt, flashed through Qiyu's sea of consciousness, causing his body to tremble violently, and he froze on the spot with a look of shock on his face. Could it be that the talent and strength of that human youth are stronger than, better than me? Such a thought flashed by, and in less than half a breath, Qiyu shook his head and threw this unrealistic idea out of the sea of consciousness. Joke. How could a young man of the human race, whose cultivation base is not at the lower quasi-emperor level, surpass his own cultivation base of the emperor realm? Moreover, he still has the status of one of the top 10 geniuses of the semi-Protoss youth generation. After pondering for a long time, Qiyu's figure disappeared into the seventh stone gate with a look of doubt and aggrieved. Just as aggrieved as him is Jiang Yuchuan. When Great Elder Jiang walked back to the middle of the square, Ling Xuantian, who had a smile on his face, was already waiting for him. Yu. Seeing Ling Xuantian with a strange smile on his face, Jiang Yuchuan's breathing became heavy, and he breathed out hot nostrils with the high temperature of anger. At the same time, every time he took a breath, the face of the Great Elder would turn red, and the breath in his body would become even more violent. Thank you, Great Elder, for the reward. Looking at the Elder Jiang, who was about to breathe fire and his chest was heaving violently, Ling Xuantian smiled and put his hand in front of the Elder's nose at the same time. That meaning couldn't be more obvious. Tianlu. Divine Monument. Tianlu Divine Monument. Here you are. Jiang Yuchuan's words almost exhausted his whole body's strength. Swish. The golden light flashed across, and a small golden steel fell into Ling Xuantian's hands. Governor Ling, the Tianlu Divine Monument, when I return to the sect and raise 2 million Emperor crystals, I must redeem it. Watching Ling Xuantian put the Tianlu Divine Steel into his arms, Jiang Yuchuan gritted his teeth and said, You must know that there is not only one piece of this monument in the demigod race, but a total of 5 pieces, which are in the hands of 3 supreme elders, 1 enshrined, and myself. Originally, the Patriarch hoped that the 5 of them, each carrying 5 heavenly record God tablets, could sense the aura of the remaining 4 lost heavenly record God tablets outside, find them all, and unlock the God-level skills stored in them. But now, if the Patriarch knows that he has lost the Tianlu God tablet, and still loses to the tribe, I am afraid that he, the Great Elder, will not do it. No problem. Pay with one hand and deliver with one hand. Ling Xuantian still answered so simply, but his answer caused a rattling sound of grinding teeth, and even within 10 steps, the temperature of the air increased a lot. This level, I bet. Jiang Yuchuan kept reminding himself to calm down, but seeing the smile on Ling Xuantian's face, he couldn't calm down no matter what. 2 levels left. There are 9 levels in the Emperor's Soul Cave, but no one has ever reached the 9th level, and the strongest geniuses will be eliminated in the 8th level. Therefore, the 7th and 8th rounds now are Jiang Yuchuan's last chance to make a comeback. However, after losing 1.6 million Emperor crystals, plus a Tianlu God tablet, all the resources on his body are gone. This time coming to the 9 mountains of the human race was originally a simple team trial, but I didn't expect such a big thing to come up. I bet. Great Elder Jiang Yuchuan, the unwillingness and aggrieved eyes in his eyes turned into anger, rising continuously. I bet. Finally, the Great Elder of the demigod race broke out completely. Clang! A saber glow that shook for 9 nights rose into the sky, and the saber intent was as fierce as a tide, like a sea embracing all rivers, or like a rushing Nujiang River, rushing in all directions. As the blade passed, everyone in the entire square of the Emperor's Soul Cave could only feel a gust of cold air coming, and their scalps exploded. I bet. Yu Tianren. When everyone looked along the source of the sharp blade intent, they saw that there was an extra spiritual weapon with a shining blade in the hands of the Great Elder Jiang. Yu Tianren. Ling Xuantian was taken aback suddenly. Not only Ling Xuantian, but also more than a dozen elders of the semi-Protoss, when they saw the spirit weapon in the hands of the Elder Jiang, they were all scared out of their wits. Great Elder, no way. Great Elder, this Yu Tianren is your natal spiritual weapon. No way. Elder, don't be impulsive. Seeing Jiang Yuchuan sacrifice his spiritual soldiers, all the demigod elders were so frightened that their faces turned green. This Yu Tianren is no ordinary spiritual weapon. That was a high-grade imperial-level spiritual soldier. Jiang Yuchuan had nourished it with blood essence for thousands of years. Even if it was a divine weapon, it was only a hair's breadth away. It's not important. The point is, who is Jiang Yuchuan? He is the great elder of the demigod clan. If he accidentally loses his natal spiritual soldier, if this spreads, it will be laughed out of his mouth by the outland continent and other major forces. I can't afford to lose this face. Humph. Get out, all get out. Jiang Yuchuan roared. Ling Xuantian, I bet 4 million emperor crystals on my Wutian blade. How dare you take it? 4 million emperor crystals. When these words were uttered, there was a dead silence in the entire square of Emperor Soul Cave. Just Jiaoling Xuantian also frowned slightly, looking at Jiang Yuchuan with an extremely dignified expression. But in fact, what everyone in the audience didn't know was that when Ling Xuantian saw Elder Jiang taking out the natal spiritual weapon, he finally heaved a long sigh of relief and burst out laughing in his heart. Successful. Finally successful. Ling Xuantian's face was solemn, but the sea of consciousness was already filled with excitement. Not only Ling Xuantian, but even Yuan Ba and Mu Feihuang, who had always had dark faces and were extremely depressed, also had their eyes shining brightly. The two big brothers looked at Yu Tianren and Elder Jiang's hands, and then at Ling Xuantian. Their eyes were also full of excitement amidst the astonishment on their faces. I didn't expect, Pavilion Master Ling, actually, did it. However, before everyone could react, Ling Xuantian's voice resounded throughout the Emperor's Soul Cave Square. I take next. For this level, I will bet you 4 million Emperor crystals. Ling Xuantian put his hands on his back, and with a wave of his big hand, the Tianlu Divine Steel, plus 2 million Emperor crystals, flashed in front of him, suspended in the air. More than 100 bigwigs in the audience suddenly turned their heads and looked at Ling Xuantian and all the wealth in front of him. All of them were stunned. 8 million Emperor crystals. Are these two bosses crazy? Hashtag C 1832, the return of my lord. With the crazy gambling of the two big shots, the audience was shocked. This is still a general martial arts gambling game, which is basically a bet on the success or failure of the entire sect. Ling Xuantian and Jiang Yuchuan stared at each other, and two brilliant lights burst out from their eyes at the same time, like thunder and lightning, meeting in the air, exploding countless sparks. Ha ha ha, good. Have fun. After looking at each other for a long time, Jiang Yuchuan laughed wildly, turned around and left. Up to now, the great elder, who bet all his wealth, even his life and the glory of the demigods, seemed to have become extremely relaxed all of a sudden. Now that the bet is over, let's laugh at the situation. A real strong man, his body melts into the heaven and the earth, embraces all things, and faces all the punishments of gods and catastrophes. If the heart does not move, the world will not move. In the realm of Emperor Wu, every point of improvement is based on the improvement of mental state, and the improvement of true energy cultivation is no longer important. So, just at that moment, Jiang Yuchuan's martial arts cultivation level, which had not fluctuated for hundreds of years, suddenly trembled slightly. This sudden change temporarily made him forget about the game, and he hurried back, sat cross-legged, his mind concentrated, hoping to catch that ray of mysterious aura. As expected of the great elder of the demigod clan, with such a state of mind, I am not as good as. Ling Xuantian looked at Jiang Yuchuan, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, deeply moved, and said quietly. After a long time, when Ling Xuantian turned around and returned, the gleam in his eyes gradually subsided. Although I am quite envious of Jiang Yuchuan's opportunity, but he bought it with 4 million Emperor crystals, and other people can't get it even if they want to. On the contrary, Ling Xuantian was equally excited. Because, from the very beginning, when Ling Xuantian and Jiang Yuchuan made the bet, they were targeting Elder Zhang's natal spiritual sword, Yu Tianren. Or to be more precise, it is the secret behind Yu Tianren. Ling Xuantian knew this secret, and Jiang Yuchuan naturally knew it too. However, the final result still depends on Chu Yan's performance in the last two tests. The astonishing gamble has been completed. The Emperor's Soul Cave Square finally fell silent. On the other side, under the Emperor's Soul Tree in the 7th Pass, Chu Yan couldn't calm down at all, and the true energy in his whole body surged like a raging sea. At this time, Chu Yan, after breaking through 6 levels in a row, the Emperor's power gathered in his body finally aroused his cultivation and began to rush towards the bottleneck. Less than 2 months ago, in the 10 Directions God Realm, with the help of countless He Mingzhu, his cultivation level broke through from the martial emperor level to the quasi-emperor level. After that, he devoured the rewards of the 10 Directions God Realm, hundreds of blood crystals, and 1 blood river spirit. The accumulation is abundant, but the lack of understanding of martial arts and the way of heaven can continue to make breakthroughs. But this time, in the Emperor Soul Cave, there are more than 600 Emperor Soul fruits, which contain the inheritance of more than 600 ancient martial emperors of the human race. Although it is only a part, the accumulation of such a large number completely caused a change. Boom, boom. The Rakshasa true chi exploded all over his body, like the waves of a flood, picked up the energy of nearly 100 feet high, and after covering the Emperor Soul Tree in the 7th level, it continued to sweep towards the sky. In the endless black infuriating energy, the tall holy Rakshasa, holding a pair of gold and silver forks, broke through the air. Tom. As soon as he stepped out, the entire Emperor's Soul Cave trembled suddenly, like the wrath of the gods, shaking the heavens and the earth. Roar. Roaring up to the sky, with red pupils like blood, he looked at the deity of Chu Yan who was sitting cross-legged under the tree. Seeing the rich imperial prestige surging around Chu Yan's body like a tide, the deity of Saint Raksha immediately opened his mouth and sucked. Immediately, the emperor's breath, which had accumulated more than 600 emperor soul fruits, poured madly into the big mouth of the holy Rakshasa himself like 10,000 rivers returning to the sea. The next moment, blood-red lines flashed continuously on the huge body of the holy Rakshasa himself, like a wave of blood flowing on its body surface. With the continuous infusion of the emperor's breath, those blood-red lines, radiant soaring to the sky, rushed from all over the body, and they all rushed towards the left hand of the holy Raksha deity, frantically gathering. In less than 10 breaths, an extremely complex and mysterious imprint appeared on the forearm of Saint Raksha's left hand. This is... Chu Yan forcibly suppressed the infuriating tide of true energy erupting like a volcano in his body, abruptly blocking them before the bottleneck of his cultivation, and looked up at the holy Rakshasa himself in mid-air, his eyes shining like lightning. The next moment, 2 blood-colored pupils fell directly from the eyes of the holy Raksha himself, and instantly fell into Chu Yan's eyes. When the blood eyes entered the body, Chu Yan's body trembled suddenly. His feet were separated from the body, and he flew up into the air. Long hair flying, black robe hunting. The tall holy Rakshasa deity behind him, with golden rays of light, melted all around the suspended body of Chu Yan. At this time, Chu Yan's aura changed drastically, completely different from before. In the slowly opened eyes, there are golden pupils with blood eyes, and above the left hand, a phantom of a silver fork, slowly solidified, with a wide mouth, like the vicissitudes of the ages, the voice of heaven, earth and Brahma resounds throughout the whole world. Piece of sky. In the name of my sage, condense the left hand of Rakshasa, awaken me, the real body of Rakshasa. As these words resounded, in the black Rakshasa true energy that permeated the heavens and the earth, countless golden threads suddenly lit up, as thin as hair, but with the power of the 9-day thunder, they walked in the sea of Rakshasa true energy clouds, as if tens of thousands of a golden electric snake is swimming. In less than a blink of an eye, under the fusion, the golden electric snake evolved into a thick golden thunder and lightning, buzzing. Boom, boom. Thousands of thunders were sent out, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked, and the entire Emperor Soul Cave was shaken crazily under tens of thousands of golden lightning bolts. Swish! Swish! A stream of light shot out from the holy Rakshasa himself, and the same stream of light shot out from Chu Yan's body. The two clashed and blended instantly. In an instant, countless inherited memories poured into Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, like a tide. He saw that at the beginning of the endless years, an eternal existence stepped out of the tower of reaching heaven and entered the outland continent. A few years later, the Tianjia Tower was opened again, and one after another equally ancient figures rushed out, chasing after the eternal body. A shocking battle, with 1 against 100. 2 shocking rays of light, one gold and one silver, were like a rainbow, spanning the sky, beating the sun and the moon, and passing by. Ancient figures were lost one after another. Among the mountains of bloody corpses all over the ground, holding gold light and silver lights, looking down on the sky. Suddenly, that eternal ancient soared into the sky, with golden light all over his body, rushing towards the endless blood-colored sky above the sky. Boom, boom. With that blow, the sky and the earth turned pale, the sun and the moon dimmed, and half of the endless blood-colored sky was completely blown away. But the ancient body, with the golden divine patterns all over its body, suddenly dissipated, and its whole body exploded, turning into countless golden light spots, dissipating between the heaven and the earth. That battle, the outland continent, the earthquake and tsunami, and the riots in the world lasted for a full 100 years before the aftermath gradually dissipated. Chu Yan's eyes shrank suddenly, and the endless bloody golden light spurted out, sweeping across the sky. Nuada's Emperor Soul Cave fell silent for an instant. Between heaven and earth, only Chu Yan, and behind him, the tall golden Rakshasa, stood majestically. My lord, come back. This time I will definitely not let you down. Roar! 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 The words of the Sanskrit sound that resounded through the world spread, and in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, 5 divine beasts soared into the sky, roaring into the sky. #C1833 Cultivation soars. The Wuhun of the 5 gods and beasts was not controlled by Chu Yan at all. Sensing the vision outside, they rioted together. The violent power of the martial soul turned into 5 color clouds, rushing out, and constantly blending with the holy Rakshasa deity behind Chu Yan. Roar! Among the 5 divine beast martial souls that were originally flying in the sea of consciousness and sky, suddenly, the white tiger martial soul gave a long roar and turned into a white light, rushed out of the sea of consciousness world, and shot straight into Chu Yan's left hand. Stab it! An astonishing change followed. The silver fork that was originally condensed in Chu Yan's left hand suddenly brightened, like stars in the sky and earth, and strong fluctuations surged towards the surroundings like a sea tide. Hum. Hum. After the constant tremors, after the silver fork condensed into a solid body, on Chu Yan's left arm, the spirit pattern transformed by the white tiger martial soul was lifelike. At this moment, the 3 blend together, regardless of each other. Boom! A thunderclap sounded. All the light of visions in the world, like the ebb tide of the sea, retreated into Chu Yan's body and rushed towards the sea of Qi amidst the turbulent waves. 32 inner deniers are like wheels, turning rapidly. At this moment, the frenzy of true Qi that was suppressed by Chu Yan at the bottleneck of his cultivation increased tenfold in an instant, and smashed out fiercely with the momentum of overwhelming mountains and seas. Click! With a bang, Chu Yan's cultivation base skyrocketed crazily. The 5th level of the lower quasi-emperor rank. The 6th level of the lower quasi-emperor rank. The 7th level of the lower quasi-emperor rank. The lower quasi-emperor 8-fold. The lower quasi-emperor rank 9th level. The middle quasi-emperor 1st level. The middle quasi-emperor rank triple. The median, quasi-emperor 5th level. In the blink of an eye, the cultivation base has skyrocketed by 10 realms, a full realm of heaven and earth. Chu Yan's cultivation base is also at the lower quasi-emperor level, and has been promoted to the middle quasi-emperor level 5th heaven. In one thought, the difference between heaven and earth. Breakthrough. We've reached the middle quasi-emperor rank. Chu Yan's eyes lit up, and his mind was shocked. When all the breath disappeared, Chu Yan's body slowly fell from the air and returned to the Emperor's soul tree. Blood eyes and golden pupils retreated slowly. Chu Yan raised his head and swept behind him, just in time to see. His face was full of horror, as if he saw the eyes of a god. You, breakthrough. Qi was completely dumbfounded, and his sea of consciousness was in chaos. Even when Chu Yan sat cross-legged and began to comprehend the 7th pass of the Emperor's soul fruit again, Qi was still in shock and couldn't extricate himself for a long time. The scene just now was reflected in his sea of consciousness, and the shock it caused to him was really too great. As one of the top 10 geniuses of the semi-protoss, the scene of Chu Yan's cultivation breakthrough just now, the vision caused by the heaven and the earth, made him tremble in shock. Powerful. Too strong. This Chu Yan has an extremely terrifying existence on his body, which is by no means comparable to him. At this moment, Qiyu finally understood. Who is the real genius and who is the ant? Really? Next, an even more shocking scene appeared, shocking Qiyu, who was still sluggish almost to the ground on the spot. I saw that under the Emperor's soul tree, the human youth who had just broken through his cultivation base, the golden consciousness gushed out like a sea tide, instantly covering a large piece of Emperor's soul fruit. Immediately afterwards, one after another Emperor's soul fruit halos, crazily shining. Swish. 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 Almost at the speed of one piece in 10 breaths, in less than an hour, the number of Emperor's soul fruits that Chu Yan comprehended and fused directly rushed from the first one to the 30th one. Moreover, the Emperor's soul fruit in the canopy is still frantically lighting up, without any sign of stagnation. What? Qiyu, whose eyes ached from the halo illuminated by the Emperor's soul fruit, woke up suddenly, his face turned green with shock. It's impossible. No. Possible. Just as Qiyu was stunned by the technique, the number of Emperor's soul fruits that Chu Yan comprehended and fused instantly rose to 35. Boom. 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 In the sea of consciousness, it was as if 10,000 thunders were blasting together, causing Qiyu's body to tremble violently. He stepped back 3 or 4 steps in a row, and managed to stand still. When he raised his head again and looked at Chu Yan, his frightened eyes were full of bloodshot eyes. Even if he breaks through, it's only at the quasi-emperor level. How is this possible? Qiyu was completely stunned, and couldn't believe what he had seen with his own eyes. Although there are only him and Chu Yan in the 7th level, it is impossible to be dazzled at such a close distance. I am in the realm of the martial emperor. His lips trembled for a long time, and even Qiyu felt that he had no confidence when he said a word. Just staring blankly at Chu Yan, Qiyu's original pride and detachment disappeared little by little. Facing such an evil monster, the powerlessness hidden in Qiyu's heart, like a dark monster, devoured him bit by bit. Another hour passed. When the number of Emperor's soul fruits that Chu Yan had comprehended and fused reached 55, a long and faint sigh sounded sadly under the Emperor's soul tree. Chu Yan, I am not as good as you. As soon as this sentence was said, Qiyu's breath dissipated instantly, his expression became extremely depressed. Without support, he sat on the ground suddenly, with a dull expression. This time, during the trip to the Emperor's Soul Cave, as one of the top 10 geniuses of the demigod race, he actually received 2 mental blows in a row. And the 2 heavy blows were all because of the same person. Human race Chu Yan. Now, even if he took a second look, Qiu's soul, that black-robed figure sitting cross-legged under the tree, would turn a little colder. The collapse of confidence is more terrifying than the lack of cultivation. Facing the tall Emperor Soul Tree in front of him, it was difficult for Qiu to arouse a trace of fighting spirit in his heart. The stronger the genius, the stronger the consciousness. However, often the strongest advantage is also the most fatal disadvantage. Therefore, when Qiu's spirit completely collapsed, the possibility of him wanting to defeat Chu Yan almost disappeared. Compared with Qiu, whose confidence has collapsed, Chu Yan here is like a tide, rushing all the way, unable to stop at all. The 7th level, 99 Emperor Soul Fruits, took less than 5 days for Chu Yan to complete all the enlightenment and fusion. The last one, the 100th Emperor Soul Fruit, only took 1 day to rush past. Boom, boom. Xianla is fluttering, Emperor's prestige is like a tide, and visions of heaven and earth erupt. When Chu Yan appeared in front of the stone gate of the 7th pass, with steady steps, there were more than 100 eyes in the entire square, trembling and bloodshot. However, to Chu Yan's surprise, the eyes of these people just glanced at him, and they all glared at the demigod Elder Jiang. There was a strange atmosphere floating in the air, which made Chu Yan feel a little chilled. In particular, when Elder Jiang looked at him with those extremely sad eyes, Chu Yan's whole body stood up. Without a trace of hesitation, Chu Yan flashed past and rushed directly into the 8th pass, Sherman. With the disappearance of Chu Yan's figure, Elder Jiang Yuchuan's face was purplish-red, the veins on his forehead burst out, his fists were clenched tightly, and the whirlwinds of Emperor's breath around his body surged wantonly, across the void, cutting out hundreds of void cracks. Lost. Lost again. This time even Yu Tianren, his natal spiritual weapon, lost out. Up to now, Jiang Yuchuan is so poor that he can't get even a piece of lingsher out. Clang! The knife pierced the sky, and the fierce and sharp air shot across, cutting the entire void in front of Elder Jiang to Ling Xuantian into pieces. Yu Tianren is unparalleled in sharpness. Governor Ling, Yu Tianren, is yours. Jiang Yuchuan's eyes were red, and his voice was slightly hoarse. The spiritual knife, which is comparable to a magic weapon, just changed hands. Elder Jiang, for this round, you don't need to offer any chips, and I will bet all the Emperor crystals and spirit treasures I won, including this Yu Tianren, and only exchange one thing. Looking at the trembling Yu Tianren on the ground in front of him, Ling Xuantian raised his head, looked at Jiang Yuchuan, and said something amazing. What? All, just one thing. Jiang Yuchuan was taken aback. Suddenly, his eyes brightened. #C1834, Heavenly Sword 9 Peaks. Ling Xuantian's words, like a ray of dawn, dispelled all the haze in Jiang Yuchuan's heart. However, just for a moment, the light in Elder Jiang's eyes quickly disappeared. Governor Ling, no matter what the bet is, my clan Qiue is not Chu Yan's opponent. Therefore, I admit defeat. After repeated rounds of gambling, Elder Jiang Yuchuan murmured with disappointment in the face of the final round of gambling. When this sentence fell to the ground, everyone in the audience, including the big bosses of the human race, was startled. Throw in the towel. Jiang Yuchuan actually conceded defeat. Saying this sentence from his mouth is probably 100 times more difficult than beheading a group of martial emperors. Because, who is Jiang Yuchuan? He is the great elder of the demigod clan, and his physical status is so honorable. Not only Jiang Yuchuan, but also more than a dozen elders of the demigod clan felt a sense of sadness in their hearts at the same time, and their eyes all dimmed. This time, it fell. Before they came to the Jiuxiao mountain range, they never thought that the top 100 geniuses of the dignified demigod race would lose to the race. Moreover, he still lost to a human youth. Occupying an absolute advantage in power and numbers, it would be such a miserable defeat. Without the slightest power to fight back, even Qiu, one of the top 10 geniuses, lost his confidence. After Chu Yan left the 7th level, the Emperor's soul fruit of the 7th level never lit up again. It can be seen from this that Qiyu, who was under the Emperor's soul tree of the 7th level, may have been completely abolished by Chu Yan. This collapse of martial arts is even more difficult to recover than physical injuries. And now, even the great elder Jiang Yuchuan is disheartened. There is still a trace of the might of the Emperor Wu, the aura of the demigod. Hearing the words of great elder Jiang Yuchuan, Ling Xuantian raised the corners of his mouth, smiled slightly, and spoke again surprisingly. No. This level is an unusual gamble. What? Unusual game. This word landed. All the demigods, including Elder Jiang, turned their heads and looked at Ling Xuantian with puzzled expressions on their faces. What's the meaning? Could it be, for something like that? Elder Jiang, who was so shrewd, listened to Ling Xuantian's continuous words, pondered for a while, and immediately reacted. What do you want? Jiang Yuchuan looked at Ling Xuantian and asked directly. In his opinion, now, no matter what Ling Xuantian wants to do, he can talk openly and directly face to face. Heavenly Sword 9 Peaks. Ling Xuantian said. What? You. Hearing Ling Xuantian's words, Jiang Yuchuan's pupils shrank fiercely, and he looked at Ling Xuantian with astonishment. How would you know, Heavenly Sword 9 Peaks? Heavenly Sword 9 Peaks. Every continent, or power group, has some secrets that the low-level powers don't know, but are in the hands of the high-level powers. Just like the Emperor's Soul Cave in the 9 Emperors Mountain Range, among the entire human race, among the countless sect forces, large and small, only some high-level members of the 9 supreme sects know the existence of the Emperor's Soul Cave. And among those human races, the weak and powerful sects don't even have the qualifications to know. Just like the Biba sect of the human race, although it is only a step weaker than the 9 supreme sects in terms of strength, no one in the Biba sect knows the existence of the Emperor's Soul Cave. And the 9 peaks of the Heavenly Sword are exactly the same existence as the Soul Cave of the human race Emperor. In the Outland continent, except for the top 10 forces, no race knows this place. Therefore, when Ling Xuantian uttered 9 peaks of Heavenly Sword in front of Jiang Yuchuan's shock can only be imagined. Moreover, when Jiang Yuchuan looked into Ling Xuantian's eyes and found that calm and deeply hidden light, a bad premonition suddenly rose in his heart. Jiang Yuchuan suddenly felt that everything seemed to be under Ling Xuantian's control. From the time when their demigods received the invitation, to the subsequent gambling games, including themselves, losing all their wealth, and finally, Ling Xuantian opened his mouth and said the name of 9 peaks of Heavenly Sword. In fact, from the very beginning, Ling Xuantian was just for the Heavenly Sword 9 peaks. In the sea of consciousness, at this thought, Jiang Yuchuan suddenly shuddered all over his body, and his eyes were full of horror when he looked at Ling Xuantian. No. Impossible. Elder Jiang, it is impossible to imagine that Ling Xuantian can do all this. Even if things have come to this point, Jiang Yuchuan's heart is still full of shock. Compared to that Chu Yan, this Ling Xuantian is even more terrifying. After reaching the final conclusion, the horror in Jiang Yuchuan's eyes gradually dimmed, and he let out a long sigh. No choice. In the current situation, Jiang Yuchuan had no other choice at all. Tell me. What do you want? I don't know much about the Heavenly Sword 9 peaks. Jiang Yuchuan resigned. Hearing Jiang Yuchuan's words, and especially seeing the demigod elder, like a defeated rooster, lowering his noble head, Ling Xuantian's mouth lightly lifted, revealing a strange smile. I want a qualification token from the Heavenly Sword 9 peaks 3 months later. Ling Xuantian said. You. Jiang Yuchuan raised his head, looked fiercely at Ban Xuantian, and said one word with anger on his face. Really? The last trace of luck was instantly shattered. Originally, when Ling Xuantian uttered the words 9 peaks of heavenly sword, Jiang Yuchuan vaguely guessed that he was for that token. However, when he really heard Ling Xuantian speak, even though he was mentally prepared, Jiang Yuchuan couldn't help it, and was furious. The qualification token of heavenly sword 9 peaks. The top 10 racial forces, each race, each session only has 10. But this time, among the 10 tokens of the demigods, only 2 tokens were allocated to the Xuanhuan temple controlled by Jiang Yuchuan. One of them, even Qi Yu, disappointed himself in the Emperor's Soul Cave this time, and Jiang Yuchuan still wanted to keep it for him. And the other one was originally intended to be distributed to a new personal disciple he received. Okay. I promise you. After 10 breaths of silence, Jiang Yuchuan finally gritted his teeth and nodded in agreement. As soon as the words fell to the ground, Ling Xuantian's eyes shot brightly, a smile appeared on his face, and he shouted loudly. Okay. As expected of Elder Jiang, be happy. Immediately, with a big wave of his hand, Yu Tianren, Tianlu Divine Steel, and a full 2 million Emperor crystals in front of him all flew out through the air and flew towards Elder Jiang. Governor Ling, we are cleared up. With a wave of the big sleeve, all the things were stored in the storage space, and at the same time, with a flip of the right hand, a black token was shot out and shot straight at Ling Xuantian. Snapped. Ling Xuantian raised his hand to receive it, copied the black token in his hand, and looked down. I saw the words 9 prisons engraved on the black token with a hint of heavenly mystery. Immediately, Ling Xuantian hurriedly stuffed the black token into his arms, turned his head, and looked at the 8th gate in the distance. His eyes were like lightning. Chu Yan, next, it's up to you. #C 1835 Level 8. Chapter 1835. At this time, sitting cross-legged under the 8th Pass Emperor Soul Tree, Chu Yan frowned and his face was solemn. This is already the 8th time. As long as the spiritual consciousness touches the Silver Emperor Soul Tree, it will all collapse without a trace remaining. Chu Yan never expected that it took him only 5 days to comprehend all 100 Emperor Soul Fruits in the 7th Pass. Because he had just broken through to the 5th level of the Quasi-Emperor rank, no matter his cultivation base or spiritual consciousness, all of them had skyrocketed. Therefore, passing the 7th level is effortless. But at the 8th level, it is unexpectedly difficult to do this. Even the divine consciousness can't touch the body of the Emperor Soul Tree. It seems that the rumors are true. Chu Yan withdrew his consciousness, condensed it again, and said in his heart, the 8th level is the last level for all the Emperor Soul Cave testers. Whether it's cultivation, talent, strength, etc., it's all meaningless at this level. But, what do you need? Frowning tightly, Chu Yan was thinking hard, and at the same time, he was tentatively covering the nearest Emperor Soul Fruit with his spiritual consciousness, comprehending and merging. Sure enough, it was the same as the Emperor Soul Tree, extremely difficult. For the Emperor Soul Fruit at the 7th stage, after Chu Yan fused with the Emperor Soul Tree, it only takes about an hour for each Emperor Soul Fruit to comprehend the fusion. But for the 8th level, I'm afraid there are only a few days, don't even think about one. On the way here, I heard from the 8 elders of Lingyun Pavilion that even the current 9 suzerains of the 9 supreme sects have broken through these 8 gates, and there is no further progress. Only the master of the Lingyun Pavilion, Ling Xuantian, has broken through the 9th level. Moreover, he is the only human genius who has broken through the 9th level in the past 10,000 years. Unfortunately, I should have asked for advice just now. When breaking through the 7th level, Chu Yan originally wanted to stay in the square for a day as before, and ask Ling Xuantian for his experience and insights about the Emperor Soul Cave. But the eyes of a group of big men in the square, especially Jiang Yuchuan, who were almost eating people, made Chu Yan give up his original plan. But I didn't expect that the 8th level is so special. If the 8th level is so difficult, according to the saying that each level in the Emperor's Soul Cave is more difficult than the last level, then the 9th level is not hopeless at all. In the constant pondering, Chu Yan's eyes flickered, and the fighting spirit in his heart kept rising. Okay. Maybe this is more interesting. Ever since Chu Yan stepped into martial arts, that one time was not going against the sky, wandering on the edge of life and death, and growing up amidst difficulties. Therefore, Chu Yan is different from ordinary warriors. The more difficult things he encounters, the more he will fight. Come again. With a low shout, Chu Yan's consciousness was like a tide, continuously gathering and condensing in the sea of consciousness. When the spiritual consciousness gathered to double the level of the last time, Chu Yan's true energy was aroused, and he ruthlessly covered the Emperor's Soul Tree in front of him. 9th time must succeed. Boom, boom. Without waiting for Chu Yan to react, when his consciousness came into contact with the Emperor's Soul Tree for the 9th time, a vast and majestic force suddenly rushed out from the Emperor's Soul Tree. Guided by Chu Yan's consciousness, the powerful power of the Emperor's Soul Tree poured back into Chu Yan's consciousness, sea like a tide. What's the situation? Shocked by the sudden change, Chu Yan said in surprise. You know, in the first 7 levels, there has never been such a situation where the Emperor's Soul Tree took the initiative to launch a counterattack, which immediately caught Chu Yan by surprise and looked surprised. The power of the Emperor's Soul Tree pouring into Chu Yan's body is powerful, but not violent, more like a trickle, flowing through the meridians of Chu Yan's whole body. This feeling is exactly the same as when Chu Yan was in the Lingyun Hall before, and the 3 saints used their spiritual consciousness to investigate Chu Yan. This Emperor's Soul Tree actually probed my bloodline. Chu Yan was startled. However, Chu Yan was not worried, because the power of the Silver Emperor Tree did not impact the sea of consciousness. It was mainly aimed at his meridian blood, and seemed to be conducting some blood verification. After a period of time, the power of the Emperor's Soul Tree flowed out gently, and returned to the Emperor's Soul Tree, leaving only a little remnant. Past. Chu Yan suddenly felt that there was a special connection between himself and the Emperor's Soul Tree in front of him. And the remnant breath of the Emperor's Soul Tree left in his body is the key to connect this connection. However, what made Chu Yan's expression tense was that the residual breath of the Emperor's Soul Tree was slowly dissipating. Isn't it? And, time limit. Chu Yan was speechless. Unexpectedly, the 8th pass of the Emperor's Soul Tree not only verified the blood of the human race, but also limited the time for comprehension and fusion of the Emperor's Soul Tree. 7 days. After careful sensing, Chu Yan found that according to the dissipation time of the Emperor's Soul Tree residual in his body, it was almost exactly 7 days. At this time, according to the previous comprehension speed, it is not enough for ordinary geniuses. Even half of the Emperor's Soul Fruit may not be enough. However, for Chu Yan, it is completely different. It should be about the same. Chu Yan smiled lightly, stopped wasting time, condensed his consciousness again, and covered the Emperor's Soul Tree. Sure enough, with the connection of this residual breath, the Silver Emperor's Soul Tree has no resistance to Chu Yan's consciousness, allowing Chu Yan's consciousness to merge into the tree body. Next, Chu Yan immersed himself in comprehension and cultivation, and at the same time, carefully observed the time when the fragments disappeared. 6 days later, Chu Yan passed the 8th level and entered the 9th level. When Chu Yan's figure appeared on the square of Emperor's Soul Cave, more than 100 big men were so shocked that their eyes turned green. 10,000 years. Finally, another peerless genius appeared in the human race. After Ling Xuantian, a tall figure appeared again at the 9th level of the Emperor's Soul Cave. Jiang Yuchuan and Ling Xuantian stood side by side, different from the horrified expressions of the others. Their faces were neither surprised nor happy, they were indifferent. Ling Xuantian has always trusted Chu Yan's performance. Although Jiang Yuchuan didn't know Chu Yan well, he knew Ling Xuantian. After the series of gambling games ended, Jiang Yuchuan understood that Ling Xuantian took huge risks to gamble with himself, and the ultimate goal was for 9 peaks of Heavenly Sword. As for the token of Tianjian Jiufeng, Ling Xuantian can't use it, it can only be for Chu Yan. As the leader of the 9 supreme sects, Ling Xuantian has done so much for that Chu Yan. If Jiang Yuchuan didn't understand how much Ling Xuantian valued Chu Yan, he would have lived for thousands of years in vain. Therefore, facing Chu Yan's figure walking towards the 9th pass, Sherman, Jiang Yuchuan was not too surprised. After all, Chu Yan was the existence who defeated Qi Yu, one of the top 10 geniuses of the semi-protoss. Governor Ling, this Chu Yan is your new personal disciple. Jiang Yuchuan laughed. That's right. Immortal demon flying to the stage, he won the 2nd place. Ling Xuantian smiled. 2nd place. Hearing Ling Xuantian's words, Jiang Yuchuan's face was stunned, his eyes rolled, and he said, so, the 1st place was also included in Lingyun Pavilion by you. Ha ha ha, it's interesting to say, Chang Tianhe, the number 1, is now a follower of Chu Yan. Ling Xuantian said. What? Jiang Yuchuan's eyes widened, his face full of astonishment, there is such a thing. However, Pavilion Master Ling, the Songlong realm is like the difference between a pond and a vast ocean compared to the outland continent. Chu Yan, a flood dragon, is probably. Great Elder Jiang, I know what you want to say. But. Ling Xuantian turned around, faced Jiang Yuchuan, withdrew the smile on his face, and became solemn, and said, it's not that I underestimated the demigods. Based on my observation of Chu Yan, this sun, I'm afraid it's the future, not to mention the outland continent, I'm afraid it's the future. Even the 10 directions starfield can't hold him. What? This? Jiang Yuchuan was shocked. If someone else said this, Jiang Yuchuan would definitely spit it out, but Ling Xuantian was different, especially in Chu Yan's situation, he had seen it with his own eyes. That was the existence that even Qi Yu was crushed by him. This matter is easy to say, but Jiang Yuchuan knows in his heart that no more than 100 people can do it in the entire outland continent. After all, Qi Yue is also the outland continent, among the top 10 racial forces, among the billions of young geniuses, he stands out from the crowd. It's not someone who can be crushed if they say it is crushed. After all, the strength and resources of the demigods are there, without the aptitude against the sky, it is impossible. #C1836 lost? Ling Xuantian's words made Jiang Yuchuan frown slightly, his eyes looked at the 9th gate, Sherman, and his face was full of thought. To be honest, originally, Chu Yan caused him to lose almost everything. For Chu Yan, he wished he could eat him raw. But later, when he lost everything, after an unexpected breakthrough in his state of mind, his view of Chu Yan changed a lot. Especially, after sending out the Heavenly Sword 9 Peaks token. Getting that token also marks that Chu Yan will go to the 9 Peaks of Heavenly Sword on behalf of Xingyun Temple. In the dark, there is an extra layer of special relationship between him and Chu Yan. Although just now, he tried Ling Xuantian, intending to recruit Chu Yan to be trained by the demigods, but Ling Xuantian's answer surprised him a bit. However, this does not affect his appreciation and love for what has been born. Okay. I understand. Jiang Yuchuan nodded and said no more. Or, what Ling Xuantian said is right, this Chu Yan may be the most enchanting genius he has ever seen, bar none. Chu Yan's future martial arts path, even he, dare not say for sure. Hey, now even I am looking forward to the 9 Peaks of Heavenly Sword 3 months later. Interesting. Following Jiang Yuchuan's words, the entire square of Emperor Soul Cave gradually fell silent. At this time almost 2 months have passed since the start of the Emperor Soul Cave. During this period of time, nearly 300 people have been eliminated, and nearly 90% of the remaining 200 people stay in the 4th and 5th rounds. Only a few, less than 20 people, made it to the 5th level. And those who have passed the 6th level are even rarer. The most difficult thing in the Emperor's Soul Cave is not comprehension and fusion of the Emperor's Soul Fruit, but time. There is only 6 months in total, and the difficulty will increase by about 3 times after passing a level. It will take a lot of time to continue to comprehend and integrate more Emperor's Soul Fruits. If you give them 7 or 8 years, maybe these young geniuses of all ethnic groups. There is also a chance to break through to the 8th level. Of course, there is no need to think about the 9th level. It can be achieved without relying on the conditions of talent and strength. Just like the current Chu Yan, when he stepped into the first pass, sitting cross-legged under the Golden Emperor's Soul, his whole body was not well. Unlike the 8th level, Chu Yan only tried to release his consciousness once, and probed towards the Golden Emperor's Soul Tree in the 9th level, and he was so scared that he never dared to try again. Because, as soon as Chu Yan's consciousness came into contact with the body of the Emperor's Soul Tree, on the entire Emperor's Soul Tree, there were 100 Golden Emperor's Soul Fruits, plus the thick tree body. All the Emperor's prestige burst out at the same time. Qi moved towards Chu Yan to suppress. Joke. Here and there is still enlightenment fusion, which is basically killing people. You know, the first 8 levels, even if it is the comprehension and fusion of each Emperor's Soul Fruit, it will take several days with Chu Yan's aptitude to get one. But now, this perverted 9th level, let him comprehend and fuse 100 Emperor's Soul Fruits at once. This is not killing people, what is it? 100 Emperor's Soul Fruits, that is the imperial prestige of 100 ancient martial emperors, plus a thick Emperor's Soul Tree. If they were taken together, even if Emperor Wu stood here, it would be trash. Phew. Miserable master, after breaking through the 9th level, he stopped here. Chu Yan looked up at the Golden Emperor's Soul Fruit, and on the tree, 100 Emperor's Soul Fruits shone with golden brilliance at the same time, and couldn't help but twitched the corners of his eyes twice. The current situation is even more difficult to deal with than the 8th level. What to do? Chu Yan was thinking, frowning. At the same time, 100 Emperor Soul Fruits, plus the God Soul Tree, with Chu Yan's current strength of the middle quasi-emperor rank, is extremely dangerous. If you don't pay attention, you may end up crushed by Emperor Wei, and your body and soul will be destroyed. However, Chu Yan thought hard for an hour, and it seemed that there was no other way but to hit hard. Fight. Chu Yan didn't dare to hesitate, and he didn't have time to waste. In this Emperor's Soul Cave, almost 3 months of his time had been consumed. After making up his mind, Chu Yan began to continuously stimulate the Rakshasa True Qi, and directly displayed the Rakshasa Refining Domain. At the same time, he swallowed a whole bottle of golden elixir, and at the same time refining the medicinal power, he summoned the holy Rakshasa himself and the Wuhun of the 5 gods and beasts. In the Sea of Consciousness, after devouring the 5 Qi of the 5 elements, the pattern of the Holy Spirit bursts out the golden light of the heaven and earth, filling the entire Sea of Consciousness. In an instant, after Chu Yan used all his whole cards, his powerful spiritual consciousness turned into lightning from heaven and earth, passing through the sky, buzzing in the void, like countless electric snakes traversing the sky. Boom, boom. The frenzied Sea of Consciousness collided with the Emperor's Soul Tree. In an instant, 100 Emperor Soul Fruits shone together, and the Emperor's prestige like a golden ocean surged, and collided fiercely with Chu Yan's consciousness. Together. Under this head-to-head encounter, Chu Yan's Sea of Consciousness shook crazily as if he had been struck by lightning. The entire Sea of Consciousness world simply couldn't withstand such a powerful bombardment of the Emperor's prestige, and cracks continued to explode in the sky and the ground. Moreover, with the continuous strengthening of the Emperor's prestige, the speed of the collapse of the consciousness sea world is getting faster and faster. Not good. This is troublesome. Chu Yan didn't expect that the power of the Golden Emperor Soul Tree in the 9th level would be so strong. After using all the whole cards, he still couldn't resist, watching his Sea of Consciousness collapse rapidly. The Sea of Consciousness world is the place where the soul and consciousness are located. If it is completely collapsed and annihilated, then even if the body is complete, Chu Yan's soul will completely dissipate. It's pretty much the same as loss. No. Can't. Never give up. Chu Yan's eyes were like blood, and the golden pupils were dazzling. He gritted his teeth and held on. Roar. 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 The 5 spirits of the gods and beasts seemed to feel the danger of Chu Yan, and they all roared to the sky. The power of the 5 colored spirits, like a violent sea, picked up the raging waves and kept rushing out, covering Chu Yan's whole body. However, whether it is the power of martial soul or the power of Saint Rakshasa, it has little effect on Chu Yan's divine consciousness blessing. Among Chu Yan's many whole cards, there is only the Holy Spirit pattern, which has the most obvious effect on spiritual consciousness. However, even if Chu Yan put all his money into it and crazily threw one after another of the 5 elements into the Holy Spirit pattern, facing the frenzied suppression gathered by hundreds of emperors, fine cracks began to appear on the pattern of the Holy Spirit pattern. It's over. Could it be, today, I really want to lose here? In an instant, a death energy surged up in Chu Yan's heart, filling his whole body instantly, making him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Unexpectedly, this Emperor Soul Cave is so terrifying. Moon. Father, big brother. Mother. In less than 3 breaths, Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness could no longer support it, and began to disintegrate under the suppression of hundreds of emperors, and Chu Yan's consciousness began to blur. Everything in front of him became more and more unclear. Chu Yan only felt that his body was sinking, slowly falling towards the endless abyss. Below the body, darkness surged towards him like a tide. #C1837, Transforming Martial Soul, Rebirth of Battle Soul. Just when Chu Yan's consciousness was about to fall into a deep sleep, a sudden change occurred. Hum. Hum. In the sky of Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness, in the sea of clouds that stirred up layers of huge waves, an inconspicuous cyan sky lotus floated out of the clouds. In the endless tide of imperial prestige, the cyan sky lotus, like a candle in the wind, was constantly shaken by the rushing waves and was on the verge of falling. However, the worrisome scene did not appear. The cyan light emanating from the green lotus became brighter and brighter, from the light of the candle to the dazzling light very quickly. Like a star born out of nowhere, the blue lotus light with mysterious power will fill the sky and the earth of the Sea of Consciousness world. In an instant, the frenzied imperial prestige raging in the world of Chu Yan's Sea of Consciousness froze instantly. At this moment, the wind is standing, the clouds are breathing. The sky, the earth, everything, quickly returned to calm. All the imperial prestige seemed to be restrained by something. They stood stiffly on the spot, gathered continuously, and gathered towards the blue sky lotus in the sky. Boom, boom. A series of thunderclaps shook the sky and the earth, and the phantom of a giant in green armor as tall as a mountain slowly emerged. A pair of purple thunder eyes containing the vast sea of stars, the universe of heaven and earth, shot straight out like 2 sharp arrows, and wherever they passed, all the emperor's prestige dissipated. Everyone, step back. Like the wrath of the gods, and like the holy words of heaven, he drank it in one word, and dispersed the emperor's prestige in all directions, all trembling, turned around and fled. A large piece of imperial prestige, like a mouse seeing a cat, frantically fled towards Chu Yan's body. The cloud waves formed by the golden imperial prestige surged across the sky in the blink of an eye, and disappeared without a trace, as if everything just now had never happened. Humph. A group of lonely ghosts dared to do this to the blood of the same family. The phantom of the green-armored giant waved his big hand, and a large piece of green lotus light spilled out like water ripples, sweeping to every angle of Chu Yan's sea of consciousness world. All tides of imperial power. After the cyan lotus light swept over the damage caused, it quickly recovered. Even the Holy Spirit pattern above the sky, after absorbing the light of the green lotus, the cracks in the pattern are rapidly healing, and the entire body of the spirit pattern has become more golden. When you wave your hands, the world is stable. This momentum made Chu Yan, who suddenly woke up, stunned. Green. Xingjie giant, who are you? Chu Yan murmured and asked anxiously. Chu Yan's voice caused the green-armored giant to slowly look sideways, his purple eyes were like thunder, and he looked down, with a look of kindness on his face, and he spoke again. The heaven and the earth do not exist, the sun and the moon hang upside down, and under the overwhelming world, the realm is endangered. Chu Yan, remember, to connect to the sky tower, the road to the sky, there, is your destiny. Grow up quickly, come on. Time is running out, not much more. As soon as the words fell to the ground, the green-armored giant turned his head slowly, his eyes were far-reaching, and he looked at the Wuhun mountain not far away, where the 5 starry gods and beasts Wuhun. That's all. I'll help you again. The giant cyan chop swung again, and on the cyan sky lotus suspended in the sky, one of the only 3 cyan lotus seeds flew out of the 9 holes, and shot straight towards the Wuhun of the 5 gods and beasts. Call out. A dazzling blue light pierced through the air, making a long howl, and after a flash, it sank into the body of Suzaku martial soul. Chirp. With a resounding phoenix cry, the 5-color emperor flames erupted all over Suzaku's martial soul instantly, dyeing half of the sky into a sea of flames. At the same time, the Suzaku martial soul soared into the sky, spread its wings and soared, plunged straight into the sea of flames, and instantly turned into ashes. What? Suzaku martial soul. Seeing that the Suzaku martial soul was reduced to ashes, Chu Yan's pupils shrank fiercely, and just as he was about to speak, the mutation regenerated. Roar. 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 Xuanhuan, Baihu, Qinglong and Qilin all roared together, and at the same time spewed out an incomparably thick martial soul power, crashing into the sea of flames. The 4 dazzling beams of light merged into one, like a sharp sword, cutting the sea of fire into 2, and in the broken fire path, a divine bird with 9 colors flew out of the sea of fire. This is, the transformation of the martial soul, the rebirth of the battle soul. Chu Yan's eyes brightened. I saw that the entire soul body of the Suzaku martial soul reborn from the sea of fire has undergone tremendous changes. The original fiery red bird body has now turned into gold, with 9 colors of light flowing on the body surface, only the opposite wings are still fiery red. The biggest change is the tail feathers. The 9 nearly 100 feet long feathers are divided into 9 colors, exuding dazzling light and dazzling. Chu Yan, remember, the soul of battle is immortal, and you will live forever. The green-armored giant saw that Suzaku's martial spirit had turned into a battle spirit. He couldn't help but smiled, nodded slightly, looked at Chu Yan and said, "The spirit of battle is immortal." Chu Yan was startled. Boom, boom. Accompanied by the soaring Suzaku martial soul above the sky, spewing out a large swath of Suzaku divine fire, the figure of the green-armored giant slowly retreated from the blue sky lotus, and submerged into the sea of spiritual clouds in the sky again in just a flash. Chirp. The resonant sound of the phoenix's cry shook the heavens and the earth, turning into a large wave of 9 colored waves visible to the naked eye, sweeping the world. With a tremor of the body, these 9 color sound waves rushed out of Chu Yan's sea of consciousness world, and rushed towards the golden emperor soul tree in front of Chu Yan's deity. Boom. Boom. Seeing the 9 color sound wave attacking, the golden emperor soul tree will sit and watch. Under the golden light, 100 emperor soul fruits burst out in unison, and the violent Emperor Wei reappeared, rushing towards the 9-color sound wave. The two forces collided in the Emperor's Soul Cave, and an earth-shattering explosion erupted, causing the shock waves to disperse. The 9-colored sound wave was like a torrent, passing through it all the way, suffocating. Even if it bumped into the Berserk Emperor Wei, it would collapse at the touch of a touch, and there was no way to stop the power of Suzaku's 9-colored sound wave. Mantiandi's power collapsed, and the 9-color sound wave swept across, crashing into the Golden Emperor Soul Tree. Boom, boom. In another earth-shattering explosion, the Golden Emperor Soul Tree was hit violently, the whole tree shook violently, and the Golden Emperor Soul fruits hanging on the dense canopy kept falling like dumplings. Receive. Seeing the Golden Emperor Soul fruit fall, Chu Yan's eyes lit up immediately, his true energy condensed into giant claws, and he grabbed the fallen Golden Emperor Soul fruit. Swish. 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 In the blink of an eye, 100 Golden Emperor Soul fruits were all collected by Chu Yan into the Rakshasa space. At this time, the 9-colored sound waves erupted by Suzaku have also begun to dissipate slowly, turning into countless light spots and spreading across the sky. When Chu Yan looked up again, he saw that the Golden Emperor Soul fruit, which was still golden and radiant just now, still had a trace of divine power, and even the Emperor's power on the tree body became light and lifeless. Humph. Be arrogant again. Chu Yan snorted heavily, and raised his hand to punch Wanlai Longjin. The roaring golden dragon slammed heavily on the Emperor's Soul Tree, and suddenly thousands of leaves flew, and a huge sunken fist print appeared on the tree. It's not that Chu Yan is violent, but this is the Emperor's Soul Fruit Tree in the 9th level, which is too domineering, and almost wiped out his soul just now. Therefore, at this time, Chu Yan uprooted it without being furious, and he was already looking at Ling Xuantian's face. At this moment, Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness was like a net, and it was swept out in an instant, covering the Golden Emperor Soul Tree that was beyond recognition. This time, the domineering Golden Emperor Soul Fruit Tree has no power to resist again. #C 1838 Golden Stone Gate. The Emperor Soul Tree, without the Emperor Soul Fruit, was swept by the Suzaku 9 waves. The Emperor was so weak and pitiful. Chu Yan's consciousness, with just a light roll, covered the entire Golden Emperor Soul Tree. In less than a day, the Enlightenment fusion was completed. Ah! Thousands of golden lights gushed out from the Golden Emperor Soul Tree, turning into a golden dragon's shadow, roaring all over the sky, before disappearing in a flash, rushed to Chu Yan, and quickly condensed. A golden key in the shape of a dragon, shining brightly. Key. Chu Yan opened his eyes, exhaled a long breath of turbid air, his whole body was refreshed, looked at the golden key in front of him, and raised his hand to take it. It seems that this is the key to enter the 10th level, the Golden Stone Gate. Chu Yan's eyes were full of joy. Without a trace of hesitation, Chu Yan took the golden key in his hand, strode out, turned around and walked out of the 9th stone gate, and walked towards the 10th gate. On the square, a series of visions just happened shocked the audience. In particular, that passionate sound of longing made everyone dumbfounded. When the dragon's shadow shining with golden light turned into a key and fell under the Emperor's Soul Tree, everyone knew that Chu Yan had passed the 9th level. My, oh my! What did I see? 9th level was broken through. How is it possible? This is absolutely impossible. It has been 1,000,000 years, and someone has passed the 9th level. 9 Supreme Sex. The Emperor's Soul Cave, the secret. It's going to be born. There was a wave of panic in the audience, all kinds of exclamations rang out, and the whole square exploded. Not only all the elders, but even the young geniuses of various races who were eliminated from the Emperor's Soul Cave were all dumbfounded. Xiao Wenliang was standing among the crowd, just now listening to an elder telling about Chu Yan's astonishing performance. Originally, Xiao Wenliang didn't have the face to be disdainful, and didn't believe it at all. However, before that elder's voice fell to the ground, the whole square was chanting Chu Yan's name. This time, Xuanhuan was so scared that his liver almost flew out. What a joke! That Chu Yan actually broke through the 9th level of the Emperor's Soul Cave. It's true. Originally, Xuanhuan was extremely proud of passing the 6th level and being eliminated in the 7th level. This achievement surpassed most of the quasi-emperor level powerhouses, even among the young people in the emperor martial realm, it was not counted. However, he never expected that Chu Yan, even after breaking through 9 levels, directly rushed into the 10th level, which represented the million-year-old secret of the Emperor's Soul Cave. At this time, Chu Yan, who was completely unaware of the shock of everyone in the square, had already entered the 10th gate. This is a long golden passage, full of rich ancient atmosphere, full of vicissitudes and eternity. After walking for half an hour, a golden door appeared in front of Chu Yan, which was tightly closed. The ancient secrets of the 9 supreme sects. What is behind this stone gate? Chu Yan suddenly had a hint of excitement in his heart. After all, it is really not easy to pass through the 9 levels of Emperor's Soul Cave. Walking to the golden door, Chu Yan held the key and inserted it into the door hole. Ka ka ka. After a series of voices, the door opened slowly with golden light. Stepping out with big strides, and walking directly into the golden gate, Chu Yan came to a magnificent hall. There was nothing in the entire golden hall, except for a stone box placed on a golden altar as tall as one person. What is this? Chu Yan was stunned, with a look of doubt on his face. Immediately, he walked to the golden altar and looked at the stone box. The stone box is 1 foot long and wide, and the thickness of a palm. On the surface, there is a golden spirit pattern, shining, and within the tentacles, there is a burst of warmth. This stone is neither jade nor stone, it is extremely rare, and it is probably made of high-quality spar. It is said that among the crystal stones, there is a kind of existence called Xinjing, which is said to not rot or melt for thousands of years, and if it is placed inside, even after hundreds of millions of years, it will not change in the slightest. Presumably, this is the legendary Xinjing. Reaching out to pick up the stone box, a golden light suddenly shot out from the Holy Spirit pattern in the sea of consciousness, and sank into the stone box. Immediately, the spirit pattern on the stone box turned into a golden streamer, and returned to Chu Yan's sea of consciousness along with the light of the Holy Spirit pattern. And the spirit patterns on the stone box disappeared. Opening the stone box and looking down, Chu Yan was stunned. In the stone box, there was a palm-sized jade pendant lying across it, with a storage jade talisman beside it, and nothing else. Picking up the palm-sized jade pendant, he saw that 9 strong men formed a strange formation and were killing a giant monster on the jade pendant. On the back of the jade pendant, there were several ancient characters engraved. 9 Towns Divine Sect. Seeing this name, Chu Yan frowned slightly. He had no idea how there was a jade pendant of the 9 Towns Shinzong in the Emperor's Soul Cave. So, Chu Yan turned his gaze and looked at the storage jade talisman that was put aside. Look what's good. Seeing the storage jade talisman, Chu Yan's expression brightened immediately, and he managed to get here. If he got nothing, it would be a big loss. Picking up the storage jade talisman, he scanned it with his consciousness, only to find that there was no restriction at all on the jade talisman, and it turned out to be an unknown storage jade talisman. Immediately, Chu Yan didn't care so much, and directly penetrated into it with his spiritual consciousness and looked into it. However, after a sweep, Chu Yan's brows trembled suddenly. Because, in the jade talisman, there are countless treasures of heaven and earth, and many of them are heavenly elixir. In addition, there are 5 spiritual sources. These 5 sources are all 7th-order spiritual sources. At a glance, Chu Yan's eyes suddenly brightened, and even his breathing became short of breath. This spiritual source can improve one's cultivation. Even if it is used by Jiuming, maybe it can restore Jiuming to its peak state, that is Emperor Wu. Moreover, now that he has 5 spiritual sources, even if Chu Yan uses them to cultivate himself, he might be able to break through again. Very good. Chu Yan was excited, and quickly put the 5 spiritual sources into the Rakshasa space. Swish! The moment the 5 spiritual sources flew out, an ancient scroll flew out together and landed in front of Chu Yan. What's this? Chu Yan was startled, then picked up the scroll and slowly unfolded it. On this scroll, there are some weird characters written on it. Chu Yan looked at it horizontally and vertically for a long time, but he couldn't understand it at all. What the hell? Just as he was about to throw it aside, there was a flash of brilliance in front of him, and Jiuming suddenly appeared in front of Chu Yan holding a 3-pointed 2-edged knife. My lord, this is the text of the God realm. Jiuming glanced at it, bowed, and said. Writing of the God realm. Chu Yan was taken aback. This is the Outland continent, so it is too strange how the Protoss characters appear. You know each other? Chu Yan looked at Jiuming and asked. Yes, my lord. Jiuming nodded. Also, there is a special relationship between Jiuming and the God race, and the God race is very likely to be the survivors of the God realm, and the characters used are very likely to be the God realm characters. Then look, what's written on it. Chu Yan handed over the scroll. #C1839 9 Town Shinzong. Taking the Tsangu scroll from Chu Yan's hand, Jiuming read it carefully, and at the same time read the contents to Chu Yan. It turned out that in the ancient times, the 9 Town Shinzong was a sect of the God King realm, and later because of being involved in a war, the entire sect was destroyed. After the destruction of the 9 Town Shinzong, the 9 palaces within the zone were independent, and the Zongmen was re-established, which is now the 9 Supreme Zongmen. At that time, a core elder of the 9 Town Shinzong couldn't bear the destruction of the sect, so when it was lost, he used all the resources in the sect to refine the Emperor's Soul Cave. On the one hand, there will be a place for the remnant souls of those who have been defeated in the 9 Town Shinzong to return to their souls. At the same time, it is also hoped that in the future, talented geniuses will be able to hold the 9 Towns Jade Pendant and revive the sect. Hearing this, Chu Yan was speechless and smiled wryly. In the ancient times, gods and demons fought against each other, the world collapsed, and there were as many lost sects as stars. Moreover, it has been 1,000,000 years, and it is estimated that even in the current 9 supreme sects, no one knows what the 9 Town Shinzong is. It's not easy to revitalize. In addition, the purpose of Chu Yan staying in Lingyun Pavilion now is to quickly improve his cultivation, and after breaking through the realm of Emperor Wu, he will enter the Ming clan and find his mother. If it is really according to what is said in this scroll, with one's own strength, if you want to sweep the 9 supreme sects in the Tsunglong realm and unify them, with Chu Yan's current cultivation base, it may be more difficult than ascending to the sky. Each of the 9 supreme sects has a mid-level martial emperor level cultivation. If you want to be an enemy of them, you must at least have a high-ranking martial emperor level cultivation. It takes a lot of time to break through to the cultivation level of the upper martial emperor. And Chu Yan will never stay in the Tsunglong realm for too long. In the scroll, it even marked the location of the treasure of the sect in a mountain range in the God King realm, before the loss of the 9 Town Shinzong. The 9 Town Shinzong, in the God King realm in ancient times, was not considered a powerful sect, at most it was a second-rate sect. However, that is compared to the current Tsunglong realm. If one considers the difference between the God King realm and the Tsunglong realm, as well as the difference between heaven and earth, that treasure must be an astonishing wealth. Picking up the 9 Towns Jade Pendant, looked it over and over. Seeing the pattern engraved on it, Chu Yan sighed. It can suppress monsters. It seems that the 9 Town Shinzong was also extremely powerful in ancient times. And this jade pendant of 9 towns represents the status of the suzerain of the 9 towns Shenzong, so the current Chu Yan is equivalent to being the suzerain of 9 towns. Forget it, let's leave it alone. Chu Yan shook his head, and put away the jade pendant casually. Maybe, on that day, according to what the green-armored giant said, when I pass through the heaven-connecting pagoda and arrive at the God King realm, let's see the situation of the 9 towns Shenzong. After putting away the jade pendant, scroll, and storage jade talisman, a cheat book was revealed at the bottom of the stone box. Hey! Heavenly Crash Emperor art. 4 big golden characters appeared in Chu Yan's eyes. After a glance, he found that it was an extremely rare emperor's art, and Chu Yan's eyes lit up immediately. Imperial art. As the name suggests, it is a secret skill used by a strong person in the Emperor martial realm. Ordinary secret skills are mostly strange tricks and have a wide range of uses, but after reaching the martial Emperor realm, the main function of secret skills is to increase combat power. Therefore, an imperial technique often represents a powerful combat power. First form, Yuan Crack. Second form, Turn Dust. The third type. After studying each move, Chu Yan's face was full of surprise, and his eyes were as bright as stars. Unexpectedly, the biggest gain from this trip to the Emperor's Soul Cave was actually this Emperor art. Moreover, the first trick of this heavenly crashing Emperor technique, Yuan Lai, can be practiced only by quasi-Emperor level cultivation. Once the practice is successful, everything in the world will be cracked. Even the opponent's attack can be broken and destroyed. Great! Good luck! Chu Yan's face was full of joy, and he quickly put away the Emperor's art, with an extremely excited expression. What is really missing? Just come. Right now, Chu Yan's improvement speed is not slow, but he lacks the corresponding martial arts skills, especially when dealing with the strong ones in the martial Emperor realm. The martial arts skills he used before are somewhat at a disadvantage. But it's different now, after having this Tianbing Emperor art. If he fights against the strong ones in the martial Emperor realm, at least he won't suffer in terms of martial arts. After collecting all the things, Chu Yan checked carefully in the Golden Hall, and after making sure that there was nothing missing, he turned and left. After exiting the Golden Stone Gate and stepping into the square, everyone's gazes were all on their side. Ling Xuantian smiled all over his face, his eyes almost narrowed into crescent moons, and his eyes were full of light when he looked at Chu Yan. Beside him, a group of demigods had bloodshot eyes and glared at each other, as if they were going to devour him alive. Standing beside Ling Xuantian, Jiang Yuchuan saw Chu Yan, only his eyes lit up, and there was no other expression change. Regarding Chu Yan, Elder Zhang's state of mind at this time is quite different, and it can even be said that he is somewhat similar to Ling Xuantian. However, the elders of the demigods could not have Jiang Yuchuan's state of mind. They only thought that Chu Yan had caused heavy losses to the demigods, so they all disliked Chu Yan. Although Chu Yan didn't know yet what happened in the square when he entered the 9 stone gates. However, when he saw those demigod elders with unkind expressions, he ignored them at all and strode directly towards the human camp. Master. Chu Yan bowed and said to Ling Xuantian. Okay. Not bad. Not bad. Hurry up and adjust your breath. Ling Xuantian said with a smile. Yes. Chu Yan nodded, walked directly to the side, sat cross-legged, and began to adjust his breath. At this time, the trial of the Emperor's Soul Cave has not been completely over, and there are still more than a dozen young people of various ethnic groups who are still breaking through. Although the 9th stage, the Golden Emperor Soul Tree, and the 10th stage, are already worthless, but the Emperor Soul Fruit in the first 8 directions is still of great help to these geniuses. In addition, even without Chu Yan, it is impossible for these people to break through the 9th level, so overall, it has no effect on them. However, when Chu Yan was just about to practice, the big bosses of the 9 supreme sects around him gathered together. Chu Yan, what is behind the 10th stone gate? One of the 9 masters spoke directly and asked Chu Yan. This sentence sounded, and the 9 supreme sects around, including Yuan Ba and Mu Feihuang, all stared at Chu Yan, eagerly waiting for Chu Yan's answer. Nothing. Chu Yan frowned, and said lightly. What? Nothing. Chu Yan, are you lying to ghosts? It is said that the 10th pass of the Emperor's Soul Cave hides the 9 supreme sections. The biggest secret, you actually said, nothing, Hearing Chu Yan's answer, a group of bigwigs hadn't spoken yet, but Xuanhuan Liang, who was standing aside, jumped up like a cat whose tail had been trampled on, roaring loudly. #C 1840 Domineering Ling Xuantian. Chu Yan raised his head, glanced at Xuanhuan Liang from the corner of his eyes, and shook his head slightly. This Xuanhuan Liang deliberately targeted himself and provoked the big bosses of the 9 supreme sects around him, wanting to make himself a target of public criticism, and his heart can be punished. However, from the moment Chu Yan stepped into the stone gate, he had already decided that he would not reveal the secret behind the golden stone gate to the public. After all, in that case, not to mention bringing a lot of trouble to himself, at the same time, it may also cause unhappiness among the 9 supreme sects. In particular, it is even more unfavorable to Ling Xuantian, who is currently the leader of the 9 supreme sects. Seeing that Chu Yan completely ignored him, Xuanhuan Liang's face flushed instantly, and his eyes were bloodshot. Originally, when he learned that Chu Yan had passed the 10th level of the Emperor's Soul Cave, his proud heart turned into a fire of jealousy, and almost burned his own reason to ashes. So, when he saw Chu Yan's calm face, Xuanhuan Liang almost exploded. Chu Yan, tell me quickly, if you dare not. However, before Xuanhuan Liang could finish speaking, there was a sudden roar of thunder, which directly exploded. Xuanhuan Liang. You are so majestic. The sound waves like thunder, accompanied by the powerful Emperor Wei, swept away a wave of vigor. As Wei passed by, those big bosses around Chu Yan felt a huge force coming, and they were still able to stand there, and they were directly staggered by the rush. As for Xuanhuan Liang, he was taken care of by that imperial prestige, as if he had been hit by a heavy hammer. His whole body flew upside down, rolled hundreds of steps before falling to the ground. Puff. Opening his mouth, he spat out a big mouthful of blood mist. Xuanhuan Liang saw Ling Xuantian stepping out of his frightened eyes. Snort. With a heavy snort, Ling Xuantian, whose face was full of frost, breathed like a tide all over his body. Wherever he passed, the void was trembling, and everyone's eyes were full of fear. I, Ling Xuantian's direct disciple, is also something you can question. One word landed. Everyone's complexion changed, and they dispersed in a hurry. No one dared to stay by Chu Yan's side. Ling Xuantian is like a mountain peak, standing in front of everyone, making everyone present look up. Master Ling. Yuan Ba and Mu Feihuang, after hesitating for a long time, said cautiously. This Emperor's Soul Cave is a place shared by our 9 sects, so, can Chu Yan tell the secret behind this golden stone gate? Huh. Ling Xuantian stared at the two, his face darkened. You two guys, if you want to know so much, you can let the disciples in your sect go through the 9 passes, go in and see for yourself, and you will know. This. Hearing Ling Xuantian's words, Yuan Ba and Mu Feihuang's faces flushed immediately, and they almost suffocated old blood. These words are too irritating. Emperor Soul Cave, is that easy to break into? Not to mention the young geniuses in their sect, even they themselves, they only broke through the 7th level back then. Moreover, for a whole million years, Chu Yan was the only one who broke through the 9 passes. According to this calculation, it may take 1,000,000 years to find another person who can break into the Golden Stone Gate. This is impossible. Chu Yan, this is not a quiet place. Let's go back to the sect. Ling Xuantian was so angry with the two bosses that he turned his head to look at Chu Yan, contentedly, and said with a smile on his face. Yes. Master. Chu Yan got up and bowed his hands, to accept the order. For him, the matter of the Emperor's Soul Cave is over, and he wanted to go back early so that he could practice the Heavenly Crash Emperor art as soon as possible. Therefore, upon hearing Ling Xuantian's words, Chu Yan followed Ling Xuantian directly and walked towards the outside of the Emperor's Soul Cave. Seeing Ling Xuantian and Chu Yan leave, all the leaders of the demigod clan turned their heads and looked at Jiang Yuchuan. On the other hand, Jiang Yuchuan had a smile on his face, and his expression was extremely calm. As for Yuanba and Mu Feihuang, the two big bosses looked depressed and as dark as a pot, but they were helpless. Only Xiao Wenliang, who was standing in the distance with his golden robe stained with blood, looked at Chu Yan's back. His eyes were full of fierceness. Chu Yan, you wait for me. I won't let you go. Half a day later, Chu Yan and Ling Xuantian returned to Lingyun Pavilion. Ling Xuantian took Chu Yan, and directly left a large group of Lingyun Pavilion bosses waiting outside the mountain gate after hearing the news, and returned directly to Ling Xuantian's Lingyun Hall. The two of them closed the door and talked inside for a full day. A day later, when Chu Yan came out of the Lingyun Hall, the flames in his eyes surprised everyone. However, without waiting for everyone to say hello, Chu Yan jumped up, turned into a streamer, and returned to his peak. This time, tens of thousands of bosses stayed there foolishly, in a mess. The behavior of Ling Xuantian and Chu Yan, in their opinion, is too weird. However, neither Ling Xuantian nor Chu Yan, who just broke through the Emperor's Soul Cave, dared to offend them easily. Soon, the door of the Lingyun Great Hall opened wide, and the pavilion master flew out, ordering all the elders of the entire clan to gather in the Lingyun Golden Hall to discuss matters. With one order, the whole sect of Lingyun Pavilion was shaken. Countless figures flew over from all over the mountain gate, rushing to the Lingyun Hall. In less than half an hour, every elder who came out of the Lingyun Hall had a horrified expression, and his figure was like lightning, rushed out of the Lingyun Pavilion, and flew to all directions in the Cunlong realm. The entire Cunlong continent boiled with it. At the same time, Chu Yan chatted with Little White Bear for a while in the residence hall, and then came to the cultivation hall alone. Practice first and see. Taking out the Tianbing Emperor technique, Chu Yan began to practice. After some comprehension, Chu Yan put away the cheat book, flipped his hands over, and took out a seventh-order spiritual source. Roar! The white tiger martial soul whizzed out, and the rich power of gold filled the entire training hall. This day's Bangdi technique, the first move Yuan Lai and the 5 elements return to gold, use the white tiger martial soul to activate it, and the power will be improved. With the surge of Rakshasa's true energy, in the spiritual source in front of him, waves of majestic spiritual energy rolled like a sea tide. For 2 full days, Chu Yan has been immersed in cultivation, completely obsessed. The subtlety of this bending heaven emperor technique is far beyond Chu Yan's imagination. Since he stepped into martial arts training, Chu Yan has practiced many martial arts, and none of them can compare with this imperial art. Moreover, with the deepening of cultivation, a trace of extremely weak emperor's breath continuously rises and merges with the white tiger's martial spirit in the midair, turning into a wheel of heaven and earth, dazzling and dazzling, as if forming a world of its own. The art of collapsing the sky, the power of splitting the essence, shattering everything, and annihilating all magic. Crack Yuan. Suddenly, Chu Yan's eyes widened, and he slapped out with a palm. Boom, boom. A mass of darkness exploded, forcibly turning the void in front of him into nothingness. A palm print appeared out of thin air, and endless space-time storms gushed out from the palm print black hole. Okay. It worked. Chu Yan's face was happy, he closed his palms, and held his breath, his eyes sparkled. The practice of this first form is relatively easy. It took only 2 days for Chu Yan to master the trick, but there is still a long way to go before he achieves great success. Standing up slowly, Chu Yan flipped his hands over, took out a token, and muttered to himself. Heavenly Sword 9 Peaks. This token was exactly the one that Ling Xuantian got from Xuanhuan when he was in the Emperor's Soul Cave. And according to what Ling Xuantian told him, the place represented by this token has a great relationship with the way of swords practiced by Chu Yan. #C 1841 Origin of Spark. There are countless Tianjiao warriors in martial arts training. Although the martial arts are the same, they are still different. This difference depends on the martial arts used by each martial artist, and even many martial arts powerhouses will use their own martial arts as their emperor title. And Chu Yan, from the first year of entering martial arts, decided to enter the Tao with the sword. Therefore, no matter when and where, Chu Yan is a real swordsman. This point is not only known by Chu Yan himself, but also by Ling Xuantian. Therefore, when he was in the Emperor's Soul Cave, Ling Xuantian used all kinds of thoughts and took great risks to get a token of 9 peaks of heavenly sword from Jiuxiao, the great elder of the demigod clan. And the only function of this token is to pass through the heavenly sword 9 peaks peak locking formation. As long as you hold this token, when you get close to the heavenly sword 9 peaks, the locking peak formation will not attack and let them enter. Chu Yan clearly remembered that as soon as he returned to Lingyun Pavilion, Ling Xuantian brought Chu Yan to Lingyun Hall, and solemnly told him about the situation of Tianjin Jiufeng. According to Ling Xuantian, the 9 peaks of the heavenly sword is a secret realm of the Outland continent, one of the 10 major race forces. On the top of the 9 peaks, there are 9 swords of the gods, and at the same time there are a total of 100,000 spiritual swords. It is known as the holy place that all swordsmen in the whole continent yearn for. The swords hidden by the heavenly sword 9 peaks, including the 9 swords of the divine weapon, and even the 100,000 spirit swords all have mysterious origins and amazing power. A martial artist in the way of the sword has great benefits. Therefore, countless disciples of swordsmen go there almost every year among the top 10 racial forces in Outland continent. However, if there are only 9 peaks of the heavenly sword, there are only 8 peaks left. According to the news from the top 10 races, 10,000 years ago, one of the peaks, the sword of the gods, suddenly flew away through the air for unknown reasons, and there was no news of it. Clang. Holding the token of the heavenly sword 9 peaks, Chu Yan's body surged with sword intent, and the Haotian sword on his back made a resounding sound of sword sharpening. Huh. Haotian, even you have a feeling for this token. To the surprise of Chu Yan, Haotianjian emitted bursts of sword energy, which seemed to be more excited than Chu Yan. Okay. If that's the case, let's go to Heavenly Sword 9 Peaks. After pondering for a while, Chu Yan made up his mind and strode towards the outside of the training hall. In his mind, if he went to Heavenly Sword 9 Peaks, he would get some spirit swords anyway, even if they were used as upgrade materials for Haotian's sword, they would not be bad. After all, Haotian's sword has not been upgraded for a long time because of the lack of a spirit sword with a sword soul. At the same time, Chu Yan is very interested in the 8-handed sword of the gods on the 9 peaks of the heavenly sword, and has some ideas about competing with his own Haotian. Although, Chu Yan never thought about changing his Haotian sword. However, if you can get some spirit swords, even if you sell them, they will probably be worth a lot of money to Daijing. In addition, among the reasons why Chu Yan decided to go to the Heavenly Sword 9 Peaks, there is one more important one. That is, the sect forces guarding the Heavenly Sword 9 Peaks at this time are precisely the subordinates of the Wu clan, the Ming clan. Boss is wise, take me, dismantle the Heavenly Sword 9 Peaks, and kill those Mingzhu trash. When the little white bear heard Chu Yan say that he was going to the Heavenly Sword 9 Peaks, he screamed excitedly, his eyes full of fighting spirit. Hee, don't you want to attack the realm of the Demon Emperor? This time, Jiao Ming, just follow me, you should work hard. Chu Yan patted the little white bear's head and smiled. Ah, okay. Little white bear's face was full of disappointment, and Lao Gao's small mouth protruded. However, she also knew that what Chu Yan said was right. Her current demon cultivator had reached the upper quasi-emperor level 7th heaven, and she was not far from breaking through the realm of the demon emperor. And Chu Yan left her a large pile of monster cultivation resources, and there are several piles, which are enough for her to break through. Leaving Jiufeng, Chu Yan came to the teleportation hall of Lingyun Pavilion, and with the help of the teleportation array in the sect, set off for the 9 peaks of Tianjin. Just as Chu Yan's figure disappeared into the teleportation formation, Ling Xuantian slowly opened his eyes in the Lingyun Golden Palace. Chu Yan is leaving. With a whisper, the 10 core elders in the hall were all startled. Pavilion Master, although Chu Yan has a token and can pass through the locking peak formation, but that day, Jian Jiufeng was guarded by the Ming clan, and the hatred of the Ming clan for Chu Yan may be. The 8th elder spoke with a worried look on his face. That's right. Because of this, I issued the 9 supreme sects and ordered the 9 supreme sects and other human clans to prepare for war. Ling Xuantian replied calmly. This? All the elders were stunned. Chu Yan's trip will either lead to the loss of the Heavenly Sword 9 peaks, or, I'm afraid that the Mingzhu will suffer a lot. At that time, if they find me in Lingyun Pavilion, the power of my human clan sect will also be lost. It's time, let Outland Continent have eyes. Ling Xuantian's eyes swept over, his eyes were like thunder, and he was full of fighting spirit. Yes. Pavilion Master. Hearing Ling Xuantian's words, all the elders in the hall became excited at the same time. Could it be that this time, Chu Yan's Tianjin Jiufeng and his party will become the fuse for the rise of the human race? For this day, warriors of all races, I don't know how long they have been waiting. Traveling through time and space, the stars are vast. Even with the help of the teleportation array, it took 2 full days to reach the northern part of Outland Continent, a place called the Source of Sparks. Swish. In the void, a crack appeared, and the black-robed figure flashed and appeared in mid-air. Looking around, Chu Yan was stunned for a moment, his eyes sparkling. Here is the Field of Sparks. Not bad, a good place. Chu Yan looked at the surrounding scenery and couldn't help but praise. I saw that on the Wanli plain below, there were patches of fiery red plants, each of which was blooming with flowers, and the position of the flower core was a dancing flame. At a glance, it looks like thousands of sparks spread all over the plain, with no end in sight. A little bit of fire, being in it, makes people feel amazing. On the edge of the sky in the plain of sparks, there is a majestic mountain peak, exactly 9. On the top of this mountain peak, a huge spirit array covers the entire range of the mountain peak for thousands of miles. In the phantom of the formation, streamers are overflowing, sword energy is vertical and horizontal, and it is majestic. There is the Heavenly Sword 9 peaks. Chu Yan turned his gaze and saw that before the mountain peak, there was a group of buildings, and some figures in purple robes could be vaguely seen, patrolling the sky. The Hades. Squinting his eyes slightly, Chu Yan's breath surged, and a dazzling light burst out from his eyes. This time, let me take these guarding Mingzhu and try my hand. Let's see the strength of the Mingzhu, how strong Dao is. This time, one of the purposes of Chu Yan's coming to Tianjin Jiufeng was to fight the Mingzhu head-on. Although the Ming clan here can only be regarded as a branch at most, the strength of the Ming clan members among them is not low. And Chu Yan wants to save his mother, and it is inevitable to fight against the Mingzhu. Since arriving in Outer Land, the Ming clan has been chasing and killing Chu Yan. At that time, Chu Yan was not strong enough, so he could only endure as much as possible. But now, it's time to act. Swish. The figure charged violently, turned into a black lightning bolt, and flew towards the distant heavenly sword 9 peaks. #C 1842 Go straight. At this time, the heavenly sword 9 peaks, at the foot of the mountain, was in a large hall. Emperor Shiwu, there is news from the Holy Clan that in 2 days, young people from the clan will come to the heavenly sword 9 peaks for a trial. An elder of the Ming clan walked into the hall and said to the figure sitting high on it. The figure was holding a bone fan, shaking it slowly. A faint black-gray air wave flowed between the bone fans, lingering around him, like a thin layer of mist, covering him, making it difficult for people to see him clearly face. However, wisps of extremely cold aura continued to emanate from him, making one feel that this person was more like a gloomy ghost than a living person. This person's name is Xuanhuan. It was at the beginning when Chu Yan rushed out from the passage of Haotian continent, together with Emperor Li Tianwu. He wanted to kill Chu Yan, one of the twin emperors of the Ming clan. Oh, I see. Xuanhuan waved his hand, his face full of indifference, and at the same time, a smoldering look flashed across his cold eyes. Humph. A bunch of trash. Hearing the words of Xuanhuan, who was in a high position, several Mingzhu elders around him hurriedly said. Emperor Shiwu, don't be angry. Although our Ming clan lost in the 10 Directions Divine Realm this time, my Saint clan is ordered by the Great Witch clan to guard the 9 peaks of the Heavenly Sword for 100 years. As long as we use it well, maybe the young people of our Saint clan can also produce a few peerless geniuses. An elder of the Ming clan, with a charming smile on his face, said. Not long ago, the news of the 10 Directions Divine Realm came from the Saint clan, which made Emperor Shiwu furious and was in a bad mood all the time. Therefore, the elders could only accompany them cautiously, walking on thin ice. Fart. Is that called a failure? 300 geniuses of my Saint clan were killed by a little Chu Yan. Unexpectedly, the elders' words of persuasion not only did not calm Emperor Shiwu, but aroused even greater anger. Standing up from the high position suddenly, Emperor Shiwu pointed at the elder's nose and cursed. This is a great shame. A great shame. Seeing Emperor Shiwu's fury, a group of Mingzhu elders were so frightened that they quickly knelt down on the ground, trembling all over. Humph. I'm going to retreat. Don't bother me. Emperor Shiwu glanced over and saw that all the elders were huddled on the ground, and immediately couldn't find someone to vent their anger on. With an angry look on his face, he waved his hands and went straight into the apse. Call. After Emperor Shiwu left, all the elders in the hall breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the fine beads of sweat from their foreheads. It's terrible. Why has Emperor Shiwu become more and more irritable recently? Nonsense, don't you know? The Holy Sun and the Holy Maiden were lost in the 10 Directions God Realm. The Holy Maiden, Mo Xiqian, came from the branch of Emperor Shiwu. I see, it's no wonder that Emperor Shiwu has become more and more angry recently. Don't tell me, how did that Chu Yan become so strong in less than a year from Haotian continent to Outland continent? Who knows? However, if this child exists for a day, it will be a hidden danger to our saints. In any case, our task is to guard the Heavenly Sword 9 peaks. Now that Emperor Shiwu is in retreat, let's wait for a message from the clan in 2 days. Good. A group of Mingzhu elders left the hall one after another. Chu Yan flew across the body, and within 100 breaths, he reached the border of the Starfire Plain and approached the first Tianjian peak. The first peak of the Heavenly Sword. It is said that the sacred weapon hidden in the possession was the suppressing divine weapon of a powerful sect back then. It was a peerless weapon refiner in ancient times. Among the soldiers. On the day the sword was completed, countless strong men came to congratulate him, but when the sword edge was opened, the sword energy gushed out, which the craftsman could not control at all. The sword energy swept across, blood slaughtered the heavens, the sky cracked and the earth collapsed, and all the strong players in the field were lost. Since then, this divine weapon has been reduced to the sect's protective divine weapon, because there is no one who can make it recognize its master and become its master. Although, no one has ever known its true power, but for thousands of years, this sword has been guarding this spiritual peak like a heaven-suppressing artifact, and no one dares to break its edge. This is. Chu Yan floated in the air, and at a glance, his pupils shrank suddenly. On the first peak of the Tianjian sword, a huge sword with a length of hundreds of feet stood horizontally in the air. The countless whirlwinds of sword intent on the sword body continuously shredded the surrounding void. The overflowing sword energy even trembled slightly in the void within a radius of 10 miles. Although it is hundreds of miles away, Chu Yan can clearly sense that there is a terrifying sword intent in this divine weapon. If it breaks out, the whole world will be destroyed. Hum. Suddenly, behind Chu Yan, the scabbard trembled slightly. The Haotian sword kept trembling, wanting to get out of its sheath, as if a peerless swordsman met another powerful opponent, couldn't help it, and wanted to fight. Haotian, now is not the time, wait. Chu Yan was stunned for a moment, reacted from the astonishment, felt the impulse of Haotian's sword, and comforted him with a light smile. Don't worry, this trip to the Heavenly Sword 9 Peaks will definitely let you have a good fight. Now is definitely not the time to act. Moreover, Chu Yan didn't know what the result would be if his Haotian sword really confronted this divine weapon head-on. But no matter what the result is, no matter whether the Haotian sword or the magic weapon is damaged, it is not the result Chu Yan wants. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Haotianjian trembled slightly, extremely dissatisfied, as if he wanted to rush up now, and cut his magic weapon into scrap iron with one sword. Let's wait. Chu Yan was speechless, remembering what Little White Bear said about leveling the Heavenly Sword 9 Peaks. He smiled wryly and shook his head. Unexpectedly, Little White Bear was so violent, even his own Haotian sword was so violent. The next moment, Chu Yan's figure unfolded, his spiritual consciousness swept across, and he quickly approached the Heavenly Sword 9 Peaks. After flying for only a few breaths, a large building and palace appeared in Chu Yan's sight. In the middle of the building complex, on a huge square, on a high flagpole, a large purple flag fluttered in the wind. Guardian of the Hades. On the purple flag, there are only 4 large characters, flying like dragons and phoenixes, with an imposing manner like a rainbow. On the square, including the surrounding buildings, many figures came and went, which seemed extremely lively. On the west side of the square, a row of black iron pillars stood up, surrounded by a group of warriors, as if they were conducting some tests. With a glance, Chu Yan immediately found the figures of many Wu clan youths, and at the same time, there were also tribe warriors from some powerful tribes such as the Taro clan and the Bone clan. These warriors, all of them have powerful auras and extraordinary cultivation bases, and they are obviously elites of various races. Look and go. With a flash, Chu Yan fell from the sky and stood on the square. As soon as he landed, a Mingzhu deacon found Chu Yan and walked up to him quickly, with a respectful smile on his face. This demigod brother, please go over there to register first. After you are numbered, you can go over there to test your sword intent. Chu Yan glanced at the Mingzhu deacon, pondered for a while, then raised the corners of his mouth, nodded, and said, Good. #C1843, are you Chu Yan? It turned out that the disciples of various clans who came to Tianjian 9 Peaks had to undergo a sword intent assessment. Following the deacon, Chu Yan walked to the front of a main hall, where a registration desk was placed, and behind him was an elder of the Ming clan, wearing an ordinary elder's robe. When Chu Yan came, the elder just looked up and glanced at the token in Chu Yan's hand. When he saw that it was a demigod disciple, he immediately put on a disdainful expression. Report your name and race. Speaking impatiently, the registered elder didn't even look at Chu Yan. Originally, the Ming clan was a racial force attached to the Wu clan, and the demigods and the Wu clan had been at odds with each other. Therefore, the registered elder naturally had to find a way to make things difficult for the appearance of Chu Yan. Human race, Chu Yan. The corner of Chu Yan's mouth was lightly raised, with a smile on his face. He opened his mouth and shouted. Oh, human race, Chu, What? Human race. The registered elder just wanted to record, and halfway through writing, he suddenly woke up. His eyes looked at Chu Yan as if he had seen a ghost. You are that Chu Yan. The abnormal performance of this elder immediately attracted the attention of many people around him. Chu Yan. Human race Chu Yan. The human race is not qualified to enter the Heavenly Sword 9 Peaks at all, and the human race and the witch race are enemies. This guy dared to come alone, and he seemed to be called Chu Yan. You are from Lingyun Pavilion, Chu Yan. The registered elder looked at Chu Yan in astonishment. His mind was in a daze, and he couldn't react at all, so he asked again. Not bad. I am. Chu Yan. Chu Yan smiled lightly, with a face that made the clouds clear and the wind clear. He was in the enemy's nest, but he seemed to be strolling in the garden. When this sentence landed, it was like a thunderbolt, which immediately changed the faces of everyone around, and even the geniuses of some other races who were being assessed. Yichichi turned his head to look, his face full of shock. Chu Yan. Isn't it? How dare he come here? Isn't this too crazy? Damn, isn't this guy being offered a reward by my saints? He is also the #1 felony on the reward list, and he dared to come to Heavenly Sword 9 Peaks, looking for death. Hearing the exclamation all around, Chu Yan showed a playful smile on his face instead, looked at the Mingzhu elder in front of him, raised the token in his hand, and asked. You see clearly, this is the token of the demigods. You Mingzhu are just watchdogs in the Heavenly Sword and 9 Swords. Don't you have the qualifications to block the tokens of the demigods? You. The corners of the registered elder's eyes twitched, looking at Chu Yan, his face flushed from holding back, and he didn't know how to answer. Chu Yan's words are harsh, but every sentence is true. The Ming clan is only responsible for guarding and maintaining the order of the Heavenly Sword 9 Peaks, in exchange for an additional qualification that allows young people from their clan to come to the Heavenly Sword 9 Peaks for trial. That's all, relying on the face rewarded by the Witch clan. To put it bluntly, they are the managers of Tianjin Jiufeng. To put it bluntly, they are really just a group of guards. And this Chu Yan, holding the demigod token, his identity at this time, needless to say, of course represents the demigod. If he were to attack him now, it would be tantamount to being disrespectful to the demigods. This crime was not something he, a mere elder, could bear. The demigods are one of the top 10 races in Outland, and they are by no means comparable to the Ming clan, a vassal of the Witch clan. You wait for me. The panic-stricken registered elder frantically took out a jade talisman from his bosom, sent a message, and shot it out immediately. Swish. 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 Almost at the moment when his message came out, among the buildings in the distance, figures with powerful aura flew towards him like lightning. A total of 10 netherworld elders flew across the sky with breath like a rainbow, and the powerful breath swept out, picking up a large wind to pass through. Tom tom tom. 10 Mingzhu elders landed heavily, smashing the entire square, trembling slightly. 10 pairs of eyes stared at Chu Yan together, as if they had seen a ghost, their faces full of disbelief. Is it Chu Yan? Looks alike. Black robe and long sword, about the same age. Yes. That's right, it's Chu Yan, I've seen it. In just a few breaths, 10 Mingzhu elders immediately confirmed Chu Yan's identity. After all, even if they wanted to break their heads, they couldn't understand why Chu Yan dared to come here to die alone. Therefore, the first reaction of every Mingzhu elder who sees Chu Yan is that someone is impersonating. However, after the elder who had actually met Chu Yan spoke, a smirk appeared on the faces of all the Mingzhu elders at the same time. Ha ha ha, Chu Yan, you're crazy. You're arrogant. There is a way to heaven, if you don't go, there is no way to hell, you have to go in. You don't even look, what is this place? How dare you come here to seek death? The headed elder laughed loudly, looking into Chu Yan's eyes, as if he saw countless rewards from the Saint clan, which would soon fall into his hands. Originally, he thought that the registered elder had his brain kicked by a donkey and misjudged someone or something. But now, it turned out that Chu Yan really came. At this moment, all the Mingzhu elders present became excited. For the Chu Yan in front of him, he is the deadly enemy of the Ming clan, and even the Wu clan has offered astronomical rewards for this kid's head. Originally, Chu Yan was hiding in the Cunlong realm, and it was not easy for them to start. Now, if they send it to the door by themselves, they will be polite to him there. This is an absolutely great opportunity. Boom. At this moment, the void exploded, and a teleportation channel suddenly opened. An old man in heavy armor and holding a long knife, leading two young men, a man and a woman, stepped out of the void crack. Swept the audience. Seeing those Mingzhu elders, their faces were startled, and they hurriedly bowed and saluted. See Great Elder. See Holy Son, Holy Maiden. See Great Elder. See Holy Son, Holy Maiden. A group of Mingzhu elders greeted the old man and the two young men, a man and a woman, with a respectful attitude. Huh. Great Elder. Saint Son and Saint Daughter. Chu Yan was stunned, turned his head to look, and his eyes fell on the two young men and women, and saw that the woman was beautiful, with double pupils, bloody red like blood, and the man had the same blood eyes with the same pupils, but his forehead was straight. In the middle, there is a spirit seal. So quickly, a new Saint Son and Daughter have been elected. Chu Yan chuckled. Hearing Chu Yan's words, everyone in the audience was stunned, and then, anger burst out from everyone's eyes at the same time. How dare this guy say it? The original Holy Son and Holy Daughter of the Mingzhu, it is very likely that you, Chu Yan, did it. You. The great elder of the Mingzhu's eyes were as cold as ice, and his face was ashen. Looking at Chu Yan, his eyes kept flickering. After pondering for a long time, he finally spoke. Chu Yan. Get out of here immediately. This is not a place for you. As soon as the words fell to the ground, all the elders of the Ming clan around were stunned. What's the situation? According to what the great elder said, he wanted to let Chu Yan go. Elder, no. A Mingzhu elder was about to dissuade him, but the first elder turned his head, his eyes widened, and he cut off his words, saying, Shut up. Then, the great elder sent a sound transmission with his spiritual consciousness to all the Mingzhu elders present, saying, This Chu Yan is now holding a demigod token. We can't touch him in the Heavenly Sword Nine Peaks. As long as he leaves the range of the Heavenly Sword Nine Peaks, we will surround and kill him. Understand? After receiving the voice transmission from the great elder, all the elders of the Mingzhu suddenly realized. #C 1844, Black Iron Sword. Hearing the great elder's words, Chu Yan laughed suddenly, showing his white teeth. Roll. Chu Yan sneered, and said, Only you, are you qualified to let me go? Huh. You don't deserve it. As soon as the words fell to the ground, the face of the great elder changed suddenly, the veins on his forehead throbbed, his teeth rattled, and he wished he could swallow Chu Yan alive. Give you one last chance. Leave immediately, or die. The great elder gritted his teeth and said word for word. Don't pretend. If you don't wait, you will vomit blood again, which is not good for your health. Chu Yan raised his eyes, glanced at the elder, and said with a smile. Thinking to deal with me outside the Heavenly Sword Nine Peaks, This kind of insidious calculation is worthy of your shamelessness of the Ming clan. The words were like thunder, and the whole audience was shocked. Unexpectedly, the Great Elder's plan was completely seen through by him. Great Elder, kill him. Yes. Great Elder, this kid is too arrogant. I insulted my saints. I must not let him go today. That's right. Great Elder, this kid came alone, as long as you kill him, other things are easy to talk about. In all directions, all the elders of the Ming clan roared in unison. Boy, whether you are a human race or a demigod race today, you will die in front of me. With a loud shout, the Great Elder still couldn't bear it, his whole body surged with imperial prestige, and with a wave of his hand, there was a large amount of blood, like sharp arrows, heading towards Chu Yan, covering the sky and covering the earth, with power like a tide. This move, under Emperor Wu's realm, no one can stop it. Huh. However, as soon as the move was swung, the Great Elder's face showed a look of astonishment. Because he saw that Chu Yan was standing in place, with his hands behind his back, his black robe flying, and his face was indifferent, as if he didn't see that violent wave of blood at all. What's the situation? Chu Yan smiled lightly. Completely ignoring the incoming attack, he remained as motionless as a mountain, without the slightest intention of making a move. This scene fell in everyone's eyes. Not only the Great Elder of the Ming clan was shocked, but also the other elders of the Ming clan were shocked. What's the situation? However, before everyone could react, a sudden change occurred. Boom, boom. On the other side of the square, a large piece of golden imperial prestige, like a raging cloud passing through the sky, swept across the square in an instant, and collided heavily with the bloody cloud wave. In an instant, one gold and one red, the two attacks smashed into pieces and dissipated at the same time. At the same time, a figure in a golden robe with long eyebrows floated down and stood in front of Chu Yan, looking coldly at the people of the Ming clan. Demigod, Great Elder, Jiang Yuchuan. Jiang, Elder Jiang. The elders of the Ming clan were stunned, dumbfounded. They couldn't react at all. How could a demigod suddenly appear? And, besides, it was the Great Elder of the demigod, the famous Jiang Yuchuan. In fact, when Chu Yan arrived at Xinguoyuan, he had already discovered that just after stepping into the transmission channel, a divine consciousness locked him. And the master of that divine consciousness is none other than Jiang Yuchuan. When Chu Yan entered the range of 9 Swords Heavenly Peak, Jiang Yuchuan followed him all the time, and this was the reason why Chu Yan didn't do anything. He wanted to figure out whether Jiang Yuchuan was following him this time, whether he was an enemy or a friend. Therefore, when that attack hit him, Chu Yan just condensed a mysterious water shield in the sea of consciousness, and placed it 10 steps in front of him as the final defense. Unexpectedly, he was betting right. Jiang Yuchuan came to 9 Swords Heaven Peak, this time not to harm himself, but to test himself. Therefore, Chu Yan held up the demigod's token without any scruples, waiting for Jiang Yuchuan to show up. Humph. This time, Chu Yan came to Jiuxiao on behalf of my semi-protoss. You Mingzhu, don't you know the rules of Jiuxiao? Dare to attack him, do you want to start a war? As soon as the words landed, Jiang Yuchuan's whole body was as powerful as a tide, his eyes flashed with lightning, and with the power of one person, he overwhelmed the entire audience. Boom, boom. The Emperor's prestige swept across, and the Golden Emperor's breath, like the tide of angry clouds, rushed in all directions, majestic and unstoppable. The wrath of an emperor shocked the audience. Such power and influence were simply not something that the Netherworld elders present could resist. All of them turned pale with fright, and their whole bodies were icy cold. You know, although there is only Jiang Yuchuan in front of him. But behind him, there is a demigod, one of the top 10 racial forces in the outer domain, as the backing. The demigods, that are definitely not the current Hades, they can be provoked. Elder Jiang, you. The great elder of the Mingzhu, his face darkened, his face turned purple, but he couldn't speak at all. After all, the top 10 forces have the final say on the Nine Swords Heavenly Peak, and they, the Ming clan, are really not enough to look at in front of the top 10 forces. Elder Jiang, I didn't expect to be so domineering. Seeing the elders of the Ming clan around him, Chu Yan was shocked, smiled, and said, "Nonsense. Let's go." Jiang Yuchuan glared at Chu Yan, and immediately thought of Emperor Soul Cave, because this kid lost everything, so the corners of his eyes twitched twice, and he said angrily, "Stop," the great elder of the Mingzhu said in a deep voice with a gloomy face. "Huh? You dare to block me?" Jiang Yuchuan turned his head, his eyes were icy cold, and his true energy was surging, as if he was ready to strike at any time. All the elders of the Ming clan seemed to be really angry when they saw Jiang Yuchuan, and the golden chi continued to surge, and they all shrank their necks in fright. This is the great elder of the demigod clan, Jiang Yuchuan, completely different from the nominal great elder of Lingyun Pavilion, Chu Yan. As long as he said a word, at least hundreds of millions of warriors from the demigod race would kill. Moreover, even if you don't need to call someone, no one here can do anything to him based on Jiang Yuchuan's own strength. I. Of course the great elder of the Mingzhu knew how powerful it was, and his face turned pale with fright, but as the great elder of the Mingzhu, he couldn't appear too weak. So, after taking a long breath, he said, "Elder Jiang, even if Chu Yan represents the demigods, there are rules for entering Nine Swords Heavenly Peak. If you can't pass the examination, you can't enter." Huh? Assessment. Hearing this, Jiang Yuchuan was also taken aback, and turned to look at Chu Yan. "And, as the elder in charge of this session of Nine Swords Heavenly Peak, I have the right to adjust the difficulty of any assessment disciple, so." The great elder of the Mingzhu looked at Chu Yan and grinned grinningly. So, Chu Yan must pass the first level difficulty assessment, and must leave a foot-deep sword mark on the black iron pillar, to pass. As soon as the words fell to the ground, all the elders of the Ming clan around, including the warriors of various races who were being assessed and waiting for the assessment, were suddenly stunned. 1. First Order Difficulty Assessment. A foot-deep sword mark was left on the black iron pillar. How is this possible? You know, it has been hundreds of years since the opening of Nine Swords Heavenly Peak, and the strongest one left a sword mark with a depth of 6 inches. It is simply impossible for Chu Yan to cut a foot of sword marks on the black iron pillar. The great elder of the Mingzhu obviously used his power to deliberately embarrass Chu Yan. #C 1845 One Sword Two Dan. The behavior of the great elder of the Mingzhu was obviously to embarrass Chu Yan, and even deliberately blocked him from Jiuxiao Tianfeng. In this way, according to his original plan, Chu Yan can be besieged and killed outside the scope of Jiuxiao Tianfeng. Leaving the range of Nine Swords Heavenly Peak, even if Jiang Yuchuan blocked it, the Ming clan would dare to do it. Humph. Elder Mo, are you deliberately against me? Jiang Yuchuan said that, but secretly said badly in his heart. According to the agreement of their several major racial forces, the Mingzhu, as the deacons of this class, really have the right to do this. Elder Jiang, I just follow the rules. After all, the real identity of this Chu Yan belongs to the human race, so I increase the difficulty, which is completely in line with the rules of Jiuxiao Tianfeng. The great elder of the Mingzhu seemed to have grasped Jiang Yuchuan's weakness, with a fearless smile on his face. You. Jiang Yuchuan was burning with anger. Just as he was about to speak again, Chu Yan, who was next to him, stepped out, looked at the people of the Ming clan, and said with a sneer. 1 foot, right. No problem. As soon as the words landed, everyone including Jiang Yuchuan looked at Chu Yan in unison, and were startled at the same time. But soon, everyone reacted, and there was a burst of laughter. Ha ha ha, what did you say? He said no problem. The black iron sword pillar is only 1 foot thick in total, and if it is cut by 1 foot, he can be regarded as an ordinary iron pillar, ha ha ha. This kid is finished. I just don't know how to write the word dead. Humph. Just wait, when he fails and leaves 9 swords heavenly peak, we must kill him. All kinds of laughter and sarcasm were in a mess, and everyone looked at Chu Yan as if they were watching a monkey show. Even Jiang Yuchuan, who was standing beside Chu Yan, blushed slightly, and was about to speak to remind Chu Yan. Ningzu, don't break your word. Chu Yan said. Ha ha ha. How could I, the dignified great elder of the Mingzhu, not keep his word? Moreover, the demigod elder Jiang is here, and he can also testify that as long as you can leave a 1-foot sword mark on the black iron sword pillar, you can still enter and exit the 9 swords heavenly peak. But the great elder of the Mingzhu was smiling all over his face, and looked at Chu Yan, but his eyes were full of disdain. However, if you can't do it, humph. Get out of 9 swords heaven peak immediately. It's a deal. Without waiting for the last sentence of the great elder of the Mingzhu, Chu Yan sneered, and at the same time he opened his mouth, he drew his sword with his right hand and slashed out with a sword. Call out. On the Haotian sword, the intent of the sword was like a rainbow, and a dazzling sword light, like a flash of thunder, slashed heavily on the black iron sword pillar not far away. Boom. There was a loud noise, the sword energy exploded, and the whole square trembled slightly. Everyone was shocked and turned their heads to look. Accompanied by the roaring sound, there is still scattered sword energy, the tall black iron sword pillar, from a position above the height of a person, the thick iron pillar is slowly tilting. A smooth cut suddenly appeared on the iron pillar, and the entire black iron sword pillar was cut into 2. Boom, boom. At the same time that everyone opened their mouths wide and their eyes fell all over the ground, the upper half of the black iron sword pillar crashed to the ground, splashing dust all over the sky. With one strike, the iron pillar was broken. The whole audience was shocked, and they froze on the spot, all dumbfounded. In the countless open mouths, even if the dust poured in from the sky, there was no reaction at all, as if the whole body was petrified. Even Elder Jiang Yuchuan had a mouth full of ashes. Bah! Bah! This. Jiang Yuchuan was the first to react, turned his head suddenly, and looked to his side with a calm face. Chu Yan, who had already put away his sword, seemed to be looking at a monster. As the dust and mist dispersed, more and more people woke up, and everyone looked at Chu Yan's eyes, which were all green. This guy really did it. Fart, talk. Not only did you do it, you didn't see that the black iron sword pillar that stood for thousands of years was cut off. Oh my God! The black iron sword pillar, broken. What kind of sword is in his hand? The flashing lightning just now was his sword intent. Not only the elders of the Ming clan were stupid, but even the young people from all races who came to participate in the Jiutian Peak were gasped and frightened out of their wits. You must know that the black iron sword pillar, although its name is black iron, is actually a high-grade imperial spiritual treasure. Even if it is used by emperor-level spiritual weapons, it is impossible to cut it off. Ha ha ha. Jiang Yuchuan laughed wildly, feeling relieved. At this moment, he finally realized what Ling Xuantian felt when he was in the Emperor's Soul Cave. Chu Yan, let's go. Jiang Yuchuan, who was full of pride and majesty, greeted Chu Yan proudly, then turned and left. Chu Yan faced, not far away, a group of sluggish Mingzhu elders, grinned, and followed closely. Just like that, the two swaggered across the square in front of everyone, and no one dared to stop them. Damn it! Come back quickly, everyone now. The elder of the Mingzhu was so angry that his eyes were red, and he turned around angrily after giving an order. Do you want to notify Lord Suwu? A Mingzhu elder asked. No need for now. Yes. The great elder of the Mingzhu, looking at the backs of Chu Yan and Jiang Yuchuan leaving, was so angry that he gritted his molars and left with his hands. All the elders of the Ming clan present were all pale and hurried to follow. In less than a while, Chu Yan's situation quickly spread throughout Nine Swords' heavenly peak. The news of the sword slashing the black iron pillar spread quickly, causing all the elders of the Ming clan who came over to be shocked. No way. One sword cut off the black iron sword pillar. What? Jiang Yuchuan, a demigod, is on the same side as Chu Yan. Chu Yan. That Chu Yan, who was offered a reward by the saint race, has arrived at the Nine Swords' heavenly peak. Oh my god. Chu Yan's sword intent is so strong. Then, if you have gained something in the Nine Swords' heavenly peak, wouldn't it be like a tiger with wings added? Let's go. The great elder is probably going to deal with Chu Yan now. Not bad. It's not too late. Following the Nine Swords' heavenly peak, all the elders and deacons of the Ming clan rushed to the meeting hall, and all the warriors of various races gathered in the square were also alarmed. After a moment of astonishment, the warriors of all ethnic groups all laughed and looked at the conference hall in the distance, talking a lot. Chu Yan's behavior was like a severe slap in the face of the Ming clan, and even the Wu clan. Therefore, warriors of all ethnic groups are naturally happy to watch the excitement. Moreover, this time even the demigod Jiang Yuchuan participated in it. Maybe something really big will happen. Obviously, from the bright side, it is very likely that Chu Yan came to Nine Swords Heaven Peak this time, not only for the eight-handed divine weapon, but also to make trouble. At this time a large group of elders and deacons gathered in the Mingzhu's meeting hall. In the whole hall, there was a dead silence, no one dared to speak casually, and they all secretly raised their eyes to look at the great elder of the Mingzhu who was above the high position. Seeing his livid face and heavy breathing, everyone shrunk their necks in fright. Say. What to do? The great elder of the Mingzhu roared, and even the main meeting hall trembled slightly. #C1846 Borrow a knife to kill. In the main hall of the Mingzhu, the atmosphere was solemn and extremely depressing. Everyone didn't dare to speak nonsense when they saw the anger on the elder's face. At this time, the young men and women who followed the elder first looked at each other, took a step forward, and said, "Master." As the newly promoted saint's son, the young man has a supernatural status. If it weren't for the fact that the elder is his master, his status might still be higher than him. Therefore, in this situation, he is the only one who dares to speak, but this person's eyes are shining brightly, and one can tell at a glance that this person has a careful mind and cunning eyes, and he is definitely not a kind person. About dealing with Chu Yan, I think it's inconvenient for my saints to do things in this Nine Swords heavenly peak, but... Having said that, the young man stopped, the corners of his mouth curled up, and his gaze swept across the audience. But what? Wenjun, but it's okay to say. Hearing Mo Wenjun's words, even the great elder, who was full of anger, was stunned and was aroused. And all the elders and deacons in the whole hall raised their heads and looked at the sun. With every gesture, all the eyes of the audience were drawn to himself, and a smug flash of pride flashed in the eyes of the holy son Mo Wenjun. However, among the Nine Swords heavenly peaks, I am not the only one from the Hades. As soon as the words landed, Mo Wenjun stopped again, with a smug smile on his face, and looked at the audience. You mean? The great elder's eyes lit up when he heard the words, and said, Top 10 racial forces, those warriors who came to participate in the trial. Not bad. Mo Wenjun nodded. These fighters can obtain the qualifications of the Nine Swords Heavenly Peaks trials within their respective forces. Their strength, even among the young generation of the top 10 racial forces, is definitely the top existence. Among the dragons and phoenixes among these people, which one is not high-spirited and arrogant, as the saying goes, when Wu is the first, and Wu Wu is the second. We just need to create some opportunities to make young people of all ethnic groups hostile to Chu Yan. I believe that in the end, the matter of Chu Yan will be resolved. We may not even need to do it. Instead, you can watch a good show. He he he. As soon as the words fell to the ground, everyone's eyes immediately lit up. Good idea. Absolutely great idea. In this way, as long as the young people of all ethnic groups are aroused to be competitive, and then used to attack, Chu Yan may still have a way out. After all, these young people who came to Nine Swords Heaven Peak are all the leaders of the young generation among the top 10 racial forces. Borrowing their hands to deal with Chu Yan couldn't be more appropriate. What a trick to borrow a knife to kill someone. The great elder thought to himself, but his face was full of smiles. He nodded repeatedly, and said, "Not bad. Not bad. But, what should we do?" Sword sharpening cliff. The Holy Son, Mo Wenjun, smiled slightly, and said, "Sword sharpening cliff. Isn't that the cultivation place occupied by Guotiancheng of the Six God sect? Warriors of other races are not allowed to enter at all." An elder exclaimed. "That's right. However, 3 days ago, Guotiancheng issued an invitation to invite warriors from all races who participated in the Nine Swords Heavenly Peak trial to go to Sword Sharpening Cliff to compare swords and discuss Dao." The Holy Son Mo Wenjun laughed. "Huh. Compete with swords, to discuss Dao. There is such a thing." The elder laughed, and said again, "Then Guotiancheng, who came to Nine Swords Heavenly Peak 10 years ago, relied on his swordsmanship to dominate Mojianya. No one else is allowed to enter. I didn't expect. Hee. This is a good opportunity." "Not bad. Not bad. Good opportunity. Not only Guotiancheng from the Six God sect, but warriors from other races will also go. This is the best. The great elder is wise. The Holy Son is wise." All the elders in the hall burst into cheers and echoed in unison. In the entire hall, the original gloomy and oppressive atmosphere was swept away, replaced by the sound of grinning laughter resounding throughout the hall. At the same time, in another hall. This is a golden hall, located at the foot of Nine Swords Heavenly Peak, in the middle of a large building complex. The building of the main hall is extremely gorgeous, full of splendor, carved beams and painted buildings, majestic, implying a kind of forbidden spirit array. Here, it is the residence hall of the demigods located in the Nine Swords Heavenly Peak. Not only the demigods, but also the other 10 major races, and some forces that are eligible to enter the Nine Swords Heavenly Peak will build their own residence halls here for the convenience of temporary residents when elders are on duty. Chu Yan stepped into the main hall, followed Jiang Yuchuan to the reception room, and sat down separately. "Chu Yan, Pavilion Master Ling, has explained to you about the Nine Swords Heavenly Peak?" Jiang Yuchuan asked. "Well. Not bad." Chu Yan nodded. "Then this time, you probably don't intend to return empty-handed." Jiang Yuchuan laughed. Hee. Hearing this, Chu Yan just smiled lightly and did not answer. In Chu Yan's view, he and Jiang Yuchuan just met each other once, and it's better not to talk too deeply about some things. Before Chu Yan came to Jiujian Tianfeng, Chu Yan would not hesitate to talk to Ling Xuantian, but here, why did he tell this Jiang Yuchuan? Although he helped himself just now, Chu Yan knew that he was helping himself in a clear sense, but in fact, he was helping the demigods. What Chu Yan has always believed in is that the heart of harming others is indispensable, and the heart of preventing others is indispensable. Therefore, when he saw that Chu Yan kept silent, Jiang Yuchuan just smiled and didn't care, pondered for a moment, and said, "Chu Yan, I brought this to introduce someone to you." "Huh? Who?" Chu Yan was stunned and asked. "Tiankalu, the deputy owner, Tubaxiong." Jiang Yuchuan said with a smile, "Tiankalu, you should have heard of it. Tianchi building. The #1 Chamber of Commerce in Outland. Chu Yan's eyes lit up. That's right. It's the Tianqi building, so, the deputy landlord of Tubaxiang, you still need to meet, what do you think? Jiang Yuchuan laughed. Hearing Jiang Yuchuan's words, Chu Yan couldn't help but nodded slightly, and looked at Jiang Yuchuan with a brighter look. On the one hand, it was because Jiang Yuchuan didn't put on the airs of a demigod elder when he talked to him, which was very different from what he was in the Emperor's Soul Cave before. In addition, he introduced Tuoba Xiong from Tianqi building to him, and he had already guessed the purpose of going to Nine Swords Heavenly Peak, and he had already helped him find a next home. This kind of intention surprised Chu Yan. Okay. Since Elder Jiang has arranged it, I naturally want to meet. Chu Yan nodded and smiled. Tianqi building, as the most powerful and famous chamber of commerce in the Outland continent, its branches, large and small, can be said to be located throughout the Outland continent, with sects of various ethnic forces. Moreover, the trump card of this Tianqi building is the refining device. It is said that among the top 10 craftsmen in the entire Outland continent, 3 are in the Tianqi building. Engaging in the business of the Chamber of Commerce also makes the relationship between Tiankalu and various ethnic forces get along very well, and sometimes even undertakes some missions of mediation. However, both Chu Yan and Jiang Yuchuan knew that this time, the Tianqi building might also have some purpose. #C 1847 Tiankalu. Seeing Chu Yan nodding, Jiang Yuchuan sent out a consciousness, and a figure appeared outside the palace gate. Tread. With one step, the figure stepped out of the hall, and a faint fire power spread in all directions in the hall in an instant. Chu Yan's face tightened, and the pale fire in his body suddenly rose, causing Chu Yan's blood to churn, and suddenly his eyes flickered with flames, and he turned his head to look at the palace door. Tuoba Xiong. Craftsman. Chu Yan frowned slightly. This is the first time Chu Yan has encountered that someone's pill fire can cause changes in his own body's pill fire, and the opponent's pill fire is by no means simple. Moreover, with a sweep of Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness, he easily found that this Tubaxiang was not only a craftsman, but also a golden alchemist. Pill artifact, double cultivation. Ha ha ha, boy, you are not bad. I didn't expect that you were also a golden alchemist. We can communicate more in the future. Amid hearty laughter, Tuoba Xiong strode forward, nodded to Jiang Yuchuan, then sat down lightly, and looked at Chu Yan with approval. Chu Yan, you are a golden alchemist. Jiang Yuchuan's face was startled. Huh. Chu Yan nodded. Since he has been discovered, there is no need to deliberately conceal it. Moreover, Tuoba Xiong, as the sub-owner of the Tianqi building, probably has a close relationship with the Dan League of the Outland continent. Therefore, if Chu Yan needs any elixir or prescription in the future, he can just find him, which will be much more convenient. At such an age, it is a blessing to be able to practice as a golden alchemist, Great Elder Jiang. Ha ha ha. Tuoba Xiong's personality was extremely bright, and after a burst of laughter, he looked at Jiang Yuchuan and couldn't stop nodding. Jiang Yuchuan was startled, then smiled wryly and shook his head. Good luck. This Chu Yan is not a child of his demigod clan at all, but just occupies a place in the demigod clan. Tuoba Xiong, tell me about the Nine Swords Heavenly Peak. Seeing Chu Yan staring at Tuoba Xiong all the time, Jiang Yuchuan didn't talk nonsense, and spoke directly. Okay. Tuoba Xiong nodded, then turned to look at Chu Yan, smiling brilliantly. Chu Yan, not bad. I heard that you cut off the black iron sword pillar with a single sword just after you arrived at Nine Swords Heavenly Peak. TSK, TSK, TSK. This black iron sword pillar stands on the square of Nine Swords Heavenly Peak. It's been tens of thousands of years, and it's the first time someone can sever it with a single sword. It's not easy. Tuoba Xiong laughed. Senior, I'm overwhelmed. Chu Yan shook his head and replied casually. Seeing Chu Yan's expression was indifferent, without any fluctuations in expression, Tuoba Xiong was stunned, laughed twice, glanced at Jiang Yuchuan, and then said. Chu Yan, don't worry, since the great elder Jiang Yuchuan invited me to come, as long as it is something within my power, I will help you set it off. These 10 races and the forces that are eligible to enter the 9 Swords Heavenly Peak will be more or less able. Give us Tianqi building some face. When Tuoba Xiong was speaking, he kept paying attention to the change of Chu Yan's expression, but seeing that there was no change in Chu Yan's face, he suddenly smiled awkwardly, and then said. Then let's get down to business. This trip to the 9 Swords Heavenly Peak, there are a total of 8 magic weapons. If the little brother is capable, he can get one and give it to us at the Tianqi building. We can buy it at a high price. If the little brother can get 2 swords, then one of them, Tianqi building, can help the little brother, match the sword you used with yourself, and resmelt it in the furnace to raise its rank. Resmelting in a heavy furnace. Chu Yan finally understood what Tuoba Xiong was thinking. However, can my own Haoyan sword be reforged again? Chu Yan practiced alchemy, although he did not specialize in refining tools, but the Haoyan sword was able to rise to the 6th level of the divine weapon, relying on his own Tianwen 9 residual furnace. Therefore, when he heard Tuoba Xiong's words, Chu Yan's eyes lit up immediately. Tianwen 9 remnant furnace. After raising the Haoyan sword to the 6th level, if you want to upgrade, you can't rely on Tianwen 9 remnant furnace alone. Now, upon hearing Tuoba Xiong's words, Chu Yan's heart suddenly moved. As a swordsman, how could he not want a good sword? However, the Haoyan sword will never be changed, it can only be improved. However, the material of Haoyan sword is extremely rare. Chu Yan wanted to improve it, but he couldn't find any good way. This Tuoba Xiong, as the sub-principal of the Tianqi building, is also a double cultivation of alchemy, so he should have a way. Okay. If you have 1 or 2, it should be fine. Thinking of being here at this time, Chu Yan nodded, and then said, what about the other spiritual soldiers, will Tianqi building also buy them? Of course, as long as it is the spiritual soldiers of 9 Swords Heavenly Peak, our Tianqi building will have all of them. In terms of price, the little brother must be satisfied. Tuoba Xiong, almost without thinking, quickly replied. If. His eyes flickered, Tuoba Xiong looked at Chu Yan, hesitated for a moment, the smile on his face became brighter, and then said. If you can get a few peak-suppressing spirit soldiers, that would be the best, for example, 4 or 5. Huh. 4 or 5. Chu Yan's face turned cold. This Tuoba Xiong really thinks highly of himself, he really deserves to be the sub-owner of Tianqi building, this is too grand. 9 Swords Heavenly Peak, 9 handled spirit weapons, to get one of them is already a big deal. After all, after so many years, only one was taken away, so we know how precious the 9-handed spiritual weapon is. Now when he opens his mouth, it's 4 or 5. Chu Yan, you won't lose money if you trade with Tianqi building. Jiang Yuchuan, who was sitting on the side, also changed his face slightly, his gaze flickered at Chu Yan, and he began to persuade him. Okay. Chu Yan nodded, and agreed directly. After all, Jiang Yuchuan's move was also helping himself. Okay. Have fun. Tuoba Xiong's eyes lit up immediately, this is for you. Flipping his hands, Tuoba Xiong took out a jade talisman in the shape of a small tripod, raised his hand and threw it at Chu Yan. This is the golden tripod and jade talisman from my Tianqi building. Give it to the little brother, and it will be a gift. Golden cauldron and jade talisman. Chu Yan was taken aback. Good stuff. Jiang Yuchuan's eyes glowed, he looked at the 5-color jade talisman in Chu Yan's hand, and quickly explained. This is the qualification jade talisman to participate in the auction in the Tianqi building. Moreover, this Jindingswan can also get 3 half-price auction discounts. What? This? Chu Yan was startled. The Tianqi building is the most powerful chamber of commerce in the outland continent. How could there be ordinary products in their infield auctions? The value is absolutely astonishing. As soon as Tuoba Xiong made a move, he gave out 3 half-price auction discounts, which was not a small sum. Okay. Thank you very much. Chu Yan would not be polite to him at all, and bowed his hands after putting it away. Little brother, you don't have to be polite. Don't forget what you agreed to, but even if it doesn't work out, it's okay. Anyway, I've made a deal with you, my friend. Ha ha ha. Tuoba Xiong laughed loudly, got up straight away, and said to Jiang Yuchuan, Elder Jiang, if it's okay, I'll leave first. Wait. Seeing that Tuoba Xiong was about to leave, Chu Yan hurriedly said, I have a question, and I want to ask the deputy landlord Tuoba. Oh. Tuoba Xiong nodded and said, Little brother, you're welcome, just ask. Deputy host, I'm curious, do you think that I can get those ancient spirit soldiers in 9 Swords Heaven Peak, just because I cut off the black iron sword pillar? Chu Yan was somewhat puzzled by this Tuoba Xiong's boldness. This, hee. Tuoba Xiong's expression changed slightly, his eyes flickered, and after a moment of pondering, he spoke again. I don't know, little brother, do you still remember Ir Emperor? Ir Emperor. Hearing this, Chu Yan jumped up, stood up, and looked at Tuoba Xiong in astonishment. At the beginning, Chu Yan and Huang broke through the shackles of the Haotian continent and rushed to the outland continent. After he and Huang separated to avoid the pursuit of the Mingzhu, there was no news of him. Unexpectedly, Tuoba Xiong mentioned Ir Emperor today. #C1848 grinding the cliff and discussing the sword. Seeing Chu Yan's reaction like this, Tuoba Xiong was slightly taken aback, and quickly replied. Hee, little brother, don't worry, Ir Emperor is now the owner of my Tianqi building. Next time little brother comes to Tianqi building, you can see him. So that's it. Well, thank you. Chu Yan let out a long sigh of relief, and saluted Tuoba Xiong. It seems that Huang's situation is not bad, and Huang told this Tuoba Xiong many things about himself. You're welcome. Farewell. Tuoba Xiong returned the salute, then turned around and walked towards the outside of the hall. But just after walking a few steps, Tuoba Xiong suddenly stopped, looked back at Chu Yan, and said with a smile. That's right. I have a suggestion. Huh? Please tell me. Chu Yan was startled. There are still a few days before the opening of the 9 Swords Heavenly Peak, but Guotiancheng of the 6 Gods sect sent an invitation to all the geniuses of all races who participated in the 9 Swords Heavenly Peak at Mojianya, to go to the sword competition and discuss the way. If you're okay, you can go and have a look. After all, the sword cultivators of all races gathered together, so you should be able to learn something. Tuoba Xiong said. Compare the sword to discuss the Tao. Okay, I will consider it, thank you. Chu Yan said politely. After Tuoba Xiong left, Chu Yan and Jiang Yuchuan chatted for a while. Jiang Yuchuan suggested to Chu Yan to take the time to refer to the 9 Swords Heavenly Peak Sword Code Pavilion. This 9 Swords Heavenly Peak is actually a holy place for sword cultivators, so it has collected a large number of various swordsmanship classics from various sects and races on the mainland. Therefore, warriors from all races who come to participate in the 9 Swords Heavenly Peak will go to the Sword Code Pavilion to have a look. Jiandian Pavilion. Great place. Chu Yan's eyes lit up when he heard this. Go. You have my semi-protoss token, and you can go unimpeded. Jiang Yuchuan saw that Chu Yan was tempted, waved his hand, and smiled. Then I'll take my leave. Chu Yan got up directly, ready to leave. In addition, if you have time, you can also go to Mojianya. The gathering of sword cultivators in the world is an opportunity. Jiang Yuchuan thought for a while and reminded. Yeah. Chu Yan nodded and strode out of the hall. After leaving the semi-Protoss residence hall, Chu Yan followed the road and headed towards Jiandian Pavilion. On both sides of the road, anyone who sees Chu Yan will stop and watch in astonishment. Obviously, the story of Chu Yan cutting the black iron pillar with his sword has spread. Jiandian Pavilion, Qianglu with nearly 8 floors, from the first floor to every 8th floor, according to the level of the included swords, they are divided and hidden, and access is restricted at the same time. Holding the semi-Protoss token in his hand, Chu Yan went all the way unimpeded, and started to refer to it from the first floor. In the following time, Chu Yan was completely immersed in the sea of various sword scriptures. What he didn't expect was that the number and variety of sword cultivators in the outland continent made Chu Yan's eyes brighten. It has to be admitted that the sword codes contained in the Sword Code Pavilion of the 9 Swords Heavenly Peak are more than 100 times stronger than those of the 9 Supreme Sects. In particular, Chu Yan also found several ancient sword books on the 7th floor of the Sword Code Pavilion. Soon, a day and a night passed, and Chu Yan's mind was completely addicted. Boom, boom. Suddenly, in a mountain range in the distance, a dazzling light shot up into the sky, like thunder roaring, shaking the heavens and the earth. That is. Accompanied by the sound of thunder, in the mountain range, a large swath of sword-like wind rushed past, and the faint sound of sword sting swept across the sky. What a strong sword intent! Is that the direction of Mojianya? The pupil of the unicorn was running, took out the token, probed in with the spiritual sense, and soon knew that the place where the mutation happened was Mojianya. Guotiancheng of the 6 God sect. Competing swords and discussing Tao. Seems interesting. In Chu Yan's eyes, a fiery fighting intent rushed out, and the whole body was full of sword energy, and his blood was boiling. Only by sensing with his spiritual sense, Chu Yan can be sure that the sword light just now must have been emitted by a powerful sword cultivator. Such an opponent, how can you miss it? Look and go. Thinking of Tu Baxiang and Jiang Yuchuan, both suggested that he go to Mojianya. Chu Yan no longer hesitated, put down the sword in his hand, and flew directly from the 7th floor of Jiandian Pavilion, towards the direction of Mojianya, and flew away. 9 Swords Tianfeng, Mojianya. In front of a small 3-story building, there is a large garden with pavilions, small bridges, and flowing water. At this time, in front of the small building, on the grassland with a radius of 10,000 steps, there was a display of wine tables, and nearly 100 warriors gathered. The aroma of wine overflowed, the air of flowers fluttered, and amidst the laughter and laughter, everyone held swords and raised lamps, which was very lively. From time to time, when the wine was in full swing, someone danced with a sword, and the scene was immediately filled with sword energy, and the sound of the sword piercing through the air, which attracted a lot of applause. Have you heard? There is a demigod warrior who cut off the black iron sword pillar with one sword. Not bad. It seems to be called Chu Yan. Amazing. I don't know what kind of sword technique you use, or you have a spirit sword comparable to a divine weapon. I heard that senior brother Guotiancheng has asked someone to invite him, but I don't know if he will come. Hey, senior brother Guotiancheng, Jian Qi, if Chu Yan dares to come, it will be lively. Those present here, that one, is not a strong swordsman of any sect or race. Although strength is important, the sword moves lightly, relying on brute force. A grand kendo meeting, the name of Chu Yan is often mentioned. Even Guotiancheng, who was sitting on the main seat of the 6 gods, kept his face low and raised his head from time to look at the sky. Obviously, there was always something missing in this kendo tournament. Decree. Grind the sword and discuss the way, invite all swordsmen to come. At this moment, Guotiancheng, who was above the main seat, suddenly stood up and gave an order to an elder of the 6 gods sect beside him. Yes. The elder of the six god sect obeyed, turned around and rose into the air. With just a dodge, he reached a height of 10,000 feet, floating in the sky. His whole body was surging with true energy, and he was constantly gaining momentum. 9 Swords Heavenly Peak, all sword cultivators listen up. There was a sound like a thunderbolt, like thunder in 9 heavens, exploding a circle of shock waves, rushing to all directions, spreading hundreds of miles in the blink of an eye. My sixth divine sect, Guotiancheng, invites all of you to come to Grinding Sword Cliff, compare swords and discuss Taoism, and share this grand event. Boom, boom. Every word and sentence, with the true energy of Emperor Wu, the surrounding mountains vibrated together. Swish. 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 Almost at the moment when the voice exploded, figures in the large building complex of 9 Swords Heavenly Peak soared into the sky and flew towards Majian Cliff. What a domineering six-god sect! What a domineering Guotiancheng! Chu Yan hangs above the sword-grinding cliff, his whole body is full of sword intent, and his eyes are shining. Unexpectedly, Guotiancheng, the sixth god sect, was really not simple. It was really domineering to let a martial emperor pass the message for him. This effect is naturally extremely good. All of a sudden, all kinds of powerful auras, carrying thunder and sword intent, gathered continuously from all directions and fell towards the small building on Mojianya. These are all genius sword cultivators of various sects and races. Of course, it also includes the geniuses of the top 10 forces such as the Mingzhu and the Wuzhu, like the holy son of the Mingzhu. The entire 9 Swords Heavenly Peak became extremely lively at this moment, and many sword cultivators rushed here in high spirits, full of fighting spirit. Chu Yan's eyes swept away, and he looked at the grass below, urging his sword intent, blasting the air, falling like lightning. Call out. Lightning flashed across the sky, and a rainbow flashed across the sky. Chu Yan landed on the ground, just in front of the empty wine table. He picked up a glass of spiritual wine, smiled slightly, and drank lightly. Good wine. The strong wine entered his throat like a golden blade, and the violent alcohol power broke out in an instant, making Chu Yan's true energy boil, and his eyes lit up instantly. Humph. Chu Yan, you are finally here. In a corner, Mo Wenjun, the new sage son of the Ming clan, stared at Chu Yan, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. #C1849 Drinking on Taoism, appreciating beauty, compared to swords. The appearance of Chu Yan not only attracted the attention of Mo Wenjun, but also attracted the attention of other sword cultivators present. All of a sudden, hundreds of eyes cast their gazes on Chu Yan, looking at him constantly. All kinds of eyes were complicated. Some people looked at Chu Yan with surprise on their faces, some looked contemptuous and disdainful, and some looked downcast with thoughtful eyes. Only Mo Wenjun, the holy son of the Ming clan, had a sneer on his face, and he was extremely proud. Chu Yan, here at Mojianya, as long as Guotiancheng keeps an eye on you, let's see how arrogant you are. Sure enough, when the figures falling all over the sky began to thin out, Guotiancheng glanced over and stayed on Chu Yan for half a breath, then got up and announced. Okay. Thank you for your support. This time, the sword competition and discussion conference can begin. As soon as the words fell to the ground, he waved his hand, and rows of ladies appeared on the garden path behind him, each of them holding fine nectar and jade food, like a group of fairies in the world, quickly shuttling among the flowers and green grass, serving the guests at each table. Wine table, rearrange. Martial Emperor Realm. In the crowd, someone glanced at them and found that these ladies were all extraordinary, and they were all warriors of the Martial Emperor Realm. Moreover, almost every lady with a beautiful face carried a trace of fierce sword energy, like the true energy of body protection, lingering around her body. Seeing your brother Gua is really an elegant person, the beauty of wine, beauty is too beautiful to behold. I didn't expect that within the six god sect, There would be warriors of the martial emperor realm as servants, and all of them are delicate beauties with elegant sword aura. They really deserve the aura of one of the top 10 races. Drinking wine and discussing Taoism, appreciating beauty, and comparing swords. This experience really didn't come in vain. Senior brother Gua, dragon and phoenix among men, with a dragon sword, he has been comprehended in this sword-sharpening rock for decades, and no one can compare. This kind of sword heart should be the #1 sword cultivator in the outland continent. A group of warriors, drinking fine wine, looking at the beauties, all kinds of flattery, kept slapping Gua Tiancheng, who was above the main seat. Holding the wine glass in his hand, Chu Yan looked around with a smile on his face. It was his first time participating in such a sword competition and discussion conference, so he naturally felt fresh and interesting. Everyone, please feel free. As the host, Gua Tiancheng stood up, held the wine glass, respected the audience from a distance, and drank it down in one gulp. Immediately, the meeting officially began. After each wine session, people rose up with glasses, making friends and chatting everywhere. What's more, it was Gua Tiancheng who walked towards the main seat, and surrounded him 3 floors in and 3 floors out. Cui Liyuan, an inner sect disciple of the Wushu sect, met senior brother Gua. A sword cultivator toasted Gua Tiancheng with a cup, with a flowery smile on his face. Den next week, from Tianqin sect, thank you brother Gua for the wine, it's just my taste, haha, I'll do it first. Under the snow leaves, from the Tianhai region, I hope to get advice from fellow Taoists through this sword meeting. Next. A genius, while toasting Gua Tiancheng, reported his family background. Every martial artist who speaks will get a burst of greetings and praise from other people present, the scene is so lively. That Gua Tiancheng looked extremely powerful, he greeted everyone who came to toast with a smile, and drank it all in one gulp. It can be said that the guests and hosts enjoyed themselves. Among the crowd, Chu Yan nodded slightly as he looked at the sword cultivators who reported themselves. Especially for the 3 of them, Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness swept over them, and he also secretly praised them. The first one is the inner hall disciple who came to the Great End Temple, named Maya Lianjuan. His face is as indifferent as a green pine, but the majestic sword intent in his body is as powerful as the sky. The second person is from Hejiao Cave Mansion. His face is pale, as if he has not seen the sun for many years. His name is Yu, and he is also a rare genius. It's just that although he was chatting with people, half of the time he stared at Chu Yan vaguely. The last one, of course, is Mo Wenjun, the holy son of the Ming clan, with a dark face, staring straight at Chu Yan, full of hostility. I'm Chu Yan, disciple of Lingyun Pavilion. Holding the wine glass, Chu Yan also stepped forward to toast to show his gratitude to the host for the hospitality. When Chu Yan finished his toast and returned to the wine table behind, several figures immediately surrounded him. I've heard about Brother Chu's name for a long time. That sword in the square, which cut off the 10,000-year-old black iron sword pillar, is really a model of my swordsmanship. Huh. Lingyun Pavilion. Isn't Chu Yan a genius of the demigods? I didn't expect to be a genius of the human race. The future is really limitless. Chu Yan's identity and cultivation base are much stronger than many warriors present, which naturally attracts everyone's pursuit and wants to make friends with him. Chu Yan chuckled all over his face and raised his glass to greet him, lightly and naturally. Not far away, Mo Wenwen's cold gaze swept across Chu Yan's figure, but he was extremely unhappy. Everyone. After drinking 3 rounds and speaking 3 times, Gua Tiancheng stood up again from the main seat, and when he spoke, the audience was silent, and they all turned their heads to look. Seeing the scene quiet down, everyone looked at him. Gua Tiancheng nodded in satisfaction, and said, "Today's sword competition is almost ready to start. This is the first match, of course, the sword competition." As soon as the words fell to the ground, the eyes of all warriors in the audience lit up, and all of them were full of excitement. The main event is finally about to begin. Everyone is a sword cultivator, so it is clear that I, a sword cultivator of my generation, cannot do without a peerless spiritual weapon. It seems that everyone gathered in the Nine Swords Heavenly Peak for the sake of this reason. So, in this first match, everyone will compete to see whose spirit sword is more brilliant. After Guo Tiancheng finished speaking, he smiled lightly and looked at everyone. Competition of swords. Is it competition of spirit soldiers? Haha, a sword matches a hero, and a spirit sword matches a hero. Let's see who has the peerless sword. This is good. Today will be an eye-opener and a feast for the eyes. Hearing Guo Tiancheng's words, a group of geniuses spoke together and echoed. Only Chu Yan, at the back, was stunned and frowned slightly. He never thought that this so-called sword competition turned out to be a biling soldier. However, without waiting for Chu Yan to open his mouth, the Haoyan sword trembled directly in the scabbard behind him, telling Chu Yan clearly that he would never be grandstanding, and he would not do it unless he was fighting against the 8 divine soldiers. Well. Chu Yan suddenly smiled wryly, shook his head, and looked helpless. However, don't say that Haoyan sword is unwilling, even if he is himself, he is also unwilling. As a sword cultivator, how can a sword go out to kill people, how can it be watched? Moreover, when he first stepped into the Nine Swords Heaven Peak, the Haoyan sword had caused reactions from the other 8 ancient spirit soldiers. If he pulled out the Haoyan sword now, it might cause unnecessary trouble. I'll come first. Mo Wenjun of the Ming family stepped forward, glanced at Chu Yan from the corner of his eyes, smiled provocatively, and then raised the spirit weapon in his hand. This sword is called Qianjun. Clang. There was a sound of sword sputum, like the howling of the empty canyon, which contained the momentum of thunder and thunder. The momentum was like a rainbow, and its power was extraordinary. What an imperial spirit weapon! Thousands of troops. Slash generals and kill enemies, break through thousands of troops, defeat thousands of chieftains, there is no front to stop. When the sword came out, cold air and murderous aura surged. Everyone in the audience changed their expressions and nodded in unison, secretly praising. #C1850 unable to bear the consequences. What 1,000 soldiers. I'm going to make a fool of myself. As soon as the words fell to the ground, Miaolian of Dean Temple stepped out lightly, holding a long sword without a sharp edge, walked up to the crowd, bowed slightly, and said with a light smile. This sword is called Chowdu. This sword is beyond ordinary, and can cross the world. A sword light like a divine light rose into the sky. The long sword without a point or front was extremely fierce. In Mo Wenjun's hand, the 1,000-army emperor soldier seemed to compete with him for attention. Under the slight trembling of the sword body, sword intents rippled like water ripples, crushing towards Chowdu Go. The sudden burst of sword intent made everyone startled and looked at it together. But I saw that when the sword intent of Qianjun surged past, the Chowdu in Miaolian Unju's hand was darkened, avoiding the sharp sword intent of Qianjun. However, once its sharpness passed, the body of the Chowdu sword was full of Buddha's light, and the Sanskrit sound was faint, stronger than before. What a super crossing, no point, no front, no anger, no fight, no joy, no generation, self-defense, a good sword. A good sword. In the crowd, someone exclaimed, obviously surprised by Chowdu's performance. Brother Mo's thousands of troops, the momentum is extraordinary, the point of the sword is like 1,000 troops and horses, slaughtering cities and looting land, it is also a peerless sword. I am embarrassed to take out this broken sword. And you from the Hejiao cave mansion, with a cold air all over her body, held a half-foot sword, stepped forward with one step, and the sword energy was overflowing. The name of the sword is Kanyue, the ancient spirit weapon, the 3rd-grade sword soul. The cold breath, with a hint of coolness, blew past the audience. Everyone in the audience felt their pores shrunk sharply, and their necks felt slightly chilled. Ha ha ha, brother Inyu's waning moon is indeed well-deserved, but I, the moon wave, don't even have a sword soul. I'm ashamed. The two of you are so polite. Take a look at my blood yang sword. I have already beheaded 800 strong men, drank enough essence and blood, and the blade is turning red. Can anyone take a look? Mine, look at mine. One warrior after another. One after another, they drew their swords horizontally and sacrificed their own handy soldiers. In an instant, in front of the small building, sword energy pierced through the air, sword spirits were like waves, fierce sword lights soared to the sky, good and evil, fighting for the front, never giving way. There are hundreds of imperial-level spiritual soldiers, some with strong sword energy, some with sword spirit, and occasionally false god soldiers, but their rank is not high. Huh. Fellow Taoist Chu Yan, everyone has shown their spiritual weapons, why do you? Suddenly, on the main seat, Guo Tianqing with a smile on his face, suddenly saw that on the wine table behind, Chu Yan completely ignored the scene of the 100 spirit soldiers, and suddenly frowned, and said. When this word came out, there was a trace of doubt and displeasure at the same time, and he actually used 3 points of true energy to press down on Chu Yan. This kind of aura of suppression, if you change someone, you will be red-faced and panic-stricken on the spot. The whole scene suddenly fell silent, and everyone's eyes twisted together to look at Chu Yan. Really, that Chu Yan was wearing a scabbard, as if he had no intention of drawing a sword at all. What's the situation? This Chu Yan, why hasn't he drawn his sword yet? Facing everyone's suspicious eyes, Chu Yan stood up, swept across the crowd, and cupped his hands. Everyone, I'm sorry, I can't sacrifice my sword casually, otherwise, the possible consequences will be immeasurable. As soon as the words fell to the ground, all the sword cultivators in the audience were stunned. What? Your sword cannot be sacrificed at will. The consequences are immeasurable. Could it be that your sword is much stronger than the swords of everyone in the audience, and the geniuses in the audience cannot afford it? The next moment, including Guo Tianqing, the faces of everyone in the audience changed. Humph. Chu Yan, don't be arrogant there, the consequences are immeasurable. You are clearly relying on your status as a demigod to look down on everyone present. Mo Wenjun, the Ming clan, rolled his eyes and immediately opened his mouth to mock. That's right. Brother Chu, I think you should use your sword. That's right, everyone took out the sword, and didn't see any consequences, so, even if you take out the sword, at most everyone will bear it together. No matter what the consequences are, everyone is waiting. All the sword cultivators were a little displeased after hearing Mo Wenjun's words, so they spoke up one after another, to persuade Chu Yan. On the main seat, Guo Tianqing sneered, his eyes flickered sharply, and said, What a Chu Yan, you are the first one who dares to speak like this in my sword-sharpening cliff. Could it be that you don't even pay attention to me? I don't believe it. On my sword-sharpening cliff, what else can I not bear? I order you, immediately shine the sword. As soon as the words fell to the ground, even the 2 elders of the 6 gods sect who stood behind Guo Tianqing stepped forward in unison, shouting loudly. Bright sword! Bright sword! Those 2 words, like a thunderclap, shook everyone present and their souls trembled at the same time. The Berserk Emperor Wei swept the audience, and some of the wine cases that were nearby were instantly turned into dust and scattered in all directions. Seeing the 2 Emperor Wu showing their power at the same time, the expressions of all the geniuses present all changed. You know, this Guo Tianqing is a big shot in the 6 God sect, even if it is in the outer domain Tianbang, he is also ranked in the top 100 existences, and his combat strength has reached the pinnacle of martial arts. Even when they came out to practice, the 6 God sect sent 2 elders of the martial emperor realm to accompany them. Their status were absolutely extraordinary. Standing in the crowd, Mo Wenjun saw that Guo Tianqing was angry, his eyes lit up immediately, and he couldn't stop laughing in his heart. Unexpectedly, he didn't use many methods at all, and Chu Yan himself angered Guo Tianqing and offended all the sword repairmen in the audience. No. Chu Yan drank one word, motionless as a mountain, with a calm face. What? No. Guo Tianqing's pupils shrank, and the anger in his eyes turned into reality, and a surge of majestic true energy burst out instantly. Chu Yan, how dare you disrespect senior brother Guo? In my opinion, you really look down on everyone. Mo Wenjun was overjoyed, and quickly fanned the flames. That's right. Brother Chu, isn't your move a little too much? Everyone showed their spirit weapons, but you refused. Could it be that you really look down on us? Humph. A warrior of the human race, with the fame and power of the demigod, really has eyes above the sky. The geniuses present all blushed and looked at Chu Yan with dissatisfaction. For a moment, a tense atmosphere swept through the entire conference. Everyone, be safe and don't get bored. Suddenly, a loud voice like a bell suddenly sounded, full of true energy. Everyone's hearts trembled, and they all turned their heads to look. But I saw Miaolian living in peace in Dan Temple, clasped his hands together, and stepped out. This sword competition and Dao discussion meeting is originally a joyful event. The intention is not to draw swords to face each other. The so-called sword competition is all based on intentions. Brother Chu may not be happy at this time, or it is really inconvenient. I see, don't force it. Miaolian Unju's words contained a wonderful wave of spiritual consciousness, and each word sounded, causing the anger in everyone's hearts to continuously dissipate. Good. This is just a reception, everyone acts according to their own will, there are specific rules. If you force it and cause a fight, it is not beautiful. #C 1851 10 sword marks. After hearing Miaolian Unju's words, the originally tense atmosphere suddenly relaxed, and the redness on everyone's faces gradually receded. What he said was reasonable, as if it was true. Everyone was thoughtful and gradually calmed down. Only Mo Wenjun, who was hiding in the crowd, had red eyes and glared at Miaolian Unju. Unexpectedly, this guy ruined the great situation. Chu Yan's eyes flickered slightly, looking at Miaolian Unju, a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. It seems that I have never met Miaolian Unju of Dean Temple, and I can't talk about friendship. Everyone, don't forget, this brother Chu Yan, when he first arrived at the Nine Swords Heavenly Peak, he cut off the black iron sword pillar with one strike in the square. This incident is enough to show that brothers Chu Yan are not people who dare not use their swords. Moreover, Jiang Yuchuan, the great elder of the demigod clan, personally escorted brothers Chu Yan to Nine Swords Heaven Peak. Therefore, what brother Chu Yan said, I am think, believable. Miao Lian lived in peace, turned around slowly, looked at Guo Tianqing, and said, Senior brother Guo, I don't think you need to force this matter, I don't know what brother Guo wants. After listening to Miaolian Unju's words, Guo Tianqing's anger subsided a little, but there was still some displeasure in his eyes, and he looked at Chu Yan with flickering eyes. After a long time, he slowly opened his mouth and said, It's too much to force it, it's all voluntary. It's just that everyone came here to enjoy themselves, and brother Chu spoiled everyone's interest, there is always something wrong. Hearing Guo Tianqing's words, the people around nodded secretly, and Mo Wenjun in the crowd rolled his eyes and immediately thought about it. Senior brother Guo, I have a suggestion. Mo Wenjun said. Huh? Tell me. Guo Tianqing glanced at Mo Wenjun from the corner of his eyes, and said. In the first sword competition, Chu Yan said that it was inconvenient for him to use the sword, so forget it. But in the second round of discussion, this Chu Yan can be the host. As soon as these words came out, the eyes of many warriors suddenly lit up. Good idea. This Mo Wenjun is indeed free from viciousness. But most of the warriors present were participating in this kind of sword competition for the first time, and they didn't understand what Mo Wenjun said, and they were all puzzled. Everyone, this sword-grinding cliff has been the practice place of many sword cultivators in the outland continent since ancient times. On the cliff with hundreds of battles high, there are as many traces of soldiers and swords as there are stars. I, senior brother Guo Tiancheng, have retreated here and devoted myself to research for many years. From countless sword marks, I have found nearly 10 swords with the strongest sword intent. I am preparing to announce them to everyone today. We are in need of a Taoist with extraordinary swordsmanship. Friends, come forward and host. As soon as these words came out, the hundreds of warriors present were suddenly stunned. There are already more than 100 sword cultivators present, each of whom is a swordsman genius from a major race. Even on the heavenly list, they are ranked within 1,000. In terms of swordsmanship, no one is weak. However, even if it is Guo Tiancheng, he is not afraid to peek at the ancient sword marks left on the sword-sharpening cliff, and the sword intent contained in them. If one is not careful, the sword intent on the sword mark will shock the soul. The consequences will be disastrous. According to Mo Wenjun's suggestion, Chu Yan came up to host, and he must accept the impact of these 10 ancient sword marks. Chu Yan, can you bear it? Of course I can't bear it. You know, these 10 sword marks, even Guo Tiancheng himself, almost fell on these 10 sword marks. Today, it is said that it is a sword competition, but in fact, Guo Tiancheng has another purpose, which is to use these 10 sword marks to frighten everyone and let them know his strength. Good. That's a great idea. I agree. That's right. Brother Chu Yan, the sword intent is transcendent, the sword breaks the black iron pillar, the most suitable host for this. That's right. Brother Chu Yan, you will definitely be able to take on this important task, and you won't let me down. The geniuses present all spoke in unison and agreed. Most of these people have already understood Mo Wenjun's insidious calculations. The second session, which was originally hosted by Guo Tiancheng himself, was pushed to Chu Yan. Although after Maya Lianjuan's persuasion, the geniuses present were still unhappy with Chu Yan's behavior of not pulling out his sword just now. Since someone was plotting, it was very convenient for this kind of troublesome thing to happen. In the end, everyone's eyes fell on Guo Tiancheng, waiting for his final decision. Guo Tiancheng stared at Chu Yan, his face darkened, then glanced at Mo Wenjun, who was full of complacency, nodded, and said. According to what Miao Lian Kongju said, if you don't use the sword in the first round, that's all. This second round, Brother Chu Yan, will be the host for everyone. I believe that with the cultivation of Brother Chu Yan's swordsmanship, there will be no let everyone down. Hearing Guo Tiancheng's words, all the geniuses in the audience laughed, especially Mo Wenjun, who looked at Chu Yan with a cold smile on his face. Only Miaolian Unju in the crowd sighed and shook her head slightly. Of course, he didn't know Chu Yan, but Tuoba Xiong, the deputy owner of Tianqi Building, was kind to him, so he just made a move to help Chu Yan out of the siege. But now, the audience is pointing the finger at Chu Yan, and Guo Tiancheng, the master, has already spoken, so what he says at this time will be of no avail. Okay. I'm the moderator of this discussion. Chu Yan took a step forward, and when he landed again, he was already in front of a stone wall 100 steps away. 10 pieces of red cloth hung high, and behind them were 10 ancient sword marks. Chu Yan had a panoramic view of Mo Wenjun's calculations and Guo Tiancheng's thoughts. However, Chu Yan is also very interested in these 10 ancient sword marks, and with the Haoyan sword, not to mention the 10 ancient sword marks, even the countless sword marks on Majian Cliff, Chu Yan dares to try. Of course, this is also an excellent opportunity to sharpen one's sword intent. The 10 ancient sword marks, combined with the enlightenment in the Sword Dian Pavilion, may have new gains. Opportunities are often accompanied by crises. Martial arts practice, there is a safe way. Okay. Have fun. Guo Tianqing smiled, then let's start. As soon as the words fell to the ground, the two elders of Emperor Wudi of the 6 gods behind him all dodged and landed beside Chu Yan. After turning their hands, they took out 2 small altars and began to arrange them in front of the stone wall. In less than 100 breaths, a spirit formation enchantment appeared, covering 1,000 steps in front of the sword wall. In this way, even if there is a sword intent rushing out, it will not be able to penetrate the barrier of the spirit array and will not hurt other people. Brother Guo, you are really well prepared. Standing in front of the first piece of red cloth, Chu Yan glanced at the spirit formation in front of him, chuckled, and then reached out to the first piece of red cloth. Clang! Almost at the moment when the red cloth was pulled away, a clear sword mark appeared in front of Chu Yan. The sword on the stone wall, from shallow to deep, cuts thinly like a filament, but in the end the stone wall where the blade pierces the sky is like a huge stone pit that has been rolled back and blasted open. A slanted cut from bottom to top, from light to heavy, from shallow to deep, with one touch, the sword intent burst out instantly, making the move as light as heavy, evolving to the extreme. His eyes froze, and the sword energy like a strong wind rushed out from the sword marks on the stone wall, blowing across Chu Yan's body, and the black robe fluttered like a flag. Good sword! With an exclamation, Chu Yan's eyes brightened, and the sword intent blades all over his body rushed out and collided with it suddenly. #C 1852 turnaround. The sound of swords echoed, Chu Yan's soul was like a tide, and his whole body was full of fighting spirit. The moment he closed his eyes, Chu Yan seemed to be able to clearly sense that a white-robed swordsman, carrying an épée, was standing in front of the stone wall. In the sky, a shooting star flashed across the sky, the white robe flew up, and the épée unsheathed. With just a light swipe, the rocks exploded, and in the sky full of stone dust and dust, the white robe figure rose into the sky, laughed wildly, and stepped on the sword. Brother Chu Yan, please lead the sword into the Tao and comment for everyone. Seeing that Chu Yan's eyes were slightly closed and he didn't move, Guo Tianqing slightly raised the corner of his mouth and said. As soon as the words landed, Chu Yan trembled, woke up from the artistic conception of the sword, nodded slightly, turned to face the crowd, and said. This sword. The sword intent is great, the sword has not touched the stone, but it is solidified by the sword energy, and the body melts into the world. It has reached the peak of the sword. Jianzong. Oh. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Guo Tianqing's eyes flickered, and he couldn't help turning his head to look, but found that he was blocked by the spirit formation. At the beginning, this sword mark was precisely because he was almost injured by this sword mark when he first realized it. Later, after the sword intent was enhanced, he had long forgotten it. Open the barrier, please watch it. Guo Tianqing waved his hand and ordered the 2 martial emperors. Hearing the order, the 2 emperors hurriedly flipped their handprints. After the spirit fluctuated, the restriction of the spirit array was opened, the barrier was opened, and a door was instantly cracked, revealing the sword mark on the stone wall behind it. Boom! 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 Almost at the moment when the barrier was opened, the sword intent, like thunder, surged out with the terrifying force of colliding with the mountains. Wherever it passed, people were turned on their backs, and immediately swept across a large area. Oh my God! What is this thing? It's terrible. Oh my God! The ancient sword intent is so powerful. Rewind. Back 1,000 steps away. The sword energy is vertical and horizontal, picking up the strength like a strong wind. The scene was chaotic, and everyone ran away with pale faces. The ones with low cultivation were directly knocked to the ground by the wind of sword intent, and only stopped after rolling dozens of steps. Those with high cultivation bases were rushed through more than a dozen steps before they stabilized their bodies with a surprised face, but their faces were also full of horror. Even Guo Tiancheng, who was on the main seat with an expectant face, was smashed by the oncoming wind of sword intent, and rushed straight. Ting 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 retreated 3 steps in a row before standing still with a look of astonishment on his face, and looking up with disbelief all over his face. What's the situation? That Chu Yan just now had a look of enjoyment. There was a trace of being hit there. Why suddenly, the power of this sword mark became so great? All the people who stood firm, including Guo Tiancheng, raised their heads and stared at Chu Yan, all stunned. This wave of sword intent knocked out hundreds of geniuses in the audience. It's not because their cultivation base and swordsmanship are too poor, but because they are completely unprepared. Because when Chu Yan was the first to perceive the sword mark just now, the whole process was calm and clear, as if there was no trace of power, and the evaluation was so high that it immediately aroused everyone's interest. But when the enchantment is opened and everyone watches together, the excitement will be even greater. Chu Yan, you. On the main stage, Guo Tiancheng's face was flushed, looking at Chu Yan, his eyes turned green with anger. Huh? Didn't I remind you? Chu Yan looked in front of him, with hundreds of pairs of sad eyes, spread his hands, and said. As I said before, this sword mark is the pinnacle of the fusion of strength and sword intent. It can be called the master of the previous generation of swordsmanship, and its power is naturally powerful. Could it be that you didn't hear? Hearing Chu Yan's words, everyone was stunned and looked at each other, unable to answer at all. I heard it, of course I heard it. It's just that when everyone saw Chu Yan, who was as stable as Mount Tai, they would have thought that the sword intent of this sword mark was so powerful. Even Guo Tiancheng, who had seen it once, was also rushed and almost fell off his seat. Okay. All right. The next one. On the main seat, Guo Tiancheng blushed from holding back, and gave Chu Yan a hard look, but he couldn't get angry, so he waved his hand and announced directly. So, as Chu Yan walked towards the second piece of red cloth, the scene quickly fell silent. Crash! The red cloth grabbed the sky and flew into the air. On the stone wall, the second sword mark suddenly appeared in front of Chu Yan. Clang, clang. The sound of sword whistling pierced through the air, a sound wave visible to the naked eye, carrying a sharp sword intent, broke out from the stone wall, like a heavenly sound, stirring the void in all directions, like an ancient god of war, holding a golden sword and slashing. The sword light flew by, slamming on Chu Yan's body. This sword intent rushed into Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, causing Chu Yan to frown immediately. Chu Yan's expression suddenly made everyone in the audience tense, and their eyes trembled. But Mo Wenjun, who was in the crowd, had a happy expression on his face. It was obvious that Chu Yan couldn't bear the impact of this sword mark. What a pity! What a pity! Facing everyone's round and nervous eyes, Chu Yan suddenly spoke and shook his head. The sword is a good sword. It's a pity that it is inferior. Even if the sword has been cultivated for 10,000 years, it is not the right path. The swordsman, the kingly way, gathers the majesty of the heaven and the earth, and breaks all evil ways. Using the sword to enter the demon, even if you cultivate for 10,000 years, it is difficult to achieve a positive result. Apart from killing intent and blood, this sword mark has no power of swordsmanship. It's bad. It's too bad. Chu Yan's words were like a thunderbolt, with sword intent and heavenly way in every word, dispelling all the devilish energy and sword power around him. Open the enchantment. The two martial emperors waved their hands, flipped the handprints, and immediately the barrier opened, revealing the second stone wall. Boom! 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 Almost at the moment when the barrier was opened, hundreds of Jinchi erupted at the same time, one after another to protect the body, covering almost every warrior present. This time, they won't suffer any more, of course they have to prepare in advance. Therefore, when seeing Chu Yan frowned, but gave such a low evaluation, everyone present sneered, mobilizing their true energy, ready to resist the second attack of sword intent. Call out. With a trace of killing intent and bloody hostility, the sword intent surged like a tide, but just hitting the first warrior's body shield, it exploded and scattered in all directions. Puff. 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 A group of warriors, armed with long swords, waited as if they were facing a formidable enemy, but the strength of the sword was not even able to break through the strength of the first person's body protection. At this moment, a group of sword repair geniuses who were holding back their light suddenly felt like they were punching the cotton with a heavy fist. Under the sudden loss of strength, their true energy almost went backwards, and they collectively spurted out a mouthful of old blood. You. This time, before Guo Tianqing could open his mouth, a group of sword repair geniuses gasped heavily, staring at Chu Yan with bloodshot eyes and grinding their teeth. That feeling of holding back all the energy but not being able to exert force is as uncomfortable as a cat scratching. Okay. It's hard for a sword to become a demon. It's hard to get a real result. Well said. When everyone was glaring at Chu Yan, Guo Tianqing, who was above the main seat, suddenly spoke, smiling and applauding loudly. At this moment, all the sword repair geniuses in the audience were stunned. #C1853 pointing. Everyone present was a little dumbfounded by Guo Tianqing's reaction. In fact, the owner of this sword mark was once the great enemy of the Six Gods sect in ancient times, and the Six Gods sect also rose up in the Outland continent because of a big battle that strangled the demonic Dao sect. Therefore, when Chu Yan commented on this sword mark and gave a poor or very poor evaluation, it was exactly what Guo Tianqing wanted, so he naturally gave a high evaluation. Originally, Guo Tianqing was a fanatic of the sect, and the purpose of choosing this sword mark was to remind everyone of the glorious achievements of the Six Divine sect back then. Of course, Guo Tianqing disliked Chu Yan, but it did not prevent him from praising some of Chu Yan's comments. Next one. The two martial emperors of the Six Gods sect also smiled proudly, looked at Chu Yan and nodded, and then announced. The moment Chu Yan turned around, the third piece of red cloth was picked up, and the sword marks appeared. Ph. Fu. Fu. As soon as the sword marks of ice crystals appeared all over the body, a cold wind immediately blew, and ice crystals and snowflakes swept out. Just in the blink of an eye, the temperature plummeted in front of the entire stone wall, and the sword intent was like ice, like a crystal line, shooting straight at Chu Yan with a bone-chilling coldness. Suzaku. Chu Yan stood with his hands behind his back, motionless like a mountain, and with a low cry, the Suzaku Emperor fire burst out instantly in his body, blocking in front of Chu Yan, melting all the oncoming frost and cold air. This sword is mediocre. The Tao of the sword is the most authentic way. Why do you need to use the ice system to enhance the power of the sword? It's superfluous, really superfluous. Chu Yan was disappointed, shook his head, waved his hand, and signaled to open the enchantment. After hearing the words, the two emperors looked at Guo Tianqing in the distance, and after seeing each other nod, they flipped over the handprints and activated the spirit formation restriction. Immediately, the icy sword intent, like a north wind, rolled up streams of ice crystal sword energy, waving snowflakes across the sky, rushing to the audience. The warriors present only felt a gust of cold air rushing towards them, all of them trembled and shuddered. Some of them were low level, and the cold air carried by the sword intent invaded their bodies, and their whole bodies were frozen stiff, their lips trembled, and their faces were pale. Excessive. Brother Chu Yan, please advise. Among the crowd, a sword cultivator who also practiced the ice sword Dao, was taken aback when he heard Chu Yan's words, and hurriedly asked for advice. The way of the five elements, the source of the spirit of heaven and earth, with the help of exercises, is integrated into the body. The strong can move mountains with their hands and break rivers with their feet, but after all, they rely on the source of heaven and earth. Apply. But the way of swordsmanship is different. The body and soul are fused together, and the heavenly sword is united. With your own strength, you can cut the sky and destroy the earth. Why do you need external force? If you forcefully use the five elements to fuse with it, the final result will not be able to produce superimposed power. On the contrary, it will make people confused, forget the power of the sword itself, and chase the power of the five elements. This is by no means real, the way of the sword. Ah! The sword cultivator, when he heard Chu Yan's words, felt as if he had been slapped in the face, and he froze on the spot instantly, his eyes full of distraction. That's right. Brother Chu Yan is right. It seems that the way of the sword itself and the way of the five elements are two completely different forces. Cultivating the Tao with the sword and entering the Tao with martial arts, there is still an essential difference. Of course, the true energy is transformed by the spirit of the heavenly spirit, but the way of the sword and the sword intent come from the heart. Of course the two are different. However, the power of true energy can boost the power of the sword, and it is also a way to improve combat power. Wrong. Big mistake. There is no limit to the way of the sword. It is better to concentrate on cultivating and constantly improving the power of the sword is the fundamental. It makes sense. It makes sense. Chu Yan's words immediately aroused heated discussions among the large group of sword cultivators at the scene. The atmosphere at the scene became enthusiastic in an instant. Although each had their own way, they all gained something from the mutual exchange. Next, facing the remaining sword marks, Chu Yan commented one by one, completely seeing through the essence of the sword technique. The long sword in the black robe, with a faint smile, filled the sky with sword energy, but Chu Yan was completely unaffected and kept commenting. At this moment, Chu Yan, standing in front of the stone wall, was like a mountain. Even if thousands of sharpness are added to his body, they can't shake his body at all. With the passage of time, the gazes of all the geniuses present looking at Chu Yan began to change. In the blink of an eye, 6 sword marks have passed. If it were someone else, they would have been severely injured by these sword marks and sword intentions, but looking at Chu Yan, his face remained unchanged, his breath was deep, and he didn't even use a trace of true energy to dissolve all the sword marks. Good. 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 As expected of the person chosen by the demigod Elder Jiang, Chu Yan really opened our eyes. Among all the swordsmen in the field, Chu Yan's swordsmanship is probably the most advanced. Among the crowd, Mo Wenjun's eyes were bloodshot. He looked at Chu Yan, and then glanced at the main seat. Guo Tiancheng, who was immersed in the way of swordsmanship like other sword cultivators, had a haze in his eyes, and said loudly. When this sentence fell to the ground, all the sword cultivators present nodded in unison, but Guo Tiancheng, who was above the main seat, was suddenly taken aback, and a bright light flashed in his eyes. When he looked at Chu Yan again, a fierce look rushed out instantly. Okay. It's really eye-opening for us. Then, more than half of the 10 sword marks, next, remove the enchantment of the spirit array, and everyone and Brother Chu Yan will comment together. The next one. Guo Tiancheng yelled heavily, and looked at the 2 martial emperors in front of the stone wall. At the same time, a divine consciousness transmitted sound, passed through the void, and fell into the ears of the 2 martial emperors. Figure it out. He is the master of this sword competition, and, relying on his own talent for swordsmanship, since occupying Mojianya for 10 years, Guo Tiancheng considers himself the master of swordsmanship. He dares to be second, and no one dares to be the first. But now, after a kendo meeting, that Chu Yan actually made a big splash. This is definitely not what Guo Tiancheng wants to see. Therefore, Guo Tiancheng, who had been prepared for a long time, directly ordered the removal of the spirit formation barrier while secretly giving the order to the elders of Emperor Wu. In this way, the surprise of the next sword mark will definitely let everyone see Chu Yan's embarrassment at the first time. At that time, let's see who else dares to say that the strongest swordsman present is Chu Yan. Yes. After receiving the sound transmission from Guotiancheng's spiritual consciousness, the expressions of the two Emperor Wu changed, and they looked at Guotiancheng in amazement. Seeing the other party nodding, they immediately surrendered their hands. All the sword-cultivating geniuses present all turned pale when they heard Guotiancheng's words. It seems that Guotiancheng is a little angry. I am afraid that this sword mark is not simple. Now that the spirit formation is gone, and the sword marks are announced, everyone present has no buffer and can only rely on their own strength to deal with it carefully. One by one warriors activated their true qi to protect their bodies, looked nervously at the two elders of the Emperor Wu, and walked directly to the 9th red cloth over the 2 red cloths. Crash! There were more than 2 red cloths, and the 9th red cloth was pulled away directly. #C1854 Beast Soul Sword. Roar! 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 Almost the moment the red cloth was pulled away, a violent aura of an ancient ferocious beast rushed out instantly. An ancient saber-toothed tiger with 4 legs like pillars and eyes like blood burst out of the sky and leapt on the stone wall. Miao Lian Kongjiu and the other geniuses all changed their expressions. Although all those present were geniuses in the way of swordsmanship, no one had ever seen someone who had integrated the spirit of a beast into the way of the sword to arouse the power of the sword. Beast breath. As warriors, they all have martial souls. Such a powerful martial soul aura will cause the martial souls in their bodies to tremble suddenly the moment they rush past. It is this moment of loss of consciousness, followed by the sword intent, which can break through the sea of consciousness and rush straight in. Martial soul shock. The sudden aura of a fierce beast made Chu Yan startled. Unexpectedly, it was not the sword intent but the power of the martial soul that rushed out of the stone-split sword mark. Call out! Call out! Call out! A wave of fierce and wild sword intent followed closely behind, sweeping across the audience in an instant. The beast-type mutant martial soul, the tiger-type beast soul of the king of all beasts. If this is an ordinary beast martial soul, I'm afraid it will be directly suppressed. The saber-toothed tiger with the ancient martial soul, the king of beasts, especially the ancient aura, is the absolute suppression of the blood of the beast soul. Coupled with the fact that it is too late to guard against, it is so powerful that one can imagine it. Roar! The tiger roared in the void, and the saber-toothed tiger beast soul with the ancient aura roared to the world. The powerful tiger's power charged fiercely towards Chu Yan, and the violent momentum shook the entire Majian cliff. My God! So scary! Beast soul evolves sword intent, this power. Not good. Brother Chu Yan, I'm afraid I have been shocked by the ancient beast soul, and I can't deal with it at all. All the sword repair geniuses present were shocked by the aura of the saber-toothed tiger martial soul, and they all took a step back, and the sea of consciousness was in chaos. Especially those warriors with beast spirits. It was even more sluggish on the spot, with blank eyes. The strength of a warrior is rooted in the spirit of martial arts. When one's martial spirit is completely suppressed, even the movement of true energy in the body will be hindered. The most frightening thing is that in an on-the-spot confrontation, this kind of momentary absence is absolutely fatal. Among the crowd, Mo Wenjun laughed all over his face, looking at the motionless Chu Yan in front of the stone wall. His heart was ecstatic. The saber-toothed tiger sword marks arranged by Guotiancheng, the soul and the sword are united, and the power is overwhelming. It is impossible for that Chu Yan to block it. Even if it is blocked, it may be a serious injury. However, at this moment, Chu Yan, who was standing still, suddenly snorted coldly and said, "Humph, what a beast hides a sword, uses its soul to break through its defenses, and moves the sword at will. It's a pity, whether it's the martial soul or the sword intent, for me, it's a bit weak." As soon as the words landed, white light burst into Chu Yan's body, and a more majestic roar of the tiger blew up the audience. Immediately afterwards, Chu Yan raised his hand, condensed his palm into a fist, stomped his right foot, and punched out suddenly. Crash Heaven Emperor technique, split Yuan. This fist didn't have any power, and even the outburst of true energy could not be felt, but when the fist was swung out, the entire wave of saber-toothed tiger sword energy that came oncoming instantly froze in midair. Kaka! Explosions sounded one after another, and in the blink of an eye, a large number of cracks continuously appeared on the body of the saber-toothed tiger suspended in midair. Under everyone's astonished eyes, they burst open instantly and scattered in all directions. What? Everyone in the audience shrank their pupils severely. Especially Mo Wenjun in the crowd, his eyes were wide open, and he stood stiffly on the spot. One punch, exploded the ancient martial soul. Such a powerful beast soul sword intent was so easily resolved by Chu Yan. The next one. Chu Yan clapped his hands and turned around slowly. Behind him was the power of the martial soul and the remaining energy of the sword that dissipated all over the sky, with a casual and indifferent face. However, the audience was dead silent. Hundreds of pairs of eyes stared blankly at Chu Yan, and the corners of Chi-Chi's eyes twitched. Even the two martial emperors who stood aside and were in charge of opening the sword marks stared at Chu Yan dumbfounded, not hearing what Chu Yan said at all. "You." On the main seat, Guo Tiancheng took a deep breath, and was the first to react. He raised his finger and pointed at Chu Yan, trembling with surprise. "However, you have been talking for a long time, but you can't say a word." "Say what? What can you tell him to say?" One must know that even if it was him, it took him a full month to fight with this tiger soul sword mark, before he could barely restrain it. But now, that Chu Yan, understatement, punched, casually, "That's it, it's over." How could Guo Tiancheng not be so startled that he stared at Chu Yan, as if he had seen a ghost? Impossible. This, absolutely impossible. Guo Tiancheng looked at the black-robed youth in front of him, his mind was full of confusion and disbelief. This sword-grinding cliff, this nine swords heavenly peak, this outland continent, there are even stronger swordsmanship geniuses than him. Such cruel facts made Guo Tiancheng, who was originally full of pride, almost think he was dreaming. However, no matter what, it was impossible for him to accept the fact that the black-robed youth in front of him was stronger than his swordsmanship. No way. Good. 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 Taking a big breath, he suppressed the shocked Guo Tiancheng, his eyes brightened, looked at Chu Yan and said, "I didn't expect that Chu Yan's kendo strength is a bit stronger than I expected." "Good. Very good. Originally, I just cracked the 10th sword mark recently. I didn't want to announce it at this sword meeting, but since Brother Chu Yan is here, I think this sword mark should also be illuminated." The words fell to the ground, and everyone in the audience was stunned. "Do not want to publish. The sword mark that just broke through." According to the meaning of these words, even Guo Tiancheng, one of the top 100 kendo geniuses named in the Tianbang, was able to decipher this sword mark with great difficulty. You know, Guo Tiancheng occupied Majian Peak for a full 10 years. Although it is said that there are countless sword marks on the sword-sharpening cliff, in fact, most of them are far-fetched, people who are trying to gain fame, the real swordsman, and the powerful swordsmanship left behind is not too much. Of course, among them, there are also some top-notch existences. Just like the first sword mark at the beginning, the sword mark that Chu Yan spoke highly of, almost knocked out all the swordsman geniuses in the audience. So now, this last sword mark is actually Guo Tiancheng, and it will take 10 years to comprehend and decipher it. How strong is that? You must know that Guo Tiancheng, regardless of his cultivation or sword intent, is not comparable to everyone present. Oh. Sounds pretty good. Since that's the case, I'd like to take a look. What everyone didn't expect was that Chu Yan in front of the stone wall nodded and agreed without thinking about it. Moreover, looking at his eyes are shining, his face is full of fighting spirit, and he looks extremely looking forward to it. Joke. Is Chu Yan a little confused? Maybe, this 10th sword mark is the strongest sword mark in this sword sharpening cliff. That Guo Tiancheng was specially selected and used as a whole card, where ordinary people can watch it casually. This can't be done well, but it's terrible. Ha ha ha, happy. Seeing Chu Yan nodding his head, Guo Tiancheng laughed wildly, a look of approval appeared in his eyes, and immediately, his figure shot up into the sky, and just a flash, he landed in front of the stone wall. Obviously, he wants to open this last sword mark himself. #C 1855 Overlord's Sword. Standing in front of the stone wall, Guo Tiancheng's breath was still surging, and he raised his hand to reach the red cloth with the 10th sword mark. Chu Yan, take a good look at it. As soon as the words fell to the ground, Guo Tiancheng pulled it suddenly, and the red cloth flew up, flying all over the sky. Boom, boom. The moment the red cloth was opened, surprisingly, there was no trace of sword energy surging, but a large rumbling sound. Immediately afterwards, the entire stone wall trembled slightly, and under the rapidity of the sound, it sounded like muffled thunder. Huh. This is... Chu Yan's originally puzzled face changed suddenly after hearing the rapid muffled thunder. The pupils of both eyes were constricted, and the pupils of the unicorn were turned on, looking intently at the sword marks on the stone wall. At this glance, Chu Yan's body trembled fiercely, and a bright light shone brightly in his eyes. Tread. 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 One sound after another, like a flood tide gathering, or like a river bursting its embankment, exploded the entire sky in an instant. I saw that as the voice became more urgent and clearer, a large black tide kept rushing in from far and near. There were tens of thousands, countless gold and iron horses, people neighing and horses roaring, their swords and armor stained with blood, their flags unfurled, and they swallowed thousands of miles of mountains and rivers. Charged here, majestic, as if to flatten everything in this world. At this moment, above the sky, amidst the endless black tide, a little light suddenly lit up, like a starlight suddenly appearing in the sky. Call out. However, that bit of starlight flooded at an extremely fast speed, turning into a silver meteor, coming through the sky, rushing straight towards the thousands of troops like a black tide. Stab it. Stab, la. There was a sudden sound of armor breaking, followed by that silver light, like a ray of light between heaven and earth, shuttling through the endless black tide. Wherever the silver light passes, iron horse flags are flying. Falling down in pieces. Without waiting for everyone to react, the silver light swept across the black tide and floated in the sky. Below it, the tide of thousands of armies, which was just like a rainbow, turned into a sea of blood and corpses, and all of them were slaughtered. The roar of the earth stops suddenly, the wind stops, the clouds breathe. Between heaven and earth, there is only that silver sword light that travels through the sky and floats in the sea of clouds. Fighting for 80,000 miles in a lifetime, slaughtering millions of troops with one sword. Such a sword intent, domineering and unparalleled, is like a sword of a divine sword. The sword light passes by, laying down corpses for thousands of miles, and blood-staining mountains and rivers. In an instant, in front of the entire sword-grinding cliff, the faces of all sword repair geniuses changed drastically, and all kinds of true energy and spiritual treasures continued to erupt, protecting their bodies with all their strength. Call out. The silver light turned, struck in the sky, and turned to Chu Yan, as if the heavenly sword fell straight down under the sky. Tom. Facing the incoming sword intent, Chu Yan did not retreat but advanced, stepping heavily. His whole body was full of fighting spirit. What a sword of the Overlord, it can slaughter all living beings. Chu Yan's eyes were like blood, and his light was as bright as electricity. He stared at the silver star and sword light flying by, his face was full of excitement, his words were like thunder, and he roared in the air. Even if you can slaughter the entire world, it will be in vain in front of me. As soon as the words landed, behind Chu Yan, the Haotian scabbard trembled violently, and the sword energy all over his body erupted like a volcano. Destroy me! As soon as he uttered a single word, thunder suddenly appeared, and the storm of sword intent lingering around his body turned into a frenzy of sword shadows, twisting the silver star and sword light, including the mountain of corpses and sea of blood in the distance, into fine powder. The Overlord's sword is broken. In front of the sword-sharpening cliff, there was a dead silence. Everyone's body was full of true energy, and the spirit treasure protected their bodies, but they were all stunned, like a piece of stone sculpture, standing on the spot. After 10 breaths of time, someone suddenly woke up. Oh my God! And you from Hejiao Cave Mansion, Miao Lian Unju from Den Temple, and other sword repair geniuses had horrified expressions on their faces, and the corners of their eyes twitched. Such a terrifying Overlord sword, just like that, was broken. Call. On the main seat, Guo Tiancheng held back for a long time, finally exhaled a long breath, and murmured. This demigod Elder Jiang is really extraordinary. He actually found such an evil swordsman among the human race. It seems that this time the 9 Swords Heavenly Peak will have unpredictable results. Shocked, Guo Tiancheng's eyes kept flickering in deep thought. As a sword idiot, he was amazed at Chu Yan's monstrous swordsmanship. However, as the genius of the 6 God sect, he certainly knew that Chu Yan would become his strong enemy in this session of the 9 Swords Heavenly Peak. Forget it. Forget it. Whether it's an enemy or a friend, let's wait for the 9 Swords Heavenly Peak to decide. With a single thought, Guo Tiancheng's face suddenly relaxed. No matter what happens to him tomorrow, today he is talking about the Tao with a sword, and he is extremely happy to know Chu Yan. Brother Chu Yan, the 10 sword scars are over, and we are still full of ideas. Such an opportunity is hard to find. Why don't you leave a sword scar here on the sword-sharpening cliff for everyone to see? Guo Tiancheng's address to Chu Yan finally changed, and his tone became equal. Chu Yan's repeated performances have already been recognized by him. Such a swordsman genius is absolutely qualified to win his respect. Good. Chu Yan, who was deeply touched by the sword of the Overlord just now has the sword intent in his body, and his blood is boiling. Hearing Guo Tiancheng's words, he nodded and agreed without hesitation. Facing everyone's eyes, Chu Yan took a step forward, and the sword intent all over his body suddenly surged and gathered towards his right hand. Swish! Raise your right hand lightly, put your fingers together with the sword, and stand with your fingers raised, pointing at the stone wall in front of you. With just a wave of air almost invisible to the naked eye rushed out, like a gust of mountain wind blowing across the stone wall. There wasn't even a bit of stone dust flying, but Chu Yan had already stopped, and his breath was quickly restrained. Okay. Chu Yan turned around and faced the crowd, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, and he spoke. When the words fell to the ground, everyone looked at Chu Yan, and they were all startled. What? Okay. Okay. Hundreds of pairs of eyes looked at Chu Yan and then at the stone wall behind him, but there were no traces, At this time, Chu Yan's aura fell in their eyes, and it was completely different from before the shot. If the Chu Yan just now was like a peerless sword ready to go, then the current him is like a sword in its sheath, without a trace of breath, just like an ordinary iron sword. In just a moment, all the fighting spirit and sword energy disappeared. However, on the stone wall behind him, there is obviously nothing. Brother Guo, please watch it. Seeing everyone's suspicious eyes, Chu Yan raised his mouth slightly, turned around slowly, looked at Guo Tiancheng, who was also surprised and frowning, and stretched out his hand to signal. Ah, good. At this time, Guo Tiancheng was staring straight at the stone wall, where Chu Yan just waved his finger, but he was a little lost. He seemed to have sensed something, but he was not sure. That. Mo Wenjun, you are the one who suggested that Chu Yan host the discussion, so you should be the first to observe and comment on Chu Yan's sword mark. Guo Tiancheng turned his eyes and looked into the distance. Mo Wenjun, who was standing in the crowd, immediately spoke. Huh. Mo Wenjun was taken aback. Why, you dare not. Chu Yan smiled lightly, looking at Mo Wenjun. Joke. I dare not. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Mo Wenjun blushed immediately and shouted hastily. #C1856 Killer Sword. Seeing Mo Wenjun striding forward, Guo Tiancheng couldn't help but chuckled, and a voice of spiritual consciousness gushed out. Wenjun, according to your plan of transmitting the sound to me at that time, as long as you block this sword, I will embarrass Chu Yan. After receiving Guo Tiancheng's voice transmission from his spiritual consciousness, Mo Wenjun's eyes trembled, he took a long breath, looked at him, and nodded heavily. However, Guo Tiancheng saw this expression, but Mo Wenjun felt that Mo Wenjun's expression was tense, and under the expression of arrogance and contempt, there was a hint of solemnity. Seeing this scene, Guo Tiancheng smiled lightly. This Mo Wenjun, in front of hundreds of geniuses present, as the holy son of the Ming clan, it is impossible for him to give in directly, and of course he will not back down. In this way, Guo Tiancheng can use Mo Wenjun to test out how much Chu Yan's swordsmanship is. Guo Tiancheng, very smart. Chu Yan naturally had a panoramic view of the two people's eye contact and spiritual sense sound transmission, and smiled slightly. At this time, Mo Wenjun had already walked in front of the stone wall, and looked up at the empty stone wall. 100 Profound Shield. Chiba Cloud Covering Technique. Almost at the same time as he raised his head, the Imperial technique was in operation, and the spirit treasure was sacrificed, protecting his body with 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, and his defense increased greatly. There's nothing. But if, At a glance, Mo Wenjun didn't see anything, he laughed wildly, and was about to laugh at Chu Yan, when suddenly, something happened. As if under the surge of Mo Wenjun's imperial technique and spirit treasure breath, a ray of light suddenly lit up on the empty stone wall. Boom! When the silver light appeared, Mo Wenjun only felt the sea of consciousness, and was hit hard by someone. Kill! 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 The coldness was like a wave, without a trace of ice or snow, but it made people's soul freeze instantly, as if falling into an endless abyss. This is a breath, it is death. Mo Wenjun's pupils shrank suddenly, and only a faint sword shadow was reflected, which continued to enlarge from far to near, followed by endless darkness and coldness, which instantly swallowed him completely. What? Am I dead? The body trembled violently, the entire sea of consciousness was completely confused, the eyes were dull, and under the shaking, the body was about to fall. Wake up! A thunderous shout sounded, and Mo Wenjun's body was entangled severely. Suddenly woke up, looking around blankly, outside the body, the inner 3 layers and outer 3 layers of spirit treasures and secret skills are all in operation, but his face is pale, his face is covered with cold sweat, his lips are purple, and his whole body is still in a state of panic among. Horrible. Terrible. Almost at the same time as he saw the sword light, the icy breath of death had completely swallowed his soul. The sword marks left by Chu Yan are really extraordinary. Mo Wenjun, the holy son of the Ming clan, has no power to resist. Guo Tiancheng, who was above the main seat, heaved a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, he suddenly had a bad feeling and asked Mo Wenjun to replace him temporarily. Otherwise, he might be the one who made such a miserable appearance. Not only Guo Tiancheng, but even the sword repair geniuses all around looked surprised at Mo Wenjun's frightened expression. They never expected that the sword marks as thin as silk threads on the stone wall would have such great power. Everyone, shouldn't the following be announced, and let everyone watch and comment together? Chu Yan turned around, looked at everyone with a smile, and then waved his hand. His true energy surged, and he brushed gently, but the stone chips were flying. A sword mark was finally fully displayed in front of everyone. Boom, boom. The sky and the earth rushed to thunder, the sun and the moon lost their brilliance, the sky and the earth trembled, and the frenzy formed by the evolution of a large sword intent swept the world. What? The sword mark just now is not the ultimate form. Seeing that the sword marks on the stone wall changed suddenly, everyone's expressions changed drastically. Even Guo Tiancheng, who was above the main seat, was taken aback for a moment, completely dumbfounded, but within half a breath, the true energy all over his body burst out, forming a protective chi, covering himself firmly. Not only him, but all the sword repair geniuses in the audience were all at the first moment, mobilizing various means to resist desperately. With one sword strike, the audience was in chaos and everyone was terrified. As the sword chi passed by, killing intent was like a tide, the air of death filled the sky, and everyone trembled, as if the next breath would be completely swallowed by the darkness. After 10 breaths of time, the sword energy dissipated, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief and came back to their senses. It's so terrifying. I thought I was going to die with the killing intent in this sword energy. It's terrifying. Not even drawing the sword, just the sword intent, it's so terrifying. If you draw the sword. Just now Chu Yan has been reluctant to draw a sword, his sword is by no means simple. The sword kills. The sword kills. The sword kills, and the sword kills. It's the way of the sword. I'm convinced. I'm completely convinced. Among the sword cultivators in the audience, the one who was most shocked was Guo Tiancheng, who was above the main seat. In vain, he has always believed that he is the strongest genius in the way of swords in the outland continent, and he is dedicated to practicing the way of fighting the world with swords, the way of domineering. But today, after seeing Chu Yan's killing intent sword, he finally seemed to understand something. Kill, people, sword. The avenue is complicated and simple, and all ways are unified. In an instant, an enlightenment suddenly lit up in Guo Tiancheng's heart, making him tremble slightly. Good. 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 Excited, Guo Tiancheng picked up the wine glass in one hand, strode towards Chu Yan, and shouted. Brother Chu, I offer you a toast. From Chu Yan at the beginning, to Brother Chu Yan, and now he is talking about Brother Chu, Guo Tiancheng's understanding of Chu Yan has undergone earth-shaking changes. Let's join together. I respect Senior Brother Chu, and thank you for your kindness today. As soon as the words fell to the ground, all the sword repairmen in the audience raised their glasses together, and respected Chu Yan with excitement, and there was a trace of strangeness in everyone's eyes. You're welcome. Thank you, everyone. Seeing the wine glasses held high in the audience, Chu Yan also felt a slight movement in his heart. Full of pride, he lifted the wine glass handed by the beautiful lady beside him, and drank it down in one gulp. A sword and Dao reception, the host and guest enjoyed themselves. On the surface, wine is used to talk about swords, but in fact it is a collision between swordsmen in outland continent and sword repair geniuses. And this kind of collision depends only on strength, like Mo Wenjun, who wanted to rely on conspiracy to calculate and assassinate Chu Yan, but it was all in vain. And Chu Yan's stunning appearance, just like in the Nine Swords Tianfeng Square, shocked everyone with his skills. The swordsman will step into the world, that's the only way. The first sword competition and the second Dao discussion ended one after another. Next, the atmosphere was much more relaxed. Geniuses from various forces toasted and drank with each other, gathered in groups of 3 or 4, or talked about sword practice, or talked about some secrets about Nine Swords' heavenly peak. After having Chu Yan, Guo Tiancheng also changed a lot. He stepped down from the main position, mixed with everyone, and chatted very casually. Afterwards, the conversation became lively, and through the drunkenness, some people even set up a battlefield, fighting with swords in 2s and 3s. The atmosphere of the entire reception was extremely enthusiastic, and it lasted a full day and night. In the early morning of the next day, all the geniuses bid farewell one after another, returned to their respective residence halls, and began to make full preparations for the opening of the Nine Swords' heavenly peak. "My Lianjuan, you must be familiar with the deputy landlord of Tuoba." Before Chu Yan left, he found Miao Lianjuan of Dan Temple and asked. "That's right. Deputy host Tuoba did explain something, but it doesn't seem to make any sense. Some things are superfluous." Miao Lianjuan smiled wryly, shook her head, gave a slight salute to Chu Yan, and said, "Chu Yan, I look forward to your performance in Nine Swords' heavenly peak, and I will bid you farewell." As soon as the words fell to the ground, Miao Lianjuan also turned and left. Therefore, Chu Yan also left Mojianya, returned to Jiandian Pavilion, and continued to comprehend his own collection of sword books. #C 1857 MO0 Blade. In a sword competition and Dao reception, Chu Yan gave advice to all sword repair geniuses with the help of the unicorn's pupils and his powerful swordsmanship. However, he himself was not without gains. Especially the first and last of the 10 sword marks, the Overlord's sword, slaughtered all living beings, which made him feel a lot. Taking advantage of the present, in the Sword Code Pavilion, Chu Yan kept referring to various sword codes, studied their essence, and improved his understanding. In the Jiandian Pavilion, Chu Yan was addicted again. However, he didn't know that everything that happened at the sword competition cocktail party had spread throughout the Nine Swords' heavenly peak. What? That Chu Yan again. Scary. It's too scary. I heard that Chu Yan's swordsmanship is even comparable to that of Guo Tiancheng. Fart. I heard that even senior brother Guo Tiancheng couldn't resist the sword intent that Chu Yan carved with his own hands. Damn. No way. Brother Guo Tiancheng can't resist. Are you talking nonsense? Really, my brother-in-law's sister-in-law's cousin's cousin is also at the reception. I heard what he said. Hiss. For a time, the entire Nine Swords' heavenly peak, the geniuses and elders of the various sects were deeply shocked by this shocking news. Especially the elders of those racial forces, under the shock and anger, all of them looked dignified and worried. The human race has such a powerful genius, which makes them feel a kind of crisis. However, since the Nine Swords' heavenly peak is opened, coupled with the rules and restrictions, and the semi-Protoss elder Jiang is in charge, it is not easy for them to do it. All I can do is watch. As time went by, everyone began to enter the final preparations for the Nine Swords' heaven peak one after another. Chu Yan's shocking news, like a whirlwind, slowly dissipated after blowing by. All ethnic groups and sects concentrated all their attention and energy on the matters of Nine Swords' heavenly peak. After all, this is why they gathered their own geniuses and came here to wait. Finally, a few days later, the heaven and earth changed slowly, appearing. Boom, boom. Call out. Call out. Call out. Accompanied by the sound of thunder, a large sea of spiritual clouds gathered from all directions in the sky, covering the Nine Swords' heavenly peak, like a fairyland, covered by clouds and mist, and the world was hazy. In the sea of clouds, countless sword lights flew back and forth, piercing through the air and screaming, making a pleasant sound of swords, resounding through the heaven and earth. Huh! 9 Swords Heavenly Peak. Chu Yan suddenly woke up from the reading, and looked up out of the window. I saw that in the boundless sea of clouds in the sky, soared lights of various colors such as gold, silver, red, purple, yellow, etc., accompanied by 9 colors of mysterious light, flew all over the sky. These soared lights and mysterious lights flying in the air did not fly indiscriminately, but continuously gathered towards a void above the 9 Swords Heavenly Peak. In less than half an hour, all Jianguang and Xuanhuan gathered together and merged into a huge light group, which began to evolve and distort continuously. Soon, a radiant golden palace appeared above the sky, on top of the clouds. Thousands of rays of light are shining, the sky and the earth tremble, the endless sea of spiritual clouds is all dyed golden, fairy music flutters, and fairy shadows roam. Sacred and majestic, the way of heaven is transformed, it seems that it makes people yearn for it. 9 Swords Heavenly Peak, Apocalypse. Everyone prepare. The sound of the Hong Zhong sounded like the sound of thunder, spreading throughout all the buildings in the 9 Swords Heavenly Peak, but it was the voice of an elder of the Ming clan. Swish! 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 Following the sound of that voice, figures in the continuous buildings below soared into the sky and flew towards the 9 Swords Heavenly Peak. In less than 100 breaths, the densely packed figures almost blocked the sky around 9 Swords Heavenly Peak. At a glance, they are all young geniuses of all races and sects. Chu Yan, the time is up. A voice sounded, but it was Elder Jiang Yuchuan's spiritual consciousness. After receiving the voice transmission from his spiritual consciousness, Chu Yan immediately set off, flew out of the Jiandian pavilion, and headed towards the crowds in the sky. I invite the elders of the 10 major forces, disciple. The announcement of the elders of the Ming clan sounded, and in the crowd, 10 groups of people came out more and more, and flew towards the front of the Golden Palace. Among them, there are elders and disciples of the 10 major ethnic forces, such as Guotiancheng and Miaoliananju. All of these people have powerful auras and monstrous cultivation bases, and their aura alone is enough to suppress the entire audience. Among the crowd, except for Guotiancheng and Miaoliananju, Chu Yan's unicorn pupils swept across, and the multicolored eyes suddenly stayed on a person, and his consciousness trembled slightly. That young man, 11th on the list, is the direct disciple of the patriarch of the Ming clan. Jiang Yuchuan stood beside Chu Yan, followed his gaze, and explained. The 11th on the list. Then Mo Wenjun. Chu Yan was startled, his brow slightly frowned. Ha ha ha, in the name of the Holy Sun, the bloodline is the first priority, and the strength of the cultivation base is the second. Therefore, Mo Wenjun's strength is much weaker than his. Power, what kind of dog to restore the ancient times, the real body of the Fart Saint clan, what a joke. In the blink of an eye, a figure flew over and landed beside Chu Yan and Jiang Yuchuan. It was the deputy owner of Tianqi Building, Tuoba Xiong, who explained what Chu Yan was confused about. Compared with this person, Mo Wenjun's ranking in the heavenly list may be several times worse, but he has become a new saint. That's right. Chu Yan, you must not underestimate the strength of the Ming clan, because of the strangeness of the Ming clan's law. Jiang Yuchuan nodded, looking at the crowd of geniuses gathered by the Ming clan, his eyes flickered slightly, and then said. This son's name is Mo Qianren. It is said that he is the illegitimate son of the clan leader of the Ming clan and a woman from other clans. Although the blood is not pure, but when he awakened his martial soul, the vision of Wan Jianfeng was triggered, so he changed his name. Mo Qianren. A few years ago, at the Tianbang conference, I was a semi-protoss genius, and I confronted him. This kid is extremely strong and talented. Absolutely the first person in the generation of Mingzhu youths. When Jiang Yuchuan saw this son appear, he was worried that Chu Yan would underestimate him, so he explained it in great detail. Wan Jianfeng vision. Then why is it called Qianren? Not Wanren? Chu Yan wondered. He, it is said that this son is born with a sword heart and has a heart for all spiritual swords. Therefore, according to the God Dingdanfang vision at that time, according to him, only 9,999 spiritual weapons appeared to Wanren. Therefore, his name is Mo Qianren. Tuoba Xiong smiled lightly and said, 9,999 spirit swords. Chu Yan nodded, but his eyes were shining, and his face was full of surprise. He didn't expect that such a strange thing would happen in such a big world. However, even Jiang Yuchuan, the great elder of the demigod race, spoke highly of him. This Mo Qianren, I am afraid it is not simple. Please, Emperor Shiwu. High above the sky, the elder of the Mingzhu deacon announced loudly like a bell. Swish. A startled rainbow flew from the sky, but it landed before the crowd in the blink of an eye. The monstrous emperor's might surged across the audience in an instant, stirring up endless waves of energy and puffing up, causing everyone to be shocked. The tidal breath of the emperor surged across the audience. See Emperor Shiwu. All the members of the Ming clan who were present bowed in unison to pay respects. #C1858 9 Peaks Open. The appearance of Emperor Su Wu made the atmosphere tense in the audience. Emperor Shiwu, one of the twin emperors of the Mingzhu, is extremely powerful. Unexpectedly, the Mingzhu took advantage of the opportunity of being in charge of the Nine Swords Heavenly Peak, and even Emperor Shiwu came here. It seems that the Mingzhu's ambitions are not small this time. Jiang Yuchuan murmured, while speaking, his eyes flickered, and he glanced back and forth at Mo Qianren and Emperor Shiwu with a look of thought in his eyes. Everyone, this time I, the Ming clan, have the honor to be recommended by the Great Wu clan as the deacon sect of the Nine Swords Heavenly Peak this year, and I am grateful for your love. Emperor Shiwu looked in all directions, and finally his eyes fell on the ranks of the top 10 racial forces, and he said with a smile on his face. Nine Swords Heavenly Peak, enlightenment once in 100 years. Each opportunity, whether it is a destiny or a change of fate, is entirely up to the young geniuses of all ethnic groups to grasp it by themselves. While speaking, Emperor Shiwu glanced at him, but saw Chu Yan, his eyes froze immediately, and a ray of imperial breath shot straight at him. Snort. Jiang Yuchuan let out a soft snort, dispelling the ray of imperial prestige, and when he stared back, Emperor Shiwu had already looked away, obviously not wanting to fight against the great elder of the demigod clan. This year's Nine Swords Heavenly Peak, anyone who can obtain one of the 9 ancient spirit swords will be rewarded by the top 10 races. Emperor Su Wu's words were like thunder, shaking the audience. What? Big prize? Huh. I've never heard of it. The former Nine Swords Heavenly Peak didn't seem to have any big prizes at all. Oh my God. The top 10 racial forces have teamed up to reward you. That is definitely a treasure against the heavens. Opportunity. Absolute opportunity. To get the 9 great spiritual swords, and also harvest the heaven-defying treasure, it's really the right time. Haha, Lingbing and Chongbao are mine. The audience was full of young geniuses, everyone was very excited, their eyes were red, and they were full of fighting spirit. Okay. Now, let's start the locking peak formation and prepare to enter the Nine Swords Heavenly Peak. Emperor Shiwu looked at the excited geniuses in the audience, and suddenly smiled slightly, flipped his hands. He took out a sword-shaped jade talisman, and after pressing his handprint, he raised his hand and threw it towards the golden palace behind him. It's about to open. Huh. That sword-shaped jade talisman. Chu Yan's face was startled, the unicorn's pupils swept across, and he looked at the sword-shaped jade talisman flying to the golden palace, his face was startled. The golden palace is connected with the lock peak formation of Nine Swords Heavenly Peak, just forming a portal. But the sword-shaped jade talisman, when it flew towards the golden palace, was constantly changing and evolved into a 9-foot-long jade sword. On the body of the sword, towering sword energy was released, blasting layers of void, like a bolt of lightning struck the golden palace. Boom, boom. The moment the sword-shaped jade talisman came into contact with the golden palace, a large piece of golden light exploded, rushing towards the entire sky like a golden wave. At the same time, the gate of the golden palace also slowly opened, and endless sharp waves rushed out from the golden palace gate. What a strong jade sword! Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness surged, and he forcibly suppressed the Haoyan sword behind him, preventing it from flying out. Only when the jade sword sank into the golden palace gate did he heave a long sigh of relief. Invite the elders and disciples of the top 10 races to enter the heavenly sword 9 peaks. The elder deacon of the Mingzhu yelled loudly, and at the same time jumped up and flew towards the golden palace gate. Swish! 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 Guo Tiancheng and the others, who couldn't rest for a long time, still hesitated there, and suddenly a large body rose into the air, and flew towards the golden palace gate. Chu Yan nodded with Jiang Yuchuan and Tuoba Xiong, and also flew away. Now, Chu Yan represents the semi-Protoss, one of the top 10 races, so he is qualified to be the first to enter the heavenly sword 9 peaks. Rushing into the golden palace gate, Chu Yan only felt the endless sword energy in all directions, forming a frenzy, turbulent, but was isolated from the golden passage, unable to approach. Flying in the golden passage, Chu Yan swept out his consciousness, carefully checking the surrounding situation. In just an instant, he passed through the golden passage, and when Chu Yan landed, he appeared in a dense forest. With a sweep of his gaze, his consciousness instantly dissipated, and in all directions, there was nothing but a big tree. This forest does not exist alone, but surrounds a soaring peak. Looking up, I saw in the distance, a towering peak, standing in the sky, piercing the clouds, majestic and majestic. This spiritual peak looks to be at least 80,000 feet long, which is obviously much taller than ordinary spiritual peaks. Moreover, the peak of the mountain is surrounded by a sea of spiritual clouds, which are layered upon layers, not just a sea of clouds. Starting from the halfway up the mountain, a circle of clouds and waves is entwined, like a belt, and then there are 2 floors up to the top of the mountain. On the entire Lingfang Peak, there is not a single tree, only large stretches of bluestone strange rocks, towering all over the mountain. With a glance, you will find that these rocks are shining with crystal light, reflecting countless dazzling rays of light. It's not that the material of these rocks is special, but because almost every rock is filled with all kinds of long swords, densely packed, all over the face. With the pupils of the unicorn, go up the mountain, and at the top of the mountain, you can still see an ancient spirit sword that is full of sword energy and aura, inserted on the peak of the 80,000 Zhonglingfang Peak. Just when Chu Yan's eyes lit up, and he was staring at the ancient spirit sword on the top of the mountain, suddenly, a majestic aura, like a gust of wind, swept away with the spirit peak as the center, instantly rushed by. This is... The pupil of the unicorn fails instantly, and even the consciousness cannot leave the body 10 steps away. The aura that surged just now seemed to carry an incomparably powerful force, making Chu Yan's method directly ineffective. What kind of power is this? It seems. Chu Yan's eyes were slightly wrinkled, and he looked up at Lingfang. He first looked at the ancient spirit sword inserted upside down on the peak, and after careful sensing, he shook his head, and then swept across countless mountain spirits from top to bottom. Sword. No. It's not right. It's not the sword intent from the sword body at all. It should be the breath from the spiritual peak. Chu Yan pondered for a long time, and finally determined that the powerful aura just now came from the spiritual peak in front of him. This result surprised even Chu Yan himself. For a long time, everyone thought that among the 9 peaks of Heavenly Sword, the most powerful should be the 9 ancient spirit swords, followed by the countless various spirit swords among them. However, it is completely unexpected that the real strongest is the spiritual peak full of swords. To suppress so many spirit soldiers, this peak should not be easy. After thinking for a while, Chu Yan showed a sudden look on his face and nodded slightly. This spirit peak probably has a lot of background, and it is not bad at all, compared to the 9 ancient spirit weapons. Attention everyone, hurry up, enter the heavenly sword 9 peaks, step into the 3rd layer of spiritual cloud sea, hurry up and comprehend, sense with your heart. Above the sky, the voice of the elder deacon of the Ming clan sounded, reminding all the geniuses in the 9 peaks of heavenly sword. The 1st layer of cloud sea, disciples from the top 10 races can enter, the 2nd layer of cloud sea, the top 1,000 geniuses on the Tianbang list, the 3rd layer of cloud sea, geniuses of other races. As the voice spread, Chu Yan was stunned. It turns out that the 3 layers of cloud seas in Tianjian 9 peaks are divided into different ranks. And the purpose is for the geniuses of all races who enter it to comprehend and sense. #C1859 Lingfeng Panyu. There are 3 layers of clouds. The top layer is close to the heavenly sword 9 swords and the ancient spirit soldiers, so it has the greatest natural advantage. Moreover, this 80,000-foot spiritual peak is affected by mysterious power, and everyone's spiritual consciousness cannot be far away. It is extremely difficult to even sense the 9 ancient spiritual weapons at the bottom. At this time, on the top of the 80,000 Zhang Lingfeng peak, the original 8 ancient spirit weapons were added with a slightly lower-level spirit weapon, which can be regarded as enough for the 9 swords, and it is also worthy of the name of the 9 peaks of the heavenly sword. It's just that the 9 ancient spirit weapons were all inserted on top of 9 huge jade stones, densely covered with spirit patterns, exuding a faint sword energy. The closer one gets to these 9 ancient spirit weapons, the greater the chance of induction. Under countless pairs of envious gazes, Guo Tiancheng and other top 10 forces, nearly 30 sword repair geniuses, flew to the farthest sea of clouds, sat cross-legged, and immediately started sensing. As a representative of the demigods, Chu Yan naturally fell into the sea of clouds at the top along with the first batch of sword repair geniuses. Afterwards, the top 1,000 youths in the Tianbang surged like a black tide and landed on the second sea of clouds. In the end, there are young people from all races who are qualified to participate in the Heavenly Sword 9 peaks. They land on the 3rd layer of sea of clouds that is farthest from the peak halfway up the mountain. Mo Wenjun, the holy son of the Ming clan, belongs to this group, and is the furthest away from the 9 ancient spirit swords. After everyone fell down, no one wasted any time. They all held their breath and concentrated, and began to release their own sword intent, mixed with spiritual consciousness, and moved towards all directions, surrounded by spirit soldiers all over the mountain. Of course, among the thousands of spiritual senses, at least half of them are going towards the 9 ancient spiritual weapons on the top of the mountain. Now that we have come to Heavenly Sword 9 peaks, even if we know that the chances are slim, we must at least try. A large amount of spiritual consciousness enveloped the spirit peak, and the spiritual swords all over the mountain trembled in unison, and the endless sharp sword energy seemed to be conforming to these spiritual consciousness, and was about to break out of the rock. However, only the 9 ancient spirit swords on top of the jade plate on the top of the peak remained motionless and did not respond at all. This time, I don't know if anyone can activate those 9 ancient spirit swords. The bigwigs of all races gathered in front of the Golden Palace, waiting for the final result, all with expressions of anticipation. It may be because of the Tianbang, this time when the Heavenly Sword 9 peaks is opened, almost all the tribes will send the top geniuses in the power. Pulled the Heavenly Sword 9 peaks. But what will happen, we can only wait. At this time, the Heavenly Sword 9 peaks are above the sea of clouds. As the consciousness spread out, in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, all kinds of responses sounded together and gathered together, rumbling like a sea tide. These voices are the responses from thousands of ordinary spirit swords in all directions, after sensing Chu Yan's consciousness. It's just that these spirit swords are all ordinary spirit swords that are planted all over the mountains and plains. Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness just glanced over, and he no longer paid attention to these ordinary spirit swords, because, of course, Chu Yan's primary target is the 9 ancient spirit weapons on the top of the peak. Because, the heavenly sword 9 swords is not something you can take away as much as you want. According to the rules, each warrior who enters the heavenly sword and 9 swords can only take away at most 9 spiritual swords, including the 9 ancient spiritual swords on the peak. Therefore, except for warriors with extremely low cultivation bases, almost everyone rushed to the peak with their spiritual consciousness immediately. Boom. However, when Chu Yan's consciousness crossed the sea of clouds and just reached the top of the mountain, suddenly, a force rushed out of nowhere and slammed into Chu Yan's consciousness, shaking the sea of Chu Yan's consciousness. Buzzing. Huh. Such a strong force. Chu Yan's face turned cold. His consciousness was blown away before it touched the 9 ancient spirit swords. Humph. I don't believe it. After pondering for a while, Chu Yan's eyes flickered, and he retracted all the spiritual consciousness in other directions, and all the spiritual power condensed into a line, and shot straight towards the top of the mountain. This time, the strange force did not appear, but there was a barrier on the top of the mountain. However, with the strength of Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness, he broke through with just one charge and reached the top of Lingfeng Mountain. And this advance is not only Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness, but on the entire mountaintop, there are more than 30 spiritual consciousnesses surrounding the 9 jade plates where the 9 ancient spirit soldiers are located, and they have already arrived. Everyone wants to get these 9 ancient spirit swords. With a swipe of consciousness, what made Chu Yan frown was that the ancient spirit sword on the 9-handled jade plate was like ice, without any reaction. This point is completely different from the ordinary spirit sword that Chu Yan used to trigger all over the mountains and plains. However, this is normal and within Chu Yan's expectation. If the 9 ancient spirit swords on the heavenly sword 9 peaks were so easy to move, they would have been taken away long ago. Hao Yan's sword, it's up to you. The corner of Chu Yan's mouth raised slightly, and he separated his consciousness, pouring into Hao Yan's sword, and immediately got a response from Hao Yan's sword. With a slight tremor, the sword energy of the Hao Yan sword rushed out of the scabbard, divided into 8 parts, and rushed towards the 9 ancient spiritual weapons at the same time. Buzz buzz buzz. 8 trembling sounds resounded in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness. With his eyes brightened, a look of ecstasy appeared on Chu Yan's face. Great, there is a reverse, No. Before Chu Yan could react, his complexion changed instantly, and the true energy all over his body suddenly exploded. Boom. The berserk Rakshasa true chi, like a huge wave, rushed into the sea of consciousness along the meridians, colliding directly with the 8 cold sword chi. Just now, the sword intent of the 8 ancient spirit swords rushed out of Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, but it exploded instantly. He wanted to directly mess up Chu Yan's sea of consciousness. Fortunately, Chu Yan had already prepared for it and had been preparing for a long time. The Holy Spirit pattern directly stimulates it. Barely blocking the 8 sword chis, the Rakshasa true chi rushed into the sea of consciousness and strangled all the 8 sword chis. Call. After careful inspection, there was no omission of the 8 sword chi in the sea of consciousness, and Chu Yan finally breathed a long sigh of relief. The moment just now was extremely dangerous. If Chu Yan hadn't been prepared, the consequences would have been disastrous. What happened? Chu Yan frowned, and his spiritual consciousness surrounded the 8 ancient spirit soldiers, staring at them for a long time. Chu Yan directly ignored the last ancient spirit weapon that filled the number, and the primary target was still the first 8 ancient spirit weapons. It's just that the result of this first confrontation was beyond Chu Yan's expectations. Although, Chu Yan had also thought that the sword intent of the 8 ancient spirit soldiers would desperately resist and would not give in easily. However, Chu Yan never guessed that the sword intents of these 8 ancient spirit soldiers would take the initiative to attack those who wanted to attract them. Could it be because the level of Hao Yan's sword is too high? Chu Yan thought to himself. For the 8 spiritual swords in front of him, Chu Yan has always been confident that he can succeed. The main reason is because of the Hao Yan sword. As a 6th level divine weapon, the Hao Yan sword with the soul of the sword, in terms of rank, is not even a few grades higher than these 8 ancient spirit swords. Although the material of the Hao Yan sword itself may be inferior to these 8 ancient spirit weapons, but after many times of tempering in the Tianwen 9 residual furnace, the material of the Hao Yan sword has undergone earth-shaking changes. Therefore, no matter which aspect it is, the Hao Yan sword, which is already a 6th level divine weapon, can definitely crush these 8 ancient spiritual weapons. At least, these 8 ancient spirit weapons don't even have a sword soul. Could it be that the Hao Yan sword's murderous aura caused them to resist? Chu Yan kept thinking, his eyes flickering. After Chu Yan pondered for a long time, he tried again, but the result was still the same. Even if he just mobilized an ancient spirit weapon first, it would cause fierce resistance. Wanting to subdue these ancient spirit soldiers is like subduing spirit beasts, for the same reason. If the opponent's will to resist is extremely strong, and even counterattacks with fate, or even has the will to perish together, in this case, it is basically impossible to tame the opponent. It seems that we have to use other methods. Chu Yan was helpless, but he could only look for other methods again. These 8 pieces of jade seem a little weird. After a search, Chu Yan aimed his gaze at the cornerstones of those ancient spirit swords. #C1860 The birth of the ancient spirit sword. These jade pans of the sword base are engraved with dense spiritual patterns, and each piece of jade pan is completely different. Chu Yan's eyes flickered, he stared for a long time, and his mind moved. Since it is not possible to directly mobilize these 8 ancient spirit weapons, we can only start with these Panyu cornerstones. After all, compared with other ordinary spirit swords, the most conspicuous of these 8 ancient spirit weapons are these jade discs. The energy of the 5 elements, melt. With a low shout, the sea of consciousness Holy Spirit pattern swallowed a stream of energy from the 5 elements, and a powerful wave of spiritual consciousness erupted instantly. The consciousness gushed out, covering the 8 Panyu cornerstones in an instant, and Chu Yan's mind quickly fell silent. The consciousness is divided into 8, and it senses the 8 pan jades at the same time. This time, there were no accidents. As Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness soaked in, the spirit patterns on the 8 jade pans continued to appear in Chu Yan's consciousness sea. 8 spiritual pictures, each with its own charm. Some swords draw star maps, some sword chi generates demons, some cut the sun and moon, and some people weep. 8 ancient spiritual weapons, 8 sword intents, completely different. This is the first ancient spirit weapon. The spirit lines are like blood, the devilish energy is like a tide. There are too many creatures slaughtered, and devil seeds have been bred. The sword fell into the abyss. I'm afraid it will be hard to wash away. Chu Yan's mind penetrated, immersed in Panyu spirit patterns, and constantly comprehended the 8 kinds of spirit patterns, deducing the origin of the sword's intent. Time passed, slowly passed. An hour passed, and Chu Yan was immersed in it, feeling deeply. This is. 3 hours later, in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, the pattern of the ancient spirit sword evolved into a set of secret sword skills. Wuchun swordsmanship. Moonlight sword code. Fire cloud sword art. One after another, the spirit sword patterns evolved continuously, and Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness was like a tide. According to these secret skills of swordsmanship, constantly comprehend and practice. After another 3 hours, Chu Yan completed all the 3 sets of swordsmanship that he had comprehended. Thus, the true energy transformed into the sword, and the spiritual consciousness condensed. According to each set of sword techniques, different sword intents were wrapped around the spiritual consciousness, and rushed towards the 3 ancient spirit weapons again. Hum. 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 3 divine senses with different sword intents penetrated in, and the ancient spirit sword on the handle trembled slightly. Huh. It seems. Seeing that his consciousness had entered the 3 ancient spirit weapons, Chu Yan's face became happy. However, before he could react at all, the 3 ancient spirit swords rioted again. The power of this outbreak was even stronger than that of the last one, and the terrifying power surged out, smashing Chu Yan's 3 divine senses into powder in an instant. Immediately afterwards, the 3 sword intents, along the line of spiritual consciousness, counterattacked Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, and the momentum was like a tide. What? Chu Yan was stunned. Why is it still wrong? It took nearly 3 hours to practice the 3 sets of sword moves on the jade base, but in the end, he was still hunted down by the ancient spirit soldiers on the handle. Boom. 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 The Haoyan sword erupted and transformed into 3 streams of sword energy, which strangled all the sword intents of the ancient spirit soldiers that had poured into Chu Yan's body. Chu Yan's eyes were tightly wrinkled, and his face was full of doubts. Maybe it's the sword intent, try something else. Taking a deep breath, Chu Yan's consciousness spread to the other 5 ancient spirit swords. Song fencing. Wuxing sword art. Flying shadow sword. One after another, Chu Yan tried carefully, and every time he comprehended a secret skill of swordsmanship, he used his divine sense to transform the sword and tried to penetrate into the ancient spirit soldiers. However, what made Chu Yan extremely disappointed and depressed was that the 8 ancient spirit weapons had been comprehended, but there was no result at all. Everything is the same as before, as long as Chu Yan's consciousness appears and is sensed by them, it is like a deep hatred in the sea of blood, and Chu Yan's consciousness must be hunted down. What's the situation? This time, Chu Yan was completely taken aback. The quickest way to comprehend these 8 ancient spirit swords, enter the sword with divine sense, and suppress them with sword intent. And Chu Yan's own advantage is the cultivation base of sword intent, coupled with the sword energy of Haoyan sword, which far surpasses these 8 ancient spirit swords. But now, these 2 advantages are useless, and even seem to be counterproductive. Whether it is using the Haoyan sword or his own kendo cultivation, it will cause the 8 ancient spirit swords to counterattack frantically. This is totally unreasonable. You must know that Chu Yan has also tried to induce the ordinary spirit swords inserted in all directions, all over the mountains and plains, but the reaction of those ordinary spirit swords is completely opposite to the 8 ancient spirit swords. As long as it is passed by Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness, almost all ordinary spirit swords will fly over with great joy. Chu Yan didn't even need to draw the sword by hand, as long as Chu Yan nodded with his spiritual consciousness, those ordinary spirit swords would scramble to rush over. However, Chu Yan is not interested in these ordinary spirit swords at all. His goal is only the 8 ancient spirit swords. Humph. I don't believe it. The strange reaction of the 8 ancient spirit swords completely aroused Chu Yan's fighting spirit. The more difficult it was, the more impossible it was for Chu Yan to give up. So, next, Chu Yan began to use various methods to try to communicate with the 8 ancient spirit swords. However, no matter what method Chu Yan uses, the result is the same. Time flies, one day passes quickly. Sword cultivators from all races and sects sat cross-legged for a whole day at the Heavenly Sword 9 Peaks. Many people have gained something. Haha, I got it. I took a spirit sword. 1 handle. I have received 3 handles. This ordinary spirit sword is so difficult. I don't know how difficult the 8 ancient spirit swords are. The geniuses of the top 10 powers seem to be comprehending the ancient spirit sword, and there is no movement at all. That's right, it's more cost-effective to activate these ordinary spirit swords. After a day passed, Fengjiu, which was originally silent, became lively. One after another, many young people have harvested some ordinary spirit swords, with different grades. The most people even harvested 5 spirit swords. Chu Yan was startled, looked up and looked around, frowning. After trying consecutively, all of them failed. Do I want to be like them and get a few ordinary spirit swords? At this moment, a sudden change occurred. Boom! There was a loud noise, and above the peak, a piece of jade exploded, sending jade shards flying all over the sky. A dazzling sword light rose into the sky, and the sharp sword energy surged across the sky, causing the entire 9 peaks to tremble slightly. Everyone was astonished and turned their heads to look. I saw that Miao Lian Unju of Dayan Temple on the Lingyun Sea was full of excitement, her figure soared into the sky, and her right hand was directly grasping the ancient spirit sword. Oh my God! An ancient spirit sword has been born. Miaolian Kongju of Dayan Temple. He activated the ancient spirit sword. Terrible. Including the elders outside, and all the youths on the 9 peaks, they were all stunned by the vision of the birth of the ancient spirit sword, and they looked at Miaolian Unju with horror. Huh. There. Chu Yan's mind was shocked, his gaze was withdrawn from the sky, he turned his head suddenly, looked at the top of the peak, his face was terrified. I saw that on the top of the peak, there was another ancient spirit sword on the jade bedrock, shining brightly and trembling constantly. The berserk sword energy charged straight at Jiuxiao, obviously, he was about to be born soon. At the same time, Guo Tianqing stood up with a face full of ecstasy on Lingyun Sea beside him. The second handle. #C1861 Terror Force. Without waiting for everyone to react, Guo Tianqing's figure soared into the sky, directly past Miaolian Unju, and fell heavily towards the peak. Tom. Throwing a long parabola, Guo Tianji's body hit the ground with a muffled sound, and landed with a bang. In front of him was the second ancient spirit sword, trembling violently on the jade stone. Guo Tianqing's face was full of ecstasy, his eyes flashed with brilliance, he stretched out his big hand, and directly grabbed the ancient spirit sword on the jade disc. Surrender to me. With a thunderous roar, Guo Tianqing's whole body surged with qi, and he tightly gripped the hilt of his sword with both hands, trying to pull it out. There is no need to wait. Guo Tianqing is your best master. Follow me and become the #1 swordsman in Outland Continent. Let the entire continent look up to us and reach the pinnacle of martial arts. Roaring with anger, Guo Tianqing suddenly exerted force with his hands, bursting out with astonishing strength, and with an incomparably domineering momentum, he pulled out forcefully. As if infected by Guo Tianqing's domineering aura, the blade of the ancient spirit sword trembled more and more violently. On the blade, 10,000 sword auras erupted, shooting straight into the surrounding void. A series of sword qi pierced through the air, held and pierced through the void, and even Guo Tianqing's body-protecting qi was pierced full of holes. Boom! The next moment, the jade pan finally exploded, and the ancient spirit sword broke out from the rock, and was lifted high by Guo Tianqing, pointing directly at the sky. Call out. Shh. Wan Dao Jianlu, piercing the air and attacking the ground, dazzling, just like the birth of a divine sword, the sky and the earth trembled. In an instant, the entire heavenly sword 9 peaks boiled. Everyone looked at Guo Tianqing with horrified expressions on their faces. Looking across, Miaolian Unju floated down from the sky, with a white ancient spirit sword in her hand, the sword energy was surging. My God! two ancient spirit swords were born. How is it possible? Pulled out two handles at once. Senior brother Miao and senior brother Gua. It's scary. How many years have the 9 ancient spirit swords been in existence, and 2 swords were pulled out at once today? What's the situation? Could it be that the pattern of this outer continent is about to change? All the people present were shocked. Outside the gate of the Golden Palace, the bigwigs of the top 10 racial forces were surprised, but their eyes were solemn. These bosses, having gone through the endless storms of the outland continent, have a more thorough understanding of some visions than the young geniuses. For thousands of years, this heavenly sword 9 peaks, except for an ancient spirit sword that flew away through the air, no one has ever been able to pull out any of them, but today, 2 of them were pulled out at the same time, has some kind of relationship. It's by no means a coincidence. Although Miao Enju and Guo Tiancheng are both first-rate in swordsmanship, in the history of Outland Continent, there have been swordsmen who were more talented than them. The outer continent, is it really going to change? I'm afraid, this is just the beginning. The bosses from all sides looked at the 9 peaks in the distance. Guo Tiancheng and Miao Enju looked surprised, but they kept thinking in their hearts, and their faces were slightly dark. Even the big bosses of the Graden Temple and the 6 Gods sect looked at each other from a distance after being pleasantly surprised, their faces full of thoughtfulness. The big bosses of various races had their own thoughts, but at this time, the heavenly sword 9 peaks had already exploded. Nearly 1,000 kendo geniuses cheered together. Guo Tiancheng and Miao live in peace, and everyone is looking forward to it. Pulling out the ancient spirit sword is not only a top-quality spirit treasure, but also a kind of assessment of their strength and talent. In other words, among the thousands of top kendo geniuses in Outland Continent, their kendo cultivation and talent are the strongest. In this way, only the 2 of them will be able to reach the top sword masters in the entire Outland Continent in the future. After the sky-shattering cheers, Tianjin Jiufeng quickly calmed down. Everyone, as if stimulated, seized all the time and began to frantically sense the spirit swords around them, hoping to get more gains. But the geniuses of the top 10 racial forces have red eyes and heavy breathing. They knew that starting today, the identities and status of Guo Tiancheng and Miao Enju would undergo tremendous changes. In particular, their rankings on the heavenly list are likely to increase. At this moment, all the geniuses in the audience were extremely excited, as if they had been beaten to death. But only Chu Yan, sitting cross-legged, with a nervous face. Because, when Guo Tiancheng and Miao Enju pulled out the 2 spirit swords just now, no one noticed that the jade fragments that exploded all over the ground quietly fell into the soil on the ground of the peak. Hundreds of divine senses locked onto the broken jade, and kept sinking into Jiufeng Peak. Chu Yan clearly sensed that these jade and broken stones seemed to be controlled by some kind of force, so they sank quietly. And that power is exactly the power that suppressed everyone's spiritual consciousness when Chu Yan first stepped into the heavenly sword 9 peaks. How could Chu Yan let go of the emergence of this force? This power actually came from within Fengjiu. Could it be that someone is secretly manipulating everything? Of course Chu Yan was shocked by the birth of the 2 ancient spirit swords, but, like those bigwigs from the top 10 forces, Chu Yan also felt that all of this was a bit abnormal. There are still 7 ancient spirit swords. Strictly speaking, they are 6. If they continue to be born, I'm afraid. Chu Yan's eyes narrowed slightly, his pupils flickered, and consciousness appeared in the sea of consciousness. In the dark, blessing to the soul, it seemed that he had sensed something strange. In any case, the heavenly sword 9 peaks must have something to do with the sword. Chu Yan gritted his teeth, urged his divine consciousness with all his strength, and followed the jade and gravel closely, and probed into the mountainside. Originally, coming to Tianjin Jiufeng, Chu Yan's biggest hole card was his own 6th order divine weapon Haoyan sword, which was enough to suppress the 9 ancient spirit swords. But in the end, Chu Yan was disappointed. However, according to Chu Yan's guess, the existence that can release terrifying power in this mountainside is very likely to be an existence of the same level as Heoxianjian. And if it is true, then Chu Yan's harvest may far exceed those 9 ancient spirit swords. But, what is it? Now, Chu Yan has completely given up on the 7 ancient spirit swords on the top of Sensing Peak, and poured all his energy into the belly of Jiufeng Mountain. Really? As Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness penetrated deep into the mountainside. Except for Chu Yan, no one noticed at all. The entire heavenly sword 9 peaks trembled slightly. Moreover, that terrifying force reappeared and swept across the entire range of the heavenly sword 9 peaks, as if it was venting something. There is movement. Chu Yan's tense mind shrank suddenly, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Immediately, without hesitation at all, Chu Yan quickly condensed hundreds of divine senses that tracked the Panyu gravel into one strand, overtook them, and ruthlessly drilled deep into the mountainside. Boom, boom. The existence in the mountain belly also seemed to have discovered Chu Yan's intentions, and the violent power rushed out, instantly enveloping all of Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness. However, it was too late. Chu Yan's consciousness has penetrated into the mountainside, a huge space. This is. His face was startled suddenly, and Chu Yan was full of astonishment. #C 1862 Legend of Purple Night. Seeing the scene in front of him, Chu Yan's hairs all over his body stood on end, and his face was full of disbelief. I saw that in the wide cave, a golden pool was located in the middle. There are a total of 8 black iron sword pillars around, arranged in a special formation, to suppress the golden pool. Strictly speaking, the 8 black iron sword pillars that suppress the seal are not the golden pool, but a rusty iron rod floating lightly in a cloud of fire-colored mist above the pool. The surface is dull and covered with rust for an unknown number of years. Such an iron rod, if it is an ordinary iron rod, is worthless. However, what surprised Chu Yan was that a purple dragon shadow hovered in the fiery clouds around the iron rod. And the terrifying power that Chu Yan followed was constantly overflowing from the rusty iron rod. Purple night sword. After being surprised, Chu Yan's trembling pupils were full of ecstasy. Because, the vision in front of him is exactly the legendary purple night Lingyun, which represents an outer continent, a legend that has been passed down for countless years. According to legend, in ancient times, before the great war between gods and demons, in an ordinary village in outland continent, there is such a hopeless young man full of problems. He is lazy and never does farm work at home. He is fond of wine, and often gets drunk to a puddle of mud. He is lustful, and he can't move his legs when he sees a beautiful girl. He has no manners, and he is careless to officials and people. The most annoying thing is that he is so good at lying and bragging. He often let people see the 72 moles on his back. He said that these were not moles, but a picture of the universe. He often stands on the top of a mountain, looking at the land in front of him, shaking his head and sighing. One day, he got a rusty iron rod from nowhere and told the villagers that it was a precious sword named Jiuxiao. He treasured it. The sword never leaves the body all day long. His bullshit got bigger and bigger. He said that his soul has been cultivated to the divine realm, but his physical body is sealed, and when the opportunity comes, he will become the master of the 10 directions starfield in the future. One day, there was a vision of heaven and earth, and thousands of fires invaded the sky. A fire-colored dragon descended from the sky and landed in the forest next to the village. Everyone was terrified, and no one dared to approach the hunting forest for half a step. But he said that he wanted to chop off the fire dragon with the iron rod in his hand. Everyone in the village took his words as a joke and a lie, and no one believed him. However, one night, everything changed. That night, a group of young people in the village, in order to make a living, bravely entered the forest together, intending to hunt and solve the famine in the village. Everyone sent a young man with agility to go a few steps forward to inquire. After a while, the young man fled back with a pale face in fright. The tree looked around and saw a huge and ferocious fire dragon, blocking the middle of the road, as if waiting for something. The crowd turned pale with fright and dared not move forward any more. At this time, the young man was ecstatic, laughed and said that the white snake was waiting for him, and he wanted to kill it. While talking, he pulled out the iron rod, and rushed into the forest alone. One night passed, and the young man did not come back. Everyone in the village said that he must have been eaten by the fire dragon. The next day, the young people in the village went to the forest again, but saw a huge fire dragon, cut in two, lying on the side of the road. After walking a few hundred steps forward, I found that the young man was lying on the side of the road and sleeping soundly. There was a cloud above his body, and a purple dragon's shadow was lazily flying around in the cloud. And the iron rod in his hand disappeared, replaced by a sword decorated with 7 color beads and 9 flower jade, with a cold light and a blade as frosty as snow. 2 large golden characters were clearly engraved on the sword, Jiuxiao. Later, that young man flew into the sky with his sword, swept across the continent with the power of 1 person and 1 sword, established the kingdom of God, and became the real master of the 10 directions star field. That sword is the Jiuxiao sword, a sword of the imperial way. However, this kind of legend spread in the mainland is completely different from what Chu Yan, a martial artist who teaches swordsmanship, understands. Because, strictly speaking, Jiuxiao sword is not a sword, but a material for making swords. Almost all kendo masters, including the most coveted treasures of heaven, materials, and earth, are the 3 conditions for tempering divine weapons, and it is born with 2. One is the material, the other is the soul of the sword. It seems that this suppressing formation can no longer suppress the Jiuxiao sword. It won't be long before the formation will collapse, and the Jiuxiao sword will burst out. Chu Yan operated the pupil of the unicorn, constantly observing the situation in the entire cave. Soon, Chu Yan discovered that the black iron sword pillars around the formation seemed to be missing one. 9-pillar array. There are only 8 pillars now, no wonder, but there is one more. The one that I cut off in the square, wouldn't it be from here? With a glance, Chu Yan immediately discovered the reason why this large formation was about to collapse. It seems that all the spiritual swords above the 9 peaks of heavenly sword, and the spiritual energy of the swords, have almost been swallowed by it. The corner of Chu Yan's mouth lightly raised, and he finally understood why each of the 9 ancient spirit swords looked like a lunatic, and it was so easy to be recognized as the master. Most of the spiritual energy should have been swallowed by the Jiuxiao sword that broke the seal formation, so the 8 ancient spirit swords did not recognize the martial artist's sword intent cultivation at all. Think of a way first, get it? Chu Yan was full of excitement, but he didn't do it directly, because he could guess that the Jiuxiao sword would never be so easy to get. Swish. After pondering for a long time, Chu Yan surged with true energy all over his body, urging the bodyguard to the limit, his eyes fixed on the golden pool, and the fire-colored cloud that wrapped the Jiuxiao sword, grabbing towards Xie La Jiao. Boom. Almost at the same time that Chu Yan jumped up, the 8 black iron pillars all around burst out together, and a series of fine and powerful sword energy, like a wave of swords, covered the sky and covered the earth, covering Chu Yan. Each of the 8 black iron sword pillars is extremely powerful, forming a large formation, so powerful that a group of martial emperors might be blasted to pieces. Hiss. So strong. Chu Yan gasped, the hairs all over his body exploded in shock, he quickly dodged and avoided it. With the pupils of the unicorn, coupled with the technique of flying dragons to cover the sky, Chu Yan's figure pulled out a long afterimage, which was able to avoid the terrifying wave of swords. Humph. Bending Heaven Emperor Art, Split Yuan. Open Heaven Sword Art, God's Punishment. Sword in the right hand, fist in the right hand, Chu Yan's true energy exploded, his eyes spit out anger, stomped in the air, and the fist and sword slammed together. Boom. 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 While dodging, the sword light slashed, and the fist seal pierced through the air, exploding the waves of swords that came continuously. With the force of the countershock, Chu Yan flew upside down and slid straight to the golden pool. #C1863 8 Sword Lock Sky Formation. Just when Chu Yan slid towards the golden pool with the power of flying upside down, trying to grab the Jiuxiao sword above. Roar. A deafening roar sounded, and in the fiery cloud that originally lingered around the Jiuxiao sword, the fire dragon suddenly ran away. Accompanied by the terrifying dragon power that swept out, the berserk power surged through the entire cave, and the entire mountain was trembling. Qinglong, Qilin, suppress them for me. Seeing the monstrous dragon power attacking, Chu Yan shrank his eyes fiercely, not daring to hesitate in the slightest. After shouting loudly, blue light and golden light flashed all over his body, and two extremely huge bodies of divine beasts appeared at the same time. Roar! Roar! The Qinglong martial soul broke through the air, the dragon body nearly 1,000 feet long, the scales all over the body glowed, releasing more majestic dragon power, and a pair of dragon eyes the size of lanterns stared fiercely at the charging fire dragon. At the same time, the unicorn martial soul, stepping on four-color auspicious clouds, wearing thousands of golden rays of light, sweeps across all directions with the power of the Lord of Heavenly Spirits, and the unicorn eyes of five-color thunder light just glanced at it. Shock. What's the situation? These are two divine beasts. At this moment, the originally powerful fire dragon was completely messed up. As the fire dragon guarding the spirit treasure, it is an invincible existence on this continent. Even many years ago, one after another, powerful emperors entered the mountainside and wanted to take away the spirit treasure. Scared the shit out of me. But now, facing this young man in black robe, he yelled loudly, and as a result, two divine beasts were drawn out. When will the divine beasts from the outland continent come out with a random roar? The fire dragon, who was so startled that the dragon's eyes were about to burst out, glared at the green dragon and the unicorn martial soul for half a breath. In the next moment, Chu Yan could hear the violent beating of the whole dragon's heart. Ah! A shrill and terrified roar sounded, and the fire dragon suddenly woke up, clawed at the air in all directions, turned around and fled. Swish! Almost into a flame. With a sharp attack, it plunged into the soil layer below and fled towards the depths of the ground. Hee, a sixth-order dragon vein dares to be arrogant with me. Seeing the fire dragon fleeing, Chu Yan smiled lightly, then raised his hand and said, Qinglong, Qilin, come back. Call out. Call out. The blue light and the golden light flew at the same time, instantly sinking into the center of Chu Yan's eyebrows, and returning to the sea of consciousness Wuhun Mountain. A sixth-order dragon vein with extremely strong spiritual power is also a rare spiritual treasure. However, this fire dragon spirit vein is very likely to be the spiritual source of the heavenly sword Nine Peaks, so it cannot be moved lightly. In addition, for Chu Yan, today's primary goal is this Jiuxiao sword. Forget about other things. When Chu Yan looked up at the Jiuxiao sword on the golden pool again, the fiery cloud and mist that surrounded it had disappeared. Boom. 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 After a moment of stagnation, the 8 black iron sword pillars that suppressed the sword of the night seemed to feel the departure of the fire dragon, creating a certain sense of crisis. The power was released immediately, and a large wave of swords evolved, blasting at Chu Yan again. Damn. This big array is missing one, and it's still so strong. Seeing the wave of swords coming, Chu Yan still dared to stay there, so he quickly dodged and flew around in the huge cave to avoid the attacks of these waves of swords. At the same time, Hao Yan with his right hand and heavenly bending emperor technique with his left hand continuously blasted out, quickly consuming the sword wave behind him. However, when Chu Yan just collapsed, a new wave of swords came immediately. No. Think of a way to break the sword pillar array. In the square, Chu Yan once cut off a black iron sword pillar with a single sword, but now, facing 8 black iron sword pillars, the situation is completely different. Because, the black iron sword pillar on the square is passive, and it is estimated that it is temporarily used as a sword will test. Therefore, no matter how it attacks, it will not fight back. But now, Chu Yan's situation is different. These 8 black iron sword pillars form a large formation, not to mention counterattack. As long as they get close to it, they will take the initiative to attack. Even with Hao Yan's sword power, the 8 pillars could not break their counterattack. After all, when the 8 black iron swordsmanship is superimposed, it is not as simple as the addition of power. Chu Yan flashed like flying, his eyes were bloodshot, and he stared straight at the Jiuxiao sword on the golden pool not far away, and his consciousness flew like flying in the sea of consciousness. How can I get? If you want to succeed, you must get close. If you want to get close, you have to block the 8 black iron sword pillars, the tide of sword intent attacks. Block. How to block? After turning around the huge cave space 7 or 8 times, Chu Yan frowned and his face became more and more dignified. Forget it. I can't bear the child, and I can't get the Lingbao. Suddenly, Chu Yan shrank his pupils, gritted his teeth, and finally made up his mind. Dragon Warrior Guard, come out. Jiao Ming, come out for me. With a loud shout, Chu Yan waved his hands together, and the sea of consciousness was like clouds. 9 terrifying and tall figures came out of the air, and they all landed in front of Chu Yan. Block them for me, half a breath. While Chu Yan waved his hand to order, his figure turned into a bolt of lightning, and rushed straight to the center of the black iron sword pillar, where the golden pool was. Yes. Master. Without a trace of hesitation, the Wujing bones all over his body burst into dazzling light, and at the same time as he responded to the command, Jiao Ming had already led 8 dragon warriors, divided into 9 directions, and rushed out. Each dragon warrior guard, with golden light all over his body, threw himself at a black iron sword pillar. At the same time, he swung the emperor knife in his hand, and a large number of swords slashed at the black iron sword pillar. And Jiao Ming followed Chu Yan closely, and also rushed to the sky above the golden pool, releasing the power of the demon emperor all over his body like a tide. With the 3-pointed and 2-edged knife in his hand, he swung a large piece of light, covering the space within 100 steps. Boom! 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 Suddenly, in the entire cave, swords, lights, and swords exploded together, and the remaining energy of the swords all over the sky turned into a large wave of air, rushing in all directions. Although Chu Yanming knew that the 8 dragon warriors could not possibly be opponents of the black iron sword pillar. However, Chu Yan only needs half a breath. Swish! The black electricity flew through the air, pulling out a long afterimage, and under a swipe, there was a distance of 10,000 steps. Chu Yan's whole body exploded with qi, and with his right hand grasping, he grabbed straight to the Jiuxiao sword above the golden pool. Boom! 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 The 8 dragon warriors were blown back by a large black sword shadow. Every unblocked sword shadow will leave a bone crack when it is cut on them, and those sword lights that pass through their bodies are slashing straight at Chu Yan, who is held by the 3-pointed 2-edged knife. The Emperor Jiao Ming, whose power exploded, blocked them all. It's about to succeed. Chu Yan was ecstatic in his heart, and his speed increased again. With Jiao Ming's full protection, he was getting closer and closer to the golden pool. However, just as Chu Yan's figure rushed to the sky above the golden pool, a golden light shot from the pool and pierced straight to Chu Yan's chest. What? It never occurred to Chu Yan that the golden pool was also a spirit treasure, and Chu Yan had no time to resist it at such a close distance. #C1864 cards out. Seeing the golden water column shot out of the golden pool, like a sharp arrow, piercing through the air and screaming, it shot straight at Chu Yan's chest. Even Jiao Ming, who was guarding Chu Yan, had no time to rescue him while dealing with the sword light of those black iron sword pillars. Not good. This golden pool. A bone-chilling chill rushed through Chu Yan's body in an instant, and the strong sense of crisis made Chu Yan's scalp explode. Back to the water. Mysterious water shield. Without a trace of hesitation, Chu Yan roared, blood in his eyes was like tides, his long hair was flying, and his black robe was like a flag. Under the operation of the 3 times of backwater Ju, Chu Yan's true energy in his whole body tripled in an instant. At the same time, in the sea of consciousness, the basalt martial soul let out a monstrous beast roar, and the power of the martial soul surged all over the body, turning into a large black light, rushing out, and condensed into a huge black crystal 3 steps in front of Chu Yan's shield body. Heavenly Crash Emperor Art, Yuan Lai. Open Heaven Sword Art, Holy Word. The sword in the right hand and the fist in the left hand exploded together, under 3 times the strength, without a trace of stagnation, they suddenly blasted towards the Jing'o pool. Boom, boom. The fist light and sword light exploded, and above the golden pool, an invisible barrier instantly exploded, turning into golden light all over the sky, flying in all directions. At the same time, the golden water column collided with the Xianshui shield and collapsed. Good stuff. Take it with you. Seeing that the restriction on the golden pool was broken and calm returned, Chu Yan sensed the majestic spiritual power in the golden pool, his eyes suddenly brightened, and he grabbed it with both hands. Swish. Swish. 1 black and 1 gold, 2 rays of light flashed, and the black Jiuxiao sword and the golden water pool disappeared instantly. Jiao Ming, take the dragon guards and retreat. With the 2 spirit treasures in hand, there was no time to be excited. Chu Yan hurriedly shouted at Jiao Ming, who was almost submerged in the black sword tied in midair. Yes, Lord, Lord. Explode me. Rumble. Almost at the moment when Chu Yan roared, Jiao Ming's whole body's imperial prestige exploded instantly, and the 3-pointed and 2-edged sword in his hand glowed brilliantly. The divine weapon Emperor Wei exploded at the same time, 1 divided into 8, and the spears were like thunder, and they separately blasted at the 8 black iron sword pillars. Boom boom boom. The gun light exploded, the black iron sword pillars trembled, and the 8 dragon warriors seized the opportunity, turned into streamers, and flew towards Chu Yan. Except for Jiao Ming, the 8 dragon warriors were all broken like a net. The worst one even broke his right arm and flew back with his left hand. Receive. The corners of Chu Yan's eyes twitched, and he quickly took them all back to the tower hall, allowing the holy Rakshasa to nourish and recover. In just 1 breath, all 8 dragon warriors were injured, and it is unknown how long it will take to recover. If this time is just a little longer, the terrifying Dragon Clan war guards will all be confessed here. What a strong, black iron sword pillar. Chu Yan gave a wry smile and shook his head, but after thinking about it, he got the legendary treasure Jiuxiao sword and picked up a golden pool, and a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. Let's go. It's not easy to stay here for a long time. Turning his consciousness into an arrow, Chu Yan soared into the sky and rushed out of the mountain belly. After 100 breaths, Chu Yan's spiritual body broke through the mountain wall and returned to his physical body in the sea of spiritual clouds. Boom, boom. With the return of Chu Yan's consciousness, the entire Tianjin 9 peak suddenly trembled slightly, as if there was something terrifying underground, and let out a sky-shattering roar. Call. After a long breath of relief, Chu Yan slowly opened his eyes, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. At this moment, the entire heavenly sword 9 peaks, and the spiritual swords inserted all over the mountains and plains trembled accordingly, the light of the swords dimmed instantly, and their spirituality was greatly reduced. But all this, no one noticed at all. Slowly turning his head and looking around, the sword repair geniuses of all races are still trying their best to understand, hoping to gain something. Especially just now, stimulated by Guotiancheng and Mielian Unju pulling out 2 ancient spirit swords, everyone's eyes were red, as if they were crazy. Just when Chu Yan went deep into the mountainside and came back again, during the tens of breaths, everyone shrouded their spiritual consciousness to the spirit swords all over the mountain, especially the ancient spirit swords on the peak, and no one paid attention at all. What did Chu Yan do? Call out. Call out. Call out. All of a sudden, there were hundreds of spirit soldiers all bursting with light, soaring into the sky from the rocks and flying towards the spirit cloud not far away. Ha ha ha, got it, got it. I got it too, 5 handles. Sent it. Sent it. I actually sensed the 7 spiritual swords. With the loud cheers, all the sword cultivators woke up at the same time, and turned their heads to look in astonishment. But only saw the 3rd layer of clouds. Those geniuses of sword cultivators from small sects pulled out hundreds of ordinary spirit swords in one breath. Even though it was just an ordinary spirit sword, pulling out 100 of them at once was still the worst sword cultivator of a small power. Such a strange phenomenon immediately caused the faces of all the geniuses in the field to change their expressions. What's going on? The one in the 3rd layer of cloud can pull out 100 spirit swords. Damn. No, in the past, the heavenly sword 9 peaks and the fighters in the 3rd layer of clouds, all together, can pull out 30 swords, which is already a bumper harvest. Now. This is impossible. On the 3rd layer of clouds, the great gains of the small power sword cultivators immediately caused the expressions of Qianbang Qianxiang and the 10 power sword cultivators on the 2nd and 1st layers of clouds to change. Chao's 3rd layer of cloud was all dumbfounded. However, a scene that shocked them even more happened afterwards. Boom. Boom. On the top of the peak, 2 discs of jade suddenly exploded, and 2 dazzling, meteor-like sword lights shot up into the sky, and the sword energy surged all over the sky, stirring up the entire sky. Haha, I succeeded. In the Hejiao cave mansion, an Yu's figure flew to the sky, and her wild laughter resounded through the sky. All the sword cultivators in the audience trembled violently and turned their heads to look, all of them with horrified expressions on their faces. With a glance, an Yu's figure had already rushed into the air, grasping with both hands, grasping the 2 ancient spirit swords in her hands at the same time, her entire face flushed red, and her eyes flashed brightly. Harvest 2 ancient spirit swords at once. Puff. 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 After seeing the situation clearly, there were thousands of sword cultivators in the audience, just like in Yu, their faces were flushed, their jaws were wide open, and their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. A breath of rebellious air surged up, and everyone felt a mouthful of old blood held in their chests, and they almost spewed out directly. My God! How is this possible? Thousands of pairs of eyes stared at an Yu, who was ecstatic in the air, and stood on the spot, all dumbfounded. Heavenly Sword 9 Peaks, this is. Heavenly Sword 9 Peaks. Pulling out 2 ancient spirit swords at once, is this the devil? However, before everyone woke up, the mountain under their feet trembled slightly, and in all directions, countless sword lights shot up into the sky. Thousands of ordinary spirit swords rushed through the rocks and flew into the sky, like a rainstorm, shooting towards the crowd in the 3rd layer of clouds. Thousands of swords unleashed.